Hi Purvi, I see Purvi, Anjali. Hi Dr. Anjana. Hi Dr. Anjana.
Question lecture wise or lecture wise? What are the start over? Recording in progress.
Hi Purvi and
Purvi, Anjali, Dr. Anjana, Dr. Anjali Bhatt. Then I say all of
Hi
them.
guys, all the best. Congratulations.
thank you.
Congratulations. Next 3 days, happy sitting in the chair.
I hope to see you there all 3 days, Sanjay. Don't vamos.
Anytime one day that Vincent God asked me to sit for 3 days, I'm already sitting for too long.
Dr. Agrawal, what should I do? Q&A after each session or at the end?
After each session, madam, they've not slotted time at the end.
So keep it after each session. I think we have 25 minutes per
So we'll do
lecture.
20 plus
20
5.
minutes lecture and 5 minutes of Q&A.
20 plus 5.
And what we'll do is at 19 minutes, give a sort of a reminder that you've got 1 minute to sum up so that, people are on time. So we don't encroach on the 5 minutes of Q&A time then.
Sure.
So 19 minutes, they just get a reminder and wind up in 1 minute and then 5 minutes of Q&A. Hi Alka, how are you? Alka, you're muted.
Good morning.
Hi, Alka.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Hello, sir.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Hi Alka, good morning.
How are you? Hi, Richa.
How are you? Good to see everybody.
Good. I know. Hi. Richa, this is a super topic, yaar.
See if Sanjay and Neeta have decided to be that is the opening topic. Can you imagine the stress I've been under?
We have to put our best speaker right at the first so that people are all there for us.
Thank you, thank you.
Sanjay, you'll have to say this so many times.
Hi, Purvi.
I don't mind. All of you guys are good.
I know, Sanjay, you're going to be in trouble.
Go, Rucha, go.
We have 6 minutes, right, to start.
We have another 3 minutes to start. Yeah, 6 minutes. I'm sorry. You're right. 6 minutes to start. But I think nutrition is so important. People are really interested there. Yeah.
Absolutely. Shilpa,
Why can't we see you, Purvi? Are you hiding or something?
No.
Or got up from your bed right now?
No. I'm awake for at least 6 hours.
6 hours? You have not slept the night?
Literally.
क्या इतना एक्साइटमेंट है आइडेक का?
भाई दूसरा भी कुछ होता है लाइफ में. नहीं, I slept fine. I just woke up early. I couldn't wait to see all the beautiful faces.
Just logged in to say welcome and have a great day.
Hello.
Talk, how are you?
Hi.
Oh, hi, Dr. Archana.
Yeah, I'm just wanted to say.
Hi, Bansi. Good morning, Bansi. We have the timer on the left upper corner. You're on where the industry slides are, so you can keep track of the timer from there.
Okay.
If you see the industry slides, so there is a timer out there to keep you informed about the time. That's it, I think. So it will echo, I think, all of us.
Bas.
The music has stopped suddenly.
Giving us an opportunity to speak to
Okay,
each other.
I was just making sure suddenly I did not lose all the video, the connection and the audio. And
Going live.
Alka, you're muted.
Cut off, the network goes.
I know, suddenly like half an hour you're waiting, and then at the, good morning, Dr.
Hi.
Bansi.
Hi, Bansi. Good morning.
Driving to Pune. Driving to Pune, I think.
Bansi, how far away are you away from Pune? You're muted. You're muted.
In 5 minutes, I reach. Then I call you back.
Okay, guys, 30 seconds to go.
Hello, Shilpa. Hello, Sanjay.
Hi.
20 seconds to go.
ये तो rocket launch हो रहा है वैसे 30 seconds to low, 20 seconds to low.
By the time you reach here, it will be all, we're all geared up. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 5th edition of the International Diabetes Experts Conclave 2021. We are very happy to welcome all of you. This is a signature meeting, and we enjoy bringing it to you year after year. We are very proud to have a galaxy of international and national speakers who are going to bring us one of the topmost scientific agendas. We're going to have a great scientific discussions in the next 3 days, and I hope you have a lot of take-home messages. We want you to interact with all the speakers because that's where the learning actually happens, besides the fact that each speaker has made a lot of effort to make sure that their lectures are up to date and you get the best information which is in line with what the international community speaks about. So I'm not going to waste too much of your time, and I'm going to hand this over to Shilpa to take the proceedings further. But from the entire Idec team and the scientific committee, we welcome all of you to this landmark meeting. So over to you, Shilpa, to take the meeting ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much, Dr. Agrawal. So, friends, welcome to the first day of Idec and to the Nodal Update. Nodal Update stands for Nutrition, Obesity, Diabetes, and update on lifestyle. So, this has been the 5th year that this update is there, and we all know that nutrition is so important. Just before we started the meeting formally, Dr. Agrawal was speaking about how important nutrition is and how much eyeballs does it catch. And we all know that when patients do come to clinic, even if whether it's a doctor or a dietitian, they at least take 5 minutes to talk about what I can eat and what I cannot. So this time during in the Nodal Update, we are having 2 parts. We are having a lecture series where we are going to discuss basic concepts of nutrition like intermittent fasting, muscle gain, so on and so forth. And there is a fact check symposium where we are going to talk about dietary trends. Again, the questions which patients ask, and they are short snippets of information for your benefits. So friends, sit back and enjoy the nutritious treat that is coming in for today, Friday. So with this, I would like to welcome the first speaker, Dr. Rucha Mehta, and to chair the session, I would welcome Dr. Sanjay Reddy and Dr. Alka Gandhi. So Dr. Reddy and Dr. Gandhi, can you please take in the proceedings? Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Shilpa. And thank you, Idec, for inviting me and the entire team from Idec, Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, Neeta, Anjali, and all of the organizing team. And let's not waste time. Rucha has already lost 2 minutes. I know she's keen to start the openings. She's keen to start the innings first. And over to Dr. Alka to introduce me, Dr. Rucha, and take this forward. I think there is, okay. Dr. Alka?
Yeah. So Dr. Rucha Mehta, of course, she's a very well-known speaker. And for today's scientific Olympiad, we have got a super topic with a super player. And it is a pleasure to introduce Dr. Rucha Mehta. She's an endocrinologist practicing and helping patients in Bhat Circle, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Practicing since 25 years in diabetology and endocrinology, working at Apollo Hospital. And she's done her studies in US. So I welcome Rucha without wasting much time. We want to hear more from you.
Great. Thank you so much, Alka. I think I'll just correct one thing on the slide is that if I'm practicing for 25 years, I must have been doing intermittent fasting forever because I look like this. So we'll talk about how intermittent fasting adds to your age and longevity and maybe everything else also. So let's go ahead and I'll just start screen sharing. Perfect. Okay. So first of all, thank you very much. And since I do have to spend 1 second on this to say congratulations to my great friends, Neeta and Sanjay, for again bringing to us this beautiful conference. And it's a great pleasure that we are starting off with nutrition because I'm a firm believer in nutrition as a medicine. Secondly, Shilpa was here just to host us and I have great friends also chairing. Importantly, this is also Nutrition Week, National Nutrition Week. So it's a good idea to start off with this topic. And my topic for today, as the name suggests, and most of you must be wondering, why are we speaking on intermittent fasting as an endocrinologist? So I bring to you a different twist. What are the pros, cons, indications, contraindications, and can you use it? For whom should you use it? So I don't know if I wish this was a real conference and I could ask if anybody recognizes this fellow over here. He's not that great looking, but just in the interest of time. So this is the CEO of Twitter, Jack Dorsey, and he became very popular when he started doing these very highly restrictive fasting methods. So he would almost go as crazy as eating only once a week. So I call it crazy because not all of us can do it. He did not think he was crazy. And certainly he's the CEO of Twitter. So we can't say he's crazy. But he continues that after several years of losing weight, meditation, watching what he eats. So it's not simply that he restricts himself, because I'm just trying to get to you what is the concept of fasting. So he eats 7 meals every week and he only eats dinner. That's what Jack Dorsey has to say. It gives him clarity of mind and great physical and metabolic health. I'm sure all of you, or most of you, at least the men in the audience, know these two ladies. So we have the two Jennifers. It's a day of two names, I feel, because we also have a lot of two names in the faculty today. This is Jennifer Aniston and Jennifer Lopez, very famous, and both of them say the secret to their success and looking good has been following intermittent fasting. Again, many other things that made this a hype. So something Dr. Michael Mosley came out with the fast diet, which was a 5-2 diet, wherein you fast for 2 days a week out of 7. And that's when you really restrict your calories. And that seemed to make people lose weight. So that is the key word. All of this usually starts off with wanting to lose weight. Now, what I'm going to do is also switch gears and make you understand that this is not a new concept. Why do people fast? We know that in India, people fast for several religious reasons. For example, where I live in Gujarat currently in Ahmedabad, and I practice at Apollo and also at my own clinic, we have several Jain patients. And today marks the first day of a religious 8-day fast for them called Paryushan, wherein they will go on to eat only for a certain amount of time. So they will actually do a time restricted fasting for 7 to 8 days. So people fast for religious reasons. As doctors, we know we ask patients to remain nil by mouth if they're coming in for a surgical procedure. And we're always surprised, oh, the sugar looks great the next day. So does it work acutely? Does it have long-term benefits? And again, from nature. So anybody know what kind of penguin? This is the king penguin. The king penguins, along with their little babies over there. So they do it as a motherly act or a fatherly act. They do not eat for the entire winter month. They store food in these big bellies and they can go entire 5 months without eating. All they do is they use the stored food in their bellies to sustain their little babies so they can grow on. So isn't this simply fascinating, and don't we need to understand more as to what are the benefits of this fasting method? So why the hype? Because it seems to make you lose weight, controls your diabetes. It seems to promote overall health along with beneficial factors for your heart health promotion, cancer prevention, anti-aging, inflammation reduction. It seems to be the panacea. Is this the magic bullet that we've been waiting for? So let me try and answer these questions. I have no financial disclosures for the purpose of this talk. So I will go through what is intermittent fasting, what are the various types of fasting, what are the mechanisms, I'll try to keep that simple, and what are the effects on certain disorders that we look at. I will not be able to discuss everything that is out there, of course, but I will certainly discuss the pros and cons at the end. So what simply put it means is it's a period of voluntary abstinence from food or both food and water or drinks. And this is done intermittently. That is known as intermittent fasting. So contrary to what the name says, you don't fast intermittently, you actually eat intermittently, and you're fasting for the majority of the time. And this is very different from what we know, that calorie restriction, which seems to work very well for longevity, in which the daily caloric intake should be reduced forever, chronically. But the meal frequency or the duration of meal timing can be maintained. So these are the various intermittent fasting regimens that we've heard about. So you can have, number one is the alternate day fasting. So you eat one day and the second day you have a low calorie day with a restricted zone timing, or you just have a complete alternate day fasting with no food and water. Then we have several other modified fasting regimens. The most popular of this seems to be the 5-2 diet, which involves severe energy restriction for 2 non-consecutive days per week, and you can eat ad libitum for the other 5 days. Now, what has become very, very popular, of course, and that we talk about a lot, is the 16-hour to versus 8 hours fasting, which is time-restricted feeding. And this allows you to eat within a specific time frame, whereas you're not going to eat during the other hours. Of course, we just mentioned religious fasting, Ramadan fasting, Paryushan fasting. So we have several other forms of fasting. Now, let's focus on the topic of the matter today, which is intermittent fasting. And what happens to the macronutrient composition? This is not suggested. This is what is observed, because usually in fasting is not a meal pattern, it's a feeding pattern. So in the intermittent fasting, what you usually allow in the alternate day fast is that 24 hours you can eat, whereas you have a 24-hour alternate day water only fast. So complete fasting every other day is very restrictive on the alternate days. The 5-2, as I mentioned to you, is a 2-day fast with very low calorie consumption, generally about 500 to 700. And for 5 days, you can generally allow the patients to eat what they want to. The time restricted, as I mentioned, is from 12 to 18 hours fast and a 6 to 12-hour eating period. And then there are several modifications based on the patient's comfort level. You can go ahead and do this. So this is very important to keep in mind that this is sort of what we are doing. Now I'll focus on the 16-8 method because that seems to be the one that's most popular out here. So what you see over here is just showing you for the 7 days of the week. You would ask the patient to begin his first meal by say noon, and that could be breakfast or it could be lunch for some people. Generally, the last meal has to be 8 p.m. or within an 8-hour window. And the remaining time when they are fasting, they can have non-calorie beverages such as water, lemon water, something that will not stimulate your insulin and other hormone release. So for example, a sample meal plan would look like you wake up and you have green tea or simply warm water. First meal at noon can either be breakfast or a big brunch. And then you can have a lunch at 2 p.m. Most people eat about 3 meals in this window, but some people might eat small meals every 2 hours. 4 to 5 p.m. you could have a tea, coffee, or a light snack. And you need to complete your dinner before 8 p.m., which could be, again, either light or a full meal. So this is sort of what a sample meal plan for 8 hours eating and 16 hours fasting looks like. So the question behooves us is, why is it working? How is it causing weight loss and such important outreaching factors on diabetes, heart disease, etc.? Is it simply because you're going to eat one meal less, calorie restriction, which we already know works very well for weight loss? Or is it something happening to the metabolic switch? Are we causing a metabolic switching? So let's look at some of the mechanisms. Now we know very well from Dr. Ramachandran's study that there is a strong association between weight gain and diabetes. As the weight increases, the percent diabetes also increases. Similarly, we also know that if you lose weight, you will reverse or reduce your chances of going on to diabetes. And generally speaking, for diabetes improvement, you need a weight loss of 5 to 7%. What we also know from the Look Ahead study is that participants who lost about 5 to 10% of their body weight using an intensive lifestyle protocol had improvement in markers of CV risk. So bear in mind, for A1C reduction, 2 to 5%, or improvement. But if you want to see improvement in CV risk, you might need longer data and higher weight loss. So what happens in fasting? Is it simply a weight loss or there is more? So I'm going to look at some of the metabolic markers and try to stay on this slide with me. What I've done is in the next slide, but I'm going to speak, I bullet pointed it since it's a virtual conference, you could take a photograph of that. Or just simply I guide you to the article in New England Journal of Medicine. So once you start fasting, means there is no food coming in. What happens is the first source is your liver glycogen starts to break down. Once you are done with the liver glycogen, using that in about 4 to 6 hours, you will start breaking down free fatty acids from the fat cells, and these are mobilized and they go into the liver. And now these are being used to generate ketone bodies. The predominant ketone body as tested is beta hydroxybutyrate, and you also have acetoacetate. This is then in turn carried to various organs such as your muscle, your heart, your brain to be used as a substrate for energy. Now, what intermittent fasting also does is it also helps in the production and release of important factors such as FGF21. The ketone bodies in turn also activate several important transcription factors such as cyclic AMP, CREB, NF-kappa B, and BDNF in the neurons. It also reduces the upregulation of the mTOR pathway, increases mitochondrial biogenesis, increases autophagy. All of this in turn makes you more stress resilient. It will also improve overall metabolic health. So this is very, very important to keep in mind. If combined with caloric restriction, in turn, we are going to activate 2 pathways besides just this pathway. So very importantly, the redox signaling pathway, as well as we just spoke about, the neuroendocrine signaling pathway through cyclic AMP. If anyone can name what also does this, just one thing, I would remind you of metformin, which also works on the cyclic AMP, AMP kinase pathway, and therefore has some benefits of mimicking caloric restriction at the level of the cell. Now, another important pathway that is in combination with caloric restriction is the sirtuin pathway. The sirtuin pathway then activates PGC1 alpha and the phosphoproteins. All of these collectively have very beneficial effects, especially at the mitochondrial level, improving your health and stress resistance. So I'm going to keep it simple. We also know through several studies now that intermittent fasting can help reset the circadian clock, giving you a better sleep as well as improving the non-obese gut microbiota, which will use your nutrients more effectively and cause metabolic regulation to prevent you from getting these end organ diseases, namely obesity, type 2 diabetes, cancer, and CVD. Now, this is over here again a complex slide, but I'll just focus on this one part. This sort of tells you at what time of the day. For example, it says highest risk of myocardial infarction around this time between 10 to noon, highest probability of death at 6 a.m. And if you can reduce the load on your body by intermittent fasting or just giving some break, it doesn't have to be 16 hours, 8 to 10 hours, you will improve, this is the term, the circadian coordination of metabolism and energetics, and improve the way your body can perceive stress. So you might have better chance of improving your age and longevity if you can somehow control what goes into your system. Therefore, what is proposed that it's simply not in caloric restriction, which usually gets coupled in when people are doing intermittent fasting. There is the flipping of a metabolic switch. In the short term, it helps you in improving your overall health with weight loss. In the long term, however, if you continue this beyond 12 to 14 weeks, you might have improvements at whole gut level, healthy microbiota, improved lipid metabolism, and thereby emerge as a more resilient and disease-resistant state. So now let's see how does this translate into clinical data. We know that bacteria, yeast, worm, and mice had extended lifespan when they were subjected to fasting. We also know that Drosophila mosquito, when all the caloric restriction studies started, also lives forever. Now, monkeys, who are a little bit more closer to us as primates, there are two big studies, when the University of Wisconsin study and the National Institute of Aging study. However, they conflict results. The University of Wisconsin study showed a positive effect on health and survival of the monkeys. However, the NIA study showed no significant reduction in mortality. So now I'm starting to show you the pros and cons. Is this because there was a difference in the daily caloric intake? When did we start the intervention? Early, late, the diet composition, genetic background. Remember, how long we live is also determined by our genes. Sex, are you male or female? And these might explain if caloric restriction will work on some or not. So a genetic study might be something we need in the future. Again, the Okinawans. So I bring to you the Okinawans who live on the island of Okinawa, just off of Japan. And we know very well that they live, the average age is 60% higher than even the Japanese who live on the main in Tokyo or something. Secondly, as they get older, their metabolic profiles seem to get or remain better, and they mimic caloric restriction. So we know from the Okinawan study, we have a real lifetime surviving population, that this might work, and there is something to be understood, and the signaling needs to be understood. So moving on to something we see in everyday practice. What is the effect of intermittent fasting on weight, metabolic syndrome, CV risk factors, and diabetes? I bring you a nice review article by Dr. Samuel Dagogo Jack, and you can access this at Diabetes Spectrum, pretty recent from 2020 last year. Combining caloric restriction and intermittent fasting, what happens to diabetes? Oh, one slide is not seen. Maybe it's coming up. So first, let me just talk to you about in BB rats, because most of our data actually started off with intermittent fasting in rats and rodents and mice, and rodents seem to do better than the mice. So over here, in group 1, who were controls, about 80% became diabetic. Group 2 had 40 BB rats, and these are biobreeding rats. Food but not water was withdrawn to 24 hours twice a week. So this is a 5-2 pattern. And only 50% became diabetic, so a significant drop. And in the group 3, food was withdrawn every 24 hours. So alternate day fasting, and 52% became diabetic. So that's amazing, is that there's a significant drop in that conversion to diabetes with the alternate day fasting and the 5-2 pattern. So sorry, this is going back to in human studies, what we find is whether we do intermittent fasting or you do consecutive day fasting, that's what is being called as continuous fasting. And we are looking at the effect on weight loss and A1C in some of these studies, and weight loss and hypoglycemia prevention also in one of these studies. What I want to just point out to you that in most of these studies, there is a good significant weight loss. So let's just look at these 4, which have fasting versus control or intermittent fasting versus continuous. So all of these methods seem to work. However, if you look at the effect on the p-value for A1C, you can see that it's not consistent across the board. The p-value is significant in this particular study, but is not very significant. So yes, it works for weight loss, but we are not very certain if it works for simply A1C reduction. Now, Dr. Williams and colleague, what they did is, in addition to intermittent fasting, they also introduced a day of very low calorie diet versus 5 days of very low calorie diet. And what you find over here is when they did this, the A1C drop is much more significant, 0.91 and 0.71 versus the 0.23. So maybe combining caloric restriction with IF works better is what I'm suggesting over here. Overall, looking at studies that we have for intermittent fasting and human metabolic health have also looked at CV markers and other inflammatory markers. So what you find, and as you can see, they're all very small studies with less than 100 participants. So these are just suggestions, and much longer term studies are going to be needed. So again, from studies of alternate day fasting, the weight change is usually seen in most of them. We also don't see a huge effect on cholesterol in most of these studies. However, there are some significant changes in inflammatory markers in some studies versus others. So time restricted.
Last 1 minute, please.
Perfect, yes. So again, similarly, alternate day fasting versus weight loss in normal weight and overweight subjects. I've shown you so far obese and type 2 diabetic. What's interesting is that over here, the dietary intervention of alternate day fasting also seems to work in subjects who were normal weight, and you can see they had a significant weight drop and significant improvement in their triglyceride levels, but not in their overall cholesterol levels. Just quickly, intermittent fasting has also been known to delay the onset of progression of Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease. It works on cancer by probably, again, not through caloric restriction, but through mitochondrial scavenger system. So practical considerations: how many hours is it for all, and what should you do? Should you also do a macronutrient manipulation? So in this particular study, they looked at 4 hours versus 6 hours. And what they found is if you restricted yourself, the weight change is not much different, whether you eat for 4 hours versus 6 hours. However, what's interesting is that certainly there was a huge drop in the fat mass. There was improvement in markers of CV risk, such as systolic blood pressure, diastolic blood pressure, LDL cholesterol, HDL cholesterol, and also in the inflammatory markers within a 10-week period. And similarly, now when they combined this with a low carbohydrate diet, the results were even more highly pronounced. So this is important to know, that if you can achieve a body weight, this over here of about 5.5%, you can see the fasting insulin levels go down, fasting glucose levels remain the same, but this is important marker that you're improving insulin sensitivity. And just to kind of give an idea is that in this particular study, they looked at incorporating what we call a PESCO Mediterranean diet, because we know a Mediterranean diet is important for CV risk reduction. What they suggest is we need to still get to the bottom of all this as to, is it simply the intermittent fasting, or do we need to really have larger term data? So I encourage physicians, dietitians, nurses to come together and create a metabolic unit or a metabolic clinic. What you can do is you can start slow. In the first month, we can start with either a time restricted zone, then a 10-hour feeding, 8 hours, and then bring them to a 6 hours. Generally not necessary to go below the 6 hours. Or if you're following a 5-2 intermittent fasting pattern, on the restricted days, you can start off with 1,000 calories and then slowly take them to 500 calories 2 days a week with good documentation of what is happening to all their parameters. So yes, intermittent fasting has beautiful benefits that we have learned so far, but mainly from animal studies, affects all of these things that we have just looked at. We know that most of these have a metabolic and cardiovascular common soil. So if we can identify agents such as metformin, such as sirtuins, PGC1 alpha activators, which can mimic intermittent fasting, that might be the magic bullet we are looking for. And of course, the cons are hypoglycemia prevention. Difficult to take our patients from this to this if we ask them to give up certain meals a day. Physicians are not trained to do this, and long-term human data is not available. So I bring you back. What you could also think the benefit is that if you do intermittent fasting, you might become the CEO of a big company of Twitter. If you find it difficult, just maybe name your daughters as Jennifer. Lastly, most of us know this man, and I have known him for 1/3 of my life for the last 15 years, and I have only seen him eating one meal a day, which is dinner. I've never seen him eating throughout the day. When we were fellows, we used to just be eating. So Dr. Ralph DeFronzo has defined a lot of the pathways for caloric restriction, and he believes in eating one time a day. So if it works, maybe it will work for us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Richa. That was interesting on intermittent fasting. You laid out all the facts. Now, we open the forum for questions. Do we have something in the chat box? And I have a few because, or anybody.
I have a question, Richa.
Yes, go ahead.
So my question is, do you lose only fat mass or you end up losing also a muscle?
So there is the loss in lean mass was insignificant in most of these studies. And again, bear in mind, the largest study we have is with 60 patients in each arm. So these are not large human trials that we have. In fact, dietitian Vallardi has done a lot of these trials using different patterns, different methods, and they have shown beautiful effects with even 2-hour, 4-hour, 6-hour windows. The loss in lean mass was not significant because they do maintain 30% protein intake.
Thank you.
Any other question, or I can ask a question? What about abdominal gut?
Yes, so unfortunately we don't have, we are as Indians so programmed, and I think it's a great tool-based circumference. So I did not, if I go back to one of the slides over here, is that definitely, let me just, if you look at so if you see over here, the fat mass, lean mass, it will kind of tell you that the lean mass, Meena, to answer your question, this was one of the best studies I thought I could look at. Yes. The lean mass does not go down, and visceral fat mass does go down. So the waist circumference, I would assume, goes down, and that would be an easy way if we were to do, and we should design an Indian study. Sure.
It would encourage people as saying that, oh yeah, look, your waist circumference would go down if you try and do intermittent fasting.
And it's cheap. You don't have to spend any money on not eating for a couple of hours. So as Dr. Parth Kar mentioned on my Facebook post, that most applicable for India because it's free.
It's free. And is there any other questions? So I have another question. Do you recommend normal people as a way of a healthy lifestyle to do intermittent fasting?
Yes. So I also showed that in one of the slides is as to who can do it. And this is a study looking at alternate day fasting for weight loss or for metabolic health in normal weight and overweight subjects. So what's going to happen in this particular study done again by Dr. Krista Varadi, as I mentioned, she's got beautiful studies. They allowed in the alternate day fasting, the patients only consumed 25% of their baseline energy needs. So they did not restrict it to most of the other studies in alternate day fasting is 500 calories or it's a complete fast. So you'll have to select. Yes, you can recommend it because in this study, what they found is at the end of the study, there was weight loss, almost a significant weight loss of about 3 kgs compared to baseline, 6.5% as you can see. Secondly, what happened is the fat-free mass also goes down somewhat, but the fat mass goes down significantly. The fat-free mass did not go down significantly. So we know this will correlate into glycemic or other metabolic health control. Lastly, as far as CV risk markers goes, what we found is that in this particular study, triglycerides and the LDL particle size, triglycerides went down, LDL particle size increased. What I would hypothesize how we look at this is, so for me, understanding at my fellowship research is in mitochondria. So whenever we used to do these kind of studies and patients came in fasting, it was always amazing to see because we had their baseline data. Their mitochondria, even after a 12-hour fast, showed more ATP production and more mitochondrial density if they had fasted for 2-3 days. So when you are eating less carbohydrate, less protein, less fat, less nutrients going to the mitochondria, Thereby, you are not overwhelming the capacity of the mitochondria for all the oxidative pathways. Scavenger free radicals that are created have to be cleared by superoxide dismutase. Now you also have SOD. So glutathione and liposomal glutathione has come into vogue simply because of this as a scavenger mechanism. So another thing that people are doing. So yes, as a way of healthy lifestyle for a lot of normal weight, metabolically healthy people, certainly. I do think
I
that's
think
a great way.
it's the way forward for good metabolic health.
Yes, yes.
Put it that way, Andy, in terms of its benefits, what we see, and the data which you presented. Is there any other questions? And
Dr. Rusha, Dr. Shekhar here.
Yeah, there. Yeah, there. Over to you, sir.
Have you looked at sagittal diameter of the abdomen as a very, very important marker? Because there is no inter-observer problems that occur as we look in the waist circumference in the rest. It can always, and I have not come across a lot of people looking at sagittal diameter of abdomen as a very good marker.
No, I agree with you. In the studies I looked at, I did not find anything. And, like I said, the human data is highly limited, but I will specifically do a search to see if there is somebody who has. So even in the biggest trials that we have, the calorie study, which is a CALERIE, and from Dr. Valadi, who has done all the IF data, and some from we are going to hear Dr. Hamdi in a day or two. I did not find that term being used in the outcomes. So I'll look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Reddy, I think we should.
Yeah, I think we're just on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Richard, for this wonderful talk and also answering most of the questions. Hope it becomes a good
Thank you.
lifestyle.
Thank you for having me. Good luck for the rest of the conference.
Thank good you. Metabolic lifestyle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Idec. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Rucha. And can you stop sharing so that we can put on the other slides?
Immediately.
Yeah. So for the next session on muscle gain and fat loss, I invite Dr. Dakshata Padde and Dr. Ami Sangvi to chair the session.
Can you start, ma'am?
Yeah. Yeah. Dr. Dakshata, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Dr. Dakshata.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, delegates and faculty IDEC. It is a privilege and honor to be part of Nodal Update. Nodal, as it rightly says, that nutritional, obesity, diet and lifestyle. These are the main cornerstay of our diabetes management. We all know that. And I just saw the dictionary meaning of nodal, that nodal is a root area just above the seed from which all the branches come out. So it is the basic, thing which is responsible for growth. So as aptly said, I feel that this is nodal update is something which is certainly definitely crucial, which we all SCPs use for patient education. Our patients also adopt this nodal behavior so that all the branches of our health will be very, very healthy. So before without wasting any time, we just had a scientific feast from Rucha Mehta, Dr. Rucha Mehta, and it's my pleasure and honor to introduce Dr. Sheila Nambiar. So can I request for a CV on the screen? Dr. Sheila Nambiar is certified as a fitness and lifestyle consultant from NAFC. She founded the program Training for Life, TFL, which she runs through her hospital, Parvati Medical Center in Ooty, and through TFL Fitness Studio in Chennai. She practices as a consistent OBGYN and managing partner at Parvati Medical Center, Ooty. And she has also been using lifestyle medicine, it's very impressive, as a form of preventive care since last 21 years. She is on Council of Global Consortium, the True Health initiative that promotes lifestyle medicine, and her subject expertise on fitness, food, lifestyle takes her to conferences, book readings, gatherings all over the country and overseas. I think over to ma'am, we all are eagerly waiting for your pulse of wisdom. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to IDEC and the organizers. Could I share my screen, please? I don't have a share screen.
At the bottom, you'll see an arrow. You can share from there.
Now I can.
At the bottom of the platform.
Yeah, now I can.
At the bottom of the flat. Yeah. Yeah. Just make it full slide. Just make it full slide. There is a screen at the bottom. Right at the bottom, you'll see. There is a screen at the bottom. No. Right at the bottom, you'll see. You'll have to go to the next to that, on the right side of.
Start. Sorry.
No.
This is okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, organizers of IDEC, for inviting me. It is my great pleasure to talk to you about the very...
Can't hear you.
No, we can hear.
Okay, so the question of which comes first, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
You're not audible.
No, we can hear her. She's audible. Sanjay, we can hear her.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry.
Yeah.
So which comes first, fat loss or muscle gain? Frankly, it depends on both the training methods and the nutritional strategies that are being used. So various training methods, depending on how much of cardio you use, what kind of strength training, what kind of cardio, such as HIIT or low intensity, long duration cardio, all of that plays a very important role in whether you lose fat first or you start to build muscle. Nutritional strategies such as how much of protein you include in your diet is important to determine fat loss or muscle gain. So the principle of specificity of training states that to develop a specific fitness component, such as increase in muscle mass, for instance, activities must be performed to develop the various body parts or body systems that address that particular fitness component. So participating in only cardio will not necessarily increase muscle mass. If it is fat loss you want, increasing your cardio to increase calorific expenditure and nutritional strategies to decrease calorific intake is what is required. But if it is muscle gain you want, increasing the intake of protein per meal and resistance training to build muscle is what you want. So are fat loss and muscle gain mutually exclusive, since these two strategies seem to be completely contradictory? Not if the training strategy and nutrition favors body recomposition, whereby you can lose muscle and gain, lose fat and gain muscle concomitantly. We may need to focus on fat loss alone for very overweight or obese individuals beginning to exercise. Focusing only on fat loss with extremely low calorie diets and long durations of cardio is detrimental in the long run. And preserving muscle mass, if not building it, is important even for overweight and obese individuals. So muscle is extremely important, as we all know. Besides the improving functionality of the body, it is a principal reservoir for amino acids for vital tissues. It's important for activities of daily living as well as exercise. It's a precursor for gluconeogenesis, maintaining protein balance for other tissues like skin, brain, liver, etc. following breakdown. It provides the amino acids for wound healing in the absence of adequate nutritional intake. Muscle strength and functionality is important for recovery from chronic disease and acute disease as well. And quantity also plays a role in chronic disease, recovery from chronic diseases. So in this very interesting study, the interesting paper, what was found was that across the full range, higher muscle mass relative to body size is associated with better insulin sensitivity and lower risk of prediabetes. Further research, of course, is needed to examine the effects of appropriate exercise interventions designed to increase muscle mass on the incidence of diabetes. So in this talk, I'm going to cover what is body recomposition. What are the benefits? Is body recomposition possible? And if so, for whom? What are the factors influencing recomposition and some practical takeaways? So what is body recomposition? It is nothing but altering the ratio between the fat mass and the fat-free mass or muscle. It is an adaptive phenomenon by which the fat stores in the body are decreased and there is an increased accrual of muscle mass. Some health benefits of this body recomposition will be the improved cardiometabolic health, insulin resistance, and a reduced incidence of metabolic syndrome. There is an improvement in athletic performance like strength gain, speed, intensity, and various other pillars of fitness. Improvement in physique, giving you a leaner body, better functionality with balance, more strength, and better ability to perform activities of daily living. There is a role that, very important role that muscle plays in obesity and the prevention of obesity thereof. Obesity, as we know, is the energy balance or energy imbalance over a prolonged period of time. And energy expenditure comes about in many ways, through REE, or the resting energy expenditure, through the thermic effect of food, and energy expenditure related to activity and exercise. Among these, the REE, or the resting energy expenditure, is responsible for the largest component of energy expenditure on a day-to-day basis. So if we have, in order to have a larger amount of REE, it is largely dependent on the quantity of muscle that individuals carry. The resting metabolic rate or energy requirement for organs cannot vary greatly due to the relative constant tissue turnover. However, varying our muscle mass, the amount of muscle that we carry, is possible, and the energy that is released or spent per day as a result of protein synthesis can vary from as much as 484 calories per day in young bodybuilders to as little as 124 calories in frail old women. Now, it is commonly thought that body recomposition, or the switch or the decrease in fat mass along with increase in muscle mass, is possible more in untrained individuals or individuals not accustomed to resistance training, or obese and overweight individuals. However, trainers, when they manipulate the resistance training programs by altering what is called intensity, volume, exercise selection, etc., we can actually see body recomposition. So some of the methods that are used for body recomposition, we know that aerobic training is used to decrease fat mass and strength training to increase or build muscle. But concurrent training, which is a combination of aerobic training and resistance training, can be seen as an effective approach for body recomposition. How does resistance training increase muscle mass? By manipulating the intensity, volume, and exercise selection, we can target specific muscles or groups of muscles in order to encourage hypertrophy of those muscles. The hypertrophy is actually produced by the increase in motor unit recruitment, leading to not hyperplasia, but hypertrophy of individual muscle cells. This works primarily on what is called as the overload principle. So hypertrophy of the muscle happens with what is called overload principle, which is nothing but challenging an individual muscle or a group of muscles beyond their current capacity. Muscle changes with alteration in tension on the muscle and from damage to the muscle cells. Repair and hypertrophy happens during the rest phase of the exercise, not during the actual exercise phase. Now, it has been seen that in highly trained athletes, these subjects gained about 1.9 kgs of muscle but did not demonstrate any loss in fat mass in an 8-week training period. Many high-level athletes take time away from their sport to what we call as detrain, and then they come back in order to accomplish some amount of body recomposition. This temporary reduction in the training status and body composition is produced during the detraining, and it enables the body to develop what is called as increasing the muscle mass and decreasing the fat percentage when they start to train again. On the other hand, in another study by Zemsky et al., gain in muscle in elite rugby players was seen about 1.8 kgs and a loss of muscle mass of 2.2 after detraining for 4 weeks. So there is individual variation, as you can see, and it's possibly because of genetics, which have not been accounted for in these studies. In physique competitors, that is in bodybuilders, What they do is build as much muscle as possible in the off season by increasing the calorie intake and increasing the exercise load or the amount of weight that they lift. Then they start to cut calories during the season to reduce the fat percentage. Now, because of this extreme calorie restriction, it puts a lot of demands, physical demands on the body, altering hormones, sleep, producing stress, etc. So this is not recommended on a day-to-day basis for regular recreational exercises. In recreational exercises, it is easier to achieve what is called as body recomposition compared to highly trained athletes. In a study by Cribb et al., there was a significant gain in fat-free mass or muscle of about 5 kgs and a reduction in the fat mass of 1.4 in a group of recreationally trained individuals when they train for a period of about just 10 weeks. Well-trained athletes, as we've already seen, they already have very little fat mass. So achieving an even lower fat mass and building muscle becomes quite difficult unless they go into the detraining and then they come back to train again. There are different training methods that are also used in order to produce body recomposition. In this study by Alcatraz et al., there were 2 groups of participants that performed 8 weeks of either a high resistance circuit which is HRC, or a traditional strength training, which is TST. Now, both groups performed not more than 3 to 6 supervised sets of exercises. So 3 compound exercises and 3 isolation exercises using a 6 rep max. And I will explain all of these. The high resistance circuit used only a 35-second rest or recovery between the sets and performed the exercises in a circuit. Whereas the TST group took a 3-minute rest between each set of each exercise before moving on to the next one. It was found that only the high resistance group significantly decreased fat mass by 1.5, whereas the TST group did not. Both increased muscle mass, however, 1.5 and 1.2 kgs respectively. In another 6-week study of recreational exercises, male, low volume, high frequency training, which is 4 times a week, but using less weight and more number of sets. The other group had a high volume, low frequency, where the number of sets, the amount of weight that was lifted was much more, but done much less frequently, only 2 days a week. These 2 groups were compared. There was no alteration in diet, but neither of the studies had a diet recall. Both groups gained a significant amount of muscle, but the reduction in fat was statistically significant only in the high volume, low frequency group, about 2.4 kgs compared to only 0.6 kgs in the high volume, low frequency group. So talking about compound versus simple exercises, compound versus simple or isolation exercises, the compound exercises like the deadlift, squat, push-up, and plank, they call into play more than one muscle. And therefore, they also increase your cardiovascular endurance when you're performing these exercises. In comparison, the isolation exercises like your bicep curls, tricep extensions, and crunches, they only call into play single muscles or pairs of muscles. And so the cardiovascular endurance or the level of exertion on the cardiovascular system is much less, which could also be the reason why people using compound exercises or studies in which compound exercises were used, they tended to burn more calories and lower the fat mass much more than the ones that use simple exercises, isolation exercises. Nutrition is also an important factor in altering the body composition. The traditional advice states that when you go on a you need to go on a hypercaloric diet in order to build muscle, in addition to resistance training, and go on a hypocaloric diet to burn fat. But we have found that significant gain in muscle mass and reduction in fat mass using a hypercaloric diet, but provided that the hypercaloric diet had an increase in protein. So very high protein diets of about 3.5 grams versus normal, which is approximately 2.3 in well-trained men and women using heavy resistance training, where they did 5 days a week of split routines for 8 weeks. Both groups gained a lot of muscle, 1.5 kgs, whereas a high protein group, while consuming an additional 400 calories, lost more fat mass than the normal protein group. So despite consuming more calories. These the people who had the higher protein, consumed the higher protein, tended to they actually lost more fat than the ones that had a lower calorific intake. Now, this inter-individual variability could be also because of genetics. Other factors influence muscle gains and fat loss. So it's not just the training, it's not only nutrition. We found that sleep, both the quantity as well as the quality of the sleep, the amount of stress and the management of stress, hormones like ghrelin, insulin, testosterone, and of course your basal metabolic rate or how much muscle you're already carrying, all influence the amount of fat that you lose and the amount of muscle that one can gain. In the study by Wang et al., where the sleep deprivation was compared to people who were not sleep deprived, 1 hour of sleep restriction 5 times a week, the weight loss outcomes in overweight adults on similar diets. So both the groups had similar diets, but one group had an hour of sleep restriction 5 days a week, the other group did not. Both lost weight on the scale, that is about 3.2 kilos, but the sleep-restricted group lost more muscle mass than the well-slept group. Sleep-restricted group had higher levels of ghrelin, which possibly accounted for increase in their hunger and their prevention of the fat. Since they lost more of muscle and they did not lose as much of fat as possibly because of the hunger hormone ghrelin. Now, when we prescribe exercise, we use the acronym, the FIT principle, as many of you may know. Frequency of, what is the frequency of training that you're recommending? What is the intensity that needs to be recommended? The type of activity, and the type of activity needs to be determined and specified both for cardio as well as strength training. The amount of time that is spent depending on the various muscles that are addressed, whether it's a split routine or a whole body routine, and how long one does the cardio for. So basically we need 2 separate prescriptions for cardio and a separate prescription for strength training. The intensity of training is calculated using what is called as a 1 repetition max. So that's nothing but the maximum weight that you can lift for one particular exercise. And approximately 70% of your 1 repetition max would equate to you being able to lift that weight for about 12 repetitions. So people often ask, how much weight should I lift for 12 repetitions? It depends entirely on the individual and the individual's 1 rep max for that particular exercise. So a range anywhere between 50 to 90% of 1 repetition max using different number of sets and reps will challenge muscle hypertrophy. For example, in the deadlift, let's say that your 1 rep max is 50 kilos, then anywhere between 25 to 50 kilos using different sets, different number of repetitions will challenge muscle hypertrophy.
Ma'am, last one and a half.
Sure. Yeah. So for cardio, we need to differentiate between high intensity interval training and the low intensity cardio. Long duration cardio can deplete the muscle, but it may be preferable for beginners and overweight individuals, as we don't want them to start with high intensity interval training. More advanced exercises can do a shorter duration, higher intensity cardio. And in this paper by Keating, they compared the various forms of cardio on how much these various forms of cardio affect fat loss. And the results showed that it really didn't matter what kind of cardio you used, provided the calorific expenditure was comparable, whether it was sprint interval training or HIIT or MICT, which is moderate intensity training. The actual method didn't matter, provided that you burnt the same number of calories. So depending upon the fitness level and the training level of the individual, you can prescribe the required cardio. So the results of the study showed that interval training can be as effective as an alternative to longer duration cardio for fat loss. Although exercise may not be all that effective for fat loss, it certainly impacts fitness and health improvement. As such, all forms of exercise should be encouraged despite their relatively minimal contribution. Strength training is especially important for developing lean body mass, and HIIT appears to be more effective at reducing inflammation than long duration, lower intensity cardio. So we need to reframe the need for strength training and for body recomposition. We need to understand the importance of strength training and prioritize the need for strength training. Most people don't seem to see the importance of strength training. We need to dispel myths about bulking, which is very common, especially among women. We need to rethink the traditional recommendation of doing a lot of cardio. We need to recognize that strength training improves confidence in one's own body, preventing fear of falling, losing balance, and so on. Understanding that resistance training improves body intelligence and awareness, and defocus from just the weight on the scale and BMI to body recomposition. Putting it together, resistance training with body recomposition is possible, and that we do by concurrent training or using a combination and various small permutations of both cardio as well as resistance training. Resistance training with the overload principle, at least 2 to 4 times a week for body recomposition is advisable. High volume, low frequency training, where we don't necessarily need to train more than twice a week, seems to be more beneficial in body recomposition. High resistance circuit, where we have less rest between sets, can be used for better recomposition. Cardio of the right kind, 20 to 60 minutes depending upon the intensity, where low to moderate intensity for overweight beginners and HIIT or high intensity, shorter duration for more advanced individuals may be recommended. Nutritional implementations by increasing protein intake with every meal while keeping the calories on a slight deficit if required, not too much, because going on too much of a deficit can prevent building of muscle. And we need to, of course, include the other pillars of fitness, not to forget the other pillars like the flexibility, coordination, and so on. And sleep, stress, and nutrition are very, very important aspects to consider when you think about body recomposition, or for that matter, health and metabolism. Thank you so much for the patient hearing.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for such a crisp talk with covering all the points so well. I think Dr. Neeta has a question. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I have a question. Can HIIT be applied to resistance training? And if that happens, does it become cardio then?
Yes, it does. A very good question, Dr. Neeta. You can use HIIT. So that's what HRC is, high resistance circuits, where you do perform the exercise very quickly without too much of rest, maybe 30 seconds of rest between sets. You will also get the cardio benefits, cardiovascular benefits. So if you're short of time, using a HRC is very useful. You don't need to do cardio separately.
So you get the benefit of cardio as well as resistance training.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, because basically cardio is nothing but by increasing your cardiovascular, the heart rate and the breathing, it improves your cardiovascular endurance. And when you do HRC, you will necessarily also increase your heart rate and breathing.
Right.
Thank you, ma'am. So I think there are no more questions in the chat box. Anyone else wants to ask any question?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So my question is that who's the right person? Is the gym guy equipped? We always see injuries happening. So should doctors in a big way also learn about exercise? So what is your message to all of us through this talk? Because
that's an excellent question. So we currently have the Indian Society of Lifestyle Medicine, of which I'm the president right now. And I encourage all physicians to try and incorporate lifestyle medicine, which is a board certification, internationally recognized board certification. And in the course, in the board certification, the physician is actually taught how to prescribe exercise. So, but we also collaborate with trainers who are equipped, dietitians who are equipped, health coaches, psychologists. It's a collaborative effort. So that's why lifestyle medicine is extremely important. And I request everybody present to consider visiting our website, the Indian Society of Lifestyle Medicine, and if possible, to join us.
Sheila, one more question. As a take-home message for our audiences, is any age bar for starting resistance training for the first time?
No, absolutely not, Neeta. In fact, there was a study done with 90-year-olds who started resistance training. Obviously, when you start at a much later age, one, you definitely need to be supervised by a very, very experienced trainer, consultant, and you also need to start slow, because it is about the neuromuscular coordination. It's not just strength. So we need to actually train the body to be able to perform the exercises. So starting slow, less reps, less sets, and with proper guidance, you can start at any age. And there has been shown to be an increase in both muscle mass, of course, not to the extent if you start early, but there is increase in muscle mass and strength whenever you start a resistance training program, irrespective of age.
And what about the protein shake that the gym guys ask you to take before or after?
So yeah, unless you are incapable of consuming protein from your diet alone, which is possible with a very well planned nutritional support, you don't necessarily. I don't believe in protein shakes. Because many of them do have additives, and many have stevia and sweeteners, etc. So I think if we can try and include protein enough, even a plant-based protein, into every meal, that should suffice. And it doesn't necessarily have to be before a workout. It's post-workout that actually the repair happens. So if at all you're having a protein shake, it needs to be post, not before.
The most important problem when people start strength training is delayed onset muscle soreness, and that is the reason they give for not starting resistance training.
Yes.
How do you deal with it?
Well, what I tell them is not to stop, because it's when you stop and restart again that the delayed onset muscle soreness happens more. Of course, when each time you challenge the muscle, you will have some amount of soreness, but some things like taking a warm bath, stretching, even taking a supplement of magnesium seems to help delayed onset muscle soreness. But it is inevitable, because it is the micro tears in the muscles that will actually cause the hypertrophy. So you will have some amount of soreness. So motivation is very important. Talking to the client, motivating them and telling them this is actually a sign that their muscle is growing. That seems to help them. When you tell them that, this is an indication that their muscle is growing, and to also tell them that not stopping, that doing it twice a week, continue consistently is important. So if they stop for a couple of weeks and come back, it's almost like detraining. And they come back and they start feeling the DOMS all the more severely again. You actually get used to DOMS once you start training.
All right.
Okay. I think we are done with such an interactive session. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you, Idec, Neeta ma'am, Sanjay sir, Shilpa ma'am, everyone to make us a part of today's program. Best of luck for the conference ahead. Handing over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ami. For the next talk, I invite Dr. Makkad from Delhi to take the proceeding further. Sir, are you there?
Yes, I'm very much there. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Neeta ma'am.
Good morning,
Sanjay sir. Sanjay sir to chupe hue hain. Thank you for this opportunity and putting me in this very interesting session, which is the nodal update. For this talk, we have Dr. Nitin Patankar. He is going to speak on behavior therapy, the case-based approach. Dr. Nitin Patankar, I think, does not need a big introduction. He is a known personality in the management of, in the field of obesity management, and he is from Mumbai. Dr. Nitin, over to you. You are muted.
I just would like to share the screen. Yeah. I think the screen is visible.
No.
No. As of now, no.
No.
Okay, let me.
How much time we have? 20 minutes, Sanjay?
Yes. 20
Yes,
minutes.
it'll be 20 plus 5. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it is visible now.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can put it on full screen mode.
Yeah. Yes.
Perfect.
So, thank you, organizers. Thank you, Dr. Neeta, Sanjay, for this opportunity to talk of behavioral therapy as a case-based learning. So what is behavioral therapy? The latest model is ABC model, where we talk of antecedents which stimulate the behavior, and behavior leads to consequences, and consequences again shape your behavior. So these are the interdependent dynamic model of behavioral therapy. So this is what happens. Suppose in diabetes, obesity, or lifestyle disorders, most of the behavioral modification is circling around food intake and exercises, and some part is devoted to whether patient is compliant with the medicines. So let us start with a very simple thing. Someone feels hungry, that is an antecedent. Then he has two choices. Either there is a roti and vegetable is available, or he has a pizza available with him. He eats something and he feels full or satiated. So this is a very, very simple basic thing about antecedent, behavior, and consequences. So what behavioral therapy involves? Basically identify the behavior which is an observable behavior that needs change, then try to modify the antecedents or the stimuli which will change the behavioral pattern, or modify the consequences so that it will reflect back and the patient or the subject tries to change the behavior so that the consequences can be changed. So it is basically, this is repeatedly done so that ultimately the desired behavior becomes a learning and that becomes a habit. So that is the end goal of a behavioral therapy. So here in this case, the behavior is, instead of eating roti, the person is eating pizza. Now you can modify the antecedents. So what are the antecedents? The patient feels hungry. Now there are two choices, roti and vegetable and pizza. But what a very simple antecedent modification is, make pizza unavailable, so that whenever you feel hungry, you have only roti and vegetables available and you will eat that and feel satiated. So this is what a simple behavioral therapy model is. Then how to change the consequences? So the consequences, unfortunately, when the consequences are direct, immediate, and either they are rewarding or like a punishment, they have immediate changes on their behavior. So, but in cases of lifestyle disorders, we have to first of all measure the consequences, because they are not apparent in terms of bodily symptoms, or it is not in terms of a general reward like it happens in addiction, or punishment. So what we do is ask to measure the blood sugar levels after eating pizza. The blood sugars are high. We assume that the person is rational. He knows the effects of high blood sugar levels. And so this will act as a deterrent or a negative reinforcement, and the subjects will choose roti over pizza and keep sugars normal. So this is a basically change in consequences. And this is repeated many times till the desired behavior is learned. So patients avoid pizza and eat roti. Now let us come to the case. This is a Mrs. VK, who is a 45-year-old female. She is a bank employee, married with 2 children. Recently, that is 8 months prior to my first visit to a doctor, she shifted from Solapur to Thane. Husband and wife both got transferred to job Thane and Mumbai. The children are admitted to Thane school. This is what is her social background is, and which plays a great role in designing behaviors. Her height is 5 feet 5 inches, weight is 65 kg. Now, she was detected to be diabetes 6 years back in Solapur, and till last year, every 6 monthly, she was using biochemistry, and her average values are HbA1c was 5.9, fasting PP was 94 and 126, lipids in normal range, and weight was hovering between 61 and 65. But in the 8 months after her transfer to Thane, her values are HbA1c has gone up to 8.6, Fasting PP are 128 and 212. Lipids are 234. Total cholesterol, non-HDL cholesterol 154, and weight has gone up to 70 kg. So now she was taking medicines, metformin 500 milligrams twice a day and glimepiride 2 milligrams, on which she was totally controlled. So what are the present complaints? See, these are the biochemical reports, but when the doctor took a history, the complaints were not only about her rising blood sugars. She complained that she feels more hungry now, though she knows and prepares healthy calorie controlled diet because she was like taught about how to prepare a diabetic diet and always keep some meal supplements and healthy snacks ready. She still ends in eating more than required portion sizes, adds some junk food to many meals or snacks in a week, cannot say no to the frequent snacks, which is a workplace norm for her, feels lethargic and has stopped all kinds of exercises, worried about her rising sugars and lipids, as both her parents have diabetes and always suffered with diabetic complications and poor quality of life because of uncontrolled diabetes. So on a knowledge side, consequence side, she is aware. So what are the options for treatment? Increase and modify the medicines, plan a revisit to a dietitian in Thane, or plan an exercise program. So the doctor added SGLT2 inhibitor, DPP4 inhibitor, and voglibose. Dietitian plans for a Mediterranean diet with diabetes compliant, that is multiple small meals, but with the quality of the food which matches with Mediterranean diet, added meal supplements and SOS finger foods, which are healthy. So that when she feels hungry, she can eat that, and a gym membership was paid. Now, these are the reports after 3 months of this first visit when doctor modified everything. Her HbA1c has come from 8.6 to 7.7. Fasting PP, it dropped down to 86 to 122, but again has come to 101 to 153. Weight is just 2 kg drop, 68 kg. Diet compliance decreased over the time of 3 months, and gym, very poor presence in the gym. So again, the doctor has now these options: increase and modify the medicines or add insulin, plan diet variations, plan for supervised exercise program like keeping a personal trainer, and attempt to modify the behavior. So routine instructions for change of behavior. This is what usually advised by doctors or so-called counselors or even regular counselors who are trained. So when you feel hungry, drink some water, delay the hunger feeling. Keep food at some distance from where you are sitting. Keep healthy food ready and unhealthy food unavailable. Check blood sugars 1 and 2 hours after eating, and write down if the sugars are in normal range or good results, which can work as a positive reinforcement for healthy food selection. Then you do some experiments with yourself. Sometimes eat unhealthy food and see the sharp rise in sugars, which will work as a negative reinforcement, and the reinforcement will turn into behavior choosing of healthy foods and a learned behavior. This is what is commonly advised as a change in antecedents or consequences. Now, how we start working? So we re-examine the basic antecedents or antecedent behavior. So what are the immediate antecedents why she chooses food is hunger. But lingering, when she came from Solapur to Mumbai, Solapur to Thane, it's a shift of environment and novelty and craving for particular foods, and that can be exaggerated by anxiety of relocation. And then the lasting things are her mood. In present case, there is a lot of uncertainty how she will adjust. Then there is a lot of insecurity because a woman coming from a small city to a big city, and she has to get adjusted to relocation, readjustment with new people, make a place for herself, and make all other adjustments. So there is a predominant feeling of insecurity in her, and there is a predominant anxiety. So these are the 3 antecedents: the hunger, and on the background there is anxiety and insecurity. then we re-examine the basic consequences of identified behavior. See, when she feels hungry and eats roti, she feels satiated. But when she's feeling hungry and anxious and she wants to feel comfortable or she wants to take pleasure, she chooses pizza. Or sometimes she feels hungry and she is feeling more insecure, then she eats a larger quantity of rice and curry, which will give both or three things: satiety, pleasure, plus a sense of security. So these are the antecedents we have to tackle. Similarly, looking at reassigning the consequences. The immediate consequences are most important, that how are the emotions are manipulated after a behavior, how are the feelings, and what are the physical changes that take place. Now, we know that measured blood sugar levels, BP or long-term HbA1c and weight, but the weightage given to these measured and long-term consequences are much lesser, because it is known that when you are into a turmoil, when there are some emotional antecedents, then the pain, the negative things are neglected and you focus more on emotions, and emotions are felt in the body, and those emotional signals are represented as feeling in the brain. And that's why we have to do something to change the emotions. So what we need to do, what we have missed into the routine steps. In these steps, pre-antecedents like need for security, control of anxiety are not taken into account. Secondly, consequences like pleasure, adhering to socio-cultural norms are not given due importance. So what was advised, the patient was given combination of SGLT2 inhibitor, DPP4 inhibitor, voglibose, but insulin was not started. Mediterranean diet was continued. Home exercises were advised, and counseling sessions include not only cognitive behavioral therapy, but also we included rational emotive therapy or rational emotive behavioral therapy, so that we can tackle the immediate consequences. So CBT and RET takes multiple sessions and very long time to change into behavior. To shorten this time, we added yoga. For Mrs. K, depending on history, there are specific guidelines into yoga sessions or yoga practices. So her history suggests working with something called as the root chakra. So after 3 months of a second visit, when she started this yoga plus rational emotive therapy, her values are 8.6, 7.7 for the second visit, 6.2 to the present visit. Fasting BP has come down to 90 and 134. Weight has come down from 70 to 62.8. She is now very well compliant with the diet, and whenever she feels like eating, now she can manage into very small portions of the food that give her pleasure. She can do 5 days a week home exercises, and medicines are again reduced to glimepiride 2 milligram and metformin 500 milligram, which was a stable medicine when she was in Solapur. So some common pre-antecedents which we don't tackle, then it leads to continuation of self-defeating behaviors. So increasing number of medicines, not attending targets, and patient turning to alternative medicines, social media remedies, and social media influencers, or frank quackery, because we fail to take into account these antecedents, which are extremely important in behavioral therapy. So some common missed antecedents where the clinical yoga can help. So these are things which we have seen commonly. So for some people, life becomes routine. Each day is a copy of a previous day. There is a lot of boredom, and boredom can be a great stress. And to do away with that stress, people start choosing unhealthy behaviors. Then sometimes there can be irritation or anger at situations beyond your control and feeling of helplessness. Then there can be lack of progress, failure to meet your ambitions, lack of time management skills. Then there is something called as a lack of empathy, lack of clarity and control, and sometimes the responsibilities are forced on you without adequate preparation. So these are the common antecedents that are present, which are the deterrent in behavioral therapy.
Dr. Patankar, last 2 minutes.
Yes, this is the last slide. So what I want to focus on is, we have talked about the legacy effect. And what we were talking about is like a socio-cultural or a personal behavioral therapy. But let's look at the legacy effect. Legacy effect is now not a, what you can say, prerogative of diabetes, but now it is seen in hypertension, dyslipidemia, and heart disease. So what legacy effect exactly is? So when we have, say for diabetes, we are actually changing the behavior of your mitochondria to produce less damaging or produce a normal products rather than producing like glycation end products. So that's why first 5 years of good control of diabetes, after the diabetes is originated, then mitochondria change its behavior, the cell change its behavior to not respond to hyperglycemia in the same fashion. So that's why even the next 20 years, when the tightness of the diabetes control is not there, still your complications are lesser. So you can read the excellent lecture by Brownelli, who has shown that how the diabetes complications occur, and then what is the legacy effect. This was always at the back of my mind, that legacy effect is nothing but behavioral modification at cellular level, mitochondrial level. So my last slide will be, so this is what we are actually dealing with. So this is a, what you can say, a overt behavioral therapy. There are antecedents, behavior, and consequences. But we are talking of environmental and social level, something at personal level. But as a physician, we have to talk of behavioral modification at cellular, molecular level, and maybe at genetic level. So a branch like epigenetic, branch like molecular behavioral therapy will be the future of behavioral therapy in all lifestyle disorders. So that's where I stop. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to voice these views. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nitin, for a wonderful presentation and making the concept of behavior therapy, so simple. Do we have any questions in the chat box? No, I don't.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So it's easy to say behavioral modification, doctor, but our children and our youth is living in an obesogenic environment. So the focus has to change the environment, not just the individual. So how do you go about changing obesogenic environments? We go to conferences, we have big meals. How do you avoid?
That's what I said, that whatever environment is there, it is always assessed. So there is a concept in behavioral therapy that the environment is judged by something called the brain maps. A neuroscientist called Antonio Damasio has described that, he has described it as consciousness and reality is actually your brain picture of what is happening around you. And that's where the yogic practices can really work, the visualizations and all the yoga practices, so that you can change the picture of reality, and then your responses will change. So you cannot go and change environment. That is impossible. It is beyond your control. But you can change your internal picture of reality, and then your responses can change.
Thank you.
Dr. Nitin, one important question is that once we are seeing clinical practice, whether it is diabetes or obesity, we all understand it involves teamwork. You need to have a counselor, you need to have educator, some support people have to be there. You can't be doing everything. But that is largely missing in most of the clinics. So any suggestions on how to, overcome that flaw that is there in clinical practice in Indian setting? And also it is not reimbursed by insurance or anything anywhere in India.
So this is again a very good question, and I have always been thinking on this. So I can take a cue from my previous lecture, I think Nambiar madam. So she said that the physicians have to learn even exercises. So similarly, all those things that are required for a good lifestyle modification or diabetes management, a treating physician can learn, say, a primary things. And the patient will always pay, or patient will always get to go to an expert or a second team member, which may not be under one roof, but once he sees the benefit of what you are talking about. But first thing is that should be into physicians, say, thinking sphere, that you need a dietary support, you need exercise support. So once I can say advise some exercises which will give some benefits, then I can tell if you can have more benefits, go to such and such person. So that is the way we have to improve our sphere of influence in all these fields. That's what I feel.
I have a question. I know you're doing a lot of work with yoga chakra, chakra meditation for changing behaviors. So once, and it is rather customized. So that is the best part about it. So you take the history and all of that and do it customized. So what I want to ask you is, how soon after you institute yoga chakra meditation or yoga chakra behavioral therapy, how soon do you see changes in behaviors, and how well is it accepted?
4 weeks.
Okay.
And once you discontinue, do they last?
Yeah, for some time it lasts, but again it is like
it has to be ongoing process.
Yeah, it is an ongoing process. So that's why most of the times the group therapy works.
Yes.
Right.
So I think we have come to the end of this session. If there are no more questions, thank you, Dr. Nitin, for a wonderful presentation. And over to Dr. Neeta and the tech team for next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shilpa.
Where is Shilpa? I can't see her. Yeah, she is there.
I'm here. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Makkar, and thank you so much, Dr. Patankar, for a wonderful talk. Now I invite Dr. Brij Mohan and Dr. Meena Chhabra to chair the next session by Dr. Naval Vikram.
Has Dr. Brij joined? So Dr. Brij, have you joined? Dr. Brij Mohan, I can't see him. Good afternoon, Dr. Neeta and Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, and I'm really...
Meena, I think you take over, because I think Brij Mohan may not be joining us. Dr. Brij Mohan may not be joining us.
Okay. Yeah. So Neeta, first of all, I'd like to thank you and Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, because such topics have been discussed since the morning, which we don't hear in most conferences. So it's a pleasure to be chairing this session, and it's my privilege to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Naval K. Vikram. He is the Professor, Department of Medicine at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. And he has been involved in research in the field of obesity, metabolic syndrome, and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease since 2 decades. So Dr. Naval, I will not come between you and the different types of fat. So I'm sure this is a novel topic, and I'm sure most of our audience would love to listen to what is white fat and brown fat or beige fat, and then maybe yellow fat. So it's again a very novel topic. And over to you, Dr. Vikram.
Thank you, Dr. Meena. I'll share my screen. Yeah. So good morning, everybody. And I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak in this session of Idec. It's always a pleasure to be a part of this. So my topic today is brown fat. What are the facts? Is it practical? So adipose tissue, we all know it's just not a cosmetic. It doesn't have only just a cosmetic purpose, but it's a highly complex and highly active metabolically, and works as an endocrine organ, which regulates the whole body homeostasis and secretes several factors, several adipokines, which have been identified. And also it is a site for metabolism of sex steroids and glucocorticoids. Not only adipocytes, other tissues, other type of cells are also there in the adipose tissue, which have their own other functions. Now, the classification of adipocytes is based on a few parameters. Now, they are classically divided into white adipose tissue, brown adipose tissue, and the beige or the bright adipose tissue. Now, the Division is based on several factors such as localization, morphology, cell composition, and other things. So coming to the white adipose tissue, it's basically in the subcutaneous, intra-abdominal, epicardial, and gonadal areas. Morphology wise, it consists mostly of spherical cells which have a single lipid droplet, very few mitochondria, and a little endoplasmic reticulum. The main purpose of this white adipose tissue is to store energy, and it gets activated or it increases in the presence of stimuli like high-fat diet. The uncoupling protein 1 expression is not detectable in this tissue. In contrast, the brown adipose tissue, it is basically embryonal in origin. It's mainly located in the paravertebral, axillary, suprarenal, cervical areas. The cells are elliptical and smaller than the white adipose tissue, and they have multiple lipid droplets, much more number of mitochondria. And they function predominantly in energy expenditure and non-shivering thermogenesis. In this, the UCP1 expression is very high, and this is what drives the function of this tissue. It is stimulated by several factors like cold, catecholamines, beta-adrenergic receptor agonists, etc. Now, the beige or the bright adipose tissue, it is situated in the posterior subcutaneous area and also in the supraclavicular area. And this beige tissue may be, adipocytes may be seen amongst the white adipose tissue as well. The cells are spherical, they are unilocular, but they're smaller than the white adipose tissue, and they have much more number of mitochondria. And they also have a thermogenic potential. And they are also stimulated by various factors by which the brown adipose tissue is activated. Now, browning of adipose tissue, that is conversion of white adipose tissue to the brown, to the beige or bright adipose tissue, is a dynamic and a reversible process. So in the presence of certain stimuli such as cold or beta-3 agonism, the white adipocytes change their morphology and metabolic profile into beige adipocytes, which have increased mitochondria. And when the situation is reversed, that is in the thermoneutrality or in the high-fat diet, so these beige adipocytes which are there, they can again turn back to white adipocytes. So this is a dynamic and a reversible process, and several factors may come into play here. Now, the other factor is that there are pluripotent cells also present in the adipose tissue, which may either recruit themselves and become the beige adipocytes, or they may go into white adipocytes, depending upon the stimuli that they receive. Now, the brown or the beige adipose tissue, basically, it is a diverse. It consists of both type of adipocytes, and the amount and the location depends on the age of the subject. With increasing age, there is decrease in the quantity of brown or beige adipose tissue. Now, the brown adipose tissue develops embryonically, as I said earlier, whereas beige adipose tissue is induced from white adipose tissue by stimuli which causes transdifferentiation. Now, they both have a common morphological and metabolic characteristics. They have a similar factors which can stimulate them, and they have similar functions like non-shivering thermogenesis, energy homeostasis, and regulation of metabolic processes and the body weight. Now, this figure here shows the location of brown fat in humans. As we see in infants, it's mainly in the interscapular and the perirenal area, and whereas in adults, it mainly is in the deep cervical, supraclavicular area, axillary area. Now, this is not active at a temperature of 27 degrees, and when we see the same thing at 19 degrees, it gets much more active and can be picked up. So, brown adipocyte is the beauty of it is that it can utilize all kinds of fuel. It can utilize glucose, it can utilize free fatty acids, branched chain amino acids, acyl carnitines, all kinds of fuels it can utilize and convert them into heat, that is the non-shivering thermogenesis. Now, how do we find out the amount of brown and beige fat in the body. This is not easy. It's not as simple as you find out just abdominal fat or as such the white adipose tissue. Now this can be detected only by imaging modalities and not by simple imaging modalities. The most commonly earlier used modalities was the PET-CT, FDG18, PET-CT. Now, this modality has been used in a lot of studies, which can be labeled by glucose or fatty acids or other respective metabolites. But the problem here with PET-CT lies is that it can detect the brown adipose tissue only when the person is exposed to cold temperatures, but not in the thermoneutral state. And this is the problem which we have also faced. We have tried to do a study on this, but there have been a lot of difficulties with that. Now, the other newer modality is the fat water MRI, which offers the advantages over the PET-CT, and it does not involve exposure to radiation. And this is coupled with the functional MRI and dual energy CT. These also have been used in to measure the blood flow in the brown adipose tissue. Now, these MRI or the PET or these are the modalities which are only available or can be used in research settings, but they are not useful or may not be available in routine clinical setting. So this here just shows on the left side we have the MRI, and the right side we have the PET scan showing the presence of brown adipose tissue. Now, brown adipose tissue secretes several factors which may have multiple metabolic functions. Out of them is the neuroregulin, FGF, the fibroblast growth factor 21, bone morphogenesis protein, as well as thyroid hormone. So these all factors are enriched in the brown fat, and they have several metabolic functions. As well as the brown adipocyte is affected by several other organs, from brain, thyroid, muscle, pancreas, liver. So several of the factors which are secreted by these organs also affect the brown adipocyte, and they regulate the development, differentiation, and the thermogenic activity. Now, so we have seen that brown adipocyte has several metabolic functions, and in animal studies, it has been seen that the dysfunction of this adipocyte can lead to metabolic diseases such as obesity. It has been seen that the ablation of the uncoupling protein 1 adipocyte induces severe obesity and insulin resistance, and aging also leads to decrease in this tissue. And fat mass and activity have been shown to be lower in patients with diabetes, dyslipidemia, and also in non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Now, so knowing that brown adipose tissue has such important functions, how do we increase the brown adipose tissue? If not, how do we convert the white adipose tissue to the brown adipose tissue? Now, several studies have been done. Most of the data is done in animal studies. There is very, very limited data in human studies. Now, here just is summarizing few nutritional factors which may be involved in white to brown adipose tissue conversion. Now, these various factors act by several pathways, that is sirtuin 1, AMP kinase, PPAR gamma, and all these act on the various nutritional factors act on through these pathways into increasing the UCP1 and converting the white adipocyte into the brown or the beige adipocyte. Here are a few more. Like these are the few nutritional factors: capsaicin, curcumin. They act via adrenergic beta-3 activation. These act by epigenetic modulation, increase in the mitochondrial biogenesis. So all this leads to change of the white adipocyte into the brown or beige adipocyte. So these increase fat activity. They induce a metabolic switch of existing white adipocytes, as well as they lead to new beige adipocyte formation. However, I should mention here that most of these studies have been done in animals only, and how much of this is going to affect or is going to be beneficial in the activation of bad brown adipose tissue in humans, that's still not clear. Now, coming to the pharmacological factors which may be effective in conversion of white to brown adipose tissue. Well, we have the serotonergic drugs, sibutramine, fenfluramine, fluoxetine. Most of these are now banned. They act via CNS and increase the adrenergic activity. Now, some drugs, rosiglitazone and pioglitazone, they have most of the studies have been done involving rosiglitazone. They activate the PPAR gamma, which again through this pathway it increases the brown adipocytes and tamoxifen. Now we see here that many of the drugs which you mentioned here are not available with us. Now, something which is available with us and which may be beneficial is the SGLT2 inhibitors. Now, SGLT2 inhibition has been shown to attenuate inflammation and insulin resistance. And it has been shown that the energy metabolism is shifted towards fat utilization and energy expenditure. Now, it has also been seen in animal studies that there is increased heat production and expression of uncoupling protein 1 in the brown fat and the white adipose tissue. Now, it decreases the M1 macrophage accumulation, while it induces the anti-inflammatory M2 phenotype of the macrophages in the white adipose tissue and liver. So these are all have been seen in the animal studies. And this figure here shows that this is the normal controls, high-fat diet. These are mice, high-fat diet plus low empagliflozin and high-fat diet plus high empagliflozin. And we see here that there is decrease in the abdominal fat. Various mechanisms by which SGLT2 can act as increase FGF21. As I mentioned, it's an important factor by decreasing glucose, insulin, fatty acid oxidation, increased thermogenesis, and increased beta oxidation. So all this may act by all these methods. So BAT as a potential therapeutic target may be possible because mitochondrial biogenesis, dynamics, quality control, these are pathways in the brown adipocyte may serve as potential targets. Now, the brown adipocyte lipid droplets targeting the molecular regulators which govern lipolysis may also serve as a potential target, or reprogramming of adipocytes such as white adipocytes to differentiate or transdifferentiate into the brown adipocytes. So all this may be potential therapeutic targets, but as of now, I don't think we are anywhere near them. Now, the other ways how it can act is by inhibiting brown or beige precursor senescence. We decrease the death of these cells, preserving brown and beige pool size, precursor pool size. Now, chronic beta-3 adrenergic agonist treatment. This attenuates high-fat diet, but we don't have any agents which are available for use in human. Behavioral interventions, yes, chronic cold exposure activates these fat, which promotes weight loss, but a chronic cold exposure is not physiologically feasible for human beings. Physical activity, high-intensity interval training has been shown to have beneficial effects, particularly when it is done in presence of cold exposure. Now, there is also very limited data on this. A calorie restriction. So all these behavior interventions have been found to be effective in very, very limited studies, mostly in animal studies. They have been seen that they may act as increasing the activity of brown adipose tissue. Now, coming to the point that is it practically feasible to increase brown adipose tissue? I don't know. Lifestyle interventions like calorie restriction, physical activity in cold environment. Yes, it is possible if done properly, and then but it needs a very dedicated patient or a dedicated individual, I would say. The dietary interventions, as I mentioned, the various parameters, various factors, the data is available only in animal studies. The dose of various nutritional factors to achieve this has not been defined in human studies so far. Pharmacological interventions, now centrally acting serotonergic drugs may have had a potential, but they have withdrawn. We don't have any drugs as of now. Beta-3 adrenergic drugs still in the experimental stage, not available for use in the human beings. Now, SGLT2 inhibitors, the newer drugs, blockbuster drugs, having a lot of beneficial effects in diabetes and cardiovascular disease, they also may be promising, but more human studies are needed in terms of their ability to have effect on the brown adipose tissue. So, summarizing, brown adipose tissue is a highly metabolically active tissue, maintains energy homeostasis, and has several beneficial metabolic effects. Now, it can be a potential target for management of metabolic diseases. But I must say here that the various lifestyle, various dietary, exercise, other interventions which are being targeted, which are being thought to have beneficial effect on brown adipose tissue, as such will have beneficial effect on the various metabolic parameters. So do we really need to identify brown adipose tissue or try to increase the brown adipose tissue? I don't know. That's an open question. Quantification of brown adipose tissue is again a challenge. It's not feasible in clinical practice. It may be possible only in centers, advanced research centers who have facilities like functional MRI or different forms of MRI. The various pharmacological and non-pharmacological interventions may increase the VAT, but feasibility needs to be evaluated in studies. Again, SGLT2 inhibitors, again, I would say, may show some promise out here. Now, whatever you do, if you cannot, if you want to follow, go to extreme measures, there is this water perfused cooling vest, which you can put on and decrease your body temperature in order to increase your brown adipose tissue. But whether it is feasible or how long you can do it, God only knows. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much from the Metabolic Research Group of the Department of Medicine.
Thank you, Dr. Naval. That was an awesome lecture. So to set the ball rolling, I have the first question. I think you yourself raised whether we should be doing it. What about GLP-1 receptor agonists? Do they cause browning of fat?
GLP-1 receptor agonists, there's very limited data, not much data is available in this regard. They lead to definitely significant degree of weight loss. They alter several metabolic parameters for in the beneficial way. But I could not come across any studies on human beings with respect to GLP-1 receptor agonists.
And Dr. Naval, we are using a drug, beta-3 adrenergic agonist. We're using mirabegron for overactive bladders. So that drug is already there. Yeah. So have you observed any weight loss in those patients on mirabegron?
No, I have not used that drug. So that drug is useful only in a selective population, but using that in patients for inducing brown adipose tissue, I don't think there is any trial in this regard. So I'm not sure about it.
And one more question that comes to my mind is there will be tachycardia and the resting heart rate will increase because we are stimulating the beta-3 adrenergic receptors. So will that not be counterproductive? You know, one way we are causing browning of fat, but we are also increasing cardiovascular risk by increasing the basal metabolic rate.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mentioned, that there are several of these interventions that we are targeting to increase the brown fat. But we have to also look at what other effects it's going to have on other body functions, cardiovascular effects. I mean, you said tachycardia, increasing blood pressure. So whether it is worthwhile to target the brown adipose tissue at the risk of increasing the problem in some other organ, that is something questionable. And I don't think that would be, I would go for it.
Do we have any more questions from our esteemed faculty? Anybody else? No. So if there aren't any, thank you, Dr. Naval. And thank you for finishing well ahead of time so that we had time for a question as well. Thank you so much. And I hand the mic to the organizer and to my dear friend
Thank you.
Shilpa to carry on the proceedings of the day.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Meena.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Naval Vikram, for that great talk. I would invite Dr. Lotika Purohit and Dr. Anjali Bhatt for chairing the next session. Dr. Anjali, Dr. Lotika.
Thank you, Shilpa.
Hello, Dr. Lotika.
Yeah, hi. So, thank you at the onset to Neeta and Sanjay for inviting me for this session. And we have a very interesting topic. Anjali, don't you think we have a very interesting topic on reversal of diabetes?
Absolutely. One of the most talked about topic today.
Yes, yes. And it's very interesting that we have Dr. Anjana to speak to us about very low calorie diet as well as low carb diet versus which one is better, or what would be the pros and cons of that. So Anjana, should we invite Anjana?
Sure. Dr. Anjana, are you there? Hello?
I'm here, Anjali.
Yeah.
Yeah. So good to see you,
Yes.
Anjana.
So nice to see all my
Yes.
favorite people on one screen.
Yes, Anjana, good to see you.
All women on the screen. There's
No,
Dr.
Sanjay is
Thanks
also
for
there.
joining, Dr. Sanjay.
That's just Sanjay Agarwal, sir.
Objection.
So should I go ahead and start, or
Yeah. So we will introduce Dr. Anjana. Of course, the CV is there for visualizing, but a dear friend, a clinician, a superb clinician, and a very avid researcher. Also, very dedicated daughter, wife, and mother is what I think is something that sets her apart, and a very, very dear friend. So with this, I introduce the Managing Director and Diabetologist of Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center and the Vice President of Madras Research Foundation in Chennai. So over to you, Anjana, for your talk.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. At the outset, I'd like to especially thank Neeta ma'am for giving me this opportunity. This is the new fad, the new trend in diabetes care, right? So let me just share my screen. Just 1 second. Yeah, can you see this? I'm making it full screen. Has this come? Can everyone see it?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
We can.
So I'm going to start by thanking Neeta ma'am, Sanjay Agarwal sir, the chairpersons, everyone. Like I said, all my favorite people at the same time on the same screen. I'm a happy person today. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about reversal of diabetes and the nutritional reversal. So whether very low calorie diet or low carb diet fares well in this scenario. So let me just try and get rid of that. Okay, right. So when you look at the natural history of diabetes, okay, we always talk about NGT, pre-diabetes, diabetes, and complications. And so far, we've always talked about getting A1Cs under control so that we can prevent the complication risk. But today, we're going to change focus a little bit and go the opposite direction, where we go from diabetes to pre-diabetes and all the way back to normal, the condition which we call remission. Now, there are lots of terms that people use. People talk about remission, they talk about cure, reversal, a whole lot of things. So what do these mean? So the recent consensus guideline that has come from ADA, and also just recently, there's a consensus of all kind of consortiums, which talk about using the term remission as the right term for this kind of reversal from diabetes to normal. And why that is so is because although the person is no longer active having disease, there is always a risk of going back to that state. And thus they borrowed this from oncology, I think, where the term remission is what needs to be used, and that's supposed to be the correct terminology. So there are many definitions for remission, but let's go with what the ADA says. They have three sections to this. So what they define as partial remission is defined as an A1C of less than 6.5 and or a fasting glucose of 100 to 125 for a period of 1 year without diabetes medications. Then when you go to complete, now this is going all the way to normal. So A1C less than 5.6, fasting glucose less than 100, again for 1 year with no diabetes medication. And what is prolonged remission? The same complete remission for a period of 5 years or longer. So these are the definitions of remission. There's one more terminology that we should look at, and that is mitigation. So what is that? That is euglycemia that may occur due to a low carbohydrate diet without weight loss, which does not meet some of the definitions of remission. So there's also one more term, which is mitigation. Right. So when we're talking about low carbohydrate versus low calorie, let's first find out what these are. Just to put this in context, the average Asian Indian diet has about 60 to 70% carbohydrate in its diet. So all of these are high carbohydrate, about 45%. When you say moderate, it's 26 to 44. And low carbohydrate is defined as less than 26% of carbohydrate coming from your diet. And very low carbohydrate is less than 10%. Really hard to do. Now, what is very low calorie diet? This is calories less than 800 calories. And again, to put it in context, the average Asian Indian woman eats about 2,100 calories, whereas the man is eating 2,200 calories. So again, putting that in context of what a very low calorie diet is. Now, what does the evidence say? Now, what I've done here is I've kind of tabulated all the evidence that we have, on all the low calorie as well as the low carb diets. And this is a very comprehensive but long list, but we're not going to go into this. What I'm going to do is going to take you through the story of how this evolved. And the first study that came was called the Counterpoint study. Now, this was a group that was based in UK and Roy Taylor's group. This is, they started off by taking 11 people. So most of them were male. These were obese type 2 diabetes, and put them on a 600 calorie liquid diet. So what they did, this is a replacement, a meal replacement. Only 600 calories was allowed in the whole day, and they had measurements at 1 week, 4 weeks, and 8 weeks. They looked at the basal glucose output, other than, of course, weight loss, BMI, and fat loss and all. They also looked at hepatic glucose output, hepatic and peripheral insulin sensitivity, and the beta cell function. Along with, they used magnetic resonance imaging to look at pancreatic and liver fat. And then they kind of matched this with 8 non-diabetic participants. So these were their results. So as you can see here, right in 1 week, so this is fasting plasma glucose. You can see just in 1 week, it normalized to the normal range. The red is the normal. It came all the way almost to normal range. Similarly, with A1C over time, it almost touched normal. So in this 8-week period, they were able to show remission of diabetes. Now, what happened inside the liver? Look at the fat percentage. So the red line is where the controls are. So this shows you that clearly it's going within 8-week period well below. The liver fat is kind of almost melted. So the insulin sensitivity index beautifully raises. And even in the pancreas, look at the fat level. It's reached the level of normal. And the first phase, the insulin secretion has picked up beautifully. So the one that's getting altered, and we'll talk about that a little later, is the first phase insulin secretion. And just to put this in context, this can be done by even 0.5 grams of fat that is seen in the pancreas. So what they showed here was that normalization of both beta cell function and hepatic insulin sensitivity in a type 2 diabetic patient was possible through energy restriction alone. So the thing is that, see, when we talk about this in context, remember we were talking about the type 2 diabetes coming only when there's 80% loss of the beta cell. It's irreversible, moves in one direction. So I think this is what they have countered by showing that it is possible to reverse. And this was particularly associated with weight loss and decrease of fat in the liver as well as the pancreas. So that was the counterpoint. Now, the same group went on to do the counterbalance. Now, what did they do? They showed that reversibility is possible. So they wanted to know in whom it's reversible. They took 2 groups of people, diabetes with duration less than 4 years and long duration more than 8 years. Again, small numbers, 29 people only. They did the same 600 calorie liquid replacement diet. I must add, there was also a big vegetable component that went into this, and plenty of water, at least 2 liters per day. And they started doing the assessments. So here the difference is that, so like I told you, there were 2 groups, those with diabetes less than 4 and more than 8 years. They did the 8-week, same as counterpoint, same thing they did. Then they did a 2-week isocaloric return to normal eating. Now they say return to normal eating. Now what does that mean? They made liquid into solid. But is it normal? No, it's not, because it's still 800 calories. So the calorie is still low. It's actually less than 600 calories. And then they go into a weight maintenance period again, where solid eating is allowed, but the calorie is still very low, still in that very low calorie thing. So this is the counterbalance protocol. Now, what happened to weight? So look at weight. This is for short duration versus long duration. Short duration is green and long duration is pink. They're about the same. Everybody lost weight. Mean weight loss is about 15 kilos in weight loss. Tremendous weight loss, equal among the groups. Now, let's look at what happened to glucose levels. Here, you'll see the huge difference between the groups. So short duration, less than 4 years, beautifully the sugars normalized and came to the normal. Now, in the long duration, more than 8 years, there were kind of 3 groups. The first group nicely came down, behaved like the short duration. So there are some people for whom it came down. Then there was the next group which came down but took time. Within 1 week, there was no response. Slowly over 8 weeks, it came down. And the last group is the flat group here. Whatever you do, it doesn't come down at all. The minute you let go of that liquid and it changes to solid, the sugars kind of don't come down at all. So here they concluded that in people with type 2 diabetes with more than 8 years, long duration, about 50% chance of achieving remission. So in short duration possible, long duration 50%. Now, let's look at another question that they were asking. What is the durability? So first they showed the feasibility, then they showed in whom, now they're looking at durability. For a 6-month period, is this sustainable? And these were the results. So shown here, so to read this, first let's look at C. This is weight. So this is the first period in time. So dramatic weight loss, first 8 weeks. That little shaded zone there is the 2 weeks where they shift from liquid to solid, and then is the maintenance. Look at the weight, whether it is 4 years, 8 years, whatever it is, weight loss was profound and stayed the entire period. Because remember that the calorie is still quite low throughout. But now let's look at glucose. Now here you have 2 groups, the responders and the non-responders. So the responders are the dark dotted lines. Clearly the sugar came down. This is A1C. Both are behaving similarly. It comes down and then stays down into remission. So these are the people who have managed the remission. But there is a group of non-responders who come down. But the minute you stop that liquid restriction, even if the calorie is low, it goes into solid, the sugar goes up and stays up. So the A1C has not come down at all. And these people were defined as non-responders. Now, just to look at, sorry about the busy slide, you needn't worry about it. I'll just tell you quickly what it is, just to show you the difference between the responders and the non-responders at 6 months. The responders, they had beautiful weight reduction. The BMI, the fat mass was lower in these people, even at baseline, came down beautifully. The insulin responded very well. The hepatic glucose output was lower. The visceral fat was lower and the subcutaneous fat was higher. Blood pressure was lower. So these people are a younger, kind of more new onset diabetes, newer compared to the non-responders who had all the ulta. So weight came down, but they had the fat mass which was higher, the visceral fat wouldn't come down so much, insulin didn't come down, hepatic glucose output wouldn't come down. So these are a group, right in that first few weeks, you can make out who is responding versus who is not. So here they showed, so counterbalance showed that remission was possible in 40%. Now, you need to take this into context. This is, first of all, it's 29 people, 29, 30 people. That's a very small group. This is done. This is not the general Janta type 2 diabetes that we're treating. They're a particularly targeted, motivated population in a clinical trial. And in that trial, we are saying that 40% are remitting. So there is a group of people who you can remit, and there are particular characteristics of those who respond, which I talked about before. And this is sustained. For someone who is remitting, it is possible to sustain for 6 months. So these are the first main studies. Then we move on to direct. Now, this is another UK-based studies. The number is slightly larger here. They almost did 300 people. Again, obese type 2 diabetic. And again, it was a formula diet around 800 calories. So what they showed here, similar to counterpoint counterbalance, 46% of the participants in the intervention group achieved remission. And this was sustained at 12 months in the sense that 24% of the participants were able to sustain. But the important point here is that it was linked to that 15 kg weight loss. So those who lost weight were able to continue the remission. They also showed here quality of life, as you would expect, improved dramatically when someone remitted from diabetes. So these are some of the figures that come from Direct. Now, just to show you what this means, the first panel A here is about those people who achieved that 15 kg weight loss. Among controls, almost very small percentage reached it. In intervention, in first year, 24% only reached that 15 kg loss. And by second year, a lot of them had come back, and that came down to 11%. Who reached remission? In the intervention group, 45% achieved remission. Year 2, it fell to 35%. So the last one is on how the remission happens with weight loss. So for those who lose less than 5 kilos in weight, remission very small, 5%. When it goes to up to 5 to 10 kg, 33-20, about 30% remission. When it goes to 15 kg, then you're talking about 50-60% remission. More than 15 kg, huge amounts of remission, which is sustained even in the second year. 86 became 70%. These are very fantastical figures that you're seeing. But again, this is a clinical trial. People are on liquid replacement. This is a targeted population. So the take-home points here was that for those with short duration diabetes, so that's the other thing, all these were short duration with a huge weight loss, they were able to sustain this remission even at 12 and 24 months. So those were all the Caucasian kind of studies. Now this is Anjali Bhatt's study, which was done right here in India. And she's able to study 12 people, again, obese type 2 diabetes. And here she did a low calorie, not a very low calorie, but 1,000 kilocalorie diet, which had about 46% carbohydrate. So again, here she saw in her group, about 50% of people were remitters or responders, and the other 50% was not responding. Now, what she showed was that everybody came down, the sugar came down, even in the non-responders, the sugar came down. Only thing, it did not meet the remission criteria. That's all. 50% of their participant had, in the non-diabetic range, they were able to stop their medication and were in clinical remission. The responders were younger, had shorter duration of diabetes, and needed less treatment at the beginning itself. There was also a significant reduction in the liver transaminases in the responders, whereas the non-responders, as we saw before, had higher levels of insulin resistance, less beta cell capacity, secretory capacity, and less insulin sensitivity even at baseline. So we've so long talked about all about the very low calorie diets, and all of these work on the twin cycle hypothesis. So I've been stressing so far that everything is related to weight and how does it work, the body fat. So a positive calorie balance, excess calories over time, you start accumulating liver fat. Now there's insulin resistance that's happening. There's also VLDL being shunted out. This then moves on to the pancreas. Pancreatic fat is accumulating, and once pancreatic fat accumulates, like I told you, even 0.5 grams of fat can prevent insulin release. So there's inflammation, there is overstimulation of ATP. So what happens is that when glucose comes from outside, the insulin release is dulled, and the first phase insulin response is lost. So this is the cycle that we're reversing. So when you lose weight, the fat in the liver goes away, fat in the pancreas goes away, and all of this can be reversed. The first phase insulin secretion thus picks up. So it's working on these hypotheses. Now let's move on to low carbohydrate diets. So now these diets are, again, these have been longer in existence than the low calorie diets. So right from Shashita Charaka and all of these people for diabetes, restricting ketogenic diets, they were doing it not just for diabetes, but putting a patient onto a low carb for epilepsy was very common in times gone by. So I have a meta-analysis here of the effect of the low carbohydrate diet on weight. And this is data from 14 RCTs. And of course, you do have a tremendous weight loss with the low carbohydrate diet, with also a decrease in fat mass when compared. So there are many ways this is being done. Low carbohydrate diet compared to normals, which is just traditional control of in the diabetes, the traditional treatment, or they've compared the low carbohydrate with the low fat, and they're able to show even more than the low fat, there is a reduction in the fat mass, which has durability up to 12 months or so. Now, what about diabetes? Again, this is systematic review and meta-analyses. Again, these are, first one is 9 studies, and here they've looked at, so 700-ish. So the numbers here are more, there are more studies here, which have shown there's a significant reduction in A1C with the LCD group. There's reduction in triglyceride, body weight, etc. And the difference between this and the previous one is that all of the euglycemia happens with less body weight reduction as compared to the very low calorie diet. There, everything is being driven by the body weight and the fat. Here, the euglycemia happens separately with or without loss in body weight and fat. Again, we have some RCTs here. Here, there was a short-term improvement in insulin sensitivity, glycemic control, lipid profile, once you decrease the carbohydrate intake. But this is the largest study that we have as of date. It's 1,350 patients, meta-analyses of all low-carbohydrate diets, and they say that a higher rate of remission is achieved. So it's very similar, 40-50% from low-carbohydrate diets. There's improvement in weight and loss, that is, and insulin sensitivity and triglyceride, and there's data up to 12 months or so. So this is quite similar, the only difference between the two being the weight loss. Now, here is a study that has compared head-to-head on whether the low-calorie diet or the low-carbohydrate diet is doing better. 84 individuals were studied here. They're all obese, type 2 diabetes, all young onset of diabetes. And what they did is, so the ketogenic diet, that is the low-carb one, and the low glycemic is the low-calorie. They gave only less than 500 calories they have given for 24 weeks. And these are the results. So the low calorie one, so I keep getting confused. The GID is the calorie, right? So the first one is the low calorie one, and this is the low carb. The second panel is the low carb. So what they show here is that the A1C came down. In fact, in this particular study, the low carb diet performed better than the low calorie diet. It brought down A1C, brought down fasting glucose, insulin, BMI, even body weight. Actually, they did better, which is in contradistinction to other studies which have shown that the low calorie diet has modest weight reduction. But in this particular study, they concluded that the low carb diet was actually better. So they said both work, okay, and both cause all of these good things to happen, with the low carb diet being more effective. However, in patients taking insulin, the effects, you have to be a little careful. So that's what they concluded. Now, what is this working on? This is working on the principle of low carbohydrate. There are two main things that happen when you do low carbohydrate. So first is that because of the lack of carbohydrate, your insulin, plasma insulin, hyperinsulinemia comes down, the glycogen storage goes up, gluconeogenesis happens. That's one thing. The second thing that will happen is that because there's lack of energy, lipolysis takes place and ketogenesis results. So this is the main thing by which the low carb is working. However, there have been potential safety concerns with the low carb diet, and there are many that are listed in this publication. Nutritional deficiencies. Now, what happens is when you kind of reduce carbohydrate, automatically you increase the fat or the protein. And there is a huge deficiency of fiber, which has been linked to excess mortality. There's also things on bone health, renal calculi, hypoglycemia. If in a diabetic, you don't stop all the medications, that can be a problem. Ketosis, which can manifest as vomiting, diarrhea, gastrointestinal reflux, nephrolithiasis, ketoacidosis. The high protein diet, one has to be careful. There has been some indications of impaired GFR in women with mild renal impairment. So one has to be cognizant of that. The hyperuricemia can cause gouty arthritis or nephrolithiasis. Inflammatory status, again, there seems to be, over time especially, an increase in the inflammatory response. And one little disturbing thing that I did see is that they have shown in mice that if you continue this low carbohydrate restriction for a prolonged period of time, the fat kind of reappears. Even if you're very good and you do everything, the fat kind of reappears. And this is something that has to yet be studied in human beings. Having said that, I think this table is even more important because the mental and emotional status of the person who's on a low carb diet is of extreme importance. Now, carbohydrate is very flavorful, gives you a lot of sense of satisfaction. So if you're not able to eat carb for a long period of calorie itself is that way. But carb has particular palatability difficulties, affects mood, social relationships. When you're on this diet and everybody is celebrating and you can't, and there are all kinds of things that go go along with this, so it's okay in a clinical trial, yes, whether it's possible or not, but when you're looking at long term in a person's life, one has to take all this into consideration. There are also other kind of ethical considerations, and most importantly, there are financial implications. Everything that I've talked about so far, we were exclusively talking about meal replacers. So this is going on to expensive products in the Indian market. All of these are quite expensive, may not be in the budget of the average diabetic Indian patient. So that is something, again, that we as physicians and nutritionists and people talking about reversal should be very cognizant about. And I think I would be very, very aware about the fact that a lot of these people who are pushing reversal have a financial kind of backing to them. And although I have shown you evidence to show that it's possible, there's a lot of things to take into account. So practice points would be that very low calorie diet and very low carb diet both have good effects. It's been shown that they can help you lose weight and help in remission of diabetes. They are safe if they are appropriately supported. That's very, very important. Shouldn't leave the patient as it is. Those with a low carb diet, normoglycemia is possible in the absence of weight loss. However, it is very important to note that this remission goes away, that the minute the carbohydrate restriction ceases. Very low calorie diets are driven by this 15 kg weight loss. Maintenance of this diet is a huge kind of important thing. And both work only in a targeted population. So who does it work for? Younger duration within 6 years with better glycemic control at baseline, less duration, I said, less medications. Males seem to be working better, good insulin secretion, less visceral fat, and importantly, good mental health. However, the effectiveness beyond 2 years is limited, and we don't have too much information in an ethnically diverse population, which brings us finally to our own Indian clusters. Look at the clusters, SID, IROD, SERD, MARD. Will it work for everyone? Obviously, it won't. Already in insulin deficient clusters, it's not going to work. However, there may be use in the other clusters which remain to be seen. So I'd like to conclude by saying that remission of diabetes nutritionally is possible. Both the effects of low calorie and low carb both work. I've told you the pros and cons. It must be discussed in a target group, given as an option, and for whoever it works, even if it's for a period of 2 years, it's going to give you long-term benefit. But one must have support from the doctor, dietitian, psychologist, and an entire team of people working to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anjana, for the fantastic presentation. Anjali, would you like to give your comments?
Absolutely excellent perspective, Anjana, and a very beautiful collection of evidences to present, to be presented in such a nice way. This is definitely a new thing for us. We are yet to know a lot of things about it. One thing we know surely is that it works. And we don't know how it works, we don't know in whom it works, and we don't know for how long it will work, and whether it will translate into prevention of complications at a later date is something that we have yet to see, because there are a lot of things that we see. The effect of weight on the hyperglycemia is different in different people. And the effect of hyperglycemia on complications is also different in different people. But for sure, I would say that even though the major figures say 50%, 60%, if we talk about usefulness, it is useful in 100% people. Whether we take it to a non-diabetic state as a definition of HbA1c below 6.5, and what is challenging is to maintain this low calorie period for a continuous of 8 weeks. And that is where the challenge comes. What I have seen is the duration of diabetes is more important than the severity of diabetes. Because I have seen newly diagnosed patients with HbA1c of more than 10 remitting better than people who have HbA1c of 8 but a duration of diabetes of 10 years. So I think this is a discussion that I had with Dr. Roy Taylor myself, that the level of hyperglycemia possibly is not as important as the duration of diabetes. But an excellent overview.
Those are brilliant points, Anjali, and things that this is still an evolving field. We don't know enough yet, but I think, and congrats on that study. That was most useful when I was reading it.
It is definitely exciting with the way we are failing in diabetes management.
No, it's useful in a particular, it's possible and it's useful. Now, who we give it for and how, we should not produce any harm. That's the only thing that we need to be cognizant of.
Yeah.
What about the use of this VLCD in pre-diabetic people who are obese? Has there been any work done on that, or what would be your point of view on that?
Yeah, so again, for pre-diabetes, this is something that works, I think, really well, because these are people who don't, so like Anjali was saying, the biggest thing is duration. So that is cut off completely here in those with pre-diabetes. So if you cut the calorie, and most of these pre-diabetes, if they have obesity related to this, and they usually do, then it works quite fantastically. It's easier, it's better, it's more durable. So I think if you target that and actually speaking, in the country, we have a larger pre-diabetic population than we have diabetes. So, you know, rather than chasing that, we can actually target the pre-diabetic population, work these on them, and prevent the progression into diabetes, which I think would be a fantastic thing to do.
Next step, yes.
Yeah.
I have a question. If nobody else has it.
Yes, Shilpa.
We have time. She finished in time.
Okay, so Dr. Anjana, you know that maintaining a low-calorie diet of even 1,000 calories over a prolonged period of time is very difficult. Whether it is pre-diabetes, diabetes, or management of weight, it's really challenging. What is the impact of exercise here? Say you increase your diet from 1,000 to say 1,300 calories, and you give a 300 calorie burnout with exercise. Does the impact remain same or it changes?
So when we're talking about weight loss, so again, it totally depends on the level of the person. Now, someone who is actively trained, a body that is muscular, trained, healthy, okay, the effect of exercise on the weight loss per se will be less. However, if you have somebody who's obese and sedentary, any degree of exercise that you say is going to be synergistic. Once you add the, you know, exercise to the diet, you will have a synergistic effect. However, generally itself, the exercise works much better in the maintenance phase. So like you say, if the calorie goes up a little bit, adding that exercise in the maintenance phase. So in the weight loss phase, I would not actually recommend too much of strength training and all that. I would go more, decrease the exercise, make it more aerobic in that phase, focus on the diet for the weight loss phase. But in the maintenance phase, doing a little bit of aerobic and adding the strength there does have effect in maintenance of the weight. So and what we generally see of people and behavior is that once someone who's doing this will also do that. That's the general, unless there is some other thing. But ma'am, I think beyond all this, the biggest challenge is palatability and maintenance of something like 800 to 1,000 calories. When Anjali is done, there was another study also in India, and they did only 1,500 calories. In our country, maintaining 800, 600, 500 and all, I don't know for that can be done.
It's not our country, it's globally, right? People
No, but if you're doing a structured program, what we in our
Ayushi got cut.
You can speak from here. Speak from here. Thankfully, we are together.
That's good.
Yeah. So what we have seen in our experience is that
Anita, a little louder.
We have been able to adhere, get patients to adhere to this because it's for a short period of time. Like it's for 8 weeks or 12 weeks. So if it's a structured program for a short period of time, we find that they do adhere to it. And if you look at Roy Taylor's data, 30% of people who were approached for this kind of a diet agreed to do the diet. So it's in actually it's in the physician's minds that our patients will not agree to do it. If you explain to them that it is for a reversal of diabetes, if 30% of people responded and came into the trial, it means that it is doable because it is short term.
No, that's absolutely true. There is a group of people. So that motivation, that agreement to say that, you know, yes, I will do it. In those people, definitely there is and it should be offered.
Right.
Anjana, I have a question. What about using SGLT2? Because you're going to push some glucose in the urine along with, so you get another 300 calorie loss. So can we use SGLT2 inhibitors along with the low calorie diet and then reach remission and stop the drug? Because by definition,
by definition, you should not be using any of the anti-diabetic drugs to say, even if you're using metformin, you can't use the term remission. That is the overall consensus. Using SGLT2 increases your risk of ketosis. And that is something that you should be aware of. So there is no recommendation right now for using. I understand the theory behind what you're saying makes sense, but unfortunately, I think the risk of ketosis is already high. And so one must consider that. I would consider, they specifically tell us to stop the SGLT2 when going on to the low-cal diets.
I guess this is a topic which can go on for the day,
Yeah.
but because we're short of time, I think,
Yeah,
can we wind up?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anjana.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you, Latika. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
For the last, thank you so much. And for the last session, I would invite Dr. Arvinda Jagdish and Dr. Vinod Mittal to chair the session and take the proceedings further. Are you there, Dr. Mittal?
Yeah, I'm there. I don't know whether Dr. Arvinda is there or not.
Yeah, I'm here.
So I can, yeah. So we can go ahead. If I can have the slide of, intro slide of Dr. Shekhar. Yeah. So first of all, good morning, everyone, and it's my proud privilege to be here to chair an important session by Dr. Shekhar. And I convey my thanks, to Dr. Sanjay Agarwal and Dr. Nita. Dr. Shekhar is a former director of Karnataka Institute of Endocrinology and Research, Bengaluru, former professor of medicine, and head of the Department of Endocrinology, Mysuru, and director consultant diabetologist, Apurva Diabetes Foundation. He's been member Governing Council, Mysuru Medical College, member of Governing Council for JSS Medical College, visiting faculty and areas of interest, epidemiology. So many, feathers in his cap. And so I would straight away request him to please start his talk on, yo-yo dieting, how to manage yo-yo dieters. Over to you, Dr. Shekhar.
Thank you, sir. Can I share my screen, please?
Yeah.
Okay, visible?
Your image is not visible. Your photo picture is not there.
I am a disappearing man. I don't know what happened.
Doesn't matter. It's okay.
Okay. Then we will go further because I was asked to put a background and I have disappeared in the background.
You may not put it. Yeah.
Okay. Now.
So you may discontinue the background, sir.
Yeah.
You may discontinue the background.
Okay. How do I do that? I cannot do it here. It's all right.
Okay.
It's okay. Let's go ahead with this. At the outset, I am very thankful to the Idec team for this opportunity to, share my feelings and understanding of this question for the day. But I'm sure the evidence medicine rather EBM pundits will be a tad bit disappointed with me because I do not have very strong evidence for this. And I'm sure the followers of pseudoscience on social media will be very angry with me. Please bear with me. No conflicts of interest from my side. We'll start here. You all know this picture, right? Once upon a time it happened. I cannot tell you the whole story. This is the story of Wright brothers, who did the first flight the world ever saw. But what happened to them in future or whatever in the next few days or things like that, we do not know much, but this tells us what happened to these Wright brothers when they did it wrong. So I'll be talking about the right and wrong of what is yo-yo diet today. As I was telling you, indeed, it's a jolly ride of scientific evidence, not very strong, and real world eminence, bicycle about the weight loss story, that is the yo-yo dieters or yo-yo dieting. So many things are there. Fad diets, let me upfront give you two concepts here. Fad diets, most plans that promise weight loss within the first week, 2 weeks, I'll assure them it is going to fail. Because even if there is weight loss, the diet itself is difficult to sustain. And my predecessors have fantastically spoken, and you know how Anjana was so emotional about what she wanted to present. And a better way to lose weight is to eat with your health in mind. So fat diets on one end and then healthy eating on the other end would be the balance that we are looking at. How do we do that is the question that we'll see. Vicious diet cycle. You all know diet you start because you're worried, body shaming, so many funny things, psychological, health issues, etc. Start dieting, you decrease your calories, famine response, you lose weight and metabolic rate comes down. The whole story happens like this. It goes back. Once complacency kicks in, oh, I have lost weight, I'm doing well, I have to improve my taste buds, the repeat cycle occurs. Diet cycle is a vicious cycle. This is what we have to understand really. Now, the question asked would be, is it a villain or a scapegoat? As on 2021, August or September, we need to look at dieting, whether it is the villain of the century or it's a scapegoat of all possible scientific discourses and pseudoscience that has been thrown around in the social media. And research has generated so much of controversies over the years, at least for the last 2 decades. And this controversy has spilled over into the public domain. You know, the social media, especially as eating disorders and obesity. And we do not talk much about the so-called obesity, regaining your weight and becoming obese, a little bit more obese than what you were earlier. And eating disorders, because there is the conflict between your psyche and the soul. So the pressing problem, if you ask me, is not dieting itself, but the collision of modern food environment, beautifully brought by my predecessor speakers, with our immutable evolutionary heritage. You know, the thrifty gene, thrifty phenotypes, all those immutable evolutionary heritage that we have carried for thousands of years, that drive us to find and consume food when it is available. So today, 30, 40 years later, when food is so much available and at such less price, we are driven to eat. Dieting is more a scapegoat, if you ask me, than a villain because of these two components. And today, instead of saying going on a diet, it's more fashionable to say I'm eating healthy, even though they are not doing a healthy activity at all. But it's in our nature, human nature, that we need to find questions and find answer to these questions. It's not just finding answer to the questions that are in front of us. It is also to find questions. Researchers, for example, they find questions and they want to try to get answers for that. So it's in our nature. And you know the story, Maha Mantra of weight loss is decrease calories intake. Everybody has spoken. But this is very important. Food intake is a very important component of weight regain after weight loss. Simple concept. You have lost weight. How do you regain your weight that is lost? Food intake. Simple equation. 1 is equal to 1 is equal to 1, things like that. But unfortunately, in the modern societies, a chronically positive energy balance is the norm for many. Chronically, somebody was talking after the physical seminars and whatever, what do we do? You know the story, either lunch or dinner. And calorie restriction, how long has remained a point of contention? You've already said 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, intensive phase, maintenance phase. It has remained a point of contention in the realm of science. And as a result, so many diet regimes, food fads have become fashion of the day. I'm sorry to make a statement like this, don't mistake me. And one such is yo-yo dieting. Let's come to the yo-yo dieting component. You all know this yo-yo. I was fascinated 45, 50 years ago when I saw the first yo-yo. My uncle brought it from Singapore. I didn't know how to use it. Now everybody knows about it. And this is it, yo-yo. You know the story. Most of you have used it. At least the younger generation have known about it. But the issue is, yo-yo effect, yo-yo dieting was coined by Kelly D. Brownell, who is, of course, he's still there, psychologist and a public health scholar, not a fantastic researcher into diets and weight loss and metabolism, etc. like that. It came from him. Obviously, because it's the word yo-yo, he is obviously an American. Describes the pattern of losing weight, cyclical loss and regain of weight. Yo-yo, you lose, you gain. You lose, you gain. It goes on. And when it is done by diet, it is called yo-yo dieting. Otherwise, many features are there. It is called weight cycling. The generic term is weight cycling. You keep cycling your weight. Clean dress, put them, dirty dress. Clean dress, the story goes on. And who does this yo-yo diet are yo-yo dieters. Simple. Why not call it seesaw dieting? This is what I was talking about, because yo-yo dieting is about losing good amount of weight, regaining good amount of weight. 20 kgs, 15 kgs, and regain the 20, 25 kgs. And seesaw, if you have seen seesaw, you cannot go so high, you cannot go so low. So seesaw dieting also, I would request some of Dr. Anjali, Dr. Anjana to look at it and bring a concept of seesaw dieting in India. Why follow Americans? In simple terms, yo-yo dieting is this: the diet, the plateau, the fall off, and the relapse. It goes on, the cycle goes on. Diet, when they become very conscious of their weight, extreme crash diet, weight loss, metabolism slows down, they hit a plateau. Then, unable to lose anything more, they lose interest in that, they start eating, relapses. It's a very tasteless, very colorful, but very tasteless concept of yo-yo dieting. But when you put you into yo-yo, it becomes you. So it is you which is very important, the central figure in this cycle, the vicious cycle of diet or yo-yo dieting, simple concept. And bad effects of yo-yo dieting: muscle loss, weakness, demotivation. I have highlighted it. And there is a huge list, and when you Google it or when you have your scientific components with you, there are so much. But everybody has spoken about weight loss is not just about fat loss. It's also significant amount of muscle, bone, etc., etc. That is the very bad effect. And the whole thing, we'll talk about it a little bit later. But that brings to the concept of skinny fat person. A dieter who has been going on diet becomes a yo-yo dieter, becomes a skinny fat person. Their arms and legs are skinny or thinner, and they have their central portion in a bigger manner. This is the biggest problem that we are facing with so-called dieting and diet fats that has happened. And you know the story, muscle and fat lost, only fat mainly comes back, muscle doesn't come back unless, as Dr. Nambiar was talking about strength exercises, etc. Muscle is not brought, things happen. It's in a nutshell about bad effects, which is much more important than to look at why yo-yo dieting is done, etc. like that. But that brings me to the concept of it is better than nothing. Not doing anything, yo-yo dieting is better. Do you think we should accept it? Is an important question that we have to answer ourselves. And the strategy has negative connotations. What is that? Several controversial reports on the effect. True. I don't like you. I want to disprove you. It happens. Some weight cycling is linked to a net increase in weight gain and body fat, and some other scientific discourse says no adverse metabolic effects is seen. But mind you, it is not very strong. The scientific evidence is not strong either for weight gain or so-called abnormal metabolic effects. But the focus has been on short-term outcomes. All their focus is on short-term outcomes, not next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years of the person's life. Let's not call them as patients. Okay? So this is where we have to rechange our activities, and majority of the so-called concepts of these dieting, etc., have come from animal studies, and it is inconsistent. You all know the story. That brings me to certain thoughts which I have added on in the last 2 days about, are there non-medical concepts which can be put into our thinking process in the medical science and look at it. And 2 or 3 I have come across. The first one is summer matter cycle. Summer matter is nothing to do with summer and matter. It's a person. He was a Swiss nutritional physiologist. It's the physiological concept describing the complex relationship between physical activity and inactivity, complex relation, plus energy expenditure and conservation, eating, not eating, etc. like that. The concept explains why dieting fails in most cases that results in yo-yo effect, which he called it as preferential catch-up fat. They lose weight, muscle, fat, and some amount of bone and the rest, and they catch up with fat activity because of energy conservation. We'll come to it. What is this energy conservation? The second one is the restraint theory, which has been the earliest and the longest lasting theory in the framework of eating. The restrained eating framework, chronic dieting, and restrained eating. You eat less. Everybody keeps telling you, eat less carbohydrates, more fiber. You know the story. But this restraint theory is the most controversial one in our thing that has happened in the field of psychology because of emotional over-involvement with food. It's only this animal in the animal kingdom, none other animals, which eats white rice, red rice, green rice, that rice, etc., etc. That over-involvement. Ask a dog, it eats just what it gives. The last one is risk compensation or Peltzman effect. I'm sure many of you have come across this word, Peltzman, Sam Peltzman. He was an economist in the 70s, probably 74, 75. He wrote a paper on effects of safety belts in accidents and deaths. And he, it was shocking to the world at the time, 30, 40 years ago, stating that safety belts have paradoxically increased morbidity and mortality because of highway accidents. Why? That's called as risk compensation. People typically adjust their behavior in response to perceived level of risk. There is a higher risk, you adjust. Classic in COVID-19 times. When the risk comes down, everybody goes out and has gala time. When the risk increases, there are more number of COVID deaths and more admissions, they become careful. This is called risk compensation. It's already there. It's also used in economics. Certain features of yo-yo dieting, my feeling, there are so many certain features. Most individuals fail to maintain weight loss. Weight regain starts within first year. They are all been talking about first and second year. All my predecessors have been there. The weight regain starts with any of these diets, especially so in yo-yo dieting, within the first year. And pre-intervention, intervention or whatever you want to call it, weight regain will be occurred within 2 to 5 years, or they surpass it. The limiting or preferential avoiding of weight cycling in the first year of weight loss appears to be the crucial important component. So if you are confronted with how to help these people within first year and the next following second year, if we can take care of weight regain, we can do a great job for these people. A successful weight loss maintainer is defined as who voluntarily decreases more or equal to 10% of initial body weight and keep the lost weight for at least 1 year and above, is what is called as a successful weight loss maintainer. It's a definition for you. But why it does not occur is science that we have to discuss. The compensatory response to weight loss. What happens? What is the physiology? What is the neurophysiology, neurohumoral physiology behind this? I will not delve in deep. Profound deregulation of nutrients. When they crash their diet, there will be altered secretion of orexogenic and anti-orexogenic or anorexogenic hormones, disbalance, hypothalamic and other cerebral circuits lead to endocrine adaptations believed to drive hyperphagia. They cannot stop eating. That is the funny concept, not just in humans, also in animal experiments, more so nicely spoken in animal experiments. Altered level of circulating hormones that facilitated weight regain appears to persist for at least 1 year. Now, can you put them together? 1 year weight loss, within 1 year they regain. Why? There is this physiological response or abnormal physiological response, I cannot say pathological, of your so-called orexogenic and anorexogenic hormones in the body of the so-called yo-yo dieters, etc. 1 year it happens. What's the outcome? Weight cycling makes subsequent weight loss more difficult to regain, and it's more rapid. This is what we have to talk to our so-called our patients who are ready to do this. If you keep cycling your weight up and down, the future will be more difficult to lose weight and you start gaining weight rapidly. This is fantastic. An increased risk for all-cause CV mortalities, psychophysiology, and life dissatisfaction, binge eating. This is the concept. What's very important, let's put aside the psychology component there, but all-cause and CV mortality, increased risk, it has been shown. This is the unfortunate thing of yo-yo dieting or weight cycling. And this slide, I'm not going to talk in detail. Weight cycling, fluctuations in blood pressure, heart rate, fluctuation in GFR, weight gain, fluctuations in glucose and lipids, increased cardiac load, glomerular damage, etc., etc. Eventually, cardio-metabolic outcome worse for the patient. And last, yo-yo diet. It works for many of them who have lost weight and forgotten that they have regained some amount of weight. They think it works, but does it really work? The naysayers are also there in science. No adverse effects of weight cycling on body composition, resting metabolic rate, body fat distribution. I'm just giving naysayers. Please do your research component of this. And evidence for an adverse effect of weight cycling appears sparse, if exists at all. The only reason is the amount of scientific discourse and research available is at best sparse. So some tips how to go about it, how to help yo-yo dieters. Unfortunately, the most important person who can help the yo-yo dieter is the yo-yo dieter himself. This has to be driven home in a very strong manner. Aim for realistic weight. Physical activity will help to keep maintenance component, decrease the amount of calories. Don't eat when bored or nothing else. All these things go. But what's important is please have a good nutritionist help, not the best. Go through the Google, oh, this is the best nutritionist. Let me go to them. They are very busy and it will not help. This is my tips that I'm going to give. This is one thing, I'm sure Neeta may not like it. Precision nutrition, I just picked it up in the last minute. Yo-yo dieting, which we are talking, it's not good for it. And reverse dieting, which has already been there in our so-called practice, especially so in the bodybuilders and athletes. They want to lose weight, significant calorie restriction, they lose weight, and slowly they start increasing their calories, called as reverse dieting. Let's see. So people who really want to lose weight and the psychosomatic and psychosocial components make them yo-yo dieters, you can try reverse dieting. I'm just trying to tell you, you can try. Dr. Neeta and others may not agree. They may pounce on me on this. To summarize, weight loss is extremely challenging since eating patterns are difficult to change. We all have to agree. Weight loss is associated with adaptive physiological process already mentioned that leads to starvation response and hyperphagia eating. Negative energy balance stemming from severe calorie restriction, strong counter-regulatory stimuli kick in. We have to be very careful with this. Make widespread changes to food environment. One of the chairperson was saying it is so difficult to make a person change, but the environment to change is much more difficult. Refocus the concern on true source of obsessions with eating, weight and dieting. A food environment that is unhealthy as tobacco environment, you all remember, 50s it was very popular to smoke. You all know the story. And switching from an obesogenic to a healthier diet is necessary to lose weight. And the catch thing is, what is obesogenic versus healthy diet? I leave it to you for successful and sustainable weight loss. Conclude, yo-yo dieting is a consequence of interplay amongst various factors I've just mentioned. Over time, small changes make a big difference, resulting in sustainable weight loss. So one step at a time, baby steps at a time makes a better sense. And paradigm of fast versus slow weight loss still lacks solid experimental proof. I should accept this. Self-discipline remains vital. The rest, you all know the story. Thank you for this. Anything is possible when you have the right people there to support you. And I'm sure we should be the right people for the patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shekhar, for that enlightening talk. Before I ask a question, I hand over to my co-chairperson, Dr. Arvind.
Excellent talk, Dr. Shekhar sir. We always knew about the yo-yo toy and yo-yo anything also. So, but this one was a different topic. Like, sir, wanted to ask, like, in a clinical practice, do you suggest yo-yo dieting to any of your patients?
I have never suggested yo-yo diet.
So, because we know now so much of various types of dieting are there in the market. So people are getting confused by the social media and the various network they have got. So every day and night, every day, I'm sure people will come and ask you, sir, I'm doing this diet. I saw this diet. I'm doing this and all. I always tell them, you do a simple diabetic diet. There is nothing like diabetic diet. Simple individualized diet, which my dietitian tells you, just follow that. Don't do extremes of dieting, because ultimately after 6 months or 1 year you're going to stop and it will rebound. You will find a more gain of weight and all those things. That is what your talk, the presentation was like that, sir. So any opinion on this, sir?
Yeah, may I make a comment on this?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Yeah. I feel that yo-yo dieting is not a diet in itself. It's more a consequence of failed attempts at diet, and weight regain happens because of a variety of factors. So now that we recognize obesity as a chronic disease because of the hormonal imbalances that happen after weight loss has happened and the maintenance period is difficult, I think there could be a role for pharmacotherapy after weight loss has happened, in order to balance out the hormones, like for example the GLP-1, all the hunger hormones which start to go up and the satiety hormones which start to go in the wrong direction. So pharmacotherapy may be the answer once weight has been lost, and that would be the one to prevent yo-yo dieting, because weight maintenance may be better with pharmacotherapy because we know it is a disease.
Issue is, way back 2005, I remember I had given a talk on hypothalamo-enteroinsular axis. I urge and I request all of you to, do your homework. When we look at that, it is not pharmacotherapy that's going to really save the day for obese people, or the so-called disease component or low-grade inflammation, whatever you want to talk about in science. It is how you reset the hypothalamo-enteroinsular axis. Entero component, there are 8 hormones. Let's not talk about it. And all it requires to reset this is simple diet and exercise. So I still strongly believe in the so-called lifestyle modification vis-a-vis, or the non-dietary or non-pharmacological concept vis-a-vis pharmacological. And it is my personal opinion. I'm open to criticism. Pharmacology is not going to help obese people. Whatever the pharma-driven thing that has happened.
Even then, the pharmacology, we don't have much drug for the treatment of obesity, isn't it, sir? So apart from orlistat, there are no other major drugs available. Now we talk about GLP-1.
No, I know Dr. Arvinda spoke yesterday. I was also listening to him. So he's all, pepped up to say, no, drugs will help obese people. Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Shekhar, I also would like to ask one question.
Yes.
Before that, first of all, your picture is very clear now, at least during question and answer. So my question is that, we have so many diets, fancy diets, and everybody wants to lose weight. The moment you fail in your losing weight, there is some amount of depression also, these people have psychologically. And especially, if we see overall percentage wise, I think yo-yo dieting is the most commonly followed by everyone, because you do something, you get some, gain, lose weight. So results are there, and then you again gain, but it gives you depression. So what I want to know is, like, something is better, as you said, yo-yo dieting. How to counsel these people, because the most important, I think, is a psychological counseling, which they have to understand, because they get, it's a vicious cycle then. Losing weight, gaining weight, depression, eating more, and again, losing weight. So ultimately they fail over time.
See, Dr. Neeta has made it very clear. Yo-yo dieting is not a prescription or a so-called component in our armamentarium. It is the effect of people's, I cannot say misbehavior, people's probably abnormal behavior. But to answer your question, there are two things that I would like to tell. One is, if you remember, it came from a non-medical person. I don't remember offhand the name. Diet is what we eat, and nutrition is what we should eat. So I would urge all physicians and all the so-called people who want to help these people to talk about nutrition and not diet. Yeah. I don't know how Neeta and Anjali will look at it. The second component is, once there is a food environment, it is impossible for you and me also to stop eating. So simply, KISS principle, keep it simple. The last S is for stupid, either for the doctor or for the patient. Keep it simple. I continue to say the same mantra to these people: when to eat, what to eat, how much to eat. 20 times they come to me, 20 times I tell them when to eat, what to eat, how much to eat. That is good enough. I will not confuse them. See, this is my personal opinion. Please give some respect to my white beard and no hair on my head. Let's simplify the whole thing and let's put nutrition in front of the diet. That's my opinion.
Definitely. Great.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Along with the yo-yo efforts of the patient, it is also yo-yo support from the doctor, which needs to be settled. And I think the time is up, so shall we move to the next
Sanjay,
session?
is there anything Dr. Sanjay wants to ask Dr. Shekhar?
No, I think it was a brilliant lecture. I think we enjoyed listening to it. Thank you, Dr. Shekhar. As always, you've been brilliant in your talk.
Absolutely brilliant talk, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr.
Bye. Bye for this opportunity. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Now we can move on to the next session. Dr. Neeta to take over.
Neeta, you want to do it or should
No, please carry on.
Okay. So we have finished the first half of the nodal update, that is the lecture series. Now going on to something very, very interesting, that is the fact check symposium, which speaks about the dietary trends. I think all of us, when we see our patients, and every couple of months or maybe every couple of days, there is a new dietary trend which everybody speaks about. When patients come, they are speaking about whether they should give up dairy, whether they should eat millets, whether they should go vegan. And to discuss this, there is a symposium today which is going to be talking about dietary trends. For it, I invite Ms. Salome Benjamin, Sheila Krishnaswamy ma'am, and Dharini Krishnan ma'am to chair the session. Dharini ma'am and Sheila ma'am, I can see you, Salome ma'am there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I take over the session, Shilpa. Thank you so much for introducing. And this fact symposium is definitely very interesting. And I also welcome my co-chair, Sheila Krishnaswamy and Dharini Krishnan. And the session today is a very, very important session and the current topics. So we have about 6 speakers for this session, and each one gets 7 minutes for their, it's like a rapid fire session for their session. And the first speaker for the session is Dr. Geeta Dharmati, and she will be speaking on vegan diet. Does it really help? To introduce my co-chair also, if the slides has come, I'll just take a chance to introduce this. Can I have Dr. Dharini Krishnan's slide? Yes, Dr. Dharini Krishnan, as we all know her, she's a stalwart in the field of diabetes, She was a past national president for Indian Dietetic Association and a registered dietitian board. She was a chairperson. She's also a consultant dietitian at Chennai, and she's very well known in media and TV, radio, and various other social media platforms. And today we have her, I have her as my co-chair, and definitely this session is going to be very interesting with all stalwarts of diabetes and the Indian Dietetic Association stalwarts with us. Can I introduce Sheila Swami also? Sheila Krishna Swami. Can I have her slides? Yes. I'm very proud and very happy to introduce. We are all colleagues and we have worked together for the betterment of the field of and fraternity of dietetics. So Ms. Sheila Krishnaswamy also was a past president of Indian Dietetic Association. She's also a registered dietitian for 38 years in her clinical field, and also she is very well known in her wellness field, and she's trained in India and overseas. She's actively involved in national and international dietetic associations, and she's got so many credits and so many publications to her credit. She has her own YouTube channel, Nutrition Nectar, which gives nutrition knowledge to the mass media. Thank you, Sheila, for being with me. Now, can I have the first speaker, Dr. Geeta Dharmati, slides? It's okay. My slide don't want. So Dr. Geeta, of course, very close to my heart, and we work together on many forefronts of diabetes and other clinical disorders. She's a registered dietitian, clinical nutritionist, director and founder of Geeta NutriHeal. She's also chief nutrigenomic counselor, a gene support. She's also executive member of Indian Dietetic Association at present. Then she's a past chapter president for Pune IDA. Then she's an excellent faculty for CCA. That's a course of integrated dietetics at SPPU. She's also a guest faculty at Symbiosis Institute. So she's also a teacher, visiting faculty. She's also jointly doing the bariatric course, and she's a coordinator for this online course with SVT College, Mumbai. And she's also an adjunct professor at other university like Tilak Maharashtra University and Nutrition Department, and also a PhD guide. So I welcome you, Geeta, to speak on a current topic of a vegan diet. Your time starts now.
Thank you so much. I'm absolutely humbled to have you three stalwarts as chairperson. So thank you so much. Without wasting time, because this is a very rapid fire session, and I would like to keep my message to the audience, because when Shilpa called and said that, will you be able to talk about vegan diets? Then the thought which came to me that in 7 minutes, I have to deliver the crisp and the thought process about what is vegan diet and what take back home message each one of us should have. Does it really help is what we are here to understand in the next 5-6 minutes. We all look at nutrition, as rightly said by the other speaker. End of the day, whatever diet we follow, I want nutrition. My job as a dietitian or nutritionist is to work on the best balanced nutrients of macro, micro, and lifestyle modification. So any diet it may be. So if I have to introduce vegan diet, I have to keep portions in mind. And in that vegan diet, I always look at what is vegan diet, if anybody wants to follow, will be a balanced. It definitely says more than 5 servings of fruits and vegetables. It says every meal will have a whole grain, a whole carb, an unprocessed carb. It also says a good lentil, peas, beans as a protein source, and some kind of a soy food or a calcium-rich food as tofu or soy milk, which is 2 to 3 serving. This calorie is almost 2200 to 2500 for a day if we are looking at that portions to contribute to that energy intake. Nuts and seeds almost 30 grams, and good fats almost 30% of the total fat allowance. So what does it mean? It means, yes, it gives me nutrition, it gives me macros and micros, but my worry is different. I have to look at positive and the negative point of what it gives me and what it doesn't. Because end of the day, if I am eliminating some food in my diet, I have to look what are the challenges in it. Because I know that my challenge will be more of phytates in the diet, which may affect my bioavailability. My challenge may be by absorption of these micronutrients of calcium, iron, and other areas of my food. My challenge may I be able to put up to the proteins and a good fatty acid profile. Will I be able to make up to my B12? And how will I look at my fats? So a typical vegetarian diet, vegan diet, if I look at it, looks like this. People would like to go gluten-free vegan diet where the wheat can be out, but somebody wants to follow a vegan diet, can be a simple way of looking whatever allowance. This is almost a 1600 calorie diet, which has a lot of lentils, fruits, grains, protein intake in every meal. So that's how it looks. But if I look at it, a lot of phytates, lot of fiber, lot of roughage. It may be balanced. So little more detailing in just a nutshell I would like to share, because how I look at vegan diet, it's absolutely my perspective of thinking about it, and I want to sensitize your mind also for the same. Today we talk about bioavailability of each nutrient which we eat, maybe a protein or a fat. A protein is mostly a pedicast or more of DIAS, which we look at, DIASS, which the current 2020 guidelines tells me. And a DIAS says 1 gram of protein should have this profile of essential amino acid, which you're seeing in the screen. I won't go into detail, but I would like to highlight, if you look at 1 gram of protein, it's leucine, it is lysine, it is phenyltyrosine and valine, which contributes to the major part of my 1 gram protein. And I get it from my food, pedicast 1 egg, grains and legumes, grains and vegetables, grain, nuts and seeds. I complement and get it. I know my limiting, I calculate my proteins. My non-veg has 20 grams of protein in one serving, that is 100 grams. But my lentils also 30 grams raw will give me 7 grams. But there are limiting amino acids which I have to keep in mind about lentils. And I need to now look at how can I complement. Friends, this is very important slide for us to learn and understand that if I look at the amino acid profile, I've highlighted leucine, lysine, isoleucine, valine, BCAA, and a lysine. And if you look at the profile, and if you can see on the screen, the lysine of one good quality protein and the lysine of a lentil is quite good, same. But compared to other things, there's not much to lose. It has equal amount of leucine, which is equal amount of valine. So overall, methionine and lysine, and especially the lysine is the protein or an amino acid contribution, which I'm looking at. If I have good amount of lentils, I may be able to make up to my bioavailability of my good proteins or amino acid pool, which I'm looking at. A very interesting paper by Professor Kurpat, who is our own scientist, which has talked about our Indian fatty acid profile needs a serious introspection. I would like to draw your attention to a vegetarian and non-vegetarian N6-N3 ratio. We are in an era of learning inflammation and lot of challenges with the micronutrient absorption. So if I look at it N6-N3, you will see that my profile of a vegetarian diet has a better N6-N3 ratio when compared to a non-vegetarian diet. Definitely this vegetarian diet has milk in it. It is not vegan, which is being studied. But apart from the component of milk, which may contribute to saturated, I have nothing to lose. Another few important areas of vegan is definitely a gut flora, SCFS, and good generation of prebiotic. I only have to worry about phytates, bioavailability of my nutrients, because quality of protein can be well taken care of. A lot of research has been done on vegan diets to talk about it as anti-inflammatory, low GI, good fiber, good immunonutrient, and lot of areas. It does work on my gut flora, and I know that when I'm talking about my own health, my gut has to do the job. And I'm sure all the clinicians and dietitians agree with me. Tomorrow's nutrition is all about gut nutrition. And to summarize the whole thing, if I want you to take back home message, vegan is a good diet because I'll be working very good on antioxidants, phytonutrients. My worry is micronutrients bioavailability. So I monitor, I look at B12, D3. I am a very good supporter of milk because I would like the patient or a person to take good milk because that's the best source of bioavailable calcium. But if anybody would like to go on a vegan diet, he has to think about calcium, which has to be supplemented or need to be worked as a bioavailable source, do his bone mass densitometry, work on it, understand whether he's able to absorb the calcium because there's no other way to learn about it. But all this iron, calcium, zinc, if I am able to work on with the bioavailability, my macronutrient profile can be very well adjusted. Looking forward, fatty acid profile, amino acid profile can be very, very well taken care with vegan diet, with the exception to micronutrients. Thank you so much. I think I made my point very clear in the given time to let each one of us learn about what is important to look in diet is nutrition. What is nutrition is the bioavailability, the gut flora, and what is important is the micronutrient absorption of iron, zinc, and calcium, which should be monitored if one is on vegan diet. Thank you so much for the organizers to give me this time and allowing me to put my thoughts across. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Geeta, for that excellent and crisp way to explain how does vegan diet help. And you have almost cleared all the myths and given the facts of vegan diet. So thank you so much. We will take the questions later. And may I invite the next speaker, Dr. Sudha Vasudevan. Yes, can I have her slide? Can I introduce her, please? Yes, Ms. Sudha Vasudevan, she is a researcher and of course I know her for many years and she's been working with Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center at Madras, and she's also got 20 over years of experience as a dietitian, as a lecturer, as a research nutritionist in India and abroad. Her current areas of nutrition research include role of dietary glycemic carbohydrate in health and disease and studies on wellness foods in the Indian food market. She addressed many public awareness programs in diabetes through media and community lectures both in India and Singapore. Sudha is a life member of IDA, Nutrition Society, Indian Diabetes Educator, and ex-member of Singapore Nutrition and Dietetic Association. Today, she's going to talk about the development and origin of health and disease. I'm sorry.
On millet.
Yes. Her topic today is, anyway, I hand over the session to her for her topic for 7 minutes. Your time starts, Dr. Sudha.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Chairperson. Good afternoon to all of you. And is my slides visible?
Yes, please.
My topic is the current big story about the millets. As it names millets, many people munch about millets and mill over, grind over. There's so much of extreme ends about spoken about millets. So I've chosen the topic pros and cons of the diet with perspective to the diabetes prevention, my talk. So with the rapid fire round, fasten your seat belt. I'll take you on a fast round to know the current evidence and the holistic way forward for millets. What are millets? A recap is a minor cereals like other cereal grains from a family Poaceae. There are two broad types of millets. Major millets are bajra and jowar. Bajra is pearl millet and sorghum. And the minor millets are ragi or finger millet, foxtail, proso, little, kodo, barnyard, and brown millet. Brown top millet is a new addition added to that. Like any other whole grain, millets also have as a whole grain, have a peripheral seed coat or a bran layer rich in fiber, micronutrients, and phytonutrients, and the starchy endosperm inner side, and the germ on the other end, which is again rich in protein, fat, and minerals. Now, the pros and cons today that we are talking about this millets today, millets certainly has a biggest plus point than any other cereal grain because they can be cultivated in a dryland crops. We are talking about planetary healthy diets, save Mother Earth, a greenhouse gas emission, and a climate friendly, eco-friendly because they don't guzzle so much of water to be cultivated like rice and wheat. In that sense, they are big plus. Hence, they strongly need to be promoted. So they are nutritiously give a tough fight to rice and wheat also, which you'll be seeing shortly. But the biggest constraint that we have with millet or disadvantages, like especially with the glycemic response, like it is lower in amylose compared to rice and wheat and lower in soluble fiber as cereal grain. Hence, there's likely glycemic response, which I'll be sharing with our evidence. And the previous speaker spoke about the phytate as anti-nutrient, again preventing the good minerals like iron, zinc, and calcium not getting absorbed is a worrisome aspect, not only with millets, by and large with all the cereal grains, like the vegan speaker spoke about. Now, let's talk about the plus points of the millets, the nutrition composition. As I have shown you, the top two rows with the white rice milled and the whole wheat, and while the bottom ones are all with the smaller millet based on the size. They are called small millets or minor millets. The red font denotes that millets are higher in these particular nutrients compared to the wheat and rice, like protein, proso, foxtail, little kodo, they have higher content of protein, and millets have a marginally lower carbohydrate direct measurement called available carbohydrate, and the dietary fiber also, they have a little higher than the white rice and the wheat, and similarly the minerals and the fat content. Now, the problem today with this, even with the food composition tables or published literature, we have no clue at all. People only talk about millets. The awareness about whether these millets are polished or unpolished is not being told at all. And people are not even aware that millets can also be polished like rice. So that is where we went on to do a market research in Chennai metro city with 100 stores across departments, where we found out 48 brands for these minor millets are available. And sorghum, pearl millet are the major millet, where they are available in an unpolished form. Whereas these minor millets, most of the brands are polished version. So you might wonder, how do we know that they are polished for a consumer perspective or for a nutritionist or a dietitian? So we draw the sample from the market and we simply examined it under the stereosome microscope. The bottom rows of images shows that they are stripped off from the peripheral bran seed coat layers and also the germ missing in all the minor millets in the bottom row of images. But how they should have been as unpolished, they should have looked like the top row of images, which shows the presence of germ and the seed coat, completely the smooth layer. They are not translucent. You can see the complete layer. But unfortunately, the packet, the food industry is the product. Packet has got tall claim about the pack saying that they are rich in fiber, minerals, unpolished, diabetic friendly. Diabetes is the first disease being victim to a food industry for any wellness food comes in. Chemical free, low glycemic index, poorly backed by science at all. So this made us that we must enter into a glycemic index testing for a glycemic response study. So our first study with the Indian Council of Medical Research, we did with ragi and nachni. The ragi, when it's consumed as a whole grain, made as a simple upma, showed such a high GI of 85, about 70 is a high GI. And even when it is made as a pressed as a whole grain flakes, again, it showed a high GI. But we know that millets definitely need to be brought down GI. There are plenty of functional ingredients and addition of protein, soluble fibers. With all that, we were able to bring, in the case of vermicelli upma, prepared indigenously developed with these functional ingredients plus protein, we were able to reduce the GI from a high to medium, but some more trials, we could have even achieved much further lower GI. And most of our traditional preparations coming from millets, as you can see on the right, the blue fonts alone, I want you to focus. When the millets are ground into flour or finer particle size as roti, bajra roti, or ragi mudde, ragi balls, or the jowar roti, all of them showed such a high GI, perhaps due to their lower amylose, lower soluble, or smaller size or unique starch nature. This definitely tells us that we need to really work on more R&D is needed, and the judicious combination with legumes are way forward for the products with the millets to be developed. And we have also tested the unpolished millets like foxtail and little millet, recently published last year in IGMR, where we have shown both foxtail and little millet had similar high glycemic index story. So these definitely tells you millets is the area for diabetes is still not ready to say, and people might think glycemic index is not a well-proven concept, but we tested it even with the 24-hour glycemic response study through continuous glucose monitor. The blue line stands for the ragi and the red stands for the white rice. We gave isocaloric, this is a whole ragi with higher fiber. Can you see the 24 hours, 5 days excursion of ragi, finger millet, is 73.6, and white rice, which is depleted of fiber, 78. Despite fiber-rich millet, it did not show any difference. This clearly brings out the merit that millets is an area that we need to not mull over, munch over, or mill over. We need to seriously focus and think about coming to the conclusion. They are eco-friendly. Definitely, we definitely need to promote millets, no doubt at all. But the gaps with regards to physiological functional properties need to be addressed is the highest need of the hour today. And nutrient database for millets are not comprehensive at all. For both polished and for the whole grain is much needed. And pulverization, grinding of millet should be avoided because it distorts the functionality of fiber. And finger millet with white rice, with the whole grain versus refined grain, shows similar glycemic responses. Unfortunately, the sad truth, definitely more R&D needed, not only for the product, even for the millet-based machinery and lower GA value added products are needed. Until then, vice way now to any millet to be recognized for consumption should go with a good amount of legumes to improve the glycemic response and to prevent diseases like diabetes and postprandial excursion. Thank you very much. But for my team, I would not have been here to explain this data. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sudha, for that clear insight on millets and removing all the myths, because nowadays it's a big hype of using millets for diabetic people, and it's been used also, and we have seen the IGI and even the GL, the glycemic load being increasing and HbA1c going up. So thank you so much for showing this insight on millets. Thank you. May I hand over? Yes.
Please introduce speakers only in a sentence.
Yeah.
No, I'm
okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
thank you,
over the
Salome. Yeah. Thank you, Salome. Thank you, organizers. Shilpa is a great friend. She's a vice president of IDA, and she is a wonderful dietitian. Over to you, Shilpa, for the wonderful talk you're going to give on gluten-free diets.
Thank you so much, Dharini ma'am. And okay. So I'm going to be speaking about gluten-free diets. What is the evidence of its benefits? And just giving a slight bit of historical perspective, gluten-free diets actually hit the center stage around 1990 and actually changed the food culture around, because we realized that gluten is very rampant in what we eat. And there was always interest with gluten-free diets as far as celiac disease were concerned. But there was also a resurgence of interest in other gluten-related disorder. Now, there is some evidence to suggest that gluten and other wheat proteins play an important role in triggering symptoms in individuals without CD. The grains that actually contain gluten seem to have potential of antigenicity, which is actually not related to gluten itself, but it is related to other proteins and additives which are present. Few scientists have suggested that alpha amylase and trypsin inhibitors in wheat are actually the strong activators of innate immune response in monocytes, macrophages, and dendritic cells. And therefore, large proportion of world's population started avoiding gluten containing grains for various different reasons, including sensitivity, intolerance, and allergic reaction. So this is where whole culture of gluten-free diet actually came into being. Now, like Sudha spoke about various millets, these are various gluten-containing grains. So they are wheat, barley, and rye rice, not as much available in India, but wheat and barley is the grains where there is gluten present, and it has there are two major proteins. There is glutenin and there is gliadin. Glutenin is the insoluble fraction and gliadin is the soluble fraction of the protein. So now, who are individuals who are following gluten-free diets? Of course, individuals with gluten disease, non-celiac gluten sensitivity, gluten ataxia, all of these are advised to follow gluten-free diet. And it is found that gluten consumption in Crohn's disease patient leads to T-cell mediated immune response, causing villus atrophy and many clinical symptoms. Now we come to the fad of gluten-free diet and weight loss. So typically, gluten-free diet, if you look traditionally, is given in case of celiac disease. And in fact, when celiac disease patients are put on a gluten-free diet, they start gaining weight. So because their symptoms improve, there is healing of intestinal lining, and they actually start gaining weight. But there is a lot of research again to show that there is no evidence of weight loss in normal individuals who follow a gluten-free diet when they do not have celiac disease. So there is no evidence at all to prove that gluten-free diets can cause weight loss. And there is a very good paper which is talking about navigating the gluten-free bloom, and where they are speaking about that even though there are multiple health claims for gluten-free diets, there is really no published experimental evidence supporting weight loss or any health benefit to the general population by avoiding gluten. And therefore, for weight loss, if individuals are avoiding gluten, it really does not actually work. Now, in diabetes, so in type 1 diabetes and celiac disease, it is found that gluten-free diets do work. The prevalence of celiac disease and other autoimmune disease are increasing in type 1 diabetes. The prevalence of celiac disease in type 1 diabetes is about 1 to 20%. Children in type 1 diabetes may not present with typical gastrointestinal celiac disease symptoms, but rather may show failure to grow and delay in puberty. And for this reason, patients with type 1 diabetes should be screened for celiac disease at the time of diabetes diagnosis. And also, if they are, then they should be offered gluten-free diet or wheat-free diet. In type 2 diabetes, again, there does not appear to be a link in type 2 diabetes, metabolic syndrome, and development of celiac disease. Now, the most important thing, whatever is the diet, the very important thing is the price point. And if you look at it, there is a significant difference in cost between and dietary fiber content between maybe a gluten-free flour and wheat-free flour, whole wheat flour. So if you look at a whole wheat flour for 5 kgs, the price changes, and when it becomes gluten-free, you know, look at it, 640 rupees for 5 kgs of gluten-free atta, and 5 kgs of a regular atta is just 220 rupees. So 3 times the cost. Even cookies, and we are not recommending that you eat cookies, but people tend to eat them. And if you're looking at a 200-gram pack of a gluten-free cookie, you'll find that the cost is much higher of 125 rupees as compared to regular biscuits, which are just for 35 rupees. So in conclusion, there is no evidence to show gluten-free diets aid in weight loss. Patients should be discouraged from following gluten-free diet without proper testing and ruling out celiac disease. For those diagnosed with celiac disease and concurrent type 1 diabetes, intensive management with the experienced dietitian is necessary if they have to go on a gluten-free diet. Thank you so much for a patient hearing, and I'll be happy to answer questions at the end. Thank you so much, Dharini ma'am.
Thank you, Shilpa, for that amazing presentation and done much before time. Amazing. Can I have the introduction slide of the next speaker, please? Shubda Bhanat. Yeah, so she's a diabetes educator. She's an executive member of DAY. She's a life member of IDA. Looking forward, Shubda, to your presentation. Over to you. And you're going to talk about dairy products and diabetes. Over to you, Shubda. Shubda, you can start.
Good afternoon to all. I would like to thank the entire organizing team, especially Shilpa Joshi ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this prestigious academic event. You will all agree that nutrition is an ever-changing, ever-evolving field. One day, a certain food is good for health, and the next day, not so much, and vice versa. One of the recent nutritional controversies surrounds dairy foods. Today, I will discuss about dairy products in diabetes, good or bad. Most of our patients normally are being advised to consume low-fat dairy and toned milk, and some of them do not consume dairy products at all. This could be because of intolerance to lactose. Also, conventionally, the saturated fat content of milk is generally believed to be a culprit and is supposed to have a negative impact on the heart health. Milk also has a bad reputation for being linked to PCOS, acne, etc. How far all of this is true, we will discuss today. We as nutritionists should remember that the nutrient composition of milk depends on how the cow has been raised and fed. For example, grass-fed, pasture-fed cows Milk contains more beneficial fatty acids and vitamins than dairy-raised cows, and the grass-fed cow's milk has been linked with reduction of disease risks. Many queries come to our mind when we are talking to our patients. For example, can milk cause type 1 diabetes? Aren't the fats in the milk unhealthy? Can one drink milk if they have type 2 diabetes? What type of milk should one consume? Isn't drinking cow milk unnatural because humans are the only adult population which drink milk? Let's first understand why even milk is important. Milk is a full package of nutrition, or we may say that it's wholesome nutrition because it has fats, proteins, carbohydrates, various minerals, and fat-soluble vitamins. But the debate whether it is bad or good is a long one. The recent data suggests that milk, cheese, and yogurt may be more beneficial and actually be linked to reduced risk of heart disease, stroke, hypertension, type 2 diabetes, metabolic syndrome, and even some cancers. But today, let's just focus on type 2 diabetes. Numerous cohort studies have shown that increased dairy consumption is inversely associated with type 2 diabetes risk. This narrative review evaluated the evidence of dairy products intake on type 2 risk factors and prevention of type 2. Results, as you can see on the slide, was that most of the meta-analysis and systematic reviews of the cohort studies point to a reduced risk of type 2 with dairy intake of 3 servings per day. This effect was mainly attributed to the low-fat dairy, particularly yogurt and cheese. However, there is no evidence that high-fat dairy intake poses any harm. This randomized control study was published in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition last year. The objective was to evaluate the impact of higher consumption of high fat compared with low fat dairy on A1C, body weight, cardiovascular disease risk factors like blood pressure, lipids, etc. in patients with type 2 diabetes. 111 subjects with type 2 diabetes were enrolled who consumed less than 3 servings of dairy per day and were randomly assigned into 3 groups. The control group maintained baseline dairy intake. The low-fat group incorporated more than 3 servings per day of low-fat dairy, and the high-fat group incorporated more than 3 servings per day of high-fat dairy. As you see on the slide, the results were that there was no difference in the mean changes in A1C, body weight, BMI, body composition, or lipid parameters, or even blood pressure between the 3 groups at 24 weeks. Dairy-rich diet was linked to lower risks of diabetes and blood pressure in a large study. The PURE study, it was published in May 2020. The PURE study was the first to test people from 21 countries, including India. Dr. V. Mohan was also a co-author. It was an observational study, and it was found that eating at least 2 daily servings of dairy lowered risk of diabetes and high blood pressure and metabolic syndrome. This slide represents the many potential mechanisms through which milk products may play a role in reducing the risk of developing type 2 diabetes. They reduce risk factors like hypertension, metabolic syndrome, which definitely helps in reducing type 2 diabetes. Long-term intervention studies indicate that higher dairy intake may help improve insulin sensitivity. The calcium, magnesium, as well as vitamin D may reduce the risk of type 2 diabetes through their role in modulating insulin resistance and inflammation. Dairy products, we know, are very good for the gut microbiome, and we all know that the gut microbiome gut microbiome reduces inflammation and hence reduces the risk of type 2 diabetes. Whey protein may promote insulin sensitivity, improve glucose tolerance. High circulating levels of trans-palmitoylenic acid, a fatty acid which is naturally found in the dairy, reduces the risk of type 2 diabetes, maybe nearly up to 60%. The odd-chain fatty acids found in the dairy were actually associated with the risk prevention of heart disease and diabetes. I repeat, the odd chain, not the even chain fatty acids. Higher consumption of milk products is associated with the reduced risk of developing type 2 diabetes, and the emerging evidence suggests that higher fat milk produces products, especially are protective even in those who have pre-diabetes. So not only type 2 diabetes and risk factors of type 2 diabetes reduction is there, but also in pre-diabetes. And yogurt and cheese in particular appear to be protective against type 2 diabetes. So there are some studies which are talking about yogurt, cheese, and whole milk. For yogurt, 17% risk reduction in one study, 15% risk reduction in another. And definitely we know that yogurt has probiotics, and it improves insulin sensitivity, reduces inflammation. Cheese has a low GI and it is high in protein, and henceforth it reduces blood sugar spikes. Whole milk, the whey protein we have already spoken about, and it has bioactive peptides, which also helps control blood pressure, which is a risk factor for type 2 diabetes. Now, we all say that for most of the things, moderation is key in nutrition, and same goes for dairy, and excess of anything is detrimental to health. So we have to also take in account that milk has carbohydrates. So whenever we are planning a diet for a person with diabetes, we have to make sure that we count the carbohydrates in the milk, and we limit the servings to not more than 2 or 3 per day, and definitely be mindful of calories of the fat which is coming from the milk. So it's not about the fat, but it's also about the calories which is coming from the milk. But definitely milk is not at all harmful. We can go up to 2 to 3 servings for the individual. So please let your patients enjoy milk, and you too enjoy milk every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shubda, for that. And over to Sheila to take over the session and introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Dharani. And thank you very much to Shilpa Joshi, Neeta Deshpande, and the other organizing committee members for giving me this opportunity. Welcome to Dr. Seema Gulati. She is the head Nutrition Research Group, Center for Nutrition and Metabolic Research, and National Diabetes, Obesity and Cholesterol Foundation. She is also the Chief Project Officer for Diabetes Foundation India. Over to you, Seema.
Thank you. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, Shilpa ma'am, for having me here in this very informative sessions.
Seema, can you please speak a little louder? Your voice is soft.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. I'll just share my slides. Are my slides visible now? Hello?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I'll be speaking on role of spices in diabetes. We know that type 2 diabetes is rapidly increasing in India due to multiple factors, and predominant among them are dietary and lifestyle transitions. We are consuming processed food and are becoming increasingly sedentary. And not only the prevalence is increasing in India, but we are getting the disease a decade earlier than Europeans. And not only we are getting this disease earlier, but the conversion from pre-diabetes to diabetes is also much higher. In a study conducted in South India, 26% of the subjects with normal glucose tolerance converted to pre-diabetes, and another 20% to diabetes.
Dr.
With an
Seema, can you speak a little louder? It's unclear, that's why. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just microphone. Is it better now?
Yes, it's a lot better.
Okay. Okay. So just a minute. So sorry about this. So the etiology of type 2 diabetes has been suggested to be glucotoxicity, lipotoxicity, and inflammation, which lead to insulin resistance and beta cell failure. So we have to target glucotoxicity, lipotoxicity, and inflammation. Because we know that diet is a main cornerstone of diabetes, so we need to identify food items which, if included as a part of healthy diet, can help in preventing the progression to diabetes. So spices are one such food articles. They are dried roots, stems, seeds of the plants that are usually grown in tropics. They are used to add flavor, aroma, color, and zest to the food. Now, spices have been suggested to possess anti-glycant, that is, they inhibit the formation of advanced glycation end products, antioxidant, that is, they nullify the effect of reactive oxygen species, anti-inflammatory capacity because of their high content of phenolic compounds. Spices have also been recognized to possess medicinal properties, and they have been used in traditional system of medicine. Role of spices in diabetes needs to be researched because there are very few randomized control trials, especially in India. So I'll be just picking up 4 spices, and mainly I'll be talking about cinnamon. So if we look at cinnamon, the major bioactive compound is cinnamaldehyde and A-type procyanidins, so which have hypoglycemic, hypolipidemic, antioxidant, and also potentiate insulin action. They upregulate the expression of GLUT4 and enhance the activity of insulin. Now, second is fenugreek. Again, it has certain bioactive compounds which are responsible for hypoglycemic, antioxidant, and anti-inflammatory effect, increase the secretion of insulin and utilization of glucose in the body. Ginger, again, we have B-type procyanidins, gingerol, shagol, and zerumbone. Again, they have hypoglycemic, anti-diabetic, anti-inflammatory effect. They improve insulin sensitivity, increase the glucose uptake, and protect pancreatic beta cells, and improve glucose intolerance. Turmeric, mainly, it has curcumin, which is anti-diabetic and improves the functions of beta cell. So, coming to cinnamon, we had conducted a double-blind randomized control trial along with Institute of Home Economics. Dr. Sonal Gupta was the lead investigator in this study. What we did, we gave, it was a randomized control trial. The eligible subjects, those who had the metabolic syndrome, were randomized to either the cinnamon arm or the control arm. We recruited about 116 subjects, and those who recruited to cinnamon arm were given 3 grams of cinnamon every day. Like we gave it in the form of capsules, and 2 capsules after every meal, after breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And those who were in the control arm, they were given wheat capsules. Placebo was of wheat flour that was roasted, and then cinnamon essence was added to it, so that the look of both the capsules was similar. So this intervention, along with other diet and lifestyle modification guidelines, was given for 4 months, and after 4 months the subjects were followed up again. And what we noticed at the end of the 4th month, there was improvement in the prevalence of metabolic syndrome in those who were following a cinnamon diet, who were taking cinnamon. What we noticed that there was a significant, this blue bar is for cinnamon group and red bar is for placebo. So there was a significant drop in blood pressure, systolic and diastolic both, and there was a significant drop in fasting blood glucose as compared to the placebo group. There was significant drop in triglyceride, and there was slight improvement in HDL levels and drop in waist circumference as well. Also, we noticed that those who were taking cinnamon capsule, there was a significant improvement in their postprandial glucose levels and in glycosylated hemoglobin. So possibly the mode of action is like inhibition of activity of enzymes that are involved in carbohydrate metabolism, that is alpha amylase and glucosidase, and decrease in production of glucose by the liver, and stimulation of insulin release and action, and lowering of cholesterol by beneficial action on enzymes. So there is one more study on fenugreek that I could found. I mean, it was the trial was conducted in 2001 by Gupta, and it was a randomized control trial where fenugreek, 1 gram of fenugreek was given along with the glucose drink, and then the blood assessments were done at baseline, 30 minutes, 60 minutes, 90 minutes, and 120 minutes. And it was found that those who were taking fenugreek along with the glucose drink, their area under curve for blood glucose was much lower than those who were not taking. And similarly, the area under curve for insulin was also much lower in subjects who were taking fenugreek and then those who were not taking. So adjunct use of fenugreek seeds improved glycemic control and decreased insulin resistance in mild type 2 diabetes patients. And during the course of the trial, there was no side effect, no adverse effect was seen. So how these spices, what is the mechanism of action? Basically, spices have phenolic compounds. So in the muscle, they increase the AMPK activity, and then it improves the glucose uptake. In the liver, again, the glycogenesis increases, and that balances the glucose levels. And in pancreas, they help in decreasing the inflammatory markers such as TNF-alpha, interleukin 6, or nuclear factor kappa, or reactive oxygen species. Then it helps in reducing the beta cell damage, improves insulin sensitivity, and improves muscle glucose uptake. In adipose tissues also, it improves AMPK activity and improves lipogenesis. And in small intestine, again, it decreases the glucose absorption. So this is how, these are the possible mechanism. Of course, we need detailed studies on the effect of specific bioactive compounds on the metabolism. So overall speaking, spices protect RBC integrity, and then they have cholesterol lowering effect, they have antioxidant effect, anti-inflammatory effect, and anti-cancer and anti-diabetic effect, and they are also digestive stimulant. But are all spices, spices all good? Of course, there are certain anti-nutrients which are present in spices, and if we take in excess or for prolonged period of time, it can lead to mouth sores or maybe hepatotoxicity, acidity, different, gastrointestinal discomfort. And it has been shown that too much of coumarin in cinnamon can lead to certain types of cancers also. And cinnamaldehyde can lead to allergic reactions, because spices can be irritants sometimes, and too much can lead to neurodevelopmental, neurobehavioral, and neuropathological side effects as well. And there is some interaction with drugs also. Although there are not many studies available, but one study shows that fenugreek can interact with warfarin and can increase bleeding. So this is the downside. And then what is the way forward? We need research on the metabolism of bioactive compound in spices to propose a recommendation on dietary intake, and what is the effective dosage and the dietary guidelines, because some study talk about extract, some studies talk about powdered form, some studies in capsule. So what is the effective dosage? Dose response studies are required. And then understanding the daily intake of spices and the bioavailability of their bioactive compound is a prerequisite to understand the mechanism of their pharmacological effect in the management of diabetes. Now, further investigation needs to be carried out to evaluate the anti-diabetic benefit of single phenolic compound present in the spices to clarify the exact mechanism, because when we are consuming spices, we are consuming as whole. We don't know what compound is acting. So if extracts are taken out, which extract will work in which direction, that needs to be researched. And of course, caution should be taken for the indiscriminate use of spices. We know people who are taking, fenugreek every day for many years, indiscriminately. And then, people are starting their day with the cumin water, and they keep on taking for several months. So caution should be taken. Spices should be taken as spices, and if we have a particular target, then it should be for a short period of time. So adding spice to our life may serve as delicious and sensible way to healthy body. Spices are rich in antioxidant compounds and have potential pharmacological effect in the management of diabetes, but of course indiscriminate use should be avoided, and more research is required on the effective dosage and bioactive compound in the spices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Seema, for that interesting talk on spices. Can we have the introduction slide for Cheryl Salas, please? Thank you. A warm welcome to Cheryl Salas. She's a registered dietitian, certified diabetes educator. She's an insulin pump specialist, certified sports nutritionist, certified onco-nutritionist, low FODMAP dietitian, naturopath, and also the founder and director of Nurture Health Solutions. Over to you, Cheryl.
I have to share my slides, yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that kind introduction. And at the outset, I'd like to thank the organizing team, Shilpa, Dr. Neeta, Dr. Anjali, and Dr. Agarwal for inviting me to speak on this very interesting topic, which is nuts and seeds and why is the trend catching on. Now, as we all know that if you look at Indian diets, and I think there is enough, sorry, my screen is, okay. So we know that the current Indian diets are very high in carbohydrates, especially refined grains such as polished rice and refined wheat, which account for more than 65 to 70% of total energy intake. However, there is enough evidence to show that Indian diets are deficient in MUFA, especially with only just around 7 to 8% of total energy compared to the recommended intake of 15 to 20%, and also low in omega-3 fats. And consumption of nuts, which is a rich source of MUFA, have been seen to be historically low in India. Now, if I've reviewed all the guidelines, the various guidelines, which is into diabetes, cardiac health, etc., and all the guidelines clearly state that we need to cut down the amount of saturated fat and replace with good polyunsaturated and MUFA fats. ISPAT guidelines also state that you can replace some unhealthy carbs with healthy PUFA as well as MUFA fats. And even the study by Sarah Sittleman is emphasizing the need to incorporate more plant-based diet with emphasis on nuts and seeds. Following a Mediterranean-based diet with nuts will definitely help to improve the cardiometabolic risk profile. Now, if you look at the nutritional value of nuts and seeds, if you see they are low in carbs, good protein, fat, healthy fats, the fiber, and it really works well, especially in the Indian population, which is consuming a lot of carbs, especially coming from the refined carbs, and the consumption of healthy fats is seen to be lesser. And as per the NIN, which is the National Institute of Nutrition, the recommended consumption for nuts is around 30 grams per day. It also helps to improve the protein quality when added to legumes and grains, especially when it is a vegetarian diet. Now, very important when we're talking about nuts and seeds is to consume it based on tolerance, especially in GERD, gastritis, IBD, and IBS. People having nut allergy should consume it with caution and see which nuts they're allergic to. And also very important is if you look at most of the study, it's done with raw unsalted nuts. They have a lower advanced glycation end products. However, some seeds may need to be roasted and powdered for better benefits. Now, if I've looked at all the nutritional profile of the various commonly consumed nuts, especially in India, whether you look at almonds, Brazil nuts, pistachios, walnuts, cashew nuts, and peanuts, they're a powerhouse of nutrients. They have bioactive compounds, very essential, good micronutrients, especially today in the COVID times. And we're talking about the importance of essential micronutrients in boosting immunity. These nuts become a very, very good food ingredient to actually incorporate in our daily diets. Again, when we're looking at the different kinds of seeds, whether it's your, homegrown seeds like pumpkin seeds, you have watermelon seeds, flax seeds, sesame seeds, chia seeds, garden cress seeds, and sunflower seeds. Again, very rich in their micronutrient profile, dietary fiber, as well as, it definitely helps to improve the cardiometabolic risk profile, as well as in certain conditions like PCOS, hypothyroidism, diabetes, lowering blood pressure levels. And there is enough evidence to show the benefits of nuts and seeds in our health. Now, when we look at all the different, health benefits that it has to offer, right from giving you healthy fats, they're low carbs, so very, very good, especially in diabetes. In type 1 diabetes, we use a lot of nuts and seeds, especially because they're low carb options and they work very well in between snacks when children are not taking insulin. They're low glycemic index, rich in micronutrients. Very important is they're cholesterol free. People who are vegan can consume nuts and seeds, and we often have them consuming nut or nut milk, which because they do not consume dairy, they're anti-inflammatory, they're gluten-free, high dietary fiber, they have a high ORAC score, so good antioxidant potential, polyphenols, and they're also energy dense. So therefore, they help in heart health, PCOS, immunity, blood pressure, diabetes, weight control, cancer, celiac, and gut health. And there's enough evidence to show its benefits in all these conditions. Now, even if you look at evidence from India, emerging from India, we have a lot of studies done with nuts, especially pistachios, that was done with by Dr. Anup Mishra and team, which showed that, incorporating pistachios in the diet has seen to have beneficial effects on the cardiometabolic risk profile of Asian Indians. Again, there's a study by Anup Mishra and Seema Gulati again, which talks about incorporation of almonds. And when you replace or when you incorporate 20% of the energy from almonds, it helps in improving the lipid parameters as well as the anthropometric and glycemic profiles of Indians. Again, there's a very interesting study done by Dr. V. Mohan and Sudha ma'am and group, which show that cashew nut consumption helps in improving your HDL cholesterol level as well as reduces systolic blood pressure levels. However, very important here is to ask our patients to have unsalted nuts, because most often when they hear nuts, they have a lot of salted nuts, and that will actually increase the amount of sodium consumption. Again, if you look at snacking in India, I think this is the basic concern. When we take dietary recalls, we see they're very unhealthy, very, very high in saturated fats and trans fats, as well as refined carbs. And the survey that we did with our patients when we were doing our study, we saw that the adolescents and young adults, 59.5% skipped meals and 69.2% snacked in between meals. 60% of Indians are consuming more than twice a day. They consume snacks, and 15% of them are seen to be super snackers who consume snacks 4 times a day. And I think today in the pandemic period, with children being at home, they're constantly consuming snacks, and even the adults, because they're bored and they sleep late, they're binging on Netflix, and the only thing that they have is snacks. And if you look at the cost effectiveness, because always people think that nuts and seeds are very expensive. And if you look at 15 grams of nuts or seeds, they give you around 600 calories. And if you look at the cost, groundnuts gives you around 2.50. It is for 2 rupees 50 paisa, almonds is 12 rupees. And if you look at it, it's pretty economical compared to the unhealthy snacks, because if you have a burger or a pizza, the cost is very high. And also it is very, very unhealthy in terms of refined carbs, bad fats, as well as the sodium content is also very high. Now, this is our study that we did, in young adults and adolescents in the age group of 16 to 25 years. And we used almonds as the, food ingredient as in an intervention trial. Well, in a population who are, in the adolescents and the young adults in the age group of 16 to 25 years with impaired glucose tolerance, by just incorporating, almonds as a snack, the study showed that it helped in improving insulin resistance, so it improved insulin sensitivity, the inflammatory markers, there were improvement in that, as well as it also helps to prevent the onset of diabetes much earlier on. So therefore, nuts become a very, very good food to incorporate in our daily diets. And it has got a unique composition, good micronutrient profile, low carbs, good amount of dietary fiber, protein, etc. And they are one of the healthiest snacking options based as food-based strategy to achieve better metabolic health in terms of improving insulin sensitivity, reduced inflammation, and lipid profile. However, though nuts and seeds have many health benefits, they are calorie dense and should be eaten in moderation. Thank you so much for your patient hearing.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. Your talk was crisp and crunchy, just like the nuts and seeds. I request all the speakers to please come on the panel. We'll take up questions. There are several questions that have already come in. So let me begin by asking the first question, which has come from a very senior dietitian, Madhu Sharma. Madhu, thank you for your question. This is on gluten-free diet. So I guess Shilpa will be answering this. Your take on gluten-free diet in thyroid patients. Many are being advised to avoid thyroid in hypothyroidism. Can you please take that?
Gluten and hypothyroidism. Again, if we actually look at the RCTs, randomized clinical trials, there aren't any. We know that we live in the era of personalized nutrition. And in one of the patients, if, removing gluten from the diet actually changes their weight or it betters them, then it should be done. But holistically, there is no data to show that avoiding gluten actually helps hypothyroid patients or get their numbers better.
Okay, thank you, Shilpa, for that short and crisp answer. There's another question. What about dairy-free in PCOS females as advised by many dietitians? Shubda, would you like to take that?
Not there.
Is she here?
Subhada, she's not there. She's not there.
Okay.
Okay, would anyone else like to answer since she's not here?
Can I take it?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I don't want to dominate the session. Hence, again, the same thing. If you look at the RCTs, there is no conclusive data that not having dairy is actually helping. But in real life, we see a lot of PCOS girls doing far better when dairy is minimized. And probably that can be because of the saturated fat present in the dairy. We do not know, but there isn't again anything conclusive to say that if you stop dairy or to restrict dairy in women with PCOS, they do far better.
Thank you, Shilpa. The next question is from Pooja Manoj. Her question is to Seema. Is cinnamon cassia hepatotoxic?
If it is taken in low dose, then certainly not. See, the study that we conducted, the intervention was given for 4 months and the dosage was 3 grams. But what I said, that indiscriminate use for a prolonged period of time, people think that cinnamon is healthy, they keep on taking for years or, for months together. So that can, there is a study on animals, like a rat study, which showed that there was some hepatotoxicity if the heavy dosage is taken. But of course, that was reversed within 120 days or so. But yes, we have to take caution with large doses, and for spices should not be taken in heavy dosage for a prolonged period of time. In normal dosage, definitely no hepatotoxicity.
Okay, Seema, please stay on because the next question is also for you. Madhu Sharma would like to know if there's any difference in outcomes by using cinnamon hand pounded versus the ground form using blender. Some studies have shown better effects with using cinnamon without exposing to heat from the blender.
Yes, definitely, because polyphenols, there is some loss of polyphenols when we are, using a hand blender. So what we advise normally to patients that, they can have an ice pack around the blender so that, the temperature is maintained. For this study, we had used a pulverizer, but it was a temperature control because it was in controlled conditions, we could maintain that. But normally, yes, if you are using for, everyday purpose, hand bound is definitely better. And if you're using a blender, try to control the temperature by some ice pack or something. Yeah.
Okay, one last question on the chat box is from Dr. Kishore Jumani. Again, for you, Seema, is salt also included in spices?
No, because the salt is a seasoning. It's a seasoning. It's not a spice. It's not a plant derivative. As I said, that is a stem, root, or a seed of a plant is a spice. So it's not a spice. It's a seasoning.
Thank you. There are no more questions in the chat box, but we still have about 13 minutes left. So if anyone would like to ask questions, maybe even the speakers would like to ask each other questions, you're most welcome to. I will hand over the mic to Dharani and Salome to take this forward.
I have this question for Seema Gulati. Can I ask?
Yes, please.
Hi. So I wanted to ask that since your paper came out on cinnamon, cinnamon has become a sort of a prescription in weight loss or diabetes management diet. And what happens is patients sometimes follow up, sometimes they fail to follow up. And they sort of keep following that same diet sheet, I think infinitely or whatever. They try to, and people are very interested not in the bigger part of diet, but when you tell them to have spices or you tell them to have nuts, that is something that they keep with them, even if they don't follow the other diet. So should there be sort of a guideline given to all the patients saying that, after 3 months, stop doing this because it's going to bother you, or what do you suggest?
100%. 100% we tell them, that First of all, we have to tell patient that there's no magic pill or there's no magic food item. People are generally looking for shortcut solutions. Okay, I'll have cinnamon, that's it. So we have to educate them that there is no such food item, whether nuts, as Cheryl said, or any other food item, that if you take that and you are all done. It has to be part of a healthy diet. It is the dietary pattern which is important, the overall diet that we are consuming, and also that the way you are taking medicines for a specific period of time, same way, because this is heavy dosage of spice. Normally in day-to-day life, we are not consuming 3 grams of cinnamon. So it's a heavy dosage. It has to be for a prescribed period of time. And after that, definitely we have to tell them that no, now you can include cinnamon in your diet, as in you can sprinkle it on your fruits, or maybe in your smoothie you can add a little bit, but not at this dose. We definitely have to give them these guidelines. And to our study patients, we had certainly, we were very particular about it.
Thank you. There is a question here: which type of millet should be taken? Timing or consumption? Timing of consumption.
Yeah.
Anybody there? Yeah, Dr. Sudha.
Yeah. Like any balanced diet, we talk about variety. Fortunately, we have variety of millets available. So it's definitely any bag of millets, but millets by and large should be properly accompanied with the appropriate amount of legumes. So that is a way forward until we find developed market products combined with lower GI millet-based products. So if it is a homemade, I think it's a good idea to have. There's no timing. Wherever millets are traditionally eaten as a meal in place of rice or wheat, those dishes should accompany. For example, in the CGM study, we tested the ragi balls with legumes. Though ragi balls showed very high GA, when we added chenna gravy along with that, it blunted the postprandial excursion brilliantly. So that is how one should combine to reduce a glycemic load of the meal by combining with that. So that's the way forward with millets.
Thank you, Dr. Sudha. There's one more question here. I think for seed cycling in PCOS, anyone can comment?
There is no evidence on seed cycling. We don't have evidence. However, incorporation of nuts and seeds does help in PCOS. And therefore, we do have to, we can recommend them to take it, but we do not have any evidence on seed cycling.
Thank you, Cheryl.
I'll just add on to Cheryl.
Yes, please.
The nuts are very well known for satiety promoter. So people think that, PCOS is very closely associated with obesity, and women make the person to shed weight. So if anything that improves satiety and make them reduce intake of food and energy, I think that way probably nuts, but really not shown like what Cheryl said. Studies are not being there yet.
Exactly.
And also it will cut down the carb consumption, because again, the same thing, with these young adolescent girls, we see a lot of unhealthy snacking, especially in the evening. So just replacing that with nuts and seeds, I think that would help.
Yeah, and I would like to contribute here, ma'am, because PCOS the nuts have very high amount of phytonutrients, and PCOS is a kind of inflammation where phytonutrient and bioactive components like lignin and all which are present in them helps you to work better on anti-inflammatory aspects and insulin resistance.
Absolutely.
So, yes. Thank you so much, Geeta and Cheryl.
Ma'am, one more thing, if I can add here, is
Cheryl.
that, flax seeds, I see a lot of people just sitting and eating flax seeds because they think it's good, so they actually take it in a box and they'll keep eating it. So again, we have to tell them that they're calorie dense, and flax seeds, the best way to consume is to lightly roast them, powder it, and then consume rather than having full, whole, so that it gives you better health benefits. That's what I want.
Thank you, Cheryl, for your inputs. Subhada is there?
No, I don't think so, ma'am. She's in our OPD.
Okay, there's a question on cow's milk intake relation with type 1 diabetes. Yes, Cheryl.
Yeah, so we've done a lot of review of literature, and there's nothing concrete to show. We don't have any evidence to show that cow's milk causes type 1 diabetes.
Yeah, it's still an hypothesis. Yes.
Cheryl, can I just ask something?
Yes.
What about alsi, which we see in Gujarat, and flax seeds? Are they the same? Is a big question.
Yes, ma'am, it's the same. It's called adusi in Gujarat.
Okay, but they are smaller, isn't it? It's just a different.
It's the same, ma'am. It's similar.
It's
Because I
the
saw in another, somebody had said it's different. So
no,
that's why
ma'am.
I'm asking.
It is the same. In fact, chia and sabja are different. A lot of people, they have sabja instead of chia. They think it's the same, but they are different.
I may just add on with flaxseed.
Yes.
See, the flaxseed, the fatty acid content is very, very volatile. So the Rajasthan claims the best content. So people need to think about it, how to store them and use them.
Yes, true.
Only as and when needed, it has to be taken. And people store it in dark bottles. It's photosensitive. It's very, very unstable long chain fatty acid. So that has to be kept in mind.
We tell them to usually store it in a container in the fridge and then consume it. That's what.
Within a week.
Regarding milk, I have a comment to make because I was going through the vegan diets and I have a lot to talk about bioavailability of the calcium. Insulin growth factors are related to milk somewhere, and there are a lot of researchers now promoting milk as a support for insulin growth factors. And that is why quantitative approach towards milk is very important when you talk about insulin resistance, when you talk about weight management, because the saturated fat, the insulin growth factor, tries to work on your adipogenesis, and which invertly, I think, tries to worsen your sugar and weight management. I think that's another aspect of milk which we should be looking at to the research point.
I think, Geeta, that's a good point. I just want to add there is, if you look at, because we see a lot of patients from other countries and they're actually restricted to not more than 200 ml, because here people have a lot of milk. Sometimes even we've got people consuming 1 liter of milk in a day. And so that is something that we, when we are counseling, we need to take into account how much they're consuming.
Yes. Can I just, for a discussion, like when we roast seeds and nuts, it is also evident that the uric value goes down and the advanced glycogenase reduces. So in spite of that, Cheryl, you are telling the flax seeds to be
Ma'am, it's only, but very lightly.
Roasting, exactly.
Very
so that
light. That's what I mentioned.
Should be very clear. It should be just very lightly roasted, and even that will reduce the early rancidity of the seed.
Ma'am, and that's why I mentioned in my presentation, when it comes to nuts, it should be raw and salted. If you look at all the studies, whether it's Sudha ma'am, Seema Gulati's, as well as ours, we gave raw nuts. It was not roasted and it wasn't even soaked. It was just raw nuts that were given.
Yes, washed and just eaten.
Not even washed, ma'am. Raw nuts.
Nowadays we can't help it.
We don't. In fact, walnuts, in fact, they say if you soak, you lose out on the polyphenol. So that's why they do not advise even soaking.
Walnuts are shared, but almonds needs to be washed because we purchase it from a local market, and I don't think how.
In our study, we gave raw nuts. We did not wash it. We gave it as it is because they were nicely, put in pouches, and that's what.
And what is your take on soaking of almonds, which is very common up north? And people remove the fiber. They're wasting it.
Ma'am, it's a very good point. In fact, when we did the study, we did it with California Board of Almonds, and I think Seema can also add to this. And they very clearly said that you should not be soaking it. It has to be taken raw. So
that again, I think, is because of the polyphenol content.
Yes,
in almonds.
You lose the polyphenols.
Yes, you lose the polyphenols.
But there is one study from Pakistan. There is one study from Pakistan which shows consumption of soaked almonds, led to improvement in HDL levels. Because you are getting rid of the phytates and oxalates. That is also there. So it's like it's a area for research. We are working on it. So
I think that will be excellent.
Till then
there's a question. Sorry, you finished. Sorry, I thought you had finished.
Till then, the guideline is have them raw and have them, you can grind them. Mastication is very good. The more you chew nuts, the more beneficial effects you'll get, because the cell wall breaks and there is release of nutrients. So they have to be chewed properly. And as Cheryl said, unsalted and raw nuts are best.
But this definitely calls for research on this, because even we are clueless what to tell our patients. Because, we used to always say, like, Salome ma'am said, to soak and then consume. We used to always tell our patients to do that till we actually interacted with California Board of
Agreed.
Almonds and California walnuts, where they said no, you should be taking it raw and
But
salted.
if you look at the comparison of polyphenols and the benefits of soaking, which reduces phytates and improves the bioavailability of other micronutrients, I think soaking scores over the polyphenol
Okay,
content. So I
exactly.
think that is something
I
we
think
need to
this is
work
a
on.
good area
I
of
agree with
research for
Geeta.
sure.
Debating, I think. We should have a fantastic debate on
And
this.
we should
and
have
I
more
think we will
research in
listen.
this area, because
But
I think
Yeah,
that
there's
is
a-
the need.
Yeah, there's a question
data
here.
on the data
Yeah,
in
there's a
Predimed
question.
trial, the data
Yeah.
in Predimed trial, the part of Mediterranean diet, the nuts were unsoaked.
Yeah.
Yeah, they very
In all
clearly
studies,
mentioned
ma'am.
that the
Yeah, in fact,
studies
most
were
of the, I think most of the studies are
In all the
with
studies so
unsoaked.
far,
Yeah,
they are
they are
unsoaked. It is just
unsoaked
one
raw
study that I
almonds.
mentioned in
And
Pakistan.
top it up,
which showed
phytates are
improvement.
not easily water soluble to go away. Like we always rinse and wash our rice and things. They are not that easily removable with plain water wash. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
there's a
Sudha ma'am, I
question,
think
sorry.
you should look at doing a study on this.
We have last 2 minutes left. So
Okay, there's one question in the
No,
chat
there
box.
is a
Dharani is
question.
trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a question in the chat box. Dharani, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I've been trying to ask that. If you powder flaxseed, will it not break omega-3 bonds? Dr. Vijay Suritlikar is asking.
I don't think so. You have to lightly roast it. It's supposed to be lightly roasted and powdered.
Yeah.
And then consumed, because that will give you more health benefits, because that is why you're having it, consuming it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I
Shilpa,
guess
the
that's the
timer
last
says
question.
18 seconds.
Yeah,
If you
15
say
seconds.
one minute,
Shilpa,
we
over
can
to
have
you.
active
Okay,
discussion.
so
again.
last 18 seconds, any comments from
One
the
question, ma'am.
chairpersons?
One question, ma'am.
Yes.
What is the role of dairy in autoimmune or inflammatory diseases? Like, it is not advised or advised. What is your take?
Can I answer
Yes,
this?
please. Yes, please.
So from our cure study, we have published against the Western philosophy of dairy. See, the dairy that is produced in India, the milk is very different from the rest of the world. Okay, if you take an American milk, it's very different. So milk has got higher insulin index, they have reported, but we don't have data now. We are currently working with Anand, the Burgess Korean Center of Excellence, a new project. We are working on that. And we have shown even with the 3% fat milk, both fasting insulin, HOMO-IR, and type 2 diabetes risk all definitely inversely associated. So to us, even up to 400, 450 ml of milk per day has shown a positive, good effect, health benefit. So this is what is very critical. Even the same pure study with 21 countries, including India, showed this. So we seem to have a different story coming from milk that is made in India. So I think we have to wait till to find out our milk insulin and glycemic index. We are trying to see fiber fortified milk and curds. Fiber is something that is missing in milk. Probably that will still reduce the insulin index of milk is our hypothesis testing. We have just commenced the project. Hopefully, probably next year around, we should have more results to share with this group.
Quick question,
Thank
Sudha,
you.
was it full fat milk or skimmed milk?
I'm saying 3% milk is considered as a full
3%,
fat.
okay.
Full fat milk. 3% is full fat. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
Shilpa. Over to you.
Thank you, Shilpa, for
Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving the opportunity, Shilpa.
Thank you all.
Thank you,
very
Chairperson,
much,
Shilpa,
everybody. It
all my
was
colleagues.
indeed
Excellent.
a very enlightening session.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much
Thank
to all of
you.
you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Shilpa, and everyone for such a wonderful and interactive session. We'll have a 15 minutes break now and we'll restart the session at 2:30.
Anjali, we just need to remind everybody about the quiz. So there is
Yeah.
a quiz. Please take the quiz. It's open till today midnight at all the 8 stalls. And there are beautiful prizes with it. So don't miss it, guys. Please take the quiz and there'll be a different quiz tomorrow. So it's daily different quiz. So don't miss out on prizes. And these are the stalls where the quiz is there.
I'm audible, Anjali? Anjali, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. And I'll just share my screen and just see if you're able to see my slides. Are my slides visible to you?
Yes, sir. Nicely
Huh?
visible. Yeah, nicely visible.
Good. My audio is fine, or do you want me to use a headset?
No, it's absolutely fine.
All right, good. We'll start on time. So
Shall we start, sir?
yeah, right on time. We should
Right.
start.
So
Is
welcome
Dr. Isha
back.
there?
Yeah, is Dr. Isha here?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, Uncle. How good evening, Uncle. Good
Hi.
afternoon.
Yeah.
Hello, Isha.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
So welcome back, everyone, for the next session of special lecture series. We had a very wonderful nodal update with nutrition, exercise, and everything about the fat. A lot of nutritionists and doctors logging in since morning. We had more than 1,000 registrations on Friday first day. And we have yet another session on a very interesting special lecture series. And we have none other than the organizing chairman of the conference, Idec 2021, Dr. Sanjay Agrawal, to deliver this first lecture that's on pre-diabetes and macrovascular disease risk. I really don't think this audience needs any introduction of sir. Can we have Dr. Isha's slide also, please?
So I'll just make a correction. We didn't have 1,000 registered, we had 1,000 logins,
Sorry,
more than 1,000,
1,000.
1,500 logins.
Yes, 1,500 logins, people sitting and talking about the science was very thrilling. So can we have Sir's slide? Right. So we all know Sanjay sir, he doesn't need any introduction, but he's the director of the Agile Diabetes Clinic Diabetes Care and head of the department of Ruby Hall. Extremely intelligent, yet a very wonderful person. And over to you, sir, for your talk on pre-diabetes and macrovascular disease risk.
Thank you very much, Anjali. I think it's a pleasure to be on this platform. First of all, I would like to thank all the delegates who have been part of this meeting, as well as the faculty who have deliberated some excellent lectures since morning. I'm going to carry this baton forward, and I'm going to speak today on a topic which is very dear to my heart, something about pre-diabetes and cardiovascular diseases. Till date, I think there has been very little said about pre-diabetes because our focus of attention has always been on diabetes and advanced when people come with long-term diabetes and long-term diabetic complications. But I think the story should start much earlier when patients have pre-diabetes, because that's where you can do aggressive intervention. And I'm going to, in the next 20 minutes, talk about why pre-diabetes is important, and we need to start our aggressive intervention right there. We know that 80% of diabetic mortality really stems from cardiovascular or peripheral vascular diseases. Most of the hospitalization that occur in patients with diabetes are for cardiovascular reasons, and more than 50% of patients with newly diagnosed diabetes have coronary heart diseases. And if you look at this data from the Framingham Heart Study, and they've looked at the risk of cardiovascular disease in subjects with and without diabetes, then you do notice over here that cardiovascular disease events or strokes, claudications, cardiac failure, all of them are very high in terms of occurrences in patients with diabetes. And if you just put this together, this study by Selby, which figured about more than 1 lakh of patients in managed care enrolls, you do find here that only a small fraction of people, less than 10%, have diabetes alone. And if you look at the long-term patients who have diabetes, you realize that more than half the population will tend to have a conglomeration of hypertension, dyslipidemia, and diabetes together, which actually forms the nidus for development of cardiovascular risk and cardiovascular diseases. We are familiar with the metabolic abnormalities associated with type 2 diabetes. Patients do tend to be insulin resistant. They have high triglycerides, which are the basis for development of liver and pancreatic fat. And we've had a lot of discussion in the morning from excellent speakers about this. We do tend to have low HDL and an increase in small LDL particle concentrations. But I think the entire focus is more on the relationship of diabetes and obesity. Now, here I'm going to look at basically two models where you're looking at the precise phenotyping of prediabetes to help to improve the stratification of disease risk, and how basically just weight and the level of diabetes determines the risk for cardiovascular disease. And here I'm going to look at the prevalence of insulin resistance, insulin secretion, NFLD, and visceral obesity by weight. And if you look at the first upper diagram, let me get my pointer up. So if you look out here, we are looking at three models. One is normal weight with prediabetes, overweight with prediabetes, and obesity with prediabetes. And here looking at 4 parameters of care, where you're looking at NAFLD, visceral obesity, insulin secretory failure, and insulin resistance. For the same 4 parameters, just by the level of weight, you realize the increase exponentially of the cardiovascular risk, just the overlap that you see over here. And if you see the overlap in patients who are normal weight at 6%, the moment you're overweight, it becomes 24%. And if you're in the obese category, it increases to 53%. Now, if you look at from the glucose status, then you see you're looking at 3 sort of classes of people: impaired fasting glucose, impaired glucose tolerance, and a combination of IFG and IFT. And the same overlap, if you see over here, there is an exponential risk when you have a combined IFG and IGT to almost 64%. What you read over here is, of course, that while the intervention for obesity is important, it is also important that we not only look at fasting glucose as a point of aggression, but we have to look at a combined fasting and post-meal glucose values when it comes to reducing the overall cardiovascular risk. Now, in this entire maze of different risk factors for ultimately development of macrovascular complications, broadly, you do find that visceral adiposity, inflammation, hyperglycemia, hypertension, dyslipidemia, all sort of tend to make the entire conundrum for development of macrovascular risk and complications, which we are going to talk about in a short while. But if I have to summarize my earlier slide, you do see here that insulin resistance, hyperinsulinemia, and hyperglycemia become the basis for vascular dysfunction, more specifically endothelial dysfunction, which ultimately through multiple pathways of inflammation, gene expression leads to atherosclerosis and arterial stiffness, which then lead to increase in cardiovascular risk. We have been talking about a lot about inflammation and inflammatory markers, which are the pathways. And we do know that one of the pathways for type 2 diabetes is the inflammation pathway. And this sort of correlates very well with obesity, which also sees an increases in free fatty acids and ROS levels. And the two contribute more towards contribution of atherosclerotic changes and development of macrovascular complications. So there has been interventions which they've looked at in population which have got obesity and weight gain, and they compared it against patients who are lean and exercising. And if you can intervene by attacking the inflammatory pathway, then can you make a difference in development of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease? And you've seen here that there are studies which have looked at this, and they have found some benefits in this entire in this blocking of the pathway of inflammation. They've done it through multiple ways, whether it's through pharmacology or by nutrient restriction. And you find that there could be some takeout here for the future where we can research more and see, can these be the pathways for intervention? This is a very good slide that I always love to see. While we know that good control or tight glycemic control earlier on in the case of patients with diabetes does reduce long-term microvascular complications. But what is important to know is the whole cardiovascular risk profile that patients tend to have very earlier, which have an overlap for development of type 2 diabetes. So if you look at genetics, weight gain, dyslipidemia, hypertension, and these are all also sort of risk factors for development of prediabetes. And they have a very common soil hypothesis where cardiovascular risk and type 2 diabetes have very common risk factors. So you have to intervene earlier on, right in prediabetes, when it comes to, you can't do much about genes, but yes, weight gain, dyslipidemia, hypertension are all potential modifiable risk factors that we can intervene. And this should happen right at the stage of prediabetes and not when over diabetes tends to develop. This slide from Ralph DiFranzo is an excellent slide which looks at basically the hazard ratio where they've compared normal, impaired fasting glucose, and known diabetes. And you can see here that there is an exponential increase in the hazard for development of cardiovascular risk. And these are all manifest from the same cardiovascular risk factors, and that's dysglycemia, dyslipidemia, hypertension, obesity, physical inactivity, insulin resistant, coagulant state, endothelial dysfunction, and inflammation. And if you see these slides, the graphs, you find that the separation occurs much earlier. So the hazard actually starts right at the time of diagnosis of prediabetes itself, and it only broadens out as time elapses. So it is important that we start earlier our intervention. It's not only good to look at only fasting plasma glucose, but you also have to intervene for postprandial plasma glucose too. This study in the Epi-Norfolk study, and what is interesting is they compared both men and women, and they looked at all-cause mortality events and against coronary heart disease and cardiovascular disease events. Now, if you assume the fact that 5.7 is the normalcy, you do find that the risk for development of cardiovascular disease occurs much earlier, even within the normal range. So the cardiovascular risk actually never becomes zero. What is important is to identify the population of people who are going to be at future risk for development of cardiovascular disease. You could have potential people who are at a risk for diabetes. And if you can find out the potential intervention for cardiovascular risk factors, then you should not wait for somebody to develop a rise in their A1C values to think that should I intervene now? The entire process of intervention should start much earlier, even within the normal range of HbA1c values. This has also been supplemented by various other studies. So if you look at patients who are known diabetes at baseline, where they have an A1C, a fasting glucose concentration of more than 7 or less than 7 millimoles per liter, you find that there is a clear increased risk. But patients who have no known diabetes at the baseline, and here you're looking at less than 3.9 to 5.6, all the way up to more than 7, you find that even within the normal range, you have an exponential increase in the cardiovascular risk till the time that they tend to develop overt diabetes. This was another paper from Coutinho et al., and they looked at basically the glucose levels and the risk for cardiovascular events based on fasting and 2-hour post-meal glucose values. And again, you see here that the risk starts much earlier, even within the normal range of glucose values. And the separation occurs quite early when you're looking at the different risk factors that allows you to see that intervention should start early. This was the data from the Nurses' Health Study, and they looked at the risk of myocardial infarction or stroke according to dysglycemia studies. So if you look at the index of non-diabetic patients, which is 1, you see that the index almost becomes 2.5 times before the patient is diagnosed to have diabetes. And then, of course, after the diagnosis of diabetes and the presence of diabetes at baseline, the risk tends to multifold to almost 3 to 5 times. So the risk is never 0 at the time of diagnosis of prediabetes, and hence your intervention for cardiovascular risk should start much earlier at the time of diagnosis of prediabetes itself. Now, here's the definitions of prediabetes by various societies, and I'm just going to leave you to read to that. But what is important is that irrespective of whatever definition of prediabetes that you take, and this was basically the association of prediabetes and risk for all-cause mortality, composite cardiovascular disease, coronary heart disease, and stroke in the general population. And you find that all of them in this forest plot, you find that the risk increases with prediabetes. And similarly, the same risk, if you look at patients with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, again, the A1C values are plotted as per the prediabetes. You find the risk for all these endpoints, whether it's all-cause mortality, composite cardiovascular disease, coronary heart disease, or stroke, all increases in the prediabetes population. Now, here they looked at risk scores because you need to have some kind of an assessment for cardiovascular risk, and we more often than not fall back on various risk scores. So you've got the Q risk score, you've got the ACC, AHA risk scores, and the SCORE 3 risk scores. Now, irrespective of whichever risk scores that you follow, here you've got 3 populations of people: the normal, the prediabetes, and the undiagnosed diabetes population. So you find over here that adjusted or unadjusted hazard ratios do tend to increase in reference to normal in the prediabetes and the undiagnosed populations. And this is not really specific to any gender. The same group, only thing probably in the males, it occurs much earlier. In the female gender, it is a little delayed. And same thing, again, you see here in this paper, where they looked at composite of cardiovascular disease, coronary heart disease, stroke, and all-cause mortality. And irrespective of how you really determine prediabetes, the risk tends to increase in the prediabetic population. Now, what I'm going to talk about is the 5 alarming facts of cardiovascular disease in India. We tend to have premature atherosclerotic disease, 10 years earlier onset. Comorbidities like diabetes and hypertension strike at a younger age. Greater prevalence of left ventricular dysfunction at presentation. We have smaller arteries, and this will be evidenced by all the cardiologists who do interventions. And we have difficult PCI and complex CABG surgeries. And this is how majority of our patients tend to present in diabetes. So you have prevalence of almost about 14 to 21%, which present as coronary heart disease. In 19 to 26%, patients present with heart failure. In 16 to 29%, there's a peripheral arterial disease. 8 to 10% present with strokes. And then, of course, you have microvascular complications, retinopathy, neuropathy, and nephropathy, which occur in almost about 30 to 60% of our populations. So while prevention of microvascular complications are determined by A1C reduction, the prevention of cardiovascular disease is driven by multifactorial interventions more than A1C reduction itself. And this was well validated by the Accord Advance and the VADT study, where we said that it's important that we need to identify our patients with diabetes early because of legacy effect. So if we can sort of intervene early, we may have long-term benefits. And that's why lowering the A1C to less than 7% reduces the long-term risk of microvascular complications. But not only that, intensive glycemic control with all the other cardiovascular risk factors also reduces the ultimate cardiovascular risk that may happen in patients. We know that from this study that the microvascular complications in early studies have all been benefited by early aggressive control, but the long-term benefits are being proven in patients who have intervened early for diabetes control or blood glucose control. But the same is not true when it comes to macrovascular complications and mortality data. So whether aggressive only glycemic control results in reduction in macrovascular complications has not been really determined. What has been determined is that we need to have multiple risk interventions which benefit the cardiovascular risk in the long term. How do you identify high risk? So while we know the traditional risk factors, age, sex, family history, smoking, hypertension, and lipids, but there are other factors that we need to keep in mind: the duration of diabetes, low GFRs, metabolic syndrome and its components, severe hypoglycemias, NAFLD, NASH, and OSAs have now become important risk factors for cardiovascular disease. We've had a number of intervention trials, the cardiovascular outcome trials by various pharmaceutical agents, which have told us that while earlier we were looking at just cardiovascular safety, we are now looking at aggressively, can these agents in the long term benefit in terms of outcomes, primary or secondary outcomes, where MACE outcomes are concerned, heart failure, cardiovascular mortality, or all-cause mortalities. So the guidelines have now changed that after lifestyle modification, metformin, we need to look at the various comorbidities the patients may have or the patient phenotypes. So if the atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease predominant, we know that the choice of agent is GLP-1 analog followed by SGLT2 inhibitors. If heart failure or chronic kidney disease predominates, we would go more with SGLT2 inhibitors followed by GLP-1 analogs and other agents. If the patient is at a high risk for hypoglycemia, then we know that patients will be more stable with either DPP-4, GLP-1, SGLT2, or TZDs, and so forth. This was basically the most important study. We've had a number of intervention studies and the benefit that should we intervene one risk at a time or should we do multiple risk interventions? And we can see over here from these various studies that if the patient has single risk versus multiple risks, the risk for cardiovascular disease exponentially increases. So it's not just good enough that we should try and intervene with only one risk at a time. We should do multiple risk interventions, which have shown the benefit in terms of overall reduction in the cardiovascular disease. We've had the InterHeart study, we've had the Steno-2 study, which have all proven this various points. And I'm just showing you these various studies, which have shown that we need to intervene at multiple risk factor level and not just probably intervene at single factor levels. So I'm going to end up with my last slide, that how do we really interpret data today? So while patients with diabetes are at increased risk for coronary heart disease, how good is the data? There's no question, the data is very good. Are all patients with diabetes to be treated as coronary heart disease equivalents? That's questionable. We don't have any convincing data about it. Can we identify populations of patients which need more intensive care for aggressive intervention? Sure. Look at the age, the duration of diabetes, is the lifetime risk versus short-time risk. What is the total risk burden? And determine the coronary artery calcium scores. And what is important is, should all patients be screened for coronary artery disease because it should have benefit risk ratios. So you have to identify which are the population of people which would need an aggressive screening for coronary artery disease. And these are the very set of populations where prevention strategies need to be put into place. Thank you. And I think the last slide I would really like to put this as our take-home messages. The cardiovascular risk assessment in pre-diabetes is identifying hyperglycemia, obesity, encourage physical activity, aggressive control the dyslipidemia, manage the hypertension well, because we know that overall the clock starts ticking much earlier. And if we want to save lives and prevent coronary heart disease, we need to intervene much earlier than what we do in later parts of life. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Agrawal, for this talk. And now may I invite Dr. Anjali Bhatt for her talk on developmental origins of health and disease. Dr. Anjali Bhatt is a practicing consultant endocrinologist at Pune, and she's passionate about patient care, research, academics, and community-based activities. So over to you, Dr. Anjali.
Thank you, Dr. Shilpa, for the kind introduction. So I would start exactly from where Dr. Sanjay Agrawal sir has left, that if we want to prevent complications and if we want to save lives, we need to start very early, much earlier than what we are doing right now. The intervention needs to be done at a very earlier stage to prevent the complications, or I may say so, to prevent the disease itself. And for that, I am touching upon a topic which sounds very vague, but I have tried to specifically take only certain points to be put here and give a message. There's a lot that can be talked about this topic, but this is also not the topic that is very often or commonly spoken about. And the topic is developmental origins of metabolic diseases. Now, I would like to take you through 4 important points. One is, what is developmental origin of health and diseases, and what is fetal origin of health and diseases. Second is, what is development? What are the windows of opportunity during these developmental stages where we can peep in and intervene to change the future? So the current intervention should be able to change the outcome or the future of the disease and its complications. And then we will see whether it needs to be just blamed on the genes or we can do something about it. So before 2005, around 1990s, the concept of fetal origin of adult diseases was put forth by Dr. Bakar. Dr. Yagnik had a very good contribution to that. And there was a concept of saying that there are certain changes in the fetal timings that will have effect on how an adult behaves in terms of health and diseases. In 2005, this term was changed to developmental origin of health and diseases, and it was understood that it is not only during the in utero time or the fetal time, but also in the early age of a person's life, that certain changes, environmental factors or nutritional factors, can affect the way a person behaves in his health and diseases as an adult. So this was changed from fetal origins to developmental origins. Not only that, it also increased the window of opportunities to peep in and intervene. So what is developmental origin of health and disease? What does this concept supposed to mean to us? It is exposure to certain environmental influences during crucial times of development, which might have a significant consequences in individuals' short and long-term health. Now, why this topic may not be of a huge interest, or it may not be spoken with by a lot of people, is because we feel that these factors are non-modifiable. There are genetic changes or there are changes in the developmental times that have happened. Now you can't do anything about this, so I speak about it. But what I would try to highlight here, that these factors may not be non-modifiable, they may be modifiable, because if it was only genes that were getting transferred during the development, then the genes that are transferred from gorilla to us are 98% similar. And the genetic similarity between one human being to other human being, irrespective of
the gender of the person, irrespective of the geographical locality of the person, irrespective of the patient's ethnicity, the race. One human being is 99.9% similar in terms of genetic materials when it comes to the transfer of the genetic material from one human being to other human being. Then what does happen which makes us different than gorilla and one human being different from the other human being? Because the component of the transfer of the material from one generation to another generation includes genetics, which is mainly DNA, which are, as we saw, almost as good as gorillas. But what has changed is the exposure or the expression of the gene, which is determined by proteins which are surrounding these genes and are affecting the expression of the gene without changing its biological or structural nature. So the same gene which is present in gorilla or the same gene which is present in some other human being might have a different expression in other human being, and that is decided or influenced by epigenome. And epigenome is affected by a large number of factors, which when I spoke to Dr. Yagnik sir few days back about this topic, who introduced me to this term called as exposome, which is a collective term used for everything that a human being is, or any animal for that matter, is exposed to in a lifetime. So these are the factors which may be nutritional. We have been speaking about how they affect us since morning. It may be exercise, it may be environment, it may be temperature, it may be moisture, it may be mental factors, it may be socio-economical factors, it may be cultural factors, it may be beliefs, it may be religional. So all these factors included composed together and are called as exposomes, which might have a very strong effect on epigenome, which will finally have an effect on how a particular gene is expressed in your lifetime. Now, even though the genes, as we saw, take a long time to change or may change only slightly from one species to another species, the epigenetic changes are modifiable and reversible. So whatever happens in your genetic expression in your lifetime is modifiable. So the developmental exposomes can change, and as the exposome change, the genetics can also change, and genetics may not be straight away considered as a non-modifiable factors. I may risk here of sounding a bit too bold or too optimistic, but I think this will open up a huge window of opportunity for us not to look at the genetics as something which is absolutely non-reversible and non-modifiable. Now let's look at what is development and why it is changed from fetal to developmental origin of health and diseases. So we know the human development from utero to infancy, then early puberty, reproductive years, menopause, and then comes the aging. Now this, as is shown in this slide, is not linear. If we're talking about a developmental origin of health and diseases, we're talking practically about the future. We're talking practically about the future generations. And as we know from the cycle of life, these stages in one person's life may be linear, but if you look at the disease burden or the total humanity, these are cycles. Even though after reproductive years, an individual human being changes the path from the cycle, but we are definitely transferring this material as well as the exposomes to the next generation. And that is why it is important to understand that we are not only affecting the genetic and epigenetic material of a human being's life, but also of the next generation. And that opens up a window of opportunity at every stage that was depicted in the last slide, where we can peep in and look at the future or modify the future. And we are going to look at these topics from a very specific windows. And the most important window is pregnancy. I'm going to look at two models. I'm going to show you two models to just grab this concept and see how we intervention in one person's life can not only change that person's future, but also the next generation's future. So a simple a trial which showed that the birth weight of a child is directly related
to the risk of that child developing a heart disease before 65 years of age. And as the birth weight goes down, the risk of heart disease goes up. Now, this was a very old study and done in Western population. What was further revealed to us in Indian studies by Dr. Yagnik was that it's not only birth weight going down, but also birth weight going up that is directly related to what is going to be the risk of heart disease of this particular person when the person grows up. So bottom line is that the birth weight might be one parameter which might be looked at as a factor which might contribute to the risk of chronic disorders that a person might develop in future. Now, this was the birth weight model. Another is a hyperglycemia model. You can look at the correlation of level of hyperglycemia that is exposed during the pregnancy and prevalence of diabetes in the children when they grow up. Now, as the exposure to hyperglycemia in utero increases, the person's chances of development, the child's chances of development of diabetes in his future goes up. And that is why these are the two models that I'm saying. There are n number of other things that might be affected, that might be influencing, and each one can be a research in itself. Now, coming to the next point, that female fetus is something which is another one step ahead in terms of intervention, because as you can see, this slide shows that the outcome might be different if the hyperglycemia is mother's exposure or the hyperglycemia is exposed from the father's side. And that in, again, there are two different cohorts where the child is a man or a child is a male or a female child. Now, as you know, that a female fetus has all the reproductive cells that it will need in her lifetime when the child is born. So when we are talking about a female fetus, there are actually 3 and many more lives that we're talking about, because the child is going to be born with all the reproductive cells that need. So my risk of my profile of health and disease will be decided when I was born, and that would decide on the exposomes that my mother is exposed to, or maybe she is exposed to when she was in her mother's womb. So there are a number of opportunities that we have to change a person's life. So it is never too early and never too late in the developmental origin. It's not that we only need to take care during pregnancy, but pregnancy is a very important window of opportunity to change not only that person's life, but also the lives of everyone which is born to that person and later in life. So pregnancy is one of the very important window. Coming back to another windows, that in the pregnancy, we are going to take care of the mother, we are going to affect the fetus, and then we have, if we are not able to intervene at that point, we have another windows of opportunity. During infancy, we can intervene. We can intervene during early childhood. Yesterday, I was talking to Yagnik sir, who told me that he has results which are not yet published, but they say that the fat percentage of a 6-year-old girl decides whether that girl will be at a higher risk of developing gestational diabetes mellitus when she grows up and is in her reproductive years of life. Now, puberty is another important time where the reproductive cells and the resulting health and diseases can be affected. Prior to pregnancy, another window of opportunity where the maternal weight loss has been shown to improve the fetal outcome. Why only mothers and ladies? Even the paternal exercise and health weight loss has shown to improve the glucose metabolism in the child when he grows up. So there are a number of windows of opportunity. As I said, that hyperglycemia model tells us that the mothers with gestational diabetes mellitus, if they have a controlled weight gain during pregnancy, the risk of future type 2 diabetes in mother is reduced. Lactation is another window of opportunity where the modification in the exposomes can be done. So if we compare these 3 women who never had a child, had 3 children but never breastfed, and had 2 children and breastfed each one of them for 1 year, what do you think who has the highest risk of developing diabetes? Now, there is a study which shows that women who do not breastfeed are at a much higher risk of developing. These are women with GDM who do not breastfeed are at a much higher risk of developing future diabetes compared to women who have breastfed at least for 3 months. So the risk, there is also a study which said that pregnancy itself increases the risk of gestational diabetes mellitus in obese women. And this risk can be mitigated and brought down to the original level when the child is breastfed. So we have n number of windows of opportunity from infancy till the reproductive years of not only modifying a person's health and disease, but also the health and disease of future generations to come. So we have seen what is developmental origin of health and disease and how it has increased the windows of opportunity because we have not restricted it only to the in utero and fetal stages. The development is a continuum. It's never too early, never too late. Never think that this is a non-modifiable factor and never say that it's genes and we can't do anything. There are a number of opportunities during a lifetime to change a person's and the next generation's health and diseases. And if I may say so without sounding too optimistic, genetics should not be considered blindly as a non-modifiable factors because epigenetics can be changed by changing the exposome. With that, I would like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk on this topic. To Neeta Di, Sanjay sir, everyone. And I would like to stop the talk.
Dr. Isha, can you introduce the next talk and the speaker?
Next, we have is Miss Shilpa Joshi. She's a registered dietitian in Mumbai Diet and Health Center. She's National Vice President, Indian Dietitian Association and Honorary Secretary, All India Association for Advancing Research in Obesity. She is also the director at Mumbai Diet and Health Center. She's a practicing dietitian and a diabetes educator. Vice President from 2019 to 2021 at Indian Dietitian Association. She is also Honorable Secretary at All India Association of Advancing Research in Obesity. She is also a Master Trainer in Diabetes Conversation Maps. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bansal, for the kind words of introduction. And at the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Neeta Deshpande and Dr. Sanjay Agarwal to have given me this opportunity to speak on the topic on diet for complications of diabetes. So just to begin with, I would like to tell you that medical nutrition therapy is what is used for management of diabetes, whether it's type 1, type 2 or GDM. And one of the goals or a specific goal of management of use of MNT in management of diabetes is to prevent or delay progression of long-term complications of diabetes. Now, there are two kinds of complications. So when we begin with, the immediate complications like hypoglycemia, the MNT, what is recommended is if the blood glucose level is below 70 milligrams, it's very important to treat it with 15 grams of carbohydrate. And this carbohydrate has to be simple carbohydrate in nature and not sweets. That is something which has to be remembered. So it can be 3 glucose tablets or a fruit juice or a regular soft drinks, half a cup, nimbu sharbat or a hard-boiled candy or sugar or honey, which is 1 tablespoon. One has to wait for 15 minutes and again retest and repeat this process if the blood sugar does not rise enough. It's important, and the last line is actually very important. It's very important not to treat hypo with things like mithai and chocolates. Now, what are the guidelines for managing, for avoiding hypoglycemia? So it's very important to eat small meal with small snacks interspersed, spread intake of carbohydrate evenly through the day, avoid foods which contain a large amount of carbohydrate, avoid excessive intake of beverages containing caffeine, and limit or avoid alcoholic beverages and decrease the fat intake. Now, we know that dawn phenomena is a huge problem, and to prevent that, one has to prevent nocturnal hypoglycemia. So in that, a bedtime snack is recommended, and the bedtime snack should have a lente carbohydrate or a long release carbohydrate so that it can match the action of lente insulin which is given. For brittle type 1 diabetes or even in glycogen storage disease, what is used is raw cornstarch because raw cornstarch has high amount of amylose and therefore it keeps up the sugar throughout the night. The other complication which is very common is chronic kidney disease. And this is a complication which requires a lot of dietary modification. So it's important that eGFR is estimated, and these are various equations where you could estimate the eGFR. Now, once there is albuminuria present, it's very important, or rather beneficial, to have reduction of protein to 0.8 gram per kg body weight. Now, this is important. This is a research published globally. In India, one doesn't have to change anything because Indian diets really do not have 0.8 gram per kg body weight of protein. So, there is no modification which is required. But also very important is to limit intake of phosphorus to 500 to 1000 milligrams per day along with this protein diet. Patients who have nephropathy and who have hypertension, also it's important to limit their sodium intake to 2000 milligrams per day, or about a teaspoon of salt per day. Sorry. Now this is in patients with CRF who are on maintenance, that is, who are not undergoing dialysis. So it's very important that they are given high calorie diet, a diet with about 30 to 35 kilocalories per kg body weight. It's very important, but the protein intake has to be lower than 0.6 gram per kg body weight. Any higher protein intake is going to increase creatinine further. So this is the difference between diets pre-dialysis and post-dialysis. And in pre-dialysis, you give about 0.6 gram per kg body weight of protein, whereas if it's hemodialysis, you give up to gram to gram 0.2 gram per kg body weight of protein. And if it's peritoneal dialysis, try to go up to 1.5 grams per kg body weight of protein. And besides that, it has to be high calories, and about 30 to 40% calories should come from fat, which are basically unsaturated in nature. And of course, if the person is undergoing dialysis, then there isn't so much of titration of electrolytes required. But if the patient is not on dialysis, then it's very important that it is a low sodium diet, and the potassium intake is restricted to about 60 milliequivalents per day through the diet. So again, the same thing, protein intake with moderate renal failure, about 0.6 gram per kg body weight. And if the patient is taking a keto analog or essential amino acid supplements as a part of therapy, not on dialysis, then the dietary protein is further restricted down to 0.28 gram per kg body weight. Now, what kind of protein to give, whether animal protein or vegetable protein? Now, there is study to show that vegetable proteins are better, especially proteins which come from soybean. So soybean do far better than, proteins which are non-vegetarian in nature. But what is recommended is protein intake has to be equally divided between animal protein and plant-based protein. Of course, BCAA are always given because BCAA and particularly ketoleucine have shown to reduce muscle protein degradation. Now, fat recommendation for patient with chronic renal failure. Again, 30% calories coming from fat. It's very important to restrict saturated fat to up to 10% of calories and cholesterol less than 300 milligrams per day. Salt restriction is mandatory to about 5 grams of salt or 2,400 milligrams of sodium per day in case of renal disease. So these are various naturally high sodium containing foods, and what needs to be really restricted is bakery and bakery products, and of course some fruits and vegetables which are high in sodium. Also, if the person has high electrolytes, especially potassium, if the patient is in hyperkalemia, then these kind of food which have ragi, bajra, wheat flour, all pulses, all dark green leafy vegetables need to be restricted in individuals who has hyperkalemia in renal failure. Phosphorus also needs to be restricted, and it's very important. So the easy part is protein, phosphorus, and potassium is commonly present in the same kind of food. Food which are high in protein are also high in phosphorus and potassium. So when you restrict protein, you automatically tend to restrict potassium and phosphorus. But more specifically, phosphorus is very high in seeds and nuts. And therefore, if the phosphorus is high, restrict taking nuts and oil seeds as a part of the diet. So these are again various requirements for individuals who are undergoing transplant. And again, in case of transplant, the protein intake recommended is very high after 4 to 6 weeks of transplant. Now, in case of gastroparesis, there has been no formal evaluation of any dietary modification for diabetes gastroparesis, but it is very important that the individual consumes a diet of frequent, small, low fiber, low fat meals and increases nutrient liquids to reduce gastric load. Therefore, it's very, very important that solids be separated from liquids when such a problem happens, and elemental diets which have amino acids or some other carbohydrates are very easy for a patient with gastroparesis to handle. In CVD, again, lifestyle modification involves all the nutrients which are important in CVD are dietary fat and cholesterol, soluble fiber, and a special emphasis should be laid on plant stenols and plant-based steroids. And these are coming from nuts and oilseeds, which are so very important in diet. Again, limitation of dietary fat to 25 to 35% total calories in a day does not mean that it has to be severely restricted. So don't look for fat-free diets. Just look for diets which are lower in fat, up to 25 to 35%. Recent evidences have also shown advantage of Mediterranean diet where fat intake is sometimes up to 40% in case of CVD. So these are step 1 and step 2 diet, which are recommended by NCEP, that is National Cholesterol Education Program, wherein you are talking about total fat to be about 30%. Now, there are various kinds of oils, and MUFA-rich oils is what is recommended in diet. And it is recommended that oils which are consumed should not be heated because they form malonyl dialdehydes, which are markers for lipid peroxidation, and they are carcinogenic in nature. It's recommended that a lot of nuts be consumed in CVD because nuts do not have cholesterol in them. They should be recommended, and fiber intake should be improved. The last complication, that is hypertension. So lifestyle modification for hypertension includes weight loss, following a diet plan which is dietary approaches to stop hypertension, that is a DASH diet, which includes reduction of dietary sodium and higher intake of potassium. So these are all the factors which are responsible. These are all the effects of dietary factor and patterns on BP. And we have seen that as long as weight, sodium chloride have a direct effect, and potassium, magnesium, calcium have an indirect effect. So it is important that these factors should be considered while a person with blood pressure takes a diet. So what is a DASH diet? Diet which is rich in fruits, vegetable, low fat dairy, low in total fat, saturated fat, and cholesterol has been shown to reduce blood pressure. So the recommended amount of sodium is about 2.3 grams per day, which means about 5 grams of salt per day. And it's very important to limit intake of processed and preserved food, okay, like papad, pickles, chutney, or even ready to eat snack, because that have a huge impact on blood pressure control. Last slide, and very important one, because this is a question which is frequently asked: what is the effect of alcohol? And it has been, observational studies have shown that there is a dose-dependent relationship between alcohol intake and blood pressure, particularly as when alcohol intake rises about 2 drinks per day. So whether red wine, white wine, or any kind of alcohol, the effect on blood pressure is that it will increase blood pressure. So that should be recommended. So in conclusion, dietary modification as per complication of diabetes helps in better management of diabetes. Thank you so much for a patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Shilpa. Just mute your mute. So thank you very much, Shilpa, for this lovely lecture. I think it's been very informative. And I would like to introduce my friend, Dr. Bansi Sabu, the president of National RSSGI. Welcome to the platform, Bansi. It's a great pleasure to see you. And we all know his passion for type 1 diabetes. And I think nobody better than him to talk about that. Are we doing enough for type 1 diabetes in our country? And I'm sure he'll have a lot of data to say as where do we stand with type 1 diabetes out here in our country. Over to you, Bansi.
First of all, thanks, Sanjay, for giving me an opportunity. I'm really honored And thank you, the complete Idec team, including Dr. Neeta, Dr. Anjali, Dr. Archana. So I'm just sharing my slides. Is it visible perfectly?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So once again, thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. What my talk is, are we doing enough for type 1 diabetes? And that I will be finishing in next 15 to 20 minutes. Are we really doing enough for our patients? I don't have any conflict for making this talk. Type 1 diabetes accounts for 5 to 10% of all cases of diabetes. It is a complex, expensive, exhaustive disorder for a child and family to cope. Incidence of type 1 diabetes continues to increase worldwide, and it has serious short-term and long-term implications. The incidence and prevalence of type 1 diabetes is suspected to be high in India, but in the absence of nationwide registry, it is not possible to be sure of the number. So we don't know how many patients actually we have in our country, but the Atlas of IDEA in 2019 estimates that there are around 128,500 children, 128,500 children with diabetes in our country. However, this data had come with extrapolating a data from a 0.54 per 1,000 population in Indians who are staying in UK. That figure translates roughly to the prevalence of 9 lakh children in a population of 132 crores. So actually, whatever the IDF data is talking, it is as per the data which had shown from India is around 128,000 people, while if exactly the figure if we get from this UK data, it comes almost like 900,000 children with diabetes in our country. But the point is, if they all are diagnosed and they all survive, then probably we may have these many number of persons with type 1 diabetes. But whatever it is, still we are having second highest number of type 1 children in our country after the US population. So US is having highest number of type 1 children. Still our incidence and prevalence is in compared to North America and North Europe is less, but because the size of the country and the population is so high, so that's the reason we are second highest in the world. Where all these children are disappearing. Now that's very important question. We all see so many adults which are type 2. We don't see so many adult type 1, and we see a lot of type 1 children. Why they are not in adult form? Why they are not seen in adults? It has been indeed long been suspected that many children were dying before or even soon after the diagnosis. I will not say soon after the diagnosis. Many of them are dying because of complication maybe after 10 or 15 years. Despite major advances in management and care, type 1 diabetes remains associated with considerable premature mortality. Even whatever the treatment which has been given in our country, they are dying and they are dying prematurely. And that's the reason I'm telling we are not doing enough. Type 1 diabetes have mortality rates which is 3 to 18 times higher than would be expected in their respective countries. Diabetes-related chronic complication, particularly renal disease, which is more common. If they survive enough, then they may die because of macrovascular complication like type 2 diabetes. They develop also cardiovascular disease, in contrast to high rates of death due to diabetes-related acute complications. But that may not be true for our country, because we have many patients who are dying because of acute complication of type 1 like hypoglycemia and even in diabetic ketoacidosis also. But there is a changing phase which is happening in our country. So it's not like that whatever the data or whatever the statement which I have made, it may not be true now today, because as country experiencing reduction in poverty, there is a better communication, better in technology, greater awareness among healthcare professionals, as we are doing with multiple such conferences now. Everywhere we are talking more about type 1. So definitely the greater awareness had come in healthcare professional and more trained specialists which are now there in our country. Situation appears to be improving, and we may have more patients with earlier diagnosis, and we may have more persons with type 1 diabetes with increased survival also. The full effect of modern management of type 1 diabetes on mortality still we don't know, but however the long-awaited data from DCCT and Idec study suggests there is a reduced mortality if there is an intensive therapy. So now we know that if we are intensively treating these type 1 children, probably there will be reduced mortality also. The higher proportion with onset before 5 years of the age, 97% of the patients now they are on multiple daily insulin regime, and almost half of them are on basal analog or the lower rates of retinopathy. This particular paper had come from a tertiary care from SGPGI, which they are talking now their patients are maximum number of patients are on multiple daily insulin injection. But this may not be true for all across the country. We may not have all patients who are having type 1 diabetes, all of them are on type 1 on multiple daily insulin injection. That I doubt. The quality of life can be abysmal and worsen with the frequent chronic complication which type 1 diabetic patients may have. So managing type 1 diabetes is like walking on a very tight rope, where one side there is a lot of chances the person may go in hypoglycemia, and that's also a limiting factor for a tighter glycemic control. And one side, the hyperglycemia, which leads to more microvascular and macrovascular complication, more of microvascular complication in type 1 diabetes. It's a 24/7 jugglery for a type 1 diabetic persons, along with the caregiver and family also, the constant juggling between insulin and medication, exercise, food intake, and there is a broad range of activities. These children who are visiting the doctors, maybe their general practitioner, pediatrician, or even to the consultant diabetologist or endocrinologist, maybe 4 times or 6 times in a year, but other time 24/7 they have to manage their life, which is not inside the hospital, not inside the clinic, rather it is in their home, inside the school or the society, which includes broad range of activities, different physical activities and activities of daily living. And that's the reason there is a constant juggling between the insulin and monitoring and the whatever the food which they are taking. But there is low level of awareness which is seen in patients as well as caregivers. So what we are saying that we are not doing enough for our patients as far as education is concerned. We might be writing them multiple daily insulin injection. We might be giving them all other things, but we are not educating, and that's a very big problem of increasing the awareness in the patients as well as for their caregivers. There are multiple challenges. This challenge has been talked about before almost 10 years, but still I see after 10 years, after a decade, still the challenges are the same. It is not only the insulin therapy, which is still we are seeing a lot of patients on a premix insulin therapy. We see the patient insulin dose adjustment, or we are not empowering the patient to do itself by themselves. The self-monitoring of blood glucose, they are not monitoring the blood glucose more than once in a day, or many of the patients even once in a week also. The hypoglycemia is still a major challenge for our patients for type 1 diabetes, and managing other problems like early optimization of glycemic control, psychological aspect of the disease, or managing all other cardiorenal risk factor in type 1 diabetes patients. The all challenges still remain even after 10 years or 20 years of these advancement in therapy. The glycemic targets for our patient in HbA1c still it should be less than 7 as per international guidelines. The International Diabetic Federation as well as the they are talking slightly tighter glycemic control if we can keep it less than 6.5 without getting hypoglycemia. And those patients who can't achieve because of severe hypoglycemia or risk of hypoglycemia unawareness is very high or limited life expectancy, these are the patients we are okay with less than 8. But and now the new parameter had come. It's for type 1 diabetes. More powerful parameter is there now, time in range. Instead of going for a HbA1c of less than 7 or less than 6.5, our patient should achieve a time in range of more than 70% of the time in 24 hours. They should be between 70 to 180, and that is what we want to achieve in our patients. But are we doing for our patients what we are achieving in our country? Most of our type 1 diabetic patients are around 8.5 to 9.5. And these are the data which I am telling you from the centers which are dedicatedly doing work for type 1 diabetes. They are endocrine department, they are dedicated diabetologists who are working for type 1 diabetes. Still their published data is showing in our countries around 8.5 to 9.5. So it means we are not doing enough for our patients. We are not able to get for our patients time in range because many of our patients are not doing even continuous glucose monitoring. So then a new term had come, are we getting point in range? That is a person who is checking sugar more than 4 times in a day. Out of 4, at least 3 of them, the report should be between 70 to 180. That is what point in range. If you get in 28 reports or 25, more than 25 reports in a week time, we can check that how many sugar reports are exactly in the range, that is between 70 to 180, and that new term had come is a points in range. And most of our patients are neither doing multiple time sugar monitoring and they can't afford continuous glucose monitoring. So we are not able to get this new glycemic parameter for our type 1 diabetic patients. Most patients, they develop hypoglycemia either because of premix, many of them are still on NPH or on regular insulin, and that's also one of the major reasons for not to reach their target, and that is the reason we are not doing enough for our patients. Our patients are not monitoring, self-monitoring of blood glucose, which is minimum 2 to 4 times in a day. The glycemic control definitely reduces the complication rate. We all know from DCCT trial that tighter the glycemic control, lesser and lesser complication. But at the same time, to achieve a tighter glycemic control at that point of time in DCCT trial when it had happened, the 60% of the patient had severe hypoglycemia. And even after 30 years, we are seeing in our country, or 40 years, we are still seeing the patients who are trying to achieve a tighter glycemic control. We still get a lot of hypoglycemia. Maybe one of the reasons is we don't have our patients on continuous glucose monitoring, or they are not tightly monitoring their patient. So despite multiple advancements, there are many barriers with the patients with type 1 diabetes. And one of the biggest barrier is lack of awareness at the community level. And this community level awareness is so poor that still our type 1 diabetic patients goes to some Baba to take the cure. I mean, and the Babas are also claiming for the cure for type 1 diabetes. So that sort of a awareness is in our society. The poverty and lack of resources, some of the family who can't afford for their children the insulin, even they are getting the insulin from some of the foundations or some tertiary care hospitals or the private or public hospitals, still they can't afford to go and reach to these clinics because the cost of transport for them is very high. But biggest problem is the poor understanding of childhood diabetes at the primary care physicians as well as the consultant, pediatrician and physicians. So they are not understanding this childhood diabetes. It's not that trying to treat the childhood diabetes in the similar way, the way they treat the type 2 diabetic patients. There is a weak healthcare system, lack of awareness, cultural misunderstanding, and stigma of showing or telling someone that they are having type 1 diabetes. And that's the reason even in the school, they don't tell the the school teachers, and they just take one shot before before breakfast and the mid breakfast or the lunch which they are taking in the insulin. Many of these children, they don't take even insulin in the school also. So what we are trying, if we are one side, we are saying that we are not doing enough for our children. So what we are doing as an RSSDI president or as an organization or across the country, many of the diabetologists and endocrinologists, we are continuously educating our healthcare providers. So one thing which we are doing constantly since last 10 years or 15 years by different way or in different conferences, now at least 10% of it is covered with type 1 diabetes. So continuously we are educating our healthcare providers. Second thing, we are providing free insulin and glucose meters to needy patients. And this we are doing through different projects like Changing Diabetes in Children. More than 4,000 children are supported with the help of that. Life for Child, which is again a project which more than 3,500 children are supported by them. RSSDI Type 1 Diabetes project, which we have started this year, where 1,500 children are supported with the help of Sanofi, and another 1,500 we are going to support with Vocard with their insulin also. So I mean, this is the what we are already supporting more than 10,000 children in our country, and probably coming years we may do more. Establishing type 1 diabetes network, which we have created across the country. We have a task force under the RSSDI, and we created across the country a network for that. And then we have also created a young leaders who are already type 1, and we educated them, and now they are the educating other children. We have also created a tie-up for online educating our Indian doctors. This is a type 1 education UK program with the help of Indian doctors who are practicing in UK, practicing type 1. They have created a modules for our Indian doctors, modules for educating caregivers as well as person with diabetes. And there are more than 100 foundations which are working in our country to support and educating these type 1 children. So there are multiple things which we are doing, but still we are not doing enough, because at the end of the day, how many of them are surviving, how many of them are getting complications, and how many of them are diagnosed early, that is what the parameters which we are looking for. Now, why it is not changing in our country? One of the important reasons is if you see the data from the Western world, the usage of insulin pump is very, very high. The second reason is the patients who are taking 4 to 6 injections, almost more than 50% of their patients either on multiple daily insulin injection, not just 3, they are taking 4 to 6 injections in a day. And either they are on insulin pump therapy. Why it is required? Why we should give the patients more insulin number of pricks in a day? If you see the data, that those patients who are taking more than 4 to 6 bolus in a day, their sugar control is much better in compared to the patients who are taking 2 to 4 bolus or less than 2 bolus. So this is important. Our patients should be not only on multiple daily insulin injection, they should cover with all the meals. If a child is going in a school, the school they should take in morning, then in mid breakfast, then again in lunch, then again in afternoon snacks, and again maybe in evening time dinner, and some of them in a late evening dinner or supper. They should also be covered with the short acting insulin. So more the bolus shots are there, they get a better control in compared to the patients who are taking only 2 to 4 shots. And we are seeing many of the children who are just taking 2 premix. How it can control? It is just going to have no hypoglycemia, and never the patient is going to have a good control of diabetes. And most of these patients are on 9 or 9.5 HbA1c. The advantage of pump is not just only for the basal insulin dose to get adjusted. It is also for multiple bolus which we can give with the pump therapy. So this is one of the biggest advantage with the insulin pump, because a insulin pump, you can adjust the dose of basal insulin multiple times. A child has not to take, or a type 1 has not to take just 24 hours the same amount of basal insulin requirement, while the person with type 1 diabetes, their basal insulin requirement throughout the 24 hours, it can be different. In midnight, it could be less. In evening time, when the person is doing exercise, at that time it could be raised. So that's the biggest advantage. And the second big advantage, they can take multiple shots of the short-acting insulin analog with the help of insulin pump, which is not possible if somebody is on a multiple daily insulin injection. What we are seeing that a child has to take, if minimum 4 shots in a day, then 1460 shots in a year to stay alive. And that is number of shots a child has to take. This is a picture which is posted by a mother of this child who just wanted to increase the awareness about the type 1 diabetes. Otherwise, this child is probably not taking insulin through this insulin syringe, because here there is a direct cap. She's already on the pump, and on the left side, she's also on Dexcom continuous glucose monitoring too. Insulin delivery devices which improved over a period of time, and what standard of diabetes as per American Diabetic Association, which is published in 2020, what they are saying, insulin syringe should not be used. I mean, that's a evidence C, which is coming for the insulin pump or insulin pump or insulin pen. They are the one which should be used for the patient with type 1 diabetes. So forget the insulin syringe. This is what is internationally recommended. And what we are using insulin syringe for, more than 60% of our patients or 70% of our patients are still on insulin syringe. And that is what we are not doing enough for our children. We are still struggling for many of our patients for financial constraint, for better clinical attendance. Even we are giving them free insulin, still they are not able to come for regular to show our patients. We are not able to satisfy our patients or educate them completely, improving their psychosocial outcomes, and ultimately the A1C is still very poor. So glycemic control leaves much scope for improvement, and that's what the reason why we have created a type 1 diabetes network, because still many of our patients are not achieving a good control for that, even at tertiary care centers and where they're having multidisciplinary teams. MDI is possible. Many of our patients started now, but those in rural area and many of the physicians and pediatricians still using the premix insulin. Please use only multiple daily insulin injection. That has to be, if patient can't afford, at least use the NPH and regular insulin. So the best case scenario for a type 1 diabetes, a correct diagnosis, a education for self-management, a peer support, a psychological support, access to a specialist, and access and knowledge of technology that should be provided to these type 1 children. They need a very holistic support. They need infrastructure. They need healthcare professional training and education. Many of them may need free insulin and supply. The patient education, and one very important thing, which is a diabetes registry. Unless we have a registry, how many patients in our country are having a type 1 patient, and what supply, what they are having, and what is their sugar control. Unless we have a registry, I don't think we will able to improve the holistic support for these children. So the advocacy and support can be improved only by having a diabetic registry in our country. We know that few statistics which we cannot ignore and we can't change. A type 1 child or type 1 person with diabetes has to take minimum 4 injections in a year, and he has to or she has to measure minimum 1 to 7 tests per day. So these many two things we cannot change for our type 1 patient. But our role begins as a healthcare professional. We are like a coach. The child is a player. He has to play, but we are like a coach. We continue as a friend who support children to live a healthy life. Diet, exercise, hormonal changes, sickness, exams, traveling, stress, rejection. So many things, they affect blood glucose level, and that also we have to accept as a doctor as well as the caregiver for these children. Are we doing enough? I will say no. It's a big no. We don't have the registry. Our patients are still getting delayed diagnosis. There is a lack of education for caregivers, parents, and patients. You may not say that individual centers are doing good, but we have to talk for nationwide. Are we doing enough? We will say no. The insulin delivery system is still, we are struggling for pain. Forget about the pump. In India, only 10,000 patients are on pump. Out of them, only 5,000 patients are actually type 1 diabetes. And out of those 5,000 patients, only 500 patients are on sensor augmented pump. And they are also not using the sensor augmented sensor regularly too. There is a poor access for regular checkup. Even we have a lot of diabetologists, endocrinologists, more than now 2,000 endocrinologists and even pediatric endocrinologists and more than 5,000 diabetologists. Still them access for regular checkup is really very poor. Use of technology in our healthcare delivery and particularly type 1 is very, very less. School education is again poor. Psychosocial problems are very high, and healthcare professional training for pediatric diabetes is suboptimal. Even we are continuously trying for it, still training for them is very, very less, because we have 100,000 physicians and 100,000 pediatricians and maybe another 300,000 primary care physicians, and to train them for type 1 is really very big task. And that's what we have created, a type 1 diabetes network under RSSDI, a mission to build a positive ecosystem for type 1 diabetes care pan India to the last mile. Type 1 diabetes we cannot prevent and we cannot cure. So nothing like someone can reverse it, someone can cure it. I mean, that's very important message which we have done for 10 days, continuously educating our laymen or to the society regarding the type 1 cannot be cured. A continuous social media bites under the RSSDA which we have done. We know that it increased with a risk of early mortality. Fortunately, this is no longer the necessary case. Now, as I told you, now there is a improving, at least there is a definite improvement in care for type 1 diabetes. That much what I can say. So that pessimist may see the glass half empty, but the optimist can see the droplets gathering into it and the levels slowly rising. And that's what I am thinking for our country. Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, thanks, Sanjay, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for such an intimidating yet inspiring talk. Is really nothing is enough for type 1 diabetes. Thank you so much. So let me take you to the next talk, that is lessons learned from the great study. We have none other than Dr. Brij Mohan Makkar, sir. For this, he's the leading senior diabetologist and obesity specialist in the country, and a number of feathers in his cap. So let's, without wasting any time, look forward to the wonderful talk of lessons learned from the great study. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Anjali. Thanks to Team Idec, Sanjay, Neeta, everyone in the team for this great opportunity, and must congratulate all of you for putting up such a great show. Without wasting time, I think I will share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I am going to speak on glycemia reduction approaches in diabetes, the great study, which was a basically comparative effectiveness study for evaluating the second line agents after metformin. I don't have any disclosures for this slide presentation. So this study was presented at the ADA on 28th of June 2021, and this was the total group, David Nathan and co-workers who presented the details there. Background of the study is that the number of diabetes patients increased by 3 times between 1985 and 2011 in the United States, and this study was conducted in the United States. And also 8 new classes of glucose-lowering drugs were introduced between 1995 and 2010, but without achieving much, the cost of treatment rose by 3 times to $18 billion per year between 2001 and 2012. We remember these slides, from way back 2009, 2010 ADA ESD consensus recommendations, where it was recommended that after lifestyle and metformin, the second agent can be, picked up from the well-validated therapies and less validated therapies. And just to remind you that even DPP-4 inhibitors and GLP-1 receptor agonists were considered as less validated therapies at that time. The glycemic control was always 7% or less, because we had enough data to show that if we achieve less than 7%, there is a significant reduction in microvascular complications. So the rationale of study was to do a head-to-head comparison to guide what should be the second choice after metformin. And it was understood that no company would have financial incentive in performing such study, and there was no data to focus on individualization of therapy or personalized medicine. So this study was basically designed to help guide the choice of second glucose lowering agent, which could be added to metformin lifestyle interventions. Depending on the A1C lowering efficacy, the duration of effectiveness or durability of control, and the safety of the molecule. The study also was designed to address the individualization therapy and the cost benefit. So 4 different classes of drugs were chosen, which were already FDA approved: glimepiride, sitagliptin, liraglutide, and glargine. And these were added to as the second line agent. The SGLT2 inhibitors were not included because first SGLT2 inhibitor was introduced in US after the GREAT study was already planned and funded. The primary metabolic outcome was time to achieving A1C of more than 7%, which was confirmed. So that means time to failure of glycemic control beyond A1C 7%. Secondary metabolic outcome was time to A1C of more than 7.5%. And third, at this point of time, the therapy was intensified by adding glargine. And the patients were followed for tertiary metabolic outcome, which was again the time to A1C of more than 7.5%. Study also tried to determine the phenotypic characteristics associated with the response to the 4 different classes of medications. So the patients who were screened, type 2 diabetes patients who were already on metformin and had A1C of more than 6.8% and duration of diabetes less than 10 years were screened, up titrated on metformin to optimize metformin therapy, anything upwards of 1,000 to 2,000, and were randomized to 4 groups. 5,000 patients were randomized to 4 groups: sulfonylureas, DPP-4, GLP-1 receptor agonist, which was liraglutide, and glargine. And these patients were followed up for the primary outcome, which was A1C more than 7%, which was confirmed, and on maximally tolerated of the assigned therapy. Now, these patients were continued on the assigned therapy and followed up for the secondary metabolic outcome of more than A1C more than 7.5%. And those who achieved this secondary metabolic outcome, they were initiated on glargine therapy if they were on oral agents, or if they were already on glargine and metformin, then the insulin therapy was intensified. And these patients were followed up for tertiary metabolic outcome of more than 7.5% again, where the insulin therapy was further intensified. The recruitment time was almost 4 years, and the follow-up was also 4 years. This is the various states, cities where the centers were there for the study. The average age was 57.2 years. Most of the patients between 45 to 60 and more than 60. 2/3 men, 1/3 women. Almost 2/3 white population, 20% black population, and 3% about 4% Asian population. The means duration of follow-up was 5 years, and the median duration was also 5 years. This slide shows adherence to different therapies, and adherence to therapies over 7 years period, right from recruitment to follow-up, was pretty good with all the groups. Now, if you look at the primary outcome, the percentage of patients who achieved the primary outcome of A1C more than 7% was highest in the sitagliptin group, followed by glimepiride and then by liraglutide and glargine. And if you look at the trajectory of glucose levels in these patients, there was a significant drop in the A1C levels at the end of 1 year, but then there was gradual worsening of the glucose control in all the arms of study. Now, time to achieving primary outcome was 1.9 years in sitagliptin arm, which was almost 4 months less than glimepiride and 6 months less than the glargine and liraglutide arms. The percentage of patients who achieved secondary outcome was again highest in the sitagliptin arm, 55%, followed by glimepiride, and the least was in the glargine arm. Now, coming to the tertiary outcome, again the time to secondary outcome was also the lowest in the sitagliptin arm, which was almost 4.5 months less than glimepiride and about 5 months less than the liraglutide and glargine. Now, if we look at the microvascular outcomes, there was no difference in the development of microalbuminuria or macroalbuminuria or the distal sensory polyneuropathy. The microvascular outcome summary showed that there was no difference in the different arms, whether it was the development of moderately or severely increased albuminuria or eGFR of less than 60 or neuropathy. Now, if you look at the cardiovascular NECVD, which was one of the secondary outcomes, the NECVD, time to NECVD was lowest in the liraglutide arm and not much different in the other 3 groups. And if you look at the numbers in terms of NECVD, it was again lowest in the liraglutide arm as compared to glimepiride and glargine, and highest in the sitagliptin arm. Other serious adverse events were not very different in different treatment groups. There was no increase in pancreatitis or pancreatic cancer in liraglutide or sitagliptin arm. And if you look at the summary of primary metabolic outcomes, overall majority, which was more than 70% of the participants, reached the primary outcome of more than 50%. Primary outcome of more than 7% A1C, and more than 50% did so within first 3 years. The primary metabolic outcome occurred less frequently in the glargine and liraglutide treated arm, and the sitagliptin treated participants reached the primary outcome almost 4 months before glimepiride and almost 6 months before the liraglutide and glargine arm. Glargine and liraglutide were relatively more effective than glimepiride, and all 3 were found to be more effective as compared to sitagliptin in terms of improving the A1C control. The secondary outcomes and the secondary and tertiary metabolic outcomes, if you look at that, the confirmed outcomes demonstrated a significant benefit among the originally assigned patients to glargine and liraglutide compared to the oral agents. Glimepiride and sitagliptin had more tertiary metabolic outcomes as compared to glargine and liraglutide, and they were similar in magnitude. So with this, these were the results from great study, and these were the centers involved. With this, I end my presentation. I hope I have finished very much in time. And I will stop sharing my screen. So I saved you 4 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank
you. Any questions? Or we
Thank
have
you so much
questions
for
at the
that,
end?
sir.
Sure. Thanks. So well ahead of time and well ahead of knowledge, sir. Everything was done so perfectly. Thank you.
Nita is happy that I finished in time.
Dr. Isha, would you like to introduce Nita Di? I really can't introduce her. She's the dearest
Sure.
of friends.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Neeta Deshpande. When I was in MBBS final year, she was my senior professor at KLE Hospital. She's an amazing teacher and amazing doctor. I don't know what else to say for her. She has several presentations on obesity and diabetes. She's also in USM KLE International Medical Program. So she was leading this USM when we had this KLE medical program. So she was leading that medicine team as well. She's also HOD medicine in Dental College at Belgaum. She's also in the Belgaum Diabetes Center, Weight Watch Children's Diabetes Center. She's done her FRCP, then PG in endocrine in London, then ASBP obesity certification from USA. What else to say to ma'am? She's an amazing, amazing teacher. Like, I've learned so much from her. Over to you, ma'am. So glad to see you.
Let me take a moment to take this opportunity to say that it was a wonderful time to be with her while we made the scientific agenda of IDEC 2021. We have been throughout the day, 6 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 10 o'clock in the night. And she was extremely passionate, and I think it was a wonderful time to work with you on the scientific agenda of this conference. Dee. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, both Isha and Anjali. And I'm overwhelmed with this shower of praise. And I really don't know what to say. It is truly embarrassing. So let me just straight away go and share my screen. I think that is best. Thank you so much. Well, one moment. Yeah. So the topic, I'm going to go really fast because we are running out of time. And I'm going to be talking about increasing the lifespan in type 2 diabetes. Very rightly, my dear friend Archana Sarada pointed out to me when I showed her my slides. She said lifespan. So I realized that we cannot be so presumptuous as to think that we can honestly change the lifespan of our patients, but we try and we have to keep trying. And I'm going to examine some of that evidence now. What is it that really makes our type 2 diabetics comfortable, live longer, and live better? That is more important. So I do not have any disclosures for this talk. And we now know that the average life expectancy of a 50-year-old individual with diabetes is 6 years shorter than it would be without the disease. So if we can add some years to a diabetic individual by all the means that we know of, we would definitely be doing a service to the patient and his family as well. And to this end, the Steno 2 opened our eyes. The study was done way back. And this study showed that you can actually increase the survival by 7.9 years, which means the years that actually go away, you can give them back to the patient if you follow certain steps. So that is very, very important. And we know that all-cause mortality and mortality from cardiovascular disease, coronary heart disease, increases when you have type 2 diabetes. And you can see this in this particular slide. It hasn't changed much for diabetes, though it has gone down for the controls. So this is the Steno type 2, which at that time, the Steno 2 study, they did not have the drugs that we have today. And yet they attempted this small study, small number of patients, of an effect of a multifactorial intervention on mortality in type 2 diabetes. And the primary endpoint at 13.3 years of follow-up was the time to death from any cause. That is what they wanted to examine and look at what were those particular causes. And they attempted an A1C of less than 6.5, total cholesterol less than 175, triglycerides less than 150, and a blood pressure of less than 130/80. This was their attempt. This was their multifactorial intervention. And they all used RAS blockers for microalbuminuria, regardless of the blood pressure. They were all patients of microalbuminuria, and low-dose aspirin was given. And how did they achieve these goals, or how did they try to achieve these goals? Their intensive therapy was better. And after a mean of 13.3 years, 7.8 years of the intervention, and then a 5.5 years follow-up, there was an absolute risk reduction for death from any cause of 20% which was phenomenal in those days, given the fact that they did not have all the drugs that we have today, among patients with type 2 diabetes who already had microalbuminuria and who received this intensive multifactorial intervention as compared to those who had conventional therapy. So this was very important, and the reduction was very significant. And this is the treatment targets that they used, as I already told you. And look at the drugs that they used. They had, of course, ACE, ARB, and diet and lifestyle, of course. But look at what they had for the blood sugars. They only had metformin and their sulfonylureas and insulin. That's all they used. And of course, statins, fibrates, and treatment of hypertension. The mortality outcomes at mean 13 years, after 5.5 years of observational follow-up. And what did they find? They found that the primary endpoint of death from any cause occurred in 30% of patients in the intensive group compared to 50% in the conventional group, which means an absolute risk reduction of 20%. And similarly, the absolute risk reduction for any CV event was 29%. Now, this was pretty, very, very impressive. What happened afterwards? Outcomes at mean 21 years later, 7 years later, mortality was significantly reduced. And the median, this is the most important thing. I'm talking about lifespan. So the median survival time was increased by 7.9 years, the primary outcome, and time to a first CV event was delayed by 8.1 years. So this was the significance of the steno 2. So what did it mean? That you have to fire on all cylinders. You can't just be looking at one thing or two things in type 2 diabetes. You have to look at so many risk factors, treat all of them together if you want longevity in your patients. So the issue number one is the A1C itself. So if you're looking at the A1C itself, we know that all-cause mortality as well as cardiovascular mortality keeps on increasing as the A1C keeps on increasing. So this is an important lesson that we already know. And we also know that age-wise also, as the A1C goes on increasing, both all-cause mortality and cardiovascular mortality increase. So regardless of anything, A1C is of course important. So glycemia has to be looked into for sure. The clinical perspective is that diabetes mellitus in this particular study was associated with a 16% increase in all-cause and an 18% increase in cardiovascular mortality. And an A1C of 6 to 6.9%, if you can achieve it, was associated with lowest mortality. So take home is glycemia is very, very important. And the clinical implications are that keep looking at the A1C. It is still very, very important, though we talk today about ASCVD and all of those other things, but A1C is something that you should keep looking at. Next, we come to the cardiovascular disease. We know that that is the biggest killer in type 2 diabetes. And what do we have? We know that 65% of deaths are due to CV disease, stroke is increased, coronary heart disease is increased, heart failure increased, all many-fold. And we have to tackle this along with the glycemia. So it is multifactorial intervention. What do we have then? What is there in our armamentarium to reduce this cardiovascular risk? Good old metformin. There is data for that. We know the UKPDS group showed that metformin reduces the cardiovascular risk in type 2 diabetes. We would do well not to forget this. And of course, all guidelines still talk about metformin. So this is the one drug we've always had, we will have, and we should be using it. Now coming to the newer drugs which are there, the novel glucose lowering drugs and what happens to the CVD risk. And you can see here that we have GLP-1 receptor agonist, and you have it all here on the left side where it shows you that you can considerably reduce the risk of cardiovascular disease. You have SGLT2 inhibitors, which tell you the same thing. DPP4 inhibitors are neutral. They don't actually cause benefit. So these two groups of drugs are very, very important for us. And all the meta-analysis that we have, there is more and more studies coming in. CVOT trials are there, which tell us that you can actually reduce the cardiovascular risk and mortality. So whether it is primary prevention or secondary prevention, the important thing to understand with SGLT2 inhibitors is we don't know too much about primary, the MACE and cardiovascular death. It does help, of course, But the most clinically significant thing is for heart failure hospitalization, both for primary and secondary prevention. The other cases, primary prevention is secondary prevention, it is a little better than for primary, but for heart failure across the board, all the drugs, very, very good. GLP-1 receptor agonists, again, we all know about the LEADER trial, and we also know about all of these others, and we know that they reduce cardiovascular risk. And now the newest kid on the block is oral semaglutide, and we all know that for both composite primary outcome, for non-fatal MI, death from cardiovascular causes, all these three, it has been shown to be beneficial, not so much for non-fatal stroke. And that's why both these drugs have made their way into the guidelines to be used even ahead of any other drug based on the risk factors. Next, we come to chronic kidney disease. And we know that all the CVOTs that have been done, especially of SGLT2 inhibitors, they suggest cardiorenal benefits. And you can see here that they clearly favor the drug in all of these trials. Overall, they are found to be renoprotective and reduce the composite of worsening of renal function or renal death. So these are all, I'm taking you through all the drugs that can reduce mortality and increase lifespan in a type 2 diabetes. The credence also showed the same thing. There's a 60% reduction in yearly loss of eGFR. Not after the RAS blockade did we have any drugs that could reduce the renal risk so well. After 20, 30 years, we have a drug that can actually reduce the renal risk. Next, we come to statins. And this is a good study, a new study, it's a meta-analysis which tells you about the effect of statin on mortality risk in type 2 diabetes. And you can see here that the line, which is the second part in both A and B, because A is for cardiovascular mortality and B is for all-cause mortality. In both these, if you concentrate on the type 2 diabetes, line number 2 and line number 4, these are people on statins, and you can see that the mortality is reduced as compared to people who are not on statins, and so also for all-cause mortality. So it's a very clear indication that statins reduce deaths in type 2 diabetes, regardless of whether they've had coronary heart disease before or they have not had. So marked improvement in survival associated with statin medication when compared with those not receiving statins. And this is independent of coronary heart disease or glucose lowering treatment. So this is the very important thing to understand. And that is why we use statins in diabetes in patients aged 40 to 75 years. And you do a risk assessment to consider high intensity statin. If there's more than 20% risk, you use it. But look at this arrow, very important. Ethnicity is very important because this is ASCVD risk enhancers. And to this effect, the Q risk score works best for Indians because an ethnicity is inbuilt into that CV risk assessment that is there. Blood pressure, I need not say more about this. So you can see here that effect of intensive blood pressure lowering on the risk of all-cause mortality in all the trials have shown benefit. So blood pressure lowering has to be done, as you can see very well on this forest plot, that intensive BP lowering is
I think her internet is.
Has been stoned in time.
She's getting back on.
There's an echo, Anjali.
Can someone
Arvind
mute
Boss,
that?
good afternoon.
Hi, Rajiv, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. Anjali has an echo.
You hear me as an echo?
No, not you. Anjali. Anjali as an echo.
Yeah. We are organizing committee members are together. So many laptops and so many voices here. So I've just arranged that. Now is it echoing?
Now it's better.
Right. So we'll have a minute for Neeta to join in again. She's just.
I think you can start off the next meeting. Next talk. Neeta can come back and wind up Anjali.
Later?
Yeah,
Okay.
will not waste time.
It's me, I think. Is it me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, while we wait for Neeta Di, let's start the next talk, which is by, again, a very active member and advisory board member of our International Diabetes Expert Conclave, Dr. Rajiv Kovil. He is an experienced endocrinologist. All the audience knows him, working for more than 20 years now. And we have a talk on can TIR replace HbA1c, a talk that has been on demand in today's time because we are questioning the old ways of monitoring and coming up with the new ones.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anjali. Thank you, the whole team. Can I get to share? Thank you, Neeta, for intentionally logging off 5 minutes before, and Sanjay for extending my time. I'm going to talk on whether TIR will replace HbA1c, and it's something that all of you all have listened to, and I would have no conflict of interest other than I believe that I would be paid in kind later on. This is a dialogue between CGMS and SMBG, and we know that CGMS has MRD, that is mean absolute relative difference, and today we are using CGM and TIR a lot. But 2 decades back, there was a publication in Critical Care which said that this point of care devices that we use can never help us in identifying hypo and minimize glucose variability. It's almost 2 decades later that today, and this was done in critical care patients, that probably it's becoming a reality where we are getting to see the problem. And why we need to do this is that CGMS, whether it's professional or intermittently scanned or real time, puts the patients at the center, and the patient then we are able to get a better insight into patients' lifestyle patterns, which has a huge impact on the overall outcomes as such. We all know this slide where if we overlap CGM on SMBG, we see a lot of variability. The difference that we get between a photograph or a videograph, a Holter or an ECG, a 24 hours ABPM versus an office ABPM, or a trailer and a movie is the kind of difference we get between a CGM and an HbA1c. If you look at the history of using HbA1c, it has evolved over the last 50 years from using total GHB to now HbA1c, but today you also have TIR based consensus based on HbA1c itself. Now let's look at limitations of HbA1c as a surrogate marker. Again, it has not been very optimal because if you look at the patients who have achieved HbA1c is very, very low. Though HbA1c has been the surrogate marker for glycemic control for last 40 years, we still don't know a good glycemic control that can prevent cardiovascular disease. We know that 1.5 decades back, we had Accord, VADT, and Advance, where people went like cowboys to reach an HbA1c of normoglycemia. Whether the drugs used or the strategy was wrong, we still don't know. But we had adverse effects. And also we know from the DEVOTE 2 study that fasting glycemic variability significantly increases the risk of hypoglycemia, MACE, and all-cause mortality. It also tells us from the VADT study that hypoglycemia is the second highest risk factor to the occurrence of an event. So hypoglycemia, glycemic variability, and we know that hypoglycemia is the tip of the iceberg of glycemic variability. Hypoglycemia is associated with an increased risk of cardiovascular events and mortality. Whether hypoglycemia is a risk factor or a risk marker, it surely identifies vulnerable people who are at very high risk for cardiovascular death and all-cause mortality. Again, HbA1c does not identify hypoglycemia. We know that we could have 2 patients with different variability having similar HbA1c is a poor surrogate marker for hypoglycemia. We surely know this also. Again, a lot of conditions can affect HbA1c, and as you can see that most common being thalassemia, hemolysis, cirrhosis, hypothyroidism, vitamin C, blood loss or blood transfusion, hemodialysis, most common in practice, which can affect HbA1c. Importantly, before we get into TIR, the first question that we need to answer or we need to address is glycemic variability important, and is it the missing link between sugar control or and all kinds of complications. So there was this study which was published 5 years back called as the flat sugar study. The flat sugar study again took into the background that HbA1c does not give us, is not a true indicator of glycemic control, and probably we need a better indicator, whether it would be a glycated albumin, fructosamine, anhydroglucitol, or whether interstitial fluid glucose picked TIR. We still don't know, or PIR, point in range, but this was a hypothesis generating study which said that glycemic variability could contribute to adverse medical outcomes. And today, because we have diagnostic tools and available treatments which reduce glycemic variability, they tested the hypothesis of whether we could reduce overall glycemic variability, keeping the HbA1c the same between two prospectively treated groups, and whether we could look at reduction in inflammatory markers or cardiovascular markers, and reduction in albuminuria or any Holter monitored ECG abnormalities. So basically you had two groups. One was on basal bolus insulin. The other one was on basal insulin plus a GLP-1. In this case, it was exenatide on the background of metformin. As you can see, at the end of 26 weeks, you had similar HbA1c reduction, but the coefficient of variation in CGM was much, much different, where the basal bolus insulin had a large coefficient of variability as compared to basal bolus insulin. So what it showed is that MAGE was improved. Glipulin is basically patients on basal insulin plus GLP-1. There was no severe hypoglycemia. Body weight was lower. Inflammatory markers, including IL-6 and highly sensitive CRP, were lower in the group which used basal insulin plus GLP-1 and had lesser glycemic variability. Certain ECG abnormalities also lower in this group where the variability was lower. So again, this was a proof of concept. We had 200 patients, but it was a proof of concept that you could actually achieve similar HbA1c with two different types of treatment and could reduce a lot of inflammatory markers. Probably that is the missing link. We need a larger trial to actually prove this hypothesis as such. Now, what is time in range? And the guidelines suggest somewhere between 70 to 180. For people with type 1 and type 2, the time in range should be more than 70% in 70 to 180 and less than 25% in the time above range, that is more than 180 and less than 250 and less than 5% more than 250. Time below range, or TBR as it is called, less than 70 to 54, less than 4%, and severe hypoglycemia less than 54, less than 1%. You can relax the time in range slightly in people who stay alone, people who are hypoglycemically unaware, and type 1 and type 2 were very high risk, probably CLD, CKDs. Staying alone, we could have a TIR of close to 50%. Pregnant women with type 1 diabetes, again, there is a change in the TIR. The target range is between 63 to 140, and we should try to target at least 70%. GDM and pre-existing diabetics, we should target at least a 90% of TIR for pregnancy, which is 63 to 140. Now, most importantly, whether this time in range as an outcome measure, has it been validated? And this is the proof of that, where the study evaluated the association of TIR of 70 to 180 with the development and progression of diabetic retinopathy and development of microalbuminuria in the DCCT. Any strategy study is best to be done in people with type 1 diabetes because that doesn't have insulin resistance, and glycemic strategy can easily be picked up. To retinopathy based cutoffs is what we used for HbA1c as well as fasting and PP. So this validation of TIR in a population with type 1 diabetic in a longitudinal study like DCCT again makes a lot of sense. And what it showed is that the TIR for intensive groups was close to 50%, and TIR was 32% in those developing retinopathy versus 44% not developing retinopathy. Similar with microalbuminuria. And as you see, as the TIR goes down, the frequency of microvascular complications, which we all know is directly linked to glycemic control, and here glycemic variability, here you can see in a landmark study like DCCT, there is validation of TIR. Again, if you look for each 10% less TIR, retinopathy progression decreased by 64%, and microalbuminuria by 40%, again with a very significant p-value. If you look at in type 2 diabetics, also TIR was significantly associated with diabetic retinopathy, and probably we can use TIR in type 1 as well as type 2 diabetes. Again, every 10% lesser TIR increases retina, nephro, and neuropathic risk as well as carotid intimal media thickness. Now, would we be using TIR or CGM or real-time CGM in hospital settings in future? There are a lot of studies, especially with the advent of telemedicine and with usage of flash glucose monitoring and Dexcom G6 as well as the iPro 2 machines. We are now able to do a remote monitoring by healthcare providers, and probably that would make treatment easier. And if we could have free streaming blood glucose, as this paper suggested in November 2020, though it was done in a non-ICU setup, where Dexcom G6 with the help of Bluetooth through a smartphone, an Android smartphone, was centrally beamed to a nursing station. And as we have temperature, pulse, respiratory rate, and BP, there was a streaming of blood glucose to the central station, and patients were remotely controlled. And by doing this, they found that the hospital stay was much better, and also outcomes were better. This prompted the RSSDI to take up their campaign of defeat diabetes and declare glucose as the 5th vital sign. Again, conclusions that we could use CGM in non-ICU setting. There are studies being done in ICUs as well. Let's look at some guidelines. The ACE says that CGM should be considered if glycemic target is not reached within 3 months. Use of personal CGM should be considered when the patients have recurrent hypoglycemia. We should consider a personalized CGM. Again, we had done this evidence of iPro 2 in real life almost 8 years back, got published in the JAPI around 5 years back. We have an Indian consensus on CGM. I'll come down to the final few studies where finger stick, HbA1c, and CGM are all complementary. Finger stick testing gives us a snapshot. CGM gives us the whole picture. HbA1c is where a lot of our outcome related studies are based upon. So all of them are complementary, none of them are replaceable, but probably TIR is emerging as a very powerful tool, and whether it replaces HbA1c in future will depend. But technology has surely improved time in range, and as you can see from SMBG usage and almost coming to a hybrid pump, we are able to improve the time in range quite a bit. I will leave you with a little bit of thought on one of my patients. This is a pregnant type 1 diabetic who was very reluctant to go on a pump. She's now on a 640G with a sensor augmented pump. She's almost 30 weeks pregnant. If you look on the left hand corner, the one in blue is her 30 days period from 5th of July to 3rd of August. The B is the 5th of June to 4th of July. And if you look on the left lower corner, you see her time in range. a pregnant type 1 diabetic is reaching a time in range of 81%. I would still say there is scope for improvement because we are around 12 to 15% in time below the range, but her HbA1c is 5.5. Her sensor wear, as you can see, is close to 94 to 87%. So technology has made us achieve this kind of time in range in pregnant type 1 long-standing type 1 diabetics. And this is what we can change, and we can make effective change in the quality of life and in the lifespan of people with both type 1 and type 2 diabetes. So in summary, I would say the CGMS assists discovering a lot of glycemic variability, and we know that fasting glycemic variability is linked to outcomes, and probably we need to use a lot of this powerful tool to make sure that we make our patient's life easier in the long run. Thank you all for a patient hearing. I hand it to the organizers and Dr. Arvind, who's really, really keen to come in. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Let's upgrade. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rajiv, for bringing in TIR and A1C so very nicely. Before I introduce Dr. Arvind, I had to leave abruptly. I'm just going to show you one of my slides, which I left abruptly. So, tell him to stop sharing that screen. Yeah. So, this is where I left you at, and I'm going to take just 1 minute extra, Dr. Arvind, if you will permit me. So, I was talking to you about increasing the lifespan in type 2 diabetes. If you prevent diabetes, like you see here, you're obviously going to increase the lifespan. So the diabetes prevention study, the 22-year-old follow-up showed that 75% enrolled patients who were still alive, which means it could reduce mortality. So that is very important to understand, that it will improve lifespan if you try to prevent diabetes itself. This is the direct study. We do not know yet. That's why the question mark, whether reversal can actually translate into an increased lifespan and reduction in mortality. This is just one slide to tell you about metformin that reduces all-cause mortality and diseases of aging independent of its effects on diabetes control. So it's like an anti-aging drug. So obviously it is good for mortality even in type 2 diabetes. So to conclude, glycemic control, BP lowering, metformin, SGLT2 inhibitors, GLP-1 receptor agonists, statins, all of these are very important in trying to increase the lifespan of type 2 diabetes. So I shall end my talk here, and I would now like to introduce Dr. S.R. Arvind. May I have his introduction slide, please? Yes. Everybody who is in the field of diabetology knows Dr. S.R. Arvind very well. He's a senior diabetologist and an avid speaker. He's there in all the forums and an excellent orator as well. So, and he has been part of many investigations. He has many publications to his credit. And today he's going to talk to us about severe hypoglycemia. Is it causal or just associated with an increased cardiovascular risk? Over to you, Dr. Arvind.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for that nice introduction. Can I be allowed to share my screen? I think the administrators are okay. Now it's open. Thank you. Just let me know if you can hear me and you can see my screen.
Yeah, we can.
Yes, yes.
Thank you so very much. Now I would like to thank Sanjay and Neeta, and then I also came to know of the secret of their long life and anti-aging. It must be metformin, which both of them must be using, and unfortunately, I cannot use metformin to my scalp in spite of doing everything. I seems to be losing here. I mean, on a serious note, I think this is a topic that's actually something it's very, very important. So I'll just start with this hypoglycemia and diabetes. We know it occurs both in type 1 and type 2 diabetes, and we also call it the necessary evil. And it is there in all of our patients, and we must learn to live with it and stop really complaining about it. Definitely occurs more in patients who are taking insulin. So patient education and empowerment is a must, and we have to concentrate on that. There has to be individualized glycemic goals. We have to use SMBG, and we have to be flexible and rational in use of insulin. And it's also important to use education as a tool to educate the family of the patients with type 2 diabetes. Let's go back to the basics and see what exactly happens in a normal individual who does not have diabetes. The first difference, of course, is a decrease in insulin when once the blood glucose level reaches around 80-85 milligrams. The second difference is an increase in glucagon secretion, and this happens at a level of about 65-70. And the third difference is an increase in epinephrine secretion. And we know what happens when glucagon gets secreted, and the third difference when there is an increased secretion of epinephrine. I will not go into the details. So this is another drawing which basically tells you at what levels of the blood glucose there is glucagon release, adrenaline release, and a cortisol release. And we also know below a value of about 50, probably there will be a cognitive dysfunction. Today, the classification of hypoglycemia is very clear. I have taken this from the ADA Standards of Care 2021. Level 1, a glucose value less than 70. Level 2, a glucose value less than 54. And 3, a severe event characterized by altered mental and or physical status requiring assistance for treatment of hypoglycemia. So you have 3 levels, level 1, 2, 3. Most of our patients can manage on their own if they are in level 1. And some who are young and who are well educated and who know all about hypoglycemia can also manage at level 2. Level 3 is the problem that we generally face. If you look at the standards of care for the definition of severe hypoglycemia, it's an event requiring assistance of another person to actively administer carbohydrate, glucagon, or any other action that we take to reverse hypoglycemia. Now, what happens with hypoglycemia? We'll just go back to the basics. The evidence we have till today, a very concrete evidence is in older adults, repeated severe hypoglycemia is definitely associated with an increased risk of dementia. This is very clear. Severe hypo can also be associated with an increased risk of CV disease, especially in patients with type 2 diabetes, although whether hypo is causal is not at all clear even till today because we don't have studies. Unfortunately, no death certificate mentions that hypoglycemia is the cause of death. And we as doctors, we know it very clearly. Now let's just look at this slide. This is the slide taken from the Lancet. This is a recent one. Hypoglycemia, cardiovascular disease, and mortality in diabetes, epidemiology, pathogenesis, management. See, one look at this slide, we tend to believe that major macrovascular events, microvascular events, death from any cause, cardiovascular disease, and non-cardiovascular disease, all are high in patients who reported severe hypoglycemia. In fact, the above data is taken from the advanced trial. The conclusions were based on increased hazard ratio without taking the comorbid condition. I will tell you exactly what happened in the advanced trial. You will be surprised to know this. Of course, you can't really have a definite trial to prove the causality in which severe hypo is deliberately induced in one group and not in the other, and mortality compared. We know it is not possible. So design and inability to capture all hypo events makes it extremely difficult to either confirm or refute causality. However, if you look at the conclusion that a causal association exists between hypo and cardiovascular event, This is supported by very systematic reviews and meta-analysis, which has used the statistical technique of bias analysis, but still it's based on a statistical technique. What happens when you have hypoglycemia? Sorry, I think, okay, I will move further. We know what happens during hypo. We have sympathetico-adrenergic response. We have inflammatory response. We have blood coagulation abnormalities, and of course, endothelial dysfunctions. This is clear. So the role of increased sympathetic drive in hypo may induce dysarrhythmias or arrhythmias, and this can increase the cardiac output and serve as a mechanistic evidence that links hypo to a cardiovascular risk. And hypo can also transiently prolong corrected QT interval, and it can increase QT dispersion. And QT prolongation is a very strong risk factor for severe ventricular arrhythmias and sudden death. And this is, of course, from the human and animal studies, we know about this. We also know hypoglycemia triggers inflammation. So I will not go into the details of this. This is to tell you what happens. And this is again from the animal studies and not the human studies. Let's look at some of the trials which have looked into severe hypoglycemia. We'll start with ACCORD, which actually got stopped. Now, if you look at ACCORD, it was designed to determine whether a therapeutic strategy targeting A1C levels to near normal, that is less than 6, would actually reduce the rate of CV events. In fact, there were more deaths. So the primary outcome was a 3-point composite of CV death, non-fatal MI, and non-fatal stroke. The intensive therapy group experienced a significant, that was almost 35% increase in the CV death component, and trial was halted after 3.5 years. Both arms had higher mortality rate among those with severe hypoglycemia. See, this never gets discussed. All that we see is the intensive therapy group experienced a significant 35% increase. But if you look at both the arms, there was higher mortality among those with severe hypoglycemia. Now, can you really blame hypo in the ACCORD trial? Now, these are the facts. Mortality was associated with individuals with a history of severe hypo episode, and it was 2.8% for intensive arm versus 4.9% for standard control arm. Among participants with no history of severe hypo, mortality was higher in the intensive treatment arm versus the standard arm. So unless we read the complete article, we tend to blame severe hypo to be the cause. Now, actually, you can see the standard control arm was 4.9 versus 2.8 in the main arm, which was looking at a very tight glycemic control. Now, look at the DEVOTE trial. If you read only the abstract, now this is the conclusion. It clearly says those treated with Degludec had a lower incidence of MACE. These observations support the hypothesis that hypoglycemia is a risk factor for cardiovascular events. Now, if you read the full article, the same authors themselves have written this in the discussion part. They very clearly said the reduction in MACE in parallel with the reduction in severe hypoglycemia with Degludec versus glargine supports but does not prove a causal link between these two events. In the absence of a specifically designed randomized controlled trial comparing high or low rates of severe hypo and relation to MACE, which is neither ethical nor feasible, a direct causal link between severe hypo and adverse cardiovascular outcomes cannot be demonstrated. Now, even in Carolina trial, there was an increase of hypoglycemia in the glimepiride arm by almost 3%. Interestingly, in spite of increased hypo, there was no increase in death, 3-point or 4-point MACE. In fact, hospitalization due to hypoglycemia was more in the linagliptin arm, but this never got discussed when once the trial results were announced. So we come to the question, is hypo and CV risk, is it causal or association? Pathophysiological response may contribute to CV event susceptibility, especially in those with long-standing diabetes, established ASCVD, and cardiac muscle dysfunction. This risk might be further confounded by the development of impaired awareness to hypo, especially in patients with coexisting CV or probably autonomic neuropathy, and that can be a strong risk factor. So we have to avoid and use strategies to avoid hypo as much as possible while we are managing the patients. So the final verdict, severe hypoglycemia, CV risk, is it causal or association? This joke is explanatory. This man is saying everybody who went to the moon has eaten chicken. And this man says, good grief, chicken makes you go to the moon. So when studies find an association between two things, it does not mean one thing is caused the other one to happen. This is something that we have to remember. So all the bodies are confused about this particular fact. Even till today, a lot of discussions happen before they come out with the guidelines. So the final important thing is, this is not the time to actually debate about hypo actually causes an increased CV risk or not. It can in one set of patients. So you actually look at the risk which can potentially be associated with hypo and therefore try to minimize it as much as possible. Severe hypo might increase the risk, so we have to be a little careful when we are treating the patients. If not increase the CV risk, it can definitely make the patients go mad because nobody likes to have a hypo because it's terrible to have a hypo. Low HbA1c levels are associated with an increased frequency of severe hypo. So individualizing treatment goals in people with diabetes is what we need to do, and we have to be careful when we are starting insulin, and we have to educate the patient, which is going to empower them to take care of this particular problem. Thank you very much. I rest my case there.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Arvind, for that very enlightening talk. We are very glad you were with us today, and thank you for that lovely talk. We have one last talk left in this series, and it is by none other than my very good friend, Dr. Archana Sarda. She needs no introduction. She is an icon in India today for type 1 diabetes. The passion and compassion with which she works for type 1 diabetes is unparalleled, and she is going to talk about ambulatory care in type 1 diabetes. Over to you, Archana.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be talking about a topic which, as Neeta said, I'm very passionate about, and very quickly, because I'm very well aware of the time that we have, and I will just be sharing my slides. Yes. So we're talking about ambulatory care in type 1 diabetes. Dr. Banshi very beautifully covered how difficult it is and where we are in India, all the hurdles as well as the way forward when it comes to type 1 diabetes care in India. I am going to specifically talk about the time between two hospitalizations, because what happens and what we have been seeing in last 20 years or so is that, yes, when a person comes in DKA, whether it's pediatric or adult, the person is very well managed, or for the first time when they're detected, it is quite unfortunate that still the largest numbers are detected in DKA and not early enough. But what happens between two visits is sometimes very, very difficult for a physician to handle. So assuming that today in our audience maximum we are physicians who are not dealing with a large number of type 1 patients day in and day out. So my talk is a very simple algorithm kind of a thing, that what all would be needed if we wanted to give ambulatory care to each and every person with type 1 diabetes. So as said, this is a girl, she's Sanika, she is type 1 since she was 5 years old, and today she's a diabetes educator. So it's an art and a science. You need the education, the motivation, the counseling, but you also need the science of carb counting, the pump, CGMS, monitoring insulin techniques, and various regimes. So working in type 1 diabetes cannot be purely science, cannot be purely the medicine that we all know so well in our books or in our experiences. It has to be empathy, it has to be engaging with the person, because it's chronic self-care that we're talking about. And ultimately, as Dr. Rajiv mentioned, as everyone has mentioned, it has to be about empowering our patients. Again, we have to individualize them, and that can only happen with the very difficult task, I must say, of education, whether it's insulinization or monitoring, physical activity, investigations, follow-up, emergency care, or medical nutrition therapy. Each is individualized. But how is it possible for us in a busy practice to be able to do justice? And hence, we really need a team. So I would like to say here that if you are planning to work in type 1 diabetes, if you're working in type 1 diabetes, whether it's an online team, which is something which we are all getting used to, or it is outsourcing, or somebody who comes in once a week, twice a week, something, but we cannot do it without a team. We cannot do without educators, counselors, nutritionists, and we can have coaches, and we need leaders with type 1 diabetes, because peer learning and motivation is something that really works. What happens between 2 visits is a lot of lack of communications. Even if you're supplying the medicine, you're giving a prescription, you're teaching, and the communication is lost. I often get type 1 saying that, we go back motivated, and by the time we come back, the environment is so unfriendly. So we really need communication, whether it's social media, online meets, call a buddy who can help, WhatsApp groups or helplines, but an inter-visit communication channel can be created. Another very important part of ambulatory care is because they themselves may not do it. Hence, the hospital needs to maintain documentation. We do say that this is something as a given, but we all know that it doesn't always happen. And by documentation, we mean everything, the clinical documentation. I see so many children with type 1 diabetes who never had a growth chart, who did not have their BP monitored. So we really need all these documentations of their investigation, clinical findings, as well as a registration, including, for example, I'm using pictures of my patients here, but I have a form from them signed, which gives me permission to use them. So that is also very important for our own safety. Again, in ambulatory care, I would appeal to everyone to focus on the first month. This is a time they need hand-holding. Now, a new family is vulnerable. They have lots of myths around type 1 diabetes. We have to emphasize on insulin always. We have lost children who stopped their insulin, and which is something we cannot afford. And the honeymoon phase has to be warned about, because this is a time that all the babas and the alternative medicine people take advantage of, and they think it is curable. Alternate therapy has to be tackled at this center, and then the insulin and the monitoring techniques have to be taught at the right time. Hypoglycemia, which was talked about Dr. Arvind sir right now, is really, this is the time to teach them about it. We have to look out for comorbid conditions and individualize the treatment. Very quickly, we all know the regimes. I just want to say there's option for everyone. I work in low resource settings, yet every child I have is on a basal bolus regime. We do not compromise. I don't know, you can beg, borrow, steal, outsource, so refer to an NGO, do something, but give them the optimum care, because we want them not just to survive, but also to thrive. So have a physiological insulin regime wherever you are, even the remotest of tribal areas. Monitoring and logging. I understand that strips are expensive. CGMS, of course, wherever possible. But this is also not very difficult, and young people like to log on their phone today. Even in the remotest of villages, we have children who are doing online schooling today, so they're capable of logging. And if we can just take the time out to teach and motivate, this will happen and gives amazing result. Even if we cannot afford CGMS continuously, do try. So this is something at least once, like a diagnostic CGMS, once in a quarter, once in 6 months, because the kind of care, the kind of optimization of treatment that we can actually do, our educators can do, is going to change. So even if we are in low resource settings or in the optimum care centers, not to compromise in the ambulatory care is what I'm talking about. So nutrition can be as basic as a balanced plate, which a child in village can do. Identifying macros and visual carb counting, which we can teach even to the illiterate people. Do actual carb counting and self-meal planning. Everyone in the family can actually learn to do so. So this is a photograph of a child in a village who's showing us her balanced plate, and she can actually count her carbs, although she has illiterate working parents. So follow-up is something we often forget. So whether we follow ISPAD, ISPE, RSSDI, or any guideline, but do have an algorithm on how we are going to follow the child and their family, and they should know it. They should know what is to be checked where, so that wherever they go, they can actually do so. So let's not skip the right principles just because we feel that it's not available with us. Let's send them somewhere, let's refer them somewhere, let's outsource it, but not compromise with the quality of care. Education is the crux, whether it's basic education, comprehensive education, or advanced education. There are a lot of tools one can use, all the way from games to indigenous games in the local areas, to something like this is an earthen pot that children in the village use to store their insulin, where there's no refrigerator or electricity. So whatever it takes, but it is important that we should be able to give the optimum care to our children with type 1 diabetes. Peer group activity, we all know, makes a big difference. And with all the medicine in the world, if they're not motivated, we know we're not going to get adherence. And for that, the best way to do it is to have peers with type 1 talking to others, and having them as coaches and educators is probably the best way to make them want to do it better, because they have role models and they have experience and they have empathy. So they're the best people to have on your team when you're giving ambulatory care to people with type 1 diabetes. So with this, I would just like to say, I know I just rushed through it, yes, for want of time, but it's still easier said than done. So we think we can count, we can do this, we can do that, but it's still very, very complicated. It needs a lot of passion, and yet I feel we can do it. So do let us go ahead and give comprehensive ambulatory care to each type 1, because they do deserve to thrive and be successful in their lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Archana, very much lecture. And I think we'll now move this wonderful lecture. And I think we'll now move on to our next segment of lectures. And we have with us Dr. Mikhail Kosibrod. Is Dr. Rajiv Kovil there? Can we have the introduction of Dr. Mikhail, please? Can I have the slide of Dr. Mikhail's introduction, please? Okay. All right. Before we start the segment for international speakers, we have Dr. Guillermo Imperaz also with us, who's the co-chair of the meeting. And I want to take this opportunity to welcome him to the meeting, because he's the heart and soul of this meeting. And on behalf of the entire team, Idec, I want him to welcome everybody and say a few words about Idec and what it stands for. And together, the entire Idec would like to welcome all the delegates as well as the faculty to the meeting. So over to you, Guillermo, before we start with Dr. Kosibrod. Guillermo, you're muted.
Yeah. Hi, Sanjay, and hi, Mikhail. It's such a pleasure. And we started this several years ago with a small idea with Neeraj, Sanjay, myself, and a group of friends in India and in the United States, and tried to create these annual meetings. And of course, we didn't have it last year. We just had a very short period. And this year, again, it's going to be virtual. Hopefully next year we beat, or at least we escape from these variants and we can meet in person. It was amazing to me how we can put together thousands of people coming together to listen to these lectures. And thank you to the leadership of Sanjay, we have been able and successful. So the Emirate Diabetes Education Program is so fascinating to work with Idec, and hopefully we'll continue to do this in person in the future. If not, we'll continue to do virtual. Back to you, Sanjay. Thanks for your leadership.
Thank you very much, Guillermo. I think it's been a long journey that together we did. Thank you very much for being always supportive of our initiative. And I would like to ask Dr. Neeta to say a word about as a scientific chair.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sanjay. It is indeed a pleasure to have been the scientific chairperson along with my scientific co-chair, Dr. Anjali Bhatt, and our organizing secretary, Dr. Archana Sada. And we have tried to put together something for everybody. It is clinical based. We have very many new sessions, and we have wonderful speakers both from India and overseas. And we want you all to sit back and enjoy this academic extravaganza. So just to welcome you all, we're going to play a 1 minute classical dance done by a type 1 diabetes patient. So sit back and enjoy that. And after that, we will start the session straight away.
Thank you very much. And over to you, Rajiv, for introducing Dr. Mikhail, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ampires, Dr. Sanjay, Dr. Deshpande. Thank you for, and good morning to Dr. Ampires. It must be quite early morning for you while we are on the weekend mode right now. So can I have the introduction slide for Dr. Mikhail Kossi-Border?
Can I have the slide for introduction of Dr. Mikhail?
I think we are always slow. That's why we are doctors, or else we would have been coding in some part of the world. So welcome, Dr. Mikhail Kossi-Borod. He's a cardiologist, and we would love to hear from you. He's the Director of Cardiometabolic Research and Co-Director of the Haverty Cardiometabolic Center of Excellence at St. Luke's Mid-America Heart Institute. He's also the Professor of Medicine at the University of Missouri, Kansas City. He received training in clinical research, epidemiology, and health policy through the Robert Wood Johnson Clinical Scholars Program, as well as the clinical training in cardiovascular medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine. Dr. Kossi-Borod is an internationally recognized expert in the field of diabetes and cardiovascular disease, cardiometabolic, cardiorenal syndromes, as well as quality of care and outcomes. He has authored and co-authored over the 200 peer-reviewed publications, including scientific statements and position statements. He's involved in the leadership of multiple clinical trials and multi-centric registries, and is currently the principal investigator of several investigator-initiated multi-center trials in diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Thank you, Dr. Mikhail, for sparing your valuable time to be with us. We are poor endocrinologists, diabetologists, and would have loved to be cardiologists, but somehow CVOTs have made our dream become possible because we are trying to become diabetocardiologists. Over to you, Dr. Mikhail.
Well, thank you very much, Rajiv, Guillermo, Sanjay. It's a real pleasure and an honor for me to be here with you today. And what we're going to do is focus now on the cardiovascular aspects of diabetes management. The topic that I'm going to concentrate on today specifically is sodium glucose cotransporter 2 inhibitors and cardiovascular outcome trials, the current perspectives and future potential. And that's, of course, a very hot topic. As you well know, SGLT2 inhibitors have really had an amazing transformation over the past several years from just another class of medicines to treat type 2 diabetes to something that is rapidly becoming the standard of care and the mainstay of therapy for patients with cardiovascular and kidney disease. So we'll go through the journey of the next 30 minutes, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions. Here are my disclosures, mostly reflecting clinical trial leadership as well as leadership of multi-center registries. And we'll start with a clinical case. This actually been edited for privacy reasons, but it's a real case that we saw just recently, actually quite emblematic of the types of patients we see at the Cardiometabolic Center at our institution. It's a 50-year-old female that has had type 2 diabetes for 10 years, has sleep apnea and known atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, actually has premature onset coronary disease with having been diagnosed with non-ST elevation myocardial infarction in 2014. While she was in her early 40s, diagnosed at that time with multivessel coronary disease and required bypass surgery. Currently, she's not having any symptoms of angina. She's being treated with low-dose aspirin and beta blockers, losartan, high-intensity statin, metformin, and a combination of basal bolus insulin. On examination, she has elevated blood pressure of 145/85, pulse of 72. Definitely, there is evidence of obesity with a BMI of 37. She has clear lung fields and normal heart sounds and 1+ edema on exam. And here is the laboratory results with substantially elevated, very poorly controlled hemoglobin A1C of 11.4%, total cholesterol of close to 200 milligrams per deciliter, and an LDL cholesterol of 135 milligrams per deciliter. And looking at the historical data, we can see that it was over 200 prior to initiation of statins. So clearly, the patient has evidence of heterozygous familial hypercholesterolemia, which, along with poor diabetes control, likely explains the premature onset of coronary disease. Triglycerides are also elevated, consistent with not just heterozygous FH, but also mixed diabetic dyslipidemia. There is also evidence of diabetes-related kidney disease with eGFR of 50. No albuminuria data currently available. Elevated liver enzymes, modestly, likely reflecting non-alcoholic fatty liver disease or potentially a component of NASH. And the NT-proBNP is also elevated at 300 picograms per milliliter, with the echocardiogram showing overall preserved ejection fraction, but evidence of structural heart abnormalities, including enlarged left atrium and moderate diastolic dysfunction, suggesting the patient probably has a component of heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, given evidence of edema on exam, elevated natriuretic peptides, and structural heart abnormalities. So the reasons this case is so emblematic of patients that we see at Cardiometabolic Center, because there are so many opportunities potentially to improve care. So this patient has poorly controlled diabetes and clearly requires better glycemic control, poorly controlled blood pressure, poorly controlled lipids. The patient has premature onset of coronary disease, so really needs very aggressive risk reduction. There is also evidence of probably previously unrecognized heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, as well as diabetes-related nephropathy. So lots and lots of opportunities to improve care, and probably a very large absolute benefit in being aggressive with multifaceted risk reduction here, because the risk of another event is so high in this particular patient. So let's just remind ourselves what the goal of care is in somebody who has type 2 diabetes. It's very important to keep in mind that control of risk factors is critically important. And the reason it's critically important because our goals are to prolong life, keep our patients living longer, but also as importantly to improve the quality of life. And this is best accomplished by preventing the most common and morbid complications and managing aggressively very common and morbid complications of type 2 diabetes, which by far the most common and morbid complications are cardiovascular and kidney disease. Now, we just went through a decade of cardiovascular outcome trials in type 2 diabetes, where this particular field, what we call today cardiometabolic medicine, the intersection of diabetes and heart disease, underwent a dramatic transformation from being one of the least evidence-based fields in medicine to being one of the most evidence-based fields in medicine because of this decade of cardiovascular outcome trials. And if there is one lesson, probably the most important lesson that we learned during that decade, is that glucose-lowering medications or medications used to manage type 2 diabetes are certainly not all the same. Even though they all lower blood glucose, they're certainly not the same when it comes to their effect on cardiovascular and kidney outcomes. And of course, sodium glucose cotransporter 2 inhibitors, or SGLT2 inhibitors, is probably the best example of that. Just as a historical note, fluorescein, which is a mixed SGLT1/2 inhibitor, was discovered about 150 years ago and was actually extracted from the bark of the apple tree root. It was initially tested in the 1930s and found to cause glucosuria and lower blood glucose, but was never used clinically because of poor absorption and lack of selectivity. But ultimately, that led to clinical development of well-absorbed and highly selective SGLT2 inhibitors, with the dapagliflozin initially being approved for type 2 diabetes in European Union in 2011, followed by canagliflozin in the United States in 2013. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about how SGLT2 inhibitors work. I suspect most of you know this very, very well. They block sodium glucose cotransporter 2 in a proximal tubule, a cotransporter that is responsible for the absorption of glucose and sodium. And this, of course, results in glucosuria as well as at least transient natriuresis, increased fractional excretion of sodium. And these relatively simple and straightforward actions actually result in a cascade of subsequent physiologic and metabolic changes, which likely explain both the cardiovascular and the kidney benefits that we've observed, in addition to glucose lowering with these agents of the past 6-7 years in cardiovascular and kidney outcome trials. So we will start with type 2 diabetes trials because that's where it all started, with SGLT2 inhibitors. They were initially being developed as medications to lower blood glucose and hemoglobin A1C in type 2 diabetes. And as I mentioned before, were mandated by the US Food and Drug Administration to make sure that medications being developed for diabetes are safe from cardiovascular standpoint. And what we observed in cardiovascular outcome trials of sodium glucose cotransporter 2 inhibitors was quite remarkable. While the primary endpoint in majority of those trials were MACE, or major adverse cardiovascular events, which are mostly atherosclerotic events like myocardial infarction, stroke, and death from cardiovascular disease, heart failure hospitalization was an adjudicated secondary or exploratory endpoint in majority of those trials. And because of that, we rapidly found out that patients treated with SGLT2 inhibitors in those cardiovascular outcome trials experienced a robust and highly consistent reduction in the risk of hospitalization for heart failure in excess of 30%. It's a very large and highly significant effect on prevention of heart failure. It's important to note that majority of patients in these trials, and you can see all of these trials listed here, there are 4 cardiovascular outcome trials and 1 kidney outcome trial, actually, which is Credence, across 4 different medications in the class, empagliflozin, dapagliflozin, canagliflozin, and orforgliflozin. And there was a lot of variation in these trials in terms of cardiovascular risk. Patients were generally at much lower risk. In the DECLARE-TIMI 58 trial of dapagliflozin, much higher cardiovascular risk in EMPEROR outcome and the VERGES-CV with EMPA and orforgliflozin. And also there was a gradient of kidney risk as well, relatively low kidney risk in DECLARE with very high kidney risk in Credence. But despite the fact that there was a gradient of cardiovascular and kidney risk, majority of patients in these trials did not have previous history of heart failure. So what you see here is actually a heart failure prevention signal, not a heart failure treatment signal. And it's a very strong signal across different medications in the class and regardless of underlying cardiovascular and kidney risk. The reduction in heart failure hospitalization is very, very consistent and very large numerically. And a second signal that emerged was actually prevention of diabetes-related kidney disease. And again, we see the same exact story, regardless of underlying kidney or cardiovascular risk and regardless of the medication used in the trial within the class, there is a very robust and highly significant reduction of nearly 40% in hard kidney events within a relatively short period of time. Now, as you can imagine, it made sense that once we saw these two very strong signals in prevention of heart failure and prevention of kidney disease progression, the clinical trialists are going to ask a question that if these medications are so effective in prevention of heart failure, can they actually be used in the treatment of heart failure as well? And because there was no relationship between all of these cardiovascular and kidney benefits and baseline hemoglobin A1C, the second question that was being asked is, if they are effective in treating heart failure, would that actually translate even to those patients that don't have diabetes at all? So that led ultimately to outcome trials in patients with heart failure. And the first of those was DAPA-HF. That was a landmark clinical trial in heart failure because it was the first to test SGLT2 inhibitor dapagliflozin in patients with heart failure and reduced ejection fraction of less than 40%, in patients that were symptomatic and had known diagnosis and known history of heart failure with reduced EF. And what we saw was an answer to the question whether SGLT2 inhibitors can also treat heart failure, not just prevent it, was a resounding yes. There was a very robust and highly significant reduction in the primary endpoint of cardiovascular death or worsening heart failure in favor of dapagliflozin over placebo, a 26% relative risk reduction, highly significant p-value, and a very low number needed to treat. That benefit emerged very early, and we'll come back to that. And it was driven by benefits on both components of the composite primary endpoint. There was a 30% reduction in worsening heart failure, mostly heart failure hospitalizations, and there was an independently significant reduction in cardiovascular death of nearly 20%. Now, I mentioned before that the benefit emerged very early, and we actually subsequently did analysis demonstrating just how early this happens. What you see here is a primary endpoint in DAPA-HF trial plotted as a solid blue line as a hazard ratio for the primary endpoint, and you can see that the benefit is almost instantaneous. The hazard ratio is below 1 almost within a day or two after randomization, but becomes statistically significant after 28 days, indicating that unlike with many other cardiovascular agents that we've seen in the past, the benefit of SGLT2 inhibitors happens extremely quickly. The answer to the second question, whether these benefits, if they exist, would actually translate to even patients that don't have diabetes at all, was also a resounding yes. In this analysis that we subsequently published in JAMA from DAPA-HF trial, we demonstrated that the benefit of dapagliflozin, again shown here as a solid black line with a hazard ratio well below 1, that benefit is consistent regardless of baseline hemoglobin A1C across the entire continuum, whether hemoglobin A1C is completely normal, in a pre-diabetes range or in a diabetes range. And that's also true for the cardiovascular death benefit as well. Now, importantly, it was not just a benefit of SGLT2 inhibitors that was clearly observed in patients with heart failure, but they were also found to be well tolerated and generally safe. There was no imbalance in the DAPA-HF trial in volume depletion or kidney events. In fact, doubling of serum creatinine was significantly lower with dapagliflozin versus placebo. There was no imbalance in amputations or hypoglycemia. There were only 3 cases of diabetic ketoacidosis in a trial of almost 5,000 patients. And the total number of serious adverse events was actually significantly less with dapagliflozin than it was with placebo. So not only was dapagliflozin highly efficacious, but it was also safe and well tolerated. These data have now been confirmed in a second large outcome trial on heart failure with reduced ejection fraction, EMPEROR-reduced. As you can see, the effect on the primary endpoint here was almost identical to the one we saw in DAPA-HF, 25% relative risk reduction, again, highly significant and emerging early after randomization. And we also saw very similar data with the soloist trial with a mixed SGLT1/2 inhibitor, sotagliflozin. Now, this trial was done not just in patients with heart failure, but those that were either in a hospital with heart failure or just recently discharged, so a more acutely ill patient population with heart failure. And again, we see a substantial, robust, and highly significant reduction in an endpoint of total cardiovascular death, heart failure, hospitalization, or urgent heart failure visit of more than 30% with a highly significant p-value, and again, very early separation of curves. And it's because of these trials that SGLT2 inhibitors have now transitioned from being medications to treat diabetes to medications that are becoming pillars of disease-modifying therapies in heart failure with reduced ejection fraction. European Society of Cardiology guidelines just came out at the annual meeting about a week ago, and we now have a class 1 indication for SGLT2 inhibitors in treating patients with heart failure and reduced ejection fraction, along with other well-established medications for heart failure management. And in fact, it's been shown in this particular publication in The Lancet a year ago that if you have a patient who's aged 65 years or older and has heart failure with reduced ejection fraction, if you treat that patient according to the guidelines with all of the disease-modifying therapies, including SGLT2 inhibitors, you can give an average patient like that over 6 years, additional 6 years of life. And what we know from the trials is that not only will these patients live longer, but they will feel better as well. So it's really remarkable effect, remarkable benefits that you can give to your patients with heart failure. Now, it's not the end of the story with SGLT2 inhibitors in heart failure as a fundamental disease-modifying therapies in this disease state. It's actually just the beginning of the story because there are lots more trials that are going on in heart failure with this class of agents, including in heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. I will talk about Emperor Preserved in a minute. That's the trials that just got presented to the European Society of Cardiology. Deliver with dapagliflozin in this patient population with preserved AF heart failure is still ongoing, and hopefully we'll be reporting shortly. There are also trials in patients that are in a hospital with heart failure, including MPulse with empagliflozin and DAPA-HF with dapagliflozin. I'm sorry, DAPA-ACT-HF with dapagliflozin, and several others looking at health status, symptom burden, and exercise function. Now, I'm briefly going to mention the kidney outcome trials as well, because I think they certainly deserve it. As I mentioned before, the two signals that emerged were heart failure and kidney disease. This, of course, started with Credence, which I mentioned previously. It was a kidney outcome trial of canagliflozin in patients specifically with diabetes-related kidney disease that demonstrated dramatic 30% reduction in the primary endpoint that included hard kidney events, such as substantial reduction in kidney function, a progression to end-stage kidney disease, initiation of dialysis of kidney, or cardiovascular death. We also now saw in a DAPA-CKD trial that included patients both with and without diabetes and chronic kidney disease, even a more substantial, almost 40% reduction in kidney endpoints in the DAPA-CKD trial. And in that trial, there was no difference in the benefit, regardless of whether the patients had diabetes or not, similar to what we saw in heart failure. Remarkably, in the DAPA-CKD, there was also more than 30% reduction in death from any cause in this population of patients with chronic kidney disease, which I don't think has ever been seen with any other class of medications in a CKD population. And then the question that comes up next is what is in the future for SGLT2 inhibitors? Are we now done? Have we completed this transition of this class of agents from medications for diabetes to cardiorenal drugs that are going to be used for management of patients with heart failure in CKD? Is there actually more that we can do with that class? And to reflect on that, I actually wrote this editorial in Circulation a few months ago that I called Diamonds in the Rough. And the reason I called it Diamonds in the Rough for SGLT2 inhibitors is because in my opinion, I think this is a class of agents that are going to continue to keep on giving because there are many, many additional disease states where SGLT2 inhibitors can actually be of potential benefit. And I summarized that in this table where I showed some of the things we already demonstrated, such as the benefits in people with type 2 diabetes, heart failure with reduced ejection fraction and chronic kidney disease, but also benefits that are being actively explored as those patients with heart failure and preserved ejection fraction, what's called a black hole of cardiology, because for decades we have not been able to find efficacious medications for those patients that represent half of the patients with heart failure. Those that are in the hospital with decompensated heart failure, also a very high risk population for which there are relatively few efficacious treatments, patients after myocardial infarction. And interestingly, also, these medications being explored now in COVID-19, and I will come back to that. But there are lots and lots of additional opportunities for disease states where these medications can be effective. And so we need to make sure we continue to explore it. Coming back to heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, as I mentioned before, Emperor Preserved was just presented at European Society of Cardiology about a week ago. And what we saw is for the first time, a efficacious medication that substantially reduced the risk of cardiovascular death or worsening heart failure in a population of patients with heart failure and preserved EF, where for decades we have not been able to find medications that are effective and safe. So this is likely going to also change guidelines for heart failure and preserved ejection fraction and change how we treat that very important patient population. What about COVID-19? Well, we did investigate that in the DARE-19 trial with dapagliflozin. Interestingly, what we observed in DARE-19 was a potential signal towards the benefit in preventing organ failure and death in patients that are hospitalized with COVID-19, regardless of whether they do or don't have type 2 diabetes. Unfortunately for the trial, fortunately for the patients with COVID-19, during the course of the trial, the event rates of organ failure and death decreased substantially because of improvements in standard of care. And so we did not collect as many of organ failure and death events as we were planning on. And so the trial ended up being somewhat underpowered for this primary endpoint, but it certainly raised the hypothesis that dapagliflozin may potentially provide benefit in patients hospitalized with COVID at risk for organ failure or death. And that's a hypothesis that clearly needs to be explored in additional trials, and it is being explored in additional trials, as I will show you shortly. Now, very encouragingly and reassuringly, for this primary endpoint, there was a directional signal in favor of dapagliflozin for every component of that primary outcome, including respiratory failure, cardiovascular failure, and kidney failure, as well as death from any cause, which again points us in directions that these medications may offer potential benefit on COVID-19, and that needs to be explored so we have a definitive answer in future trials. As you may well be aware, there were lots of concerns raised about SGLT2 inhibitor use in COVID-19 situation, and in fact, there were professional societies that were issuing recommendations to stop SGLT2 inhibitors in anyone who gets hospitalized with COVID-19. But in this trial, DARE-19, in 1,250 patients across 95 hospitals in 7 countries, we saw very favorable safety profile. Dapagliflozin was actually very well tolerated, and the number of serious adverse events, including those that resulted in death, were numerically less with dapagliflozin than placebo, as well as adverse events that led to discontinuation of study medication, those that led to acute kidney injury. All of those were numerically less likely to occur with dapagliflozin than with placebo. We only saw 2 cases of DKA. Both of those occurred in patients with prior history of type 2 diabetes, and we had very aggressive proactive surveillance program for DKA in a DARE-19 trial, where everybody had to be tested for acid-base status on a daily basis if they had diabetes. And despite that very aggressive mandatory surveillance program, we only identified 2 cases of DKA in patients with diabetes that were treated with dapagliflozin. Both of these were non-serious and non-severe and rapidly resolved after discontinuation of study medication. So overall, what we saw was a very intriguing hypothesis-raising results. And I'm pleased to say that the recovery investigators in the United Kingdom decided to take this on and do another trial with SGLT2 inhibitors based on what we observed in DARE-19. They're actually using empagliflozin, and they just added a new arm to the recovery trial, which is going to further explore whether these medications can provide benefit in COVID-19. Now, let's come back after this amazing journey. Let's come back to the patient that we started with. This patient, as we talked about before, had lots of opportunities for quality improvement and care improvement. And patient was in fact started on a potent long-acting GLP-1 receptor agonist and SGLT2 inhibitor, and also PCSK9 inhibitor, as well as amplification of antihypertensive therapy. Patients responded remarkably well to this medication regimen, and actually were able to completely down titrate and then stop insulin altogether. 12 months later, this patient now has a hemoglobin A1C of 6.7% from 11.3% where we started off insulin. BMI has been dramatically reduced from 37 to 27 with a 50-pound weight loss. Total cholesterol and LDL cholesterol are now very well controlled, as is the blood pressure. And most importantly, patient really had a dramatic improvement in her quality of life, prompting additional lifestyle interventions. Now, the last few minutes, I'm just going to reflect on one of the biggest issues that we have in the field today, which is that we've generated all this amazing data. And the data now has been incorporated firmly in international guidelines, both diabetes guidelines and cardiovascular guidelines, clearly emphasizing the use of cardioprotective agents such as SGLT2 inhibitors, as well as GLP-1 receptor agonists in the care of patients with diabetes and cardiovascular disease. But the problems that we have, at least in the US, and I suspect in most of the world, is implementation of those guidelines into clinical practice. In this publication a couple of years ago from a large registry in the United States across 120 centers, we showed that in patients that have type 2 diabetes and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, less than 7% actually getting optimal guideline-directed care, less than 10% are receiving SGLT2 inhibitors, less than 8% are receiving GLP-1 receptor agonists, and even medications like high-intensity statins and ACE inhibitors and ARBs are underused in a very large proportion of populations that could really benefit from these treatments. So why is that happening? And at least in my humble opinion, one of the key reasons is that we don't have effective clinical care models that really focus and emphasize prevention. And we decided to change that at my academic institution, St. Luke's Mid-America Heart Institute, and we built a Cardiometabolic Center of Excellence about 3 years ago, where we use a team-based approach through coordination of care by nurse coordinators and nurse navigators. That's actually championed by preventative cardiologists, but done in collaboration with our endocrinologists and primary care doctors to try to provide multifaceted and very aggressive risk reduction in this high-risk patient population. What we showed is that within a very short period of time, within just 3 months, 3.5 months, we see with this approach a dramatically greater improvement in weight and hemoglobin A1C, blood pressure and cholesterol. We also see substantial reductions in insulin requirements. About half of these patients are on insulin at baseline, and we see nearly 50% reduction in insulin requirements, and many patients coming off insulin altogether while improving their glycemic control and all the other risk factors. And we also see dramatically higher use of guideline-directed therapies, including cardioprotective agents such as SGLT2 inhibitors, GLP-1 receptor agonists, but also ACE inhibitors and high-intensity statins, and a substantially higher, nearly 20-fold higher use of this composite metric of optimal guideline-directed therapy. So we know that by changing the care delivery model, we can really impact in a positive direction the care of this patient population. And we're now taking it on the road. About a year ago, we launched a non-for-profit called Cardiometabolic Center Alliance, where we help other healthcare organizations around the country, here in the United States, build their own cardiometabolic centers of excellence based on our model, with the chief goal of improving the quality of care and outcomes in this very high risk and vulnerable patient population. So with that, I thank you for your attention. As I said before, it's been an amazing journey over the past decade, from where we started, where we had very little evidence, to where we are now, where we have lots of evidence. The key goal now is to make sure that we translate that evidence into clinical practice, so the care of our patients and their outcomes improve as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mikhail. So go ahead, Sanjay.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Dr. Mikhail. And the session is open for questions. Please do write the questions in the chat box, and Rajiv or I will be happy to read it out to Dr. Mikhail.
Dr. Mikhail, one question from my end. Heart failure with preserved ejection fraction. is a kind of enigma in diagnosis. How does a clinician actually diagnose, or how does he at least identify those people who are at risk for HFpEF? HFrEF is quite clear. HFpEF, how does he diagnose it?
Right. So excellent question, and obviously questions that gets raised very frequently. And you're right, the diagnosis sometimes can be a bit trickier with heart failure and preserved ejection fractions and heart failure with reduced ejection fraction. But remember that heart failure is a clinical syndrome first and foremost. So the diagnosis is based on symptoms and physical exam findings. And so the symptoms and physical exam findings in heart failure with preserved EF are the same as they are in heart failure with reduced EF. It's breathlessness, exertional intolerance, exertional fatigue, edema, elevated jugular venous pressure, evidence of congestion. So it's the same as heart failure with reduced EF in terms of physical exam and symptoms. The biomarker and imaging parts of the diagnosis are somewhat different. Patients with heart failure and preserved ejection fraction tend to have somewhat lower natriuretic peptide levels than those with reduced EF. But certainly if you have elevated NT-proBNP or BNP, it's highly suggestive that the patient has congestion and probably has HFpEF. And then imaging, of course, is very important as well. So echocardiography can be very useful. The thing to keep in mind, of course, that in HFpEF, you're not necessarily looking for abnormalities in ejection fractions. The ejection fraction can be completely normal. But there are usually structural heart abnormalities that are present in that setting, and those include left ventricular hypertrophy, they include left atrial dilatation, they include diastolic dysfunction and elevated pulmonary pressure. So if you have a combination of things where you have symptoms, you have a syndrome, clinical syndrome, that's consistent with heart failure, and then you have either elevation in natriuretic peptides or evidence of structural abnormalities or a combination of those things, that's very, very highly suggestive, and in most cases would be diagnostic of HFpEF.
There's a question by Dr. Guillermo, and Dr. Guillermo would like to know, in HFrEF patients treated with the SGLT2 inhibitors, what happens to the ejection fraction and how much improvement should we expect?
It's a great question, Guillermo, and I think it's very important to keep in mind that in heart failure and reduced ejection fraction, there is definitely, and this is a very interesting phenomenon, but there is definitely a disconnect between change in ejection fraction with various treatments and clinical outcomes such as survival, hospitalizations, or quality of life. In fact, it's not a given necessarily that you will have an improvement in ejection fraction after you start neurohormonal medications like RAS blockers or beta blockers, or sacubitril valsartan, or for that matter, SGLT2 inhibitors. Some patients do and some patients don't. But even patients, the fact that you don't have an improvement in ejection fraction does not mean that you're not going to get a benefit in survival, hospitalization, reduction, hospitalizations, and quality of life. In fact, as some of you may know, the medicines that clearly improve ejection fraction in HFrEF, such as inotropes, actually hasten death. They actually make people die faster, despite improvement in ejection fraction. So there is definitely a disconnect there. We don't have extensive data on ejection fraction, so we stopped, in large outcome trials, we stopped actually measuring ejection fraction in follow-up as a result of that, because we think of it as a surrogate outcome that doesn't correlate necessarily with survival, hospitalizations, and quality of life. And so there is not a structured reassessment of ejection fraction in most trials. We do know, however, that SGLT2 inhibitors in several smaller mechanistic studies have a favorable effect on left ventricular remodeling. It's not necessarily improvement in ejection fraction, but it's reduction in left ventricular volume, so reduction in the size of the left ventricle, as well as improvement in hemodynamic parameters as well. We just completed a trial with empagliflozin, actually, one of our investigator-initiated trials in patients that have heart failure with either reduced or preserved ejection fraction and have an implantable pulmonary artery pressure sensor that can give you pulmonary pressure readings on a daily basis. And what we showed is that over 12 weeks, there is a very rapid improvement in pulmonary pressure with empagliflozin as compared with placebo, and that starts happening within 1 week. So there is definitely change in hemodynamic parameters, and left ventricular remodeling goes in the positive direction, but we don't have definitive data on what actually happens with ejection fraction.
I have a question for you. We have the CV outcome trials for most of the new molecules, right? From incretins, I mean, GLP-1, DPP-4, SGLT2 inhibitors. But majority part of the world still continues to use the older molecules like SUs and others. If you have to revisit them again in today's time, what do you think you would predict the CV outcome trials would be for the older molecules? I mean, would they be just CV safe, or would you see that there could be some benefit in using these molecules even today with established cardiovascular disease or patients with cardiovascular risk?
Well, with sulfonylureas, actually, we don't have to guess anymore because we have a trial that actually gives us the answer. And that's is the Carolina trials that was presented at the European Association for Study of Diabetes in 2019 that directly compared glimepiride, which is one of the second generation sulfonylureas, with linagliptin, which is a DPP-4 inhibitor. Now, there was no placebo group in that arm, but we already had a previous trial called Carmelina with linagliptin compared that to placebo, and we knew that linagliptin is no different from placebo when it comes to cardiovascular outcomes. So it provides, it's safe, but provides no benefit. And so comparing glimepiride to linagliptin is essentially comparing glimepiride to placebo in that regard. And we, again, saw no difference in the cardiovascular outcomes in a Carolina trial between glimepiride and linagliptin when it came to major adverse cardiovascular events or heart failure for that matter. So what we can say, I think, with certainly with glimepiride and probably the rest of the sulfonylureas, is that they don't increase cardiovascular risk, but they don't reduce cardiovascular risk. You essentially get no benefit on any cardiovascular outcomes with either DPP-4 inhibitors or sulfonylureas. There was a difference in that trial in hypoglycemia rates, as you would imagine. There was much higher hypo rate with glimepiride as compared with linagliptin, but otherwise there was really no difference between the two drugs. So I don't think we have to guess. I think we can pretty definitively say that with SUs, if we did a cardiovascular outcome trial today with different set of SUs, probably what we would see is no benefit because we already have that evidence from Carolina. Metformin, of course, continues to be very controversial. Because we don't have any contemporary cardiovascular outcome trials with metformin. It would be a very difficult trial to do in patients with diabetes because it's universally recommended by the guidelines. And so it's used in a vast majority of patients with diabetes. It's very hard to give somebody placebo in that regard. But there is a trial going on actually in the United States in the Veterans Administration system that is comparing metformin to placebo. It's a cardiovascular outcome trial, and it's not being done in people with diabetes, but in those with pre-diabetes and established cardiovascular disease. So hopefully within a few years, we will have more of a definitive answer on metformin as well.
Okay, we have one last question. Raji, you want to read out? Dr. Guillermo has put another question in the chat.
It's about data on AFib, and by reducing volume, do you expect a reduction in AFib? And I one question for Dr. Mikhail. The CHARM study on candesartan told us that people with diabetes with preserved ejection fraction have worse outcomes as compared to reduced ejection fraction. Is that really so in the real world also, that people with HFpEF fare badly as compared to people with HFrEF?
Yeah, so let me take the atrial fibrillation question first. So, Guillermo, again, an excellent question. And in fact, there is preliminary data suggesting that SGLT2 inhibitors may potentially prevent atrial fibrillation as based on the physiologic rationale that you pointed out in your question, most likely. And that data actually comes from DECLARE trial, where there were several hundred atrial fibrillation events. This was, of course, an exploratory outcome, but nevertheless very important to look at. And in fact, there was a significant reduction in the development of new atrial fibrillation with dapagliflozin as compared with placebo in the DECLARE trial. Now, that should be confirmed in other trials. I think it's a very important outcome to look at. But at least the initial data we have suggests that there may be a positive effect there as well. Coming back to a question, Rajiv, about CHARM. This is a big controversy in the heart failure field. There is a camp, if you will, that strongly believes that patients with heart failure and preserved ejection fraction actually have greater burden of symptoms and functional limitations, that even those patients that have HFrEF, they may have slightly lower mortality and slightly lower hospitalization rates, but they actually are more functionally and symptomatically impaired. And there is definitely evidence, not just from CHARM, but from other trials as well, to suggest that that's the case. So that's a patient population that really needs efficacious medications that not only improve mortality and hospitalization rates, but improves the quality of life as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mikhail. I think, and for want of time, we would love to hear you more and more, but we'll have to end the session. But compliments from the team Idec. Excellent lecture, and it was a lot of take-home points that we could really get from your lecture. Thank you once again for being part of this meeting. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks so much for having me. It was an honor.
Thank you so much. To move on with the program, our next speaker is none other than Dr. Guillermo Umpiras. He's the president-elect of ADA and a good friend of mine. It's a pleasure and honor to introduce him. He's, of course, the professor of medicine, the Division of Endocrinology, and clinical director of Diabetes and Metabolism Center at the Emory University School of Medicine in Atlanta. He also serves as the director of Diabetes and Endocrinology Section and Clinical Research Unit at the Grady Memorial Hospital in Atlanta. He's a recipient of numerous teaching awards for Best Clinical Teacher and Best Mentor for Endocrine Fellows and Junior Faculty at the Emory University, and has received several national awards from the ACE, American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists, American Diabetes Association, and as I said, that he's just the president-elect, and hopefully we'll be able to see him in a physical meeting next year at the ADA. He's also the member of the Diabetes Scientific Council and Board of Directors of ACE and the ADA Professional Practice Committee. And he's the editor of ADA's Therapy for Diabetes mellitus and related disorders. Today, he's going to talk to us on GLP-1 RA and cardiovascular outcome trials. So over to you. The stage is yours, Guillermo.
Allow me to share my screen. Yeah. Oh, thank you. What a great lecture from Dr. Kosibor. And it's so hard to follow this type of lecture. Nevertheless, I'll try my best, Sanjay. So we're going to talk about GLP-1 and how this type of medicine has really changed our position from the ADA and clinical guidelines. Before I start, I would like to just mention that I don't receive direct compensation from industry. However, I'm involved in multiple clinical trials. The money goes to Emory University. And I will try to do is to review the metabolic effects of incretin-based therapy or GLP-1 in type 2, outline the effects of GLP-1 on cardiovascular and renal outcome in patients with diabetes and in patients at high risk of having diabetes, and review the 2021 ADA guidelines and how these guidelines likely to be changed in 2022. So I'm just going to start as a very basic point that all of you know. Chronic kidney disease and cardiovascular disease, as mentioned by the previous speakers, are two most common comorbidities in patients with diabetes. Up to 40% of patients with type 2 will develop chronic kidney disease. The risk of cardiovascular disease and mortality increased by 2 to 4-fold in patients with diabetes. And heart failure, as I mentioned by Mikhail, increased by 2 to 5 points. So during the past 20 years, there have been multiple studies trying to understand, can we change the natural history of these complications? So of course, as a diabetologist, we say, well, if we treat diabetes, if we treat hyperglycemia, can we reduce cardiovascular events? And there have been multiple trials with every drug for type 2 diabetes up to a few years ago, and they're all negative. For example, the ADVANCE trial, conducted mostly in New Zealand, Australia, and Canada, and other countries. And it shows that using sulfonylureas or insulin secretagogue based therapy, there was no difference in mortality. The Accord trial, 10,000 patients, similar numbers at the advance, with multiple agents trying to bring a hemoglobin A1c very, very low, less than 6.5%, so normal, compares to 7.5, and no difference except that increased mortality. So if you try to push too hard, bringing the blood glucose down, you increase mortality. The study was stopped because there was a 22% increase in mortality. And here to the lower left, you had the VADT, the Veteran Administration Diabetes Trial, a much smaller trial of just 3,000 patients. Again, trying to improve as much as possible glycemic control less than 7 did not change on cardiovascular events. And all of these trials have shown an increase in hypoglycemia. And hypoglycemia was a predictor of all-cause mortality. So frustrating for diabetes. What about treatment of hypertension? Well, maybe if we correct hypertension, can we really prevent kidney disease? And the trial for this come from maybe 20 years ago or more. And here I have using losartan and ACE inhibitors, and to the right, irbesartan, an angiotensin receptor blocker. And these trials were very positive, and this is why we recommend to use ACE inhibitors or ARBs in everybody who has diabetes and proteinuria or kidney disease, because they were shown to protect the kidneys. However, when you look at this trial, they reduced by 20%, but there is a significant residual risk. So how many patients you have in your clinic that you start ACE inhibitors or ARBs because they have proteinuria, and unfortunately they progress. So what we have right now is that we have two types of agents. One is the SGLT2s, and you already listened to Dr. Cosi-Boro on all the benefits of SGLT2 and how they have impacted on clinical guidelines. My job in the next 20-25 minutes is to discuss the GLP-1 receptor agonists, the impact that they have both in cardiovascular and renal protection. So what are the GLP-1 receptor agonists? Of course, for many, many years, we know that GLP-1 and GIP is secreted in the gastrointestinal cells. And the GLP-1 was increase insulin secretion and suppress glucagon, and because of that, improve glycemic control. And we know that GLP-1 stimulate insulin secretion in what we call glucose-dependent manner. So the risk of hypoglycemia, if they use by itself, is very little. They also inhibit gastric emptying. So by increase and we will see some slides about that. Of course, that reduces postprandial hyperglycemia. Perhaps one of the effects that my patients like a lot is that they increase satiety, and because of that and others effects may be associated with some weight loss. And finally, inhibit glucagon. And as you know, glucagon is the most important glycogenolytic hormone. So it breaks down glucose stores in the liver, therefore in decreased glucose in the circulation. So multiple effects. We have now several of them, and I like to divide them when I talk to my patients in those who are using daily or weekly. And here you have daily, and the only one in the United States that is now available is the liraglutide. And we have the weekly that is exenatide, albiglutide, dulaglutide, and semaglutide. They work in the different ways. That's right. If you look at the short-acting, half-life is very short. Liraglutide has a long half-life of 13 hours and is used daily. And then you have semaglutide, dulaglutide, where the duration is up to several days. That's the half-life. So because of that, they're given on a weekly basis. And all of them are associated, and we'll talk about side effects. You start in the very low dose and you build up your dose. So if you look at studies on glucose, and here you have compared to different agents, liraglutide in blue, albiglutide, dulaglutide in orange, that's commonly used now in the United States. And you see that they are associated with the reduction of hemoglobin A1C somewhere between 0.8 to 2%. So it's as effective or more effective than any other agents and equally effective to insulin therapy. But there is more than just glucose. That's right. We mentioned the gastric emptying, regulation of appetite. Let's review them, and then we go to the cardiorenal team. So this slide shows the effects on gastric emptying. And here you have that given a GLP-1 infusion, you significantly slow down gastric emptying. Just for your information, you may be asking yourself, well, how long did it take my stomach to empty after I eat a meal? About 75 to 90% of the meal that you eat or you consume is past the stomach in 2 hours. And what you have in here is that in these 2 hours, look at the placebo versus GLP-1 effects, the percentage that is emptied. And of course, if you don't empty your stomach, you're going to have a decreased postprandial effect. The other effect is the change in appetite because it increased satiety. So you remember when we went to medical school, patients with diabetes are polyuria, polydipsia, and polyphagia. Because this sense that the signal from the stomach to the brain and the brain saying, yeah, you ate enough, is lost in many of our patients, and with or without diabetes. And what you have in here, if you use the GLP-1 here in orange, compares to placebo, you change the hunger and you improve satiety. And this has been replicated for multiple of these GLP-1 agents. So if you increase satiety, you eat less, you are going to be associated with improvement in body weight. And what you have in here that you're going to lose somewhere around 1 to 3 kilos at the dose that is used in patients with diabetes. In addition to the weight loss effect, you're going to have, multiple studies have shown that GLP-1 is associated with minor but significant decrease in blood pressure medicine. And this has been shown, in this case with liraglutide, has been shown with other GLP-1s. And compared to placebo in yellow, the low dose and high dose 1.2 and 1.8 milligrams of liraglutide, improvement even before you see changes in body weight, you have a 4 to 6 millimeters of mercury reduction in blood pressure. And more importantly, same as the SGLT2s, now we have several studies that have shown cardiovascular benefit. And this has been shown with liraglutide, with semaglutide, with albiglutide, and dulaglutide. And I'll show you a paper that was published yesterday with other GLP-1 receptor agonists. So, LEADER, a transformational study on 9,340 patients, most of them with cardiovascular disease, 80%, or a high risk of cardiovascular due to multiple hypertension or other cardiovascular risk factor, who had a hemoglobin A1C greater than 7 in a short study for 3.5 years, where patients on top of their diabetes medicine were added liraglutide or placebo. And this study was the first one to show a reduction in what we call MACE, major cardiovascular outcome, that defined in most of these trials that I'll present to you in non-fatal myocardial infarction, non-fatal strokes, and death from cardiovascular causes. And a reduction of about 20%, 13%. And here you have death for cardiovascular causes decreased by 22%. And this was seen within the first 3 years of trial. That was liraglutide. A similar study was done with sustained 6 with the use of semaglutide. I'm sure you are using semaglutide. It's once a week, have the same side effects, the same efficacy in reduction of hemoglobin A1c and blood pressure. And they took patients, 80% of them already with cardiovascular disease, and they were treated with oral agents with or without insulin. And similar to the LEADER trial, they were followed up for 3.5 years. And amazingly, the results on MACE, cardiovascular death, non-fatal MI, and non-fatal stroke was reduced by 25%. So a very impactful clinical trial. Here you have non-fatal myocardial infarction decreased by 25%. Non-fatal stroke decreased by 40%. So 2 trials so far showing that they have a significant impact on MACE. Similar trial has been conducted with other GLP-1. This one with dulaglutide, close to 10,000 patients with the previous cardiovascular events or with multiple risk factors, again, with type 2 diabetes, oral agents with or without insulin, and you have a reduction of cardiovascular outcome of 22%. Clearly significant. However, in this case, the mortality was not changed. Albiglutide, it was taken off. It's not in the market in the United States. But this study shows that MACE significant reduction, 22%. And you're going to see that the reduction of myocardial infarction of 25%, although in this trial, you didn't see much effects on stroke or cardiovascular death. But with respect to MACE, they show a 22% reduction. And in a paper that I don't know how many of you have seen it was published yesterday in the New England Journal of Medicine with this new GLP-1, epeglenatide. It's not today approved by the FDA, but took about 6,000 patients that were randomized to a GLP-1 receptor agonist, 406 milligrams versus placebo. And this is on top of all of the other diabetes medicines. And what I'm showing you here is MACE, and it saw a reduction of 27%. So similar what you saw in the semaglutide and the liraglutide trial. And here to the right is the renal composite outcome that consisted on a reduction of urinary albumin creatinine ratio of 30% or more, a decrease in glomerular filtration rate more than 40% of renal replacement therapy, or sustained eGFR less than 15. So incredible results published yesterday in the New England Journal of Medicine. So when you look on the cardiovascular protection of these agents, you're going to see that the LEADER, SUSTAIN, EXCELS, and HARMONY very potent, and although not the elixir that is a very short-acting, that is not even available in the United States, the lixisenatide was not significant. But it's amazing. If you get a composite of this thing, you get about a 15 to 25% reduction in major cardiovascular events. So why is this important? Because all of the guidelines, especially the American College of Endocrinology and the American Diabetes Association, this is in Spanish, have recommended that if you are going to use an injectable, you should choose a GLP-1 much better, much faster than the use of insulin. So if I'm in clinic and I have a patient already in 2 oral agents, and I'm going to think about using insulin, I may think first to use a GLP-1 because it's not associated with hypoglycemia, has similar reduction of hemoglobin A1c, and have cardiovascular protection. All of them has been so far injectable, that's right, but now we have the oral semaglutide, and the pioneer, there are several studies shows that the oral semaglutide is associated with similar reduction in body weight and hemoglobin A1c compared to the injectables. And in several trials compared, for example, with EMPA, it has a better reduction of hemoglobin A1c, similar weight. Sitagliptin, significant improvement in hemoglobin A1C and weight loss, and sitagliptin has very little effect. That's right. So now we have an oral GLP-1 that may be increasing utilization all over the world because I'm shown to have a better improvement in hemoglobin A1C, a better improvement in weight gain, and also on renal protection. And just to complete, you have to keep in mind that about 30 to 40% have gastrointestinal adverse events. And that is the reason why you start at a low dose and you increase the dose as tolerated by the patient. So you start on a very little dose. This should not be used in patients with pancreatitis, same as DPP-4, or in patients who has history of medullary thyroid cancer. And of course, the main problem that I see around the world is the high cost of this medicine, which of course is significantly higher than the others. So, no questions about GLP-1. With respect to cardiovascular outcome, what about renal effects? Well, the story here is very similar to the SGLT2s. All of these trials have shown an improvement in renal protection. So here you have in the liraglutide, the LEADER trial, and this shows the composite renal outcome that was new onset persistent macroalbuminuria, doubling of serum creatinine, or a GFR less than 45, or the use of dialysis. And looking at this composite effect, you see that the use of liraglutide was reduced by 22%. And persistent macroalbuminuria, one of the most important cardiovascular risk factors, because it's associated with the increased risk of acute myocardial infarction and cardiovascular death, was reduced by 25%. In a different trial, this was done by Catherine Tuttle, that she will be presented tomorrow in this Congress. She conducted a dulaglutide in a trial that is called AWARD-7 and compared with insulin. So the effects insulin versus dulaglutide, hemoglobin A1C about the same. But this trial look on kidneys. And here you have a change of glomerular filtration rate with insulin. Insulin has no protected effects on the kidney. At long term, by improving glucose control, it may do, but in the short term, it does not. In contrast, the use of dulaglutide at the low dose, higher dose, did slow down the progression of decreased glomerular filtration rate. And here you have the effects on macroalbuminuria. Again, insulin bring the blood glucose down, but have no protected effects with respect to macroalbuminuria. Dulaglutide, in contrast, was associated with significant improvement in albuminuria. And this is just the semaglutide, although it was a 3,000 patient study, the SUSTAIN-6, that shows the 25% reduction in cardiovascular mortality. Also have new or worsened nephropathy, means albuminuria and doubling of serum creatinine decreased by 30–40%. So this is why the 2021 ADA guidelines, the key message is that among patients with type 2 diabetes who have established atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or established kidney disease, you should consider an SGLT2 that was presented in all these trials by Dr. Kosiboro or the GLP-1 that we're showing today. Because they have been shown to improve beyond the use of the traditional medicines. And these were the guidelines for the American College of Endocrinology. It says we start on metformin, and we go to GLP-1 and SGLT2 are the second agents. However, if you have a patient with atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease or chronic kidney disease with a GFR less than 60 or proteinuria or reduced ejection fraction, you should consider GLP-1 or SGLT2 with independent of hemoglobin A1C. And the new guidelines for AIDS is going to put in doubt, so you really have to start somebody with metformin before you use GLP-1 or SGLT2. And I bring up to you, think about it, you see your patient is obese, have increased blood pressure, not very well controlled, so you start on metformin, or maybe you should start on SGLT2s or GLP-1. In 2020, the guidelines for the American Diabetes Association again says you start either way, GLP-1 and SGLT2. And if you have heart failure, the data is very clear. If you want to reduce readmission to the hospital for heart failure, you should always use an SGLT2s before GLP-1. GLP-1 has very little effect on readmission for heart failure. So in the year 2021, this year, the American Diabetes Association said if you have a patient who has CKD, so a GFR less than 60, you should consider using GLP-1 or SGLT2 because, as I show you, it decreased the slow down the progression of diabetic kidney disease. But if you have a patient with proteinuria, albuminuria, you should start, in addition to ACE, you should consider the use of SGLT2s. As a renal protective effects, the SGLT2 is better than GLP-1. So I'm just going to put this together, this table, just to give you an idea where we are with the medication for diabetes, or the most common medicine. When you look at efficacy, they're about the same. One more than the others, like the weak points are DPP-4 and acarbose. Somewhere in the middle at metformin, sulfonylureas, SGLT2 only decreased hemoglobin A1c by 0.5, 0.6 to 1.9%. But the GLP-1 and sulfonylureas are the same, and of course insulin at higher doses is good. There are different adverse events, that's right, safety. The GI side effects of GLP-1 and metformin. Sulfonylureas. The Carolina trial showed 4-time increase in the risk of hypoglycemia. The only reason to use sulfonylurea is because they're cheap. Otherwise, I don't see why we should keep using it. The good thing is that utilization of sulfonylureas has come down significantly. Safety, DPP-4 is good, and insulin, of course, has hypoglycemia. But I hope that these 2 lectures today has convinced you on the need for cardiovascular and renal protection. We have no data on renal protection with metformin, no data on this neutral cardiovascular for DPP-4 and sulfonylureas, but there is no data on kidneys. So it was not until the last 5 years that we have learned and we have shifted our armamentarium to consider if you have patients at high cardiovascular risk or already with reduction of GFR, that you should consider using an SGLT2s or a GLP-1 receptor agonist. So how can I summarize what I tried to mention today? So for many, many years, we have learned that if you bring the blood glucose down, you prevent the appearance of microvascular complications. No question. But that takes long periods of time. But if you have already a patient with established cardiovascular disease or renal disease, you have to go beyond glucose control. The other thing is that some of these agents, there are 2 agents that produce hypoglycemia, sulfonylureas and insulin. And we have learned if somebody develops hypoglycemia, there is an increased risk of cardiovascular events. So if you have metformin, if you go into sulfonylureas or insulin, you increase the risk of cardiovascular events. You should look for alternative. And the alternative right now that I believe you hope that we convince you today are to use early on the use of GLP-1 or SGLT2s in the way that they have shown to have decreased major cardiovascular events and a renal protection effect. So I thank you very much, and I hope to answer any question that you may have.
Guillermo, can we take the questions after Dr. Cyrus's lecture?
Yeah,
so
sure.
we can have
We're
together.
behind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rajiv, would you like to introduce Dr. Cyrus, please?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Cyrus D'Souza. Thank you for being here with us. Dr. D'Souza is a professor and chief of the Division of Diabetes, Endocrine, and Metabolism at the Department of Internal Medicine at the University of Nebraska Medical Center. He's also the director of Diabetes and Obesity Program for the VA Nebraska Western Iowa Healthcare System. He's a board-certified clinical endocrinologist with research interests related to cardiovascular disease and insulin resistance and diabetes and improving outcomes in diabetes and obesity. Dr. D'Souza received his medical degree from St. John's Medical College, Bangalore. He completed a rotating internship at St. John's, senior house residency at Nair Hospital. Fantastic. I'm meeting a fellow Nairite. We are celebrating 100 years this year. And then went on to Bronx, New York Hospital and a fellowship in the Division of Endocrinology at Tulane University, New Orleans, Louisiana. He has authored and co-authored several articles in major journals and present at national and international meetings. He has been a PI for several grants, including a VA merit review grant looking at glycemic control and other basic cardiology-related grants. He's a site PI and an ancillary study and steering committee member for a large NIH study. The GRADE, which is a national study comparing current medication and protocols. We just had Dr. Makkar speak on it. He's also the chair of the ancillary studies committee in the large NIH trial using vitamin D to prevent type 2 diabetes in people with pre-diabetes. I are honored to have you here. Over to you, Dr. Cyrus D'Souza.
Thank you. Let me share my screen here. Okay, I'm hoping everybody can see my screen there.
Yep.
So today we are going to actually discuss, these are my disclosures for everybody. And today our objectives are actually a focus on management of dyslipidemia in diabetes. So I think most of us are very familiar with general management of dyslipidemia in the general population. So we're going to first review some pathophysiology of what is slightly different in patients with diabetes in terms of lipids versus general patients, and the role of cardiovascular disease and diabetes in terms of lipids. And then we're going to go over some management guidelines for diabetes dyslipidemia. I'm focusing on the guidelines by American Diabetes Association. I will mention slight differences that may occur from AHA or other organizations. And then the more major part of the talk will be actually to show you some trials in terms of how they affect diabetes patients in different classes of the lipid drugs that are there. So you've probably seen a lot of trials in general with general information for everybody, but I'm going to focus in on those trials that actually have diabetes data. And so they may be a little different than the general population. So as we know, I start with the earliest slide that you can find because this has held through all of these years. But in this Birmingham Heart study, you can see that any cardiovascular event or that you take, either males or females, you have an increased risk for these events in patients with diabetes. And we also know that with each addition of a risk factor, we usually will get an exponential increase in cardiovascular risk in type 2 diabetes versus people who do not have diabetes. So this is showing you 1, 2, 3, and all 3 risk factors where cholesterol is one of those major risk factors. And you can see that the people in diabetes have a much higher risk. A little bit about the pathophysiology in diabetes that is not always true with the general population. So as you know, when we eat, we have chylomicrons, which are absorbed from the intestine and go to the liver. And at the liver, which is the main producer of all types of lipids, including LDL, VLDL, HDL, etc. What happens in diabetes is there's an increased production of VLDL, which we measure as triglyceride. Because there's an increased production of VLDL in the system, there is an excess of triglyceride. Now, usually the triglyceride is removed by tissues with the help of an enzyme called lipoprotein lipase, which all tissues have. Now, in diabetes, this enzyme is usually, especially in type 2 diabetes, resistant to the actions of insulin. So the activity level is low, and therefore you have an increased production and a decreased removal, and therefore high triglyceride. On the flip side, the HDL that's produced by the liver is, as we know, a kind of a scavenger lipid. And these scavenger lipids bring back the remnants of lipids to the liver. And this is the reason why HDL is low in patients with diabetes. So the hallmark of insulin resistance is actually high triglyceride and a low HDL, even in the absence of any dysglycemia. So it is an early marker. Hepatic lipase is also increased, which further stimulates triglyceride production. Now to come to LDL. The LDL levels are not necessarily different, but the quality is different. So they are small, they're dense, they're easily oxidized LDL molecules, and therefore they are easily cause endothelial injury to the vasculature, which is why patients with diabetes have an increased risk of cardiovascular disease. So with that brief introduction on pathophysiology, I'm going to go into the management of patients with diabetes and dyslipidemia. And these are some of the ADA guidelines. So we start with primary prevention first. So for patients 40 to 75, and we'll deal with 75 a little later because the data is a little different there. So patients between 40 and 75 without any cardiovascular disease, we need to use a moderate intensity statin to, in addition to lifestyle therapy. Now, all of these recommendations are obviously based on the ASCVD risk score, which you might know as a calculator. And having diabetes increases the risk anyway. So by how much is depending on whether you have cardiovascular disease or not, and what is your age. For patients with diabetes that are 20 to 39, and they have cardiovascular risk factors additionally, it may be reasonable to start a statin. There is no plus or minus evidence, especially in type 1 diabetes. So that would be a clinical decision that you would make. And in patients with diabetes at higher risk, especially those that do have multiple cardiovascular risk factors, or whose age is greater than 50 to 75, it is definitely reasonable to use a high-intensity statin therapy. Then coming to the 10-year ASCVD risk score itself, if you have a risk score that calculates out to 20% or higher, it may be reasonable to add something else like Zetia or ezetimibe to maximally tolerated statin to reduce LDL cholesterol levels by 50% or more. So these are some of the guidelines for primary prevention. For secondary prevention, for patients of all ages with diabetes and presence of cardiovascular events already, a high intensity statin is definitely added to lifestyle therapy. And for patients with diabetes and cardiovascular disease that are even higher risk, and if their LDL is above 70, on a maximally tolerated dose of statin, then you should consider either Zetia or a PCSK9 drug. As you know, that ezetimibe is probably more cost effective than the PCSK9 inhibitors. For patients who do not tolerate the moderate or high intensity statin, the other means should be used. And this is just an opinion because there are really not many trials looking at that specific population, which I feel is a problem because there are a significant number of people who are statin intolerant, truly, or are in very tiny doses of statin, which we don't very much know the effect on the cardiovascular risk profile. So now I'm going to show you a couple of trials on LDL. I start with, and this is always, remember this lecture is focused on diabetes and what is the effects on diabetes. So I always like to start with the first significant trial, which is, many, many years ago in 1997, it was published, but holds true till today. So you can see that in this trial, patients with diabetes had more of an effect in terms of reducing risk of major coronary vascular events than people who did not have diabetes. Now, in this slide, I've tried to summarize all the important trials that have been held. Some of them have shown diabetes patients separately, and some not. Most of them at least have shown equivalent benefit for diabetes patients versus non-diabetes patients, while some trials show an extra benefit, like the FOREST trial and the CARDS trial. So nevertheless, the uniform message is that it works for patients with diabetes. Here is a list of different intensity statins in their various doses. So most statins can be given at moderate or high intensity. Atorvastatin and rosuvastatin are the two main high intensity statins at their 40, 80, and 40 doses, while the other statins are at lower doses. Certain slightly weaker statins, such as fluvastatin, at 80 milligrams at the highest dose, is considered a moderate intensity statin and may be tried if a high intensity statin is not tolerated. Okay, so here I summarize the different available agents that have effects on lipids. So we already know that statins have a reduction in LDL up to 60%, depending on which statin and what strength. The main side effects, as we know them, are myalgia and muscle related. And rarely you may have rhabdomyolysis. Liver functions may also be affected. And there are many strategies to try and modify those side effects. Maybe try different statins at lower doses. Some people have suggested vitamin D replacement and coenzyme Q10, but those are not proven by randomized controlled trials. There are the cholesterol absorption inhibitors like ezetimibe, which lower LDL by about 20%. They have lower side effect profiles than statins. PCSK9 inhibitors, they lower LDL powerfully, 50 to 70%, the injections. So some patients might not like that. And you may develop site reactions to injections. Niacin was a very promising drug until the trials were held, and I will show you that. Used to lower non-HDL cholesterol 20 to 50%, which was thought really good. But it has significant side effects of flushing and hyperglycemia, which causes an A1C increase on an average of 0.7. So really not probably that great for diabetes patients. We have fibrates like gemfibrozin and fenofibrate, which have a modest effect on LDL and a larger effect on decrease in triglycerides, have similar side effects such as statins, and should not generally be combined with statins unless really needed. And even if so, should not exceed the 50% dose. And then we have omega-3 fatty acids that usually deal with the triglyceride component of dyslipidemia. And they also have problems, especially in patients with coagulation, anticoagulants. They can cause increased bleeding actually. And in patients on antiarrhythmic, they can actually displace that antiarrhythmic and make that worse. So they're not as benign as we think they are usually. All right, so what I want to do is actually talk about the addition of, or the benefit of ezetimibe when added to a statin in terms of diabetes and non-diabetes. So in this analysis, you can see the primary endpoint. There was more of a benefit in diabetes patients than in non. In fact, if in this trial, if you had taken out the non-diabetes patients, the trial may not have been shown any significant improvement in terms of cardiovascular risk reduction. So if you take the primary endpoint or any of the secondary endpoints or any of the tertiary endpoints, you see that diabetes patients seem to have more protection in this study than non-diabetes. And that's why the guideline has suggested that people with diabetes with extra cardiovascular, multiple cardiovascular risk factors, maybe the addition of ezetimibe to a statin might be truly beneficial to them over and above non-diabetes patients. In this figure, I would like you to concentrate, this is the same trial. I would like you to concentrate on the red and yellow lines, which is diabetes patients. You can see that patients treated with Zetia and a statin, in this case simvastatin, had a marked improvement, about 15% reduction, risk reduction. And versus the non-diabetes population, which is the blue and green, which really had no difference. So you can see that really the difference lies in the diabetes patients. And this is a 5-point MACE, which I've listed. And this is for cardiovascular safety and efficacy of a PCSK9. And you can also see here, in terms of cumulative difference in patients with diabetes in the four-year trial. So this is specifically diabetes. And you can see that there is a definitive, benefit to diabetes patients in terms of both the 5-point MACE and the cumulative cardiovascular death rate. So again, to emphasize that it seems to be that diabetes patients have a slightly better outcome than non-diabetes patients. And if you look at, and that was in the 4-year trial. However, if you look closely at a meta-analysis of all the trials of PCSK9, it does show that there may not be a significant difference between diabetes versus non-diabetes, but do remember that these are all trials that add a PCSK9 on top of a maximally tolerated statin. So we don't really have a trial that looks at diabetes patients without maximally tolerated statins. And I think that would be a very useful trial if one could be done. Nevertheless, you still have benefit as the total, you can see the bottom line there, you still have about a 22% decrease in the composite endpoints. So it's still pretty decent. There's a new drug called bempedoic acid, and I'm not sure how many of you are familiar, but it acts in the same pathway as the cholesterol manufacturing pathway that statins work on. This is an inhibits an enzyme earlier in the cholesterol pathway. But you can see with different trials that they've done that are listed over here from Harmony, Tranquility, Serenity, and Wisdom, that averagely there's about somewhere between 15 and 20% reduction in LDL. And some of these trials are over and above a maximally tolerated statin. And then Tranquility was in addition to with Zetia, so it shows the maximum effect that can have. So I think this is a useful tool in patients who may not tolerate maximal statins. Now, does this affect cardiovascular disease? We don't know really because we do not have a randomized controlled trial. It is ongoing as we speak, but we do have a meta-analysis of the data, and it seems to show at least some signal of benefit. That means about a 17% benefit. We shall await the results of the cardiovascular outcome trials here. So moving on to lipid fractions, especially triglyceride levels. So for patients with triglyceride greater than 500, the main risk is pancreatitis, and we would consider medical therapy. In patients with 175 to 499, we should address secondary factors first, such as diabetes itself and hypothyroidism, nephrotic syndrome, and then consider medications. In patients with cardiovascular disease or atherosclerotic disease, on a statin, but they have triglycerides 135 to 500, we should treat that, and the addition of icosapent ethyl, which is Vascepa, can also be considered in this particular group, and I'll show you some data. And then we do not really recommend statin plus fibrate. There's no additional cardiovascular benefit. I will show you a couple of slides on that. And niacin, unfortunately, has not been very great in terms of addition to a statin and lowering cardiovascular risk, in spite of lowering non-HDL cholesterol. So you can see the ACCORD trial, which is a lipid we had a lipid portion and a diabetes portion. And you can see, unfortunately, adding fenofibrate to a statin does not lower either total mortality or a 3-point MACE between placebo. And these are all diabetes patients. So it does, that's why the recommendation says that perhaps adding fenofibrate to a statin is not beneficial for cardiovascular outcome. It may be beneficial if you want to reduce triglycerides greater than 500 for pancreatitis. And caution must be used because of interactions between statins and fibrates. So this is the trial which unfortunately showed us that niacin is not as great a drug as some thought. And this is called AIM-HIGH trial. And unfortunately, when you added niacin to a statin, there was actually no difference. in any cardiovascular outcomes. Plus, people had a lot of side effects, and there was a high dropout rate from the use of the statin, so the use of the niacin, and therefore niacin is not considered. In addition, in diabetes patients, it caused hypoglycemia and increased the A1C averagely by about 0.7, which is almost equivalent to adding allogliptin as a medication. So not good. So last portion, do we treat patients who are older than 75? So in adults with diabetes, age 75, those who are already on a statin from before, they're fine, you can continue that. In adults that are diagnosed with diabetes after 75, it may also be reasonable with discussion with the patient. There's not enough data in this set. There's a new study called the preventable study, which is now being conducted in this very population. And we shall know maybe 5 years from now whether what is the exact benefit. And statin therapy is not indicated in pregnancy. Now, I'll show you this particular slide about the age and relationship to statin therapy. So on the left, no diabetes. On the right column, there's type 2 diabetes. I will focus on the right side. As you can see, there seems to be a benefit in patients with diabetes up to about the age of somewhere between 85 and 90. That means the blue line is below the black line, which means the risk is lower than 1. But as you age above 85, 90, it seems like it may actually be harmful in other ways, like mental and other stuff. So again, this is a modeling study, so we don't truly know what to think, but certainly there is some signals that it may not be good to start patients like if they're over 87 or 90. We will know this for sure when the preventable study results are published. So in the last few minutes, I want to just summarize. So take-home points, statins at high intensity are very effective for both primary and secondary prevention in diabetes. Ezetimibe statin combination may be more effective for secondary cardiovascular disease prevention in diabetes than without diabetes. Niacin is not useful in combination with statins for CVD prevention in diabetes and has tolerability issues. Fibrates may not give added risk reduction when combined with statins in diabetes, and they have safety issues. PCSK9 inhibitors do give lower cardiovascular risk in both patients with and without diabetes to a modest extent when combined with a statin. So with those comments, I shall end my lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. D'Souza. And can you please stop sharing so that I would request Dr. Guillermo also to come on so that we can have a combined question and answer. Thank you very much, Dr. Guillermo. And I'll open up the session for question and answers. And I'll yeah, please go ahead, Raju. You wanted to ask something. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. I'm sorry I was butting in while you were talking. Dr. Ompires, my first question is to you, is that some of the pickup of GLP-1 evidence-based approach in patients with established cardiovascular disease has not picked up in India. Probably price and injectable is probably the reason for it. But do you think that with the oral GLP-1, it will pick up, one? And two, do you think that we can extrapolate the advantage of Sustain 6 to Pioneer 6?
Yeah, so this is amazing, your questions and the way that is real world. And there is a paper in the New England Journal of Medicine published in June 10th that speaks about the trend utilization of drugs in the United States up to 2018. And about 60% or 65% are using metformin. Sulfonylurea is about 30%, insulin about 25%. And when you have combined SGLT2s and GLP-1, it's 7%. So, and you saw the data that was presented earlier on today, that even in patients who have cardiovascular disease, the utilization of GLP-1 and SGLT2 is less than 20%. So we have a diabetes platform at Emory, and looking at medication utilization, and GLP-1 is used in less than 15% of the patients. So the question is why? So in talking to our primary care that we meet every month, is that it's cost, and most of them require prior approval. And that means that somebody in the office has to call the insurance company and beg to be able to use those medicines. And primary care are so busy that if you have to call the insurance company, they just don't do it. They just don't do it. So we just got approval from Medicaid to use liraglutide, and maybe that's going to increase utilization of these agents. So the data is very clear. I don't know if it just take a generation for get included in primary care, or 5 years, maybe not enough to have this data. The SGLT2s are used a little more, but again, most people who would benefit, and I think it's the matter of cost, or a matter that sometimes you have to get pre-approval to use these medicines. So something needs to be done. And I think the main reason is cost. If all the medication costs $1, would you ever use sulfonylureas before GLP-1 or SGLT2? The answer will never be there. That's right. Why does sulfonylurea still 30% utilization in the United States is not clear to me. They're cheap, but that's it.
So if you was to, considering now the oral sema is going to be available in majority part of the world, do you think that if cost is to be kept aside for people who can afford it, do you think our initial therapy should start early combination of, let's say, oral sema with oral SGLT2 inhibitors? And if I may sort of tease Dr. Cyrus's brains also, that start statin early in all our patients with diabetes, and the composite may probably bring the cardiovascular risk or cardiovascular disease down?
Yeah, early combination therapy have been shown to be more durable effects on glycemic control. And if you use this early combination with, with the SGLT2s or GLP-1, may have some cardiovascular and renal protective effects. Now, I'm very careful when I have to start metformin GLP-1 combination because of the GI side effects. And then you don't know which one gave you the nausea and the vomiting, or the nausea or diarrhea. So I very seldom combine these two at the same time. But with respect to metformin SGLT2s, I'll do that all the time. So if I have a patient who have cardiovascular risk factor, hemoglobin A1C is greater than 8%, I will start from the beginning with these two agents.
Sanjay, I just want to ask here that what will be the future of DPP-4 inhibitor in the era of this oral semaglutide? I mean, that's the most of the oral DPP-4 inhibitors, they don't have the CV safety data. I mean, the CV beneficial data at least. And when you have the oral semaglutide, if money is not the problem, where they will be used? I mean, where the place for DPP-4 inhibitor? What do you think? Maybe down the line, 2 years, 3 years.
Hey, Banshee. I mean, I think that I'm going to be cynical, I guess. DPP-4 are right now, they're a very expensive medication for what they give you. They have no cardiovascular protection, no renal protection, and a minor reduction of A1C. And it costs, in the United States, $300 a month. So sitagliptin is going to become generic in the next few months. So that may help. So I don't use DPP-4 too much now in my practice. Maybe the group that I use is in the elderly, because it has very little side effects with mild control. And the other thing that we use it is in patients with type 2 in the ambulatory setting, is in those who have kidney dysfunction, in the way that although you have to adjust medication according to which one of the DPP4 you use, it can be used all the way in dialysis, and it has very little side effects. So otherwise, the utilization of DPP4 is coming down, at least in the United States, from about 20% to about 10% of the patients. It may change now that sitagliptin will become generic, but so far, it is for what they do for you compared to the cost benefit. I'm pulling away from using DPP4 a lot now.
So if that's the case, what is your opinion about the combination of DPP4 SGLT2 inhibitors that we've got? I mean, does it make a good combination?
When it becomes generic, I'll use it. But I think that if I have to use
in India, it is already in generic form.
I'll use metformin, SGLT2. I love that combination.
People argue the fact that the benefits are driven by SGLT2 and not by DPP4. So do you think there is a role of DPP4 in the combination?
There are two different mechanisms of action. I'm sure that's very effective. I mean, I think that the goal in diabetes care is to combine agents with different mechanisms of action. That's right. So, but if I'm going to use a DPP4 because of the incretin effect, I would use a GLP-1 for sure, because it's more potent and it has cardiovascular protection, renal protection, which DPP4 don't have. So, and that's why, I mean, DPP4 are okay. But if I'm going to use it because of the incretin effects, if I could use GLP-1, hands down, I would use a GLP-1.
Dr. Cyrus, a question to you. How much do you really think triglycerides should be aggressively pursued? And at what level do you think that you should bring it down to? And what should be a starting point? Because that's, you know, in our population of people, we do come across very high triglyceride values. So as a cardiovascular risk, where would you put triglyceride lowering?
Okay, so I think that there are two parts to the question. One is, if you have triglycerides that are greater than 800, that's a whole different issue and has no, I would focus on the pancreatitis risk. So it has to be treated for reasons other than cardiovascular risk. And therefore, the recommendation is to treat that aggressively to reduce any pancreatitis. Now, if you take patients with a cardiovascular risk, that they have multiple cardiovascular risks other than diabetes, on top of diabetes, then actually the data does show that in terms of omega-3, well, to be specific, EPA itself, if used, can reduce the risk of cardiovascular events and diabetes further than if you just used a statin. Now, fibrates don't seem to have that same effect. So I would be very specific on what you used to lower the triglyceride level. So at this point in time, the recommendation is to use not just any omega-3, not fish oils, because there are many trials that show that some fish oils do not work. Okay? It has to be EPA that actually has the evidence for cardiovascular risk reduction. So that's what I would go with, between about 135 and 500. And if you had a high risk of cardiovascular disease. So that's what I would do. And that's what the recommendation is.
Yeah, Rajiv, go ahead.
Dr. D'Souza, for you, you know the Indian phenotype much better than most people. The Indians being the second highest migrant population in the US and still not represented in the ASCVD risk scoring. Is there any risk scoring that, you know, is developed out of an epidemiological study and we can use it? Because we see premature heart disease maybe 1.5 decades earlier. So, you know, and we are not able to primarily prevent heart disease in India. spite of so many things. So is there something that we can do actually?
So you're right. I mean, the ASCVD risk score is fraught with, I won't go into them. There are a lot of controversies. There are problems with, socioeconomic status, which you didn't mention. So people with higher socioeconomic status have a different ASCVD score than lower, even with all the other variables equal. There is problems with that scoring system, and therefore it is just an approximation. So if you want to, use that in combination with perhaps levels, that might give you a better guidance. So in diabetes, for example, I realize in Asians, especially South Asians, the cardiovascular risk is higher in patients with diabetes and occurs at a younger age. And the BMI criteria also not the same. I mean, people with South Asians have more intra-abdominal fat than, say, Caucasians. And that causes all the metabolic differences. So I usually go by the actual levels, the LDL level, the triglyceride level. I think those absolutes are probably going to be better for the South Asian population than the ASCVD score. Because there are trials that include that population for cardiovascular risk reduction in terms of the LDL number, but not in that ASCVD score. So I would go by the triglyceride level, by the LDL levels, the actual levels, and assess risk in that manner. Unfortunately, there is no tool that asked me that specifically would just help you with South Asians specifically, or any specific trials that looked at that. So we have to do the best we can.
So Dr. There's a question from Dr. Neeta Deshpande. Is the Curie score better for Indians? There's one validation in Indians by our counterparts from East India about Curie score in East India by Dr. Binayak and Dr. Samit. So do you think the Curie is a better score for us to use? Is what Dr. Neeta is asking.
Well, so I think you could use it, but I'm not sure that it has been validated enough in larger populations. India is not homogeneous. There is a difference in, say, South Indian people and North Indian and such. So, and there are different ethnicities. So I would say it's probably a good tool. I wouldn't say it's bad, but I also say that it may not be validated for all the different racial differences that we see within India. So I think that would be the next step. And then I would be more comfortable with it.
Cyrus, your comment on JBS score, Joint British Society score. So we have tried, the Curie's ASCVD and JBS score in our ICU patients who are getting admitted for 2 years. And we found that JBS and Curie's are better for India compared to ASCVD. But your comments for that. We don't have any validation, as you are rightly saying. We don't have the last data, but still we want your comment on that.
I actually think the JBS score is actually pretty good, in my opinion, for South Asians. I feel it's better validated than the Q score. So if you want to use that, I would say that that's probably something I would depend more on.
Only problem is, Cyrus, it is costing, the app of JBS.
I know.
So
it is. But, so the institution can, yes, I suppose, but like in our place, the institution pays for that. And so, the providers in the institution get to use it free. But I suppose maybe it could be part of a benefit of a society, like if you belong to Indian Diabetes, Association or something, it could be that the association buys some sort of, institutional app, and that can be shared with people. I mean, that's an idea, But you're right, it's, it is cost.
There is a question by Dr. Guillermo, and he asks you that should you place all diabetics on statins, and should we follow lipid levels once starting statins?
Yeah, so controversial and a very good question. So, we always did follow levels till 2012. That was the only way we actually followed whether we had reached goal. And then the HA came out with this whole ASCVD score and said, forget all about the levels, which, diabetologists and endocrinologists were shocked with that statement. But so the thing is, I would say that, we do the first part of the question, do all diabetes patients need to be on statin? Again, I would differentiate type 1. First of all type 1s can't be on statin. Many of them are under 18 years of age. So they are contraindicated in those patients. But even young type 1s who develop diabetes in their 20s, they don't necessarily have to be on a statin initially. I think it's a clinical judgment when you started. Do you have albuminuria, for example? Have you developed any complication? How high is your LDL? Is it 100 versus 190? So those, I think for type 1s is a clinical decision initially. Type 2, I feel it's a little clearer, and especially for patients over 40 years of age, that universally statins are usually beneficial for type 2 patients. And I would start it for sure in those type of patients. In terms of monitoring levels, I am all for it. How do you know the patient is taking the medication if you do not monitor the levels, right? So for compliance's sake, you must monitor the levels. And secondly, all the studies have been done with lowering of the level, 50% lowering or a certain target like below 70 or below 50 nowadays. In fact, the latest recommendation from the European Society that should be below 50, in fact, LDL. So all our studies look at the levels. So I always like to say concentrate on the levels rather than the ASCVD score.
I just want to ask Cyrus one thing regarding the lipid levels, whether we should chase more with the numbers or whether we should more with the percentage. Suppose you have a patient with 110, I want to reduce because a high risk patient to more than 50% of that to be reduced. So from 110, I would like to have more than 50% from the baseline. So it should be less than 55. I should chase that, or should I chase the total less than 50? I have to have a target for this patient, or less than 70 is the target. Because most of the labs, they put the reports like this way, that this is the normal, this is the target, this is like, there is nothing like a target. It should be from baseline 30% or from baseline 50%. Now, different patients may have baseline different. One patient to whom you have started with LDL of 135 and you want for that particular patient 62.5, maybe the baseline 50% reduction will be there. For the other patient, it will be 55 or 54, maybe the target for that particular patient. And the new targets, which is recently Lipid Association of India, we were talking that HDL and LDL should be the same, or rather we can go up to the LDL up to 30 milligram. I mean, that is what, below 55 definitely for high risk patient, but can we go up to 30? So just for a clarification, I want that.
So I think there are two sets of types of trials, one that look at the percentage reduction and one that look at the absolute level. But certainly I recommend the 50% reduction. That is the primary aim. So even if you're like 120, so I would focus on the 50% first. Because, if you're 100, the 50% is 50, but that's what you should do. But secondly, if your initial level is higher, and after 50% reduction, it's still not as low as it should be, then you look at whether you should go lower. So as you said, over time, there has been a lowering of what that LDL level should look like. And it's almost coming to as though your HDL and LDL should be the same, but not quite there with all the societies. I have to say that not all societies agree with that. Currently, the most aggressive would be the European Society, which recommends, below 50. And recently, the American AHA has also agreed with that. So people with diabetes and cardiovascular risk events should be below 50. So to your point, I would first definitely use the percentage. And then if after the percentage has been achieved, if you do not have, look at your patient, if they have higher risk than normal, then I would go for the target of below 50. And, it's not unreasonable to say that eventually we might land up with an LDL and an HDL the same value. Because if you look at the natural experiment that exists, you have these people with certain defects in their, which prevent them from manufacturing LDL. Their LDL is like 8 and 10. They have no problems. They actually live to 100. They have no cardiovascular disease. So going down to even 0, theoretically, looks like it's safe. So, but the only problem is, can we do it? There are all these side effects that medications have. I mean, a lot of my patients cannot tolerate maximally tolerate. Then you have to add Ziria, you have to add this, you have to add that, PCSK9. What are the interactions? How much side effects can the patient tolerate? That is where the problem lies, not the threshold. I feel the threshold could be as low as possible, but can we really practically achieve that threshold?
Yeah, Rajiv, you want to ask? Neeta, do we have time for 1 or 2 questions, or are we done on time?
No, we have time. We have time.
All right. So Rajiv, your question, then I'll follow it up for a question with Guillermo.
So Cyrus, it just got interesting with the levels. So I remember reading an article a decade back, which said that you are born with an LDL cholesterol of 30, and there's no documentation of coronary artery disease below the age of 1 year. So you get your you start choking your coronaries beyond 1 year of age. So majority of Indians at least are breastfed till almost 9-10 months. It's only when you get top feeds that your coronaries start choking. So LDL below 30, would it be practical that you go back to infancy?
That's what I was trying to argue, that theoretically, I don't have a problem going down to below 30. Okay, I don't think there's any safety issues. The problem is, how do you get there? I mean, when you try with a patient with diabetes, they already have a lot of medications, right, for all their different cardiovascular risks, and then you add medication after medication after medication. There is all these interactions, and the problem is the practicality. I don't know whether we can get people below 30. I mean, I don't know. I frankly think that compliance will be a huge issue, and that is where we will be, have a big problem.
Guillermo, question for you.
Sanjay, can I ask one question?
Yeah, please, sir. Go ahead.
Cyrus, I think it was a very good eye-opener to all of us, because there are 2 issues. I think I don't know whether probably it was not in this subject. First of all, standalone, what is the position of triglycerides? Because in our subjects, elevated triglycerides without abnormal cholesterol level is also a single most risk factor, particularly in diabetic females. Second thing, I personally feel that the cholesterol thing started from 1962, where Ansel Keys started cholesterol as a bad word in medicine. Before that, we never knew the coronary artery disease. Now, you see, after chasing cholesterol so badly, has the coronary artery disease reduced? No, sir. There is not a single bed available in the ICU. In spite of lowering cholesterol and trying to get HDL cholesterol as high as possible, the main culprit appears to be oxygen-free radicals. And oxygen-free radicals come from probably high level of omega-6 fatty acids. if you don't reduce your content of omega-6 fatty acid, as much as you reduce your cholesterol, it is not going to give any benefits. This is our experience. And therefore, we chase both triglycerides and try to increase HDL cholesterol. At the same time, we also try to minimize the oxygen-free radicals. That is a more comprehensive approach that we need to take in our diabetic patients of South Asian origin. I don't know what is your take on that.
So, I think not only South Asian, but we know that there's a lot of residual risk, as we call it. So, in spite of statins and all that, there is a huge residual risk. Obviously, others we would have eliminated cardiovascular disease, right? And especially, I think triglycerides do play a higher risk role in South Asians. You're right about that. I feel that they have a higher risk component than, say, the Caucasian or African American population. But when unfortunately there is no real studies about standalone. Everything is on top of a statin. So we don't have something to show that, okay, in people with, say, statin LDLs that are moderate, if you just, and they have high triglycerides, if you were just to give, say, omega-3 fatty acid like EPA, would that, when compared to maybe just a statin, what is the difference, in cardiovascular risk reduction? It would be an interesting trial, but because of all the guidelines, I think it's ethically impossible at this point in time. But I think I agree with you in the fact that, in some populations, lowering of triglyceride is really important, especially the South Asian. Second part of your question is the oxidative stress and the radicals generated thereof. And we all know that this is a really important part. But, there have been smaller trials giving people things that try to reduce oxidative stress. None of them seem to have worked. Now, in your mention of omega-6 versus omega-3, the ratio of those three fatty acids, I think is important, because I think some of the trials do tell us that, because if you recall a recent trial called the Strength trial, they used DHA and combination with EPA, and they in diabetes patients, and they did not have any success at all. So I think that's because of the use of DHA, perhaps, and perhaps the risk of cardiovascular risk in that population they selected was not that high in terms of triglycerides. But what I feel is, like, if you use the correct omega-3 fatty acid and change the ratio of the omega-3 to the omega-6, you probably will get benefits in that area. Again, you have these are research areas, so I wouldn't say that they are absolutes, but they are my opinions.
I'll take the last question before we wind up, because we're running out of time, and this is to Guillermo. Where would you what is your take on using GLP-1s in lean diabetics? So what do you think should be the case?
Yeah, I mean, I use it all the time, and weight or BMI is not a criteria to utilize these medicines. And the weight loss that you see in a lean person is not going to be the same as an obese person. That's right. So the efficacy in reducing body weight, of course, is different, but the cardiovascular protection and renal protection is independent of BMI. So I have no problem with that. So, and this may be the final plea to, I don't know how you guys doing with respect to utilization of SGLT2s and GLP-1. We have a campaign at Emory University that we have 58,000 patients with diabetes, and the utilization of these agents is 1/3 what is sulfonylureas right now, and we're trying to look for avenues to educate our doctors, and I think this is, I'm pretty sure that it's the same all over the world, that these agents are not utilized, especially in those patients who really benefit. That's right. Those patients with cardiovascular disease, heart failure, they should be treated with the new agents. So we have a big task and in front of us and how we educate our primary care in utilization of these agents in this patient population.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to our speakers. I think they've done a marvelous job. Very well, the lectures have been very informative. And I'd like to thank both of you for this lovely interactions that we had in the last 20 minutes. I'm going to hand this back to Neeta for taking the proceedings for the next session. Thank you, Dr. Cyrus. Thank you, Dr. Guillermo. Lovely having you on the platform.
Thank you.
Yeah, we now move on to the next session, a very exciting one. And I ask our organizing secretary, Dr. Archana Sarda, to take it forward.
Good evening, everyone. After this wonderful thematic plenary session and the lovely discussion we had, we now have the second session, and I'm sure it's going to be as great a treat as this was. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce my co-chair, Dr. Anil Boraskar, who is the Honorary Associate Professor for Medicine in Grant Medical College, who has been a teacher to so many, and a Professor of Diabetology in All India Institute of Diabetes, University of Mumbai. And currently, till now, he is still the postgraduate teacher in diabetology for College of Physicians, and he is well loved, well known, and a very good speaker. Welcome, sir. And we will take this chair together. Next session is by Dr. I think we can skip this. I'm the organizing secretary of this Idec today. And we have none other than Dr. Kenneth Kuzi as our first speaker. Could we have his introduction, please? Yes. So Dr. Kenneth Kuzi is the professor of medicine, and the chief of division of endocrinology, diabetes and metabolism at the University of Florida at Gainesville. His current clinical and research work are focused on the underlying mechanisms and new treatments for NAFLD, NASH, in patients with obesity and type 2 diabetes. His session today is a recorded one, and I would request the team to please put it on.
I would like to thank the committee for having me. For me, it's an honor. It's the second time I've been able to join this wonderful meeting, and I really enjoy sharing these sessions with my friends in India and all over the world. In the next 30 minutes, I will share with you what is the latest in non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, what are the diagnostic algorithms. There's a lot of new data this year, and also what are the management strategies that the field is putting forward for this pretty complex problem. These are my disclosures, largely for research done at the University of Florida and for new medications that are making its way to the clinic. For those who don't know where Gainesville is not too far from Orlando, where Disney and Mickey Mouse are. So whenever you come, please, you would be welcome home to share dinner and share our research work. And I promise to not do a liver biopsy on your first visit to Florida. This is our campus, which has 1,000 hospital beds, and also on the upper right, the VA Medical Center with 400 beds, and lots of patients with this problem. And here I just want to summarize what are the key concepts that are important for our conversation today. Number one, it's important to know that there are many causes of fatty liver disease. Many of you may be aware of alcohol and some viral hepatitis medications, but once we rule out all of those factors, we are left with a liver in which our mission is to know if this liver with excess fat is undergoing inflammation and hepatocyte injury, and more importantly, liver fibrosis. Because our aim of diagnosing fatty liver disease is not because of the fat, but because we use it as a surrogate marker to identify those at risk of cirrhosis. Also, we have now linked the long-term observation that people with type 2 diabetes had a threefold increase in the risk of hepatocellular carcinoma, and that link is NASH. So this is what we're looking for, as you see in this electron microscopy picture, fibrosis. We are not particularly interested in fatty liver disease, although we know that that is probably an indicator of unhealthy metabolism and insulin resistance. More importantly, for your day-to-day practice, I want you to link not only what we have learned about cardiovascular disease prevention and nephropathy prevention with preventing cirrhosis in your patients with obesity and type 2 diabetes. Because we have medications that are extremely valuable to treat these different targets and improve the quality of life of our patients. Now, how common is fatty liver? In India, this is a significant problem. In studies basically done with ultrasound, it's at least 60%. But I anticipate that given the prevalence of diabetes in India, unfortunately, it might be higher if we use other imaging techniques. In the United States, I'm going to share some work suggesting that it affects at least 2 out of 3 people with type 2 diabetes. Now, a number of studies, particularly outside of the United States, have looked at this. And in this slide, which is also pretty current and similar to recent studies, if you only looked at liver enzymes, you would say that this is not a major problem. But if you use, as we're going to discuss later, controlled attenuation parameter, which is seen through elastography, and the commercial name is FibroScan, but there's also others called shear wave elastography, you will find that 70% of people with diabetes have this problem. Liver ultrasound has lower sensitivity. And again, in research, we also do MR elastography, which is useful, but not for the clinic. At this point, the second problem is that there are many more patients with obesity than type 2 diabetes. The United States, maybe 15% of the adult population has type 2 diabetes, but 40% have obesity. So this is a big problem too. So keep both numbers in mind. And the great dilemma is that liver enzymes alone many times are not elevated about this clinical parameter of 40. Finally, it's important to understand that, as I said to you before, having just fatty liver is a marker not only of insulin resistance, but to its linked association with cardiovascular disease. So in the same way we use proteinuria or albuminuria as a marker of endothelial dysfunction, damage, and risk of cardiovascular disease, in the same way we could use non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And then when we add the liver damage, particularly when you have advanced stages of fibrosis, this adds the liver component to the morbidity and mortality of these patients. The important thing is that it's common. We can prevent this as it slowly develops over time, although in some patients with diabetes, it happens in a relatively short time span, this rapid progression of the disease. But in general, identifying it on time allows us to prevent significant progression. So this is why this is important. There has been also some confusion with the term. I mean, some people began talking of metabolically associated fatty liver disease. And again, this has created a little bit of confusion. The intentions are good. Non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is a pretty bad term. Everybody's in agreement that you shouldn't, that it's not very useful to call something by not being related just to alcohol. But, and also it would encompass more of a pathophysiological angle and be more inclusive of people having both alcohol and metabolically associated fatty liver disease. However, I just want to let you know that some people think it's premature because the pathophysiologists, they're still not only related to metabolic dysfunction or insulin resistance. There are other factors that we don't understand. There are ongoing trials with the term non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. There could be respiratory problems. And more than anything, my personal view, it reminds me of when we were debating 20 years ago, the insulin resistance syndrome, which I think is the more appropriate term for what is now called metabolic syndrome. That doesn't mean a whole lot. And I'm not sure that all that fighting and debate on finding a good term had led to better care. And at this time that we're beginning to increase awareness and beginning to bring primary care doctors and as me endocrinologists into this field, I'd rather not spend energies on terminology. But just know that this is an ongoing debate, but I would stick to non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. There are meetings we are having this year to reach consensus. Perhaps the unifying finding of NAFLD is the fact that insulin resistance and what I like to call lipotoxicity. This is the adipose tissue, the subcutaneous and visceral adipose tissue are very, very sick. This is not an amount of volume. When you have central adiposity, you have a constant release of fatty acids that are bombarding the liver, and the liver has to deal with this excess amount of energy and nutrients, and this leads to serious insulin resistance and problems. But this ectopic fat affects the muscle where there's insulin resistance. It affects the heart, affecting myocardial function and its ability to tolerate an injury, like in the case of an acute myocardial infarction. We have done studies showing that this ectopic fat impairs insulin secretion if you have a genetic predisposition to diabetes, and clearly it promotes atherosclerosis. So this is an ectopic fat attack that causes toxicity, lipotoxicity across tissues. Now, I get asked a lot, well, what is the contribution of obesity to that of diabetes? And again, this is a difficult question, but we try to get a little bit of at least an epidemiological view of this. And Dr. Barb and her team at the University of Florida took the database with the rest of our research team in this manuscript published in Obesity very recently, and tried to separate the prevalence of steatosis depending on whether you did not have diabetes in blue and by BMI, and those with diabetes in orange. You see that if you are just overweight with a BMI below 30, half the people with diabetes already have steatosis, and this increases by 50% as your BMI goes up to 35, and primarily or basically everybody with a BMI of 40 or above will have steatosis. However, when you don't have diabetes, obesity alone is being overweight alone is not so commonly associated with steatosis. But as you get into the obesity range, it basically, again, is 2.5-fold higher. It doubles almost again as your BMI goes to 35. And practically everybody without diabetes, but with a BMI of 40, reaches this very high level. More importantly, remember what I said at the beginning. Steatosis is important, but really if we want to prevent cirrhosis, we need to look at fibrosis and just focus on the advanced fibrosis. These individuals have pre-cirrhosis. And these were from the enhanced database of 2016. You see that even in overweight, there's a lot of fibrosis, 1 in 10 patients with diabetes, and similar amounts in the obese. But if you look at overweight or obese, a quarter of individuals with diabetes and slightly less with obesity alone have moderate fibrosis. So they're on the path to cirrhosis. So this calls for a lot of attention from us as clinicians. I'm going to move on, but I just want to explain that this part of the equation of steatosis is probably what primes the system, puts the system under stress. But I have to say that there are other factors, another biology which we don't understand too well. why two individuals with the same BMI, same degree of steatosis, one just remains there without active steatopatitis, while about another similar individual has hepatitis. And a third individual will develop all the way down to cirrhosis, while others will not. So we don't understand that. We are doing a lot of work looking at mitochondrial dysfunction. And I have to say that we do think that mitochondrial dysfunction plays a significant role. And we presented some of that work at the ADA this year, well, last year, and hopefully more this year. So stay tuned. Now, let's get now down to management. This slide is something that I think it's important for you. This is a management guideline promoted by the American Gastroenterology Association, where with the lead of Dr. Canwell from gastroenterology, Dr. Chopra from primary care, and I, as representing endocrinologists, put together a group of very talented people. And we came out with something to try to begin breaking the silos and working together in the management. And this is being published simultaneously in gastroenterology, in the Obesity Society Journal Obesity, and the American Diabetes Association Journal Diabetes Care, and in Metabolism. And this was just available recently. And what this slide is to, once you have the phenotype of risk, obesity, diabetes, insulin resistance syndrome, and you rule out alcohol intake, think about other causes of liver disease. And now you're left with NAFLD. And what you want to know is, what is the risk of this person of having NASH with fibrosis? So the real challenge is that we can image fat, we can image fibrosis, but it's very hard. We don't have a good method to imaging inflammation. There are some under development, like CT1 wave, but it's making its way through to the clinic, and promising. Now, if you look at the non-invasive testing with FIB4, and I'll tell you more about that, if you are below a given number, you can say you're low risk. And again, that rules out about half of the people with diabetes. 10% are going to have numbers that are high enough to say, wow, we have a real problem. And again, 30 or 40% are going to be in the middle. For these individuals who we're not completely sure, we will do an imaging test called transient elastography, and then divide them between low and high risk. And those at the very high risk are the ones that we want to refer, because we can't refer 50% of our people with diabetes. What is this thing of the FIB4? The FIB4 is a very easy test that combines age, AST, ALT, and platelets. There are these calculators on the internet and any web browser. You have this person with 53 years of age, AST is 51, ALT 65, platelets low. This number is 2.2. And again, this falls in the indeterminate range. So if it's below 1.3, your chances of having NASH or with fibrosis are modest or low. If it's above 2.6 equal or greater than 2.67, the chances are very high. And as it gets, I would say, if you break down this area, when it's getting closer to 2.67, chances increase exponentially, like this person in this example. There are other tests like the NAFLD fibrosis score, but we have found that it gives a lot of false positives in that study that I just showed you. The second test that will be very critical in our management of patients is using elastography. And really what it measures is liver stiffness. And in measuring liver stiffness, this is what the device looks like. It gives you a number for steatosis, which is 274 or greater, and gives you a number for liver fibrosis, that anything above 8 is moderate to advanced fibrosis. You probably need to have this checked with your hepatologist. We did a study just recently published in February, and this is our team that helped us work on this. And again, this is really some very talented group of people who have helped me. So I need to thank them. And again, what we found that despite liver enzymes not being very elevated, up to 21% of individuals had advanced fibrosis. Again, steatosis being very, very common. But when we broke it down, what really alarmed us is that 15% have moderate to advanced fibrosis. This means that if in the last 10 patients you did not diagnose anybody with advanced fibrosis, you missed it. So this is why this is important. And again, you cannot rely only on your liver enzymes. You need to rely on other factors like FIB4, imaging, and trying to put the picture together. There are also some commercial tests available, biomarker tests that are useful, like ELF, NIS4, FAST, which is a combination of liver enzymes with elastography. All of those are helpful, and your hepatologist is very familiar with them. So keep that in mind. Finishing with the treatment in the last 10 minutes, the guidance for 2018 is about to be updated this year. And what it shows is that what we know from a lot of many studies, that metformin, great drug to control hyperglycemia and diabetes, but does not have a major impact in NASH. Pioglitazone improves NASH in people with or without diabetes. I will talk about that. GLP-1s at the time of these guidelines only had a small liraglutide study, but Dr. Mandeep Bajaj is going to tell you much more has happened recently, and vitamin E can work in people without diabetes. So in this little guideline, lifestyle is important no matter what stage of NASH you are. Focus pharmacotherapy in people who have F2, F3. We don't have a lot of data on F4. Pioglitazone and GLP-1 are the two agents that we have better experience. And again, cardiovascular risk reduction for everybody. Don't stop the statins in your patients. Statins may have even beneficial effects, we think, on liver biology, but they're fairly safe. Now, one thing to remember is, again, what this study has shown is that over 52 weeks of treatment, the benefits that you get on NASH resolution, on fibrosis regression, as you can navigate through this, depending on the weight loss being 5, 7, or 10%, is incremental. Now, the problem is only a minority reach that without pharmacotherapy. And the second problem is that although people can lose up to 19% weight loss, there's a huge variability in the response. So we need to add and help add pharmacotherapy, because weight loss alone, even in bariatric surgery, reversal of fibrosis is fairly inconsistent among people. These are the 5 studies. We are happy to publish the first study there in 15 years ago, followed by a couple of studies in people without diabetes. Then we've continued working on this in a 3-year study, showing very consistent results, similar to those in another study in which vitamin E by itself had some benefits, but greatly enhanced by adding pioglitazone, but not greater than pioglitazone alone. Reason why we favor pioglitazone for people with type 2 diabetes. In addition to the liver benefits in reversing NASH, there are a number of benefits that you might be aware in terms of insulin resistance, lipids, reduction of ectopic fat, as we talked at the beginning. It also prevents the progression from pre-diabetes to type 2 diabetes by 80%. And there was another study in people without diabetes called IRIS, published in the New England about 5 years ago. And then it does prevent the progression of atherosclerosis. What we have to watch for is edema, which may happen in 1 out of 20 patients or more if you are on high-dose insulin or amlodipine or have a BMI above 40. The issue of bone loss is probably something that you may want to monitor and do a bone density, particularly in postmenopausal women. Bladder cancer answer, this debate is, I would say, waning, as most studies have been negative. And it's weight gain what has been a factor that it makes many providers hesitate. So let me show you a couple of things. Number one, the weight gain is from subcutaneous fat. And as you can see here from our a prior clinical trial, we did the one that I showed you before. We measured liver fat, we measured subcutaneous and visceral fat. We did a very sophisticated statistical analysis called partial least square discriminant analysis that allows to know which is the factor which is most important in the response to pioglitazone. And these results are very similar to an older study by Miyazaki and Dr. DeFranco that showed pretty much what others have shown. That what happens is that you have a reduction in liver fat, you have a reduction in visceral fat, but your subcutaneous fat, which is more inactive metabolically, increases. Because if you don't stop the excess caloric nutrients, what pioglitazone will do, it will selectively put those excess calories in that compartment, which is the least harmful for you. And it's like putting the toxins in the trunk of your car instead of keeping them, putting them in the engine. That will basically be much more harmful. We would rather have no weight gain. But typically, as you can see here, body weight goes up with pioglitazone. The individuals in this study that lost weight, body weight and subcutaneous fat goes down. But visceral fat goes down more compared to moderate weight loss, and liver fat goes down. And when you look at what this translates into, it translates into improved histology in terms of inflammation, steatosis, and fibrosis. So that's why some of our studies led to improvements in steatosis and in fibrosis in our patients. So to put this together, before I leave you, remember that the targets of treatment conceptually and very simplistically are to reverse the angry and kind of very dysfunctional sick fat of our individuals who have overweight or who have obesity. Two ways to do it. Either you reduce the mass of adipose tissue by lifestyle changes, GLP-1 receptor therapy that Dr. Bajaj is going to tell you about, or changing the biology of fat, as you can do with pioglitazone, where the receptors for PPAR gamma are 10 times more abundant than any other tissues. There are also direct effects of PPAR gamma and on the Kupffer cells, the macrophages that are embedded in the liver, and the stellate cells that lay collagen. But it is important to know that PPAR alpha alone don't have a significant effect on liver fat, nor the PPAR delta or PPAR gamma alone like rosiglitazone. But it is this compound of pioglitazone that I mentioned, or saroglitazar, that's approved for NASH in India as a PPAR gamma alpha, or lanifibranor, where we are awaiting the publication in a major medicine journal of the results of their native study that have been the most promising, as it reverses not only inflammation, but it reverses fibrosis in individuals with NASH. And last but not least, remember that activation with PPAR gamma alpha has broad metabolic effects in all these studies that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. To finish, I'm just gonna do a brief introduction to what is coming with Dr. Pandit Bajaj, which are doing many efforts with GLP-1 receptor agonists. Most likely, the best one study was liraglutide, and at the time of the guidelines, the study by Armstrong, the LEAN study, showed histological benefit, although it was a small pilot study. But again, as you see, as weight loss goes down, liver enzymes go down, liver fat goes down. However, there are others. For example, we did a small study looking at the effect of dulaglutide at 1.5 milligram from the diabetes trial, the award studies, again, with a trend to an improvement. And again, this study also out of India by the group of Dr. Kuchai showed very nicely how dulaglutide may improve liver fat. Finally, this is the study that we worked on, Dr. Newsom being the first author. We published in November last year in a population of 320 patients at the University of Florida. We were one of the most active centers. And again, at doses that were daily doses that are equivalent to the obesity, weekly obesity doses recently approved in the United States. And importantly, the majority of people had moderate to advanced fibrosis. So I'm gonna let Dr. Bajaj share those results with you, but this was a very important study in the field. One word about SGLT2 inhibitors. Again, many uncontrolled small studies of about 6 to 12-month duration. Some control studies, we did one with canagliflozin showing improvement in insulin sensitivity. And again, always a reduction in liver fat, which we think is more than anything linked to the metabolic changes and the weight loss. And just one slide out of all of these, if you look at the change in body weight, you see that it has a very good correlation here with the change in intrahepatic triglycerides. So more people, in this case with canagliflozin, were able to lose some weight and reverse the state of steatosis in their livers. Again, we don't have any studies really that show in a randomized controlled study effects on histology. But this effect has been similar to that reported with dapagliflozin and empagliflozin and others. So to summarize and conceptualize what I just told you, when you gain weight, you worsen insulin resistance, you increase visceral fat, subcutaneous fat, and you impair the function of your adipose tissue. This promotes type 2 diabetes, promotes and it worsens your cardiometabolic risk. When you lose weight, no matter how, all of this gets better. And finally, when you have mild weight gain associated with the metabolic benefits of changing that sick fat into the fat of a lean, healthy individual, like happens, for example, with pioglitazone or lanifibranor, insulin resistance gets better, the chance of developing diabetes goes down, and your cardiometabolic risk decreases. So to finish, we've learned a lot about these target tissues. I want you to incorporate liver in your equation. We have now agents that work at these different levels, 3 of them possibly having benefit for your patients with NASH. So when you decide your therapies, think about it. I know you're familiar with the ADA choices of drugs. Hopefully in the future, we will add a box and our choices of agents that do something to improve the liver of our patients with diabetes. Again, remember that there are choices. Remember to add pharmacotherapy in individuals that have moderate to advanced fibrosis. Remember the cardiovascular risk reduction. Cardiovascular disease is the #1 cause of death in our patients. Don't forget adding the statin. So take-home message. Fatty liver disease is common, okay? And it should be incorporated in our management in the same way that we have incorporated prevention of nephropathy with albuminuria. And we ask eye exams from our patients with diabetes on an annual basis. It is associated with increased morbidity and mortality. We didn't have time to review the literature, but again, we believe that it is that way. Unfortunately, there's still significant clinical inertia, but I know this is changing thanks to you, hopefully, in the future. The diagnostic algorithm is not as easy as just ordering an hemoglobin A1C as we do for diabetes, but it's improving, and there are some commercial biomarker tests that will facilitate the diagnosis. But for now, remember FIB4 and imaging with elastography. Or again, why is it important today if there are no FDA-approved drugs? Well, remember in India, there is saroglitazar. Pioglitazone is dirt cheap, very inexpensive. And I think it will be for NASH what metformin has been for the management of type 2 diabetes, an early entry and inexpensive choice that may help many of your patients. And you're going to hear what is the role of GLP-1 receptor agonists. And you should know that there are also dual GLP-1 GIP receptor agonists that have had recent impressive results like tirzepatide. Finally, many agents in development, I would say at least 50. And so this is a very dynamic field. So I want to thank you for your time. Please come and visit us. This is our team at the University of Florida. And it's always a pleasure to be at this very, very prestigious meeting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I think this presentation calls for many, clinical disparity in our country. As a professor of medicine, when I take my ward rounds, and I have developed some simple clinical bedside method by which we can say that this man needs further investigations. Asking for fibra scan in our setting is a very expensive job. As a result of which, we rely on our clinical findings. One finger palpable liver in an obese person and alarmingly elevated HGOT, HGPT calls for a scan. So this is our criteria to decide whom you subject.
So may I interrupt? So can we take this in the panel discussion at the end?
Fine, no problem.
So would you like to introduce the next speaker, please?
Yeah.
Dr. Manjeet.
Our next speaker is my very favorite person, largely because I have learned a lot from his father. His father was a person who nurtured Diabetic Association of India, was a great scientist, a par excellence person, a physician to Prime Minister, and a great teacher, and we have learned a lot. Mandeep is a Vice Chair of Clinical Affairs and Professor of Department of Medicine at Baylor College of Medicine. He is a Chief of Section of Endocrinology and a Diabetes in Baylor St. Luke's Medical Center. He is a reputed clinical and translational researcher in obesity and type 2 diabetes. And he has enormous number of papers, more than 150 research papers, abstracts, and book chapters. And he's a very renowned endocrinologist. And we are going to learn a lot from Mandeep. Without interrupting much, I would like to present you Mandeep Bajaj, who is a very favorite person of Diabetic Association of India. Not because of his father, but he himself also has contributed a lot to our activities. Over to you, Mandeep.
Thank you, Dr. Baroskar. It's a pleasure to be again involved with diabetes education in India. I'm trying to do the screen share here. Okay. Can we? All right. So can everyone see the slides?
No, Mandeep, we can't see it. There is a Baylor School of Medicine login that's appearing.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you can see the slides, right?
You'll have to make it full screen.
There you go. Okay. All right. So, it was almost 25 years ago when I met Dr. Baroskar. We were on trip to Mauritius, and I was talking on thiazolidinediones in 1996, and everyone looked at me and said, "What is that?" And no one had ever heard of them. And today, almost 25 years later, we heard Dr. Kuzi give an excellent presentation on NASH and how pioglitazone is the metformin for NASH. Certainly, my strong ties to India and the Diabetic Association of India, and it's always a pleasure to participate in activities in India. What I'm going to do today is take you through some of the studies on GLP-1 in NASH, and also go through some of our own data, explaining the molecular and metabolic effects of GLP-1s on the liver. I agree with Dr. Kuzi that I'm not going to get into the controversy of calling NAFLD metabolic associated fatty liver disease. That's just terminology. So let me give you a background. Around the time that the first GLP-1 exenatide was approved, we constructed a helper-dependent adenoviral vector with hepatic base expression and secretion of exendin-4 in mice, as you can see here, so that we could get steady state levels of exendin-4 and treat mice for 16 weeks with exendin-4. And so exendin-4 treatment in diet-induced obesity mice, these were mice fed on high-fat diets, resulted in weight loss with increased energy expenditure, reduced free fatty acids, reduced hepatic steatosis, increased adiponectin, and improved glucose homeostasis. And this work was done by Dr. Sampson and Dr. Larry Chan and us in collaboration. Now, at that time, it was not known whether exendin-4 or exenatide could increase adiponectin, but certainly in this study, we did see an increase in adiponectin, and exendin-4 induced secretion of adiponectin was said to be a direct effect promoting adiponectin secretion via the PKA pathway in cultured hepatocytes. So it wasn't just because you lost weight, adiponectin went up, but there was a direct effect of GLP-1 on adiponectin secretion from cultured adipocytes. So having that background, we obviously wanted to look at combining exenatide and pioglitazone therapy in patients with type 2 diabetes. And our hypothesis was that combining pioglitazone with exenatide would be associated with a significant greater reduction in hepatic fat content, as well as a greater increase in plasma adiponectin as compared to pioglitazone alone. My earlier work with Dr. DiFronzo and Dr. Kuzi had shown that pioglitazone clearly reduced liver fat and increased adiponectin. So we took 21 patients with type 2 diabetes on a diet, and or metformin, and they received treatment with pio or pio alone or combined therapy with pioglitazone 45 milligrams a day and exenatide 10 micrograms twice daily. At that time, we were very, very I would say strong to give pio 45 a day. These days, we really don't use much of pio 45. All subjects met with a dietitian, advised a weight maintaining diet. And at the end of 12 months, so it was a 1-year study, we measured adiponectin, free fatty acids, lipids, and we did MR spectroscopy for liver fat. And what we did find here, as shown in this slide, is that patients who were on pioglitazone alone, pre and post therapy, the body weight increased, almost a 3 kilo increase as expected with pio. And as Dr. Kuzi showed you, you have a redistribution of fat, but at the same time, you have an increase in overall fat mass. BMI went up, fasting glucose as expected came down, fasting insulin was reduced a little bit, fasting FFA came down significantly. And lipids remained largely unchanged, other than the fact that triglycerides came down. The liver function parameters, ALT, AST, both came down with PIO. But now, when you look at the combined group that got PIO and exenatide, there was no significant change in weight. So weight did not change. You prevented the weight gain that you saw with PIO. BMI did not change. A1C came down a little more, but clearly with the combined therapy. Fasting glucose came down, fasting insulin came down, free fatty acids came down significantly. Triglycerides came down much more with the combined therapy than with PIO alone. A big reduction in triglycerides. And then the ALT came down more with the combined therapy than compared with PIO alone. So here's the liver fat data. Liver fat with PIO came down about 40% as expected. And the adiponectin increased about 2 to 3-fold with pioglitazone, but with the combined therapy, there was no significant change in weight. Here, you had an increase in weight. No significant change in weight. Hepatic fat came down almost 60%, as shown here. This was a greater reduction in liver fat than PIO alone, and plasma adiponectin increased far more significantly with the combined therapy as compared to PIO alone, thereby showing you that there was a combined effect that had greater benefits on adiponectin and liver fat and was associated with the amelioration of weight gain that one would see with PIO alone. So in conclusion, the study showed that in patients with type 2 diabetes, the addition of PIO and exenatide is associated with a greater reduction in liver fat content, plasma triglycerides, and a greater increase in plasma adiponectin. So obviously the reviewers asked us, why did that happen? And we said it could be the liver fat reduction, maybe more, because of a direct increase in plasma adiponectin, directly enhance hepatic fat oxidation by exenatide, and reduce appetite and body weight, and that the molecular mechanisms need to be studied. Obviously, it took several years for this data to be translated to a large clinical trial in patients with NASH, and two clinical trials. The first one was published recently in the New England Journal of Medicine, placebo-controlled trial of subcutaneous semaglutide in non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. Dr. Kuzi was a part of the investigating team. And basically, in this study, they had patients on semaglutide, as you can see here, and placebo. So they basically had patients on semaglutide. Let me just 1 second get this a little, okay. And they had patients on semaglutide, 0.1, 0.2, and 0.4 daily, and placebo group, matched for age, body weight, body mass index, type 2 diabetes, A1Cs, liver enzymes, liver fibrosis. As Dr. Kuzi said, most of them were in F2 and F3 fibrosis stage, the majority of the patients, and some in F1. Activity score for NAFLD is pretty matched. And then FibroScan, liver steatosis was matched between groups. Liver stiffness, as assessed by FibroScan, was matched. and enhanced liver fibrosis score, which is based on the serum levels of hyaluronic acid, procollagen type 2, and terminal, and metalloproteinase 1 was pretty matched between groups. So well-matched groups, about 80 patients in each group that were treated with semaglutide 0.1, 0.2, or 0.4 daily, or placebo for a period of 72 weeks. I think here, 1 second. There we go. Okay, so changes at the end of the study. The primary endpoint, as defined, was resolution of NASH without a progression of fibrosis, and the secondary endpoint here was the improvement in liver fibrosis stage with no worsening of NASH. And the primary endpoint was reached, resolution of NASH with no worsening of fibrosis, semaglutide 0.4, very significant here, p-value less than 0.001 versus placebo. So the primary endpoint was met, but the secondary endpoint, improvement in liver fibrosis stage with no worsening of NASH, as you can see here, 0.4 semaglutide versus placebo was not met, as you can see in this slide. And then when you look at the ALT and AST here, you can see very clearly there was a reduction in the ALT, semaglutide 0.4. It's a dose-dependent effect versus placebo, and ALT, which is right here. And again, the reduction was over a period of 72 weeks in a dose-dependent manner. Now, in terms of adverse effects, nausea was the commonest side effect. Vomiting was seen in about 15% of the patients on semaglutide 0.4 daily. So GI side effects largely, and some increase in malignant neoplasms. There were 3 in the semaglutide treated group versus 0 in the placebo group, and largely increase in benign and malignant neoplasms. Again, small numbers, renal cysts went up. So overall, a safe drug. There was no increase in pancreatitis, and amylase and lipase did go up, but certainly no clinical increase in the risk of pancreatitis in the study. The second study, which was published actually 5 years ago in 2016 in the Lancet, liraglutide safety and efficacy in patients with NASH, the LEAN study. Basically, this was again a double-blind, randomized, placebo-controlled phase 2 trial, liraglutide 1.8 versus placebo for patients who have are overweight, show clinical evidence of NASH, and they were randomly assigned to the 2 study groups. The primary outcome was again resolution of NASH with no worsening of fibrosis over 48 weeks. And again, in this study, you had small number of patients, 26 in LIRA, 26 placebo, their match for age, ethnicity, pretty much type 2 diabetes, small number, 9 and 8, hyperlipidemia, hypertension, cardiovascular disease. And again, when you look here, as compared to treatment with LIRA versus placebo, you saw a greater number of patients with resolution of NASH that was clearly significant with a p-value of 0.01. But in terms of improvement in fibrosis, you did not see a benefit. Worsening fibrosis came down here, but no improvement in fibrosis. So similar results as the semaglutide study, which was, of course, with a larger number of patients to show you these results. And again, you know, the effects are seen on glucose, on insulin. Insulin levels came down, insulin sensitivity improved, A1C came down, free fatty acids came down. Adipocyte insulin resistance was a little improved, didn't reach significance, but there was weight loss very clearly. BMI came down, and lipids again, you saw improvement in HDL, as you can see here, and ESDLT came down. So the bottom line is that, again, with liraglutide, you saw improvement in NASH or resolution without improvement in fibrosis. And again, this is just to show you the change in weight and A1C, and you can see here that the non-responders had a lower reduction or less of a reduction in weight compared to the responders at the end of 48 weeks of treatment. And the A1Cs were pretty much similar. So it was independent of glucose control, but really dependent on weight. So when you look at all this, the bottom line you say is, okay, so these drugs, GLP-1 receptor agonists, whether that's liraglutide or exenatide or semaglutide, cause a resolution of NASH, and the mechanisms are probably related to weight loss, as being the most important factor, with some improvement in insulin sensitivity and a reduction in lipotoxicity. But the question is, are there GLP-1 receptors on the liver? And there are several studies that show that yes, they are. Ours seem to suggest that there are no GLP-1 receptors in the liver in isolated hepatocytes, cell lines. So this is an effect independent of the GLP-1 receptor on the liver. And that's important because then that's a direct effect, you know, and when we use the Exendin-4 cyclic AMP, which is really did not change in the liver in primary hepatocytes, whereas glucagon, as expected, increased cyclic AMP and choline increased. So clearly there is a effect independent of the cyclic AMP pathway, which is a pathway you see in the pancreas, in the liver. So what is this effect and how does it go about? So one of our hypotheses was that exenatide may be reducing FGF21 resistance in the liver. So, you know, studies came out which showed that patients who are obese and type 2 diabetics and patients with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease have FGF21 resistance. And so they have higher FGF21 levels, and hepatic FGF21 expression is significantly elevated in obese subjects with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease and correlates with an increase in circulating FGF. You know, and plasma FGF levels in obesity and type 2 diabetes correlate with hepatic and peripheral insulin resistance. So we did some studies in mice. We gave them, injected these mice with Exendin-4 versus saline, and these were mice on high-fat diets. And this is your saline group and the Exendin-4, you know, not much of a difference in weight, fat or percentage fat, but glucose metabolism was improved by Exendin-4. And when you look at the liver weight of these mice after treatment, without a difference in body weight and liver fat as a percentage of body fat. So independent of body weight, you saw a clear improvement with Exendin 4, liver triacylglycerol per milligram of liver came down. So there seems to clearly suggest a direct effect. And when we looked at the FGF21 levels, as you can see, high-fat diet, DIO mice, diet-induced obesity, these mice are obese. Clearly, you see an increase in FGF21 or FGF21 resistance, and then you give them Exendin 4 and the FGF21 levels come down. And this FGF21, is important in terms of expression levels. Again, FGF21 in the liver came down with Exendin 4, and liver and plasma correlate. And liver weight and liver FGF21 protein again showed a strong correlation. So by altering or reducing FGF21 expression in the liver with Exendin 4, we found also an increase in AMPK phosphorylation, as shown here. AMPK activity or AMPK phosphorylation in the liver clearly came up, and phosphor to total ACC came up. So as Ken talked about, mitochondria and AMPK has a key role in hepatic fat oxidation. It's a key regulator of lipid oxidation in the liver, and clearly treatment with Exendin 4, even independent of weight loss, resulted in a reduction in liver fat, increase in liver AMPK activity, and a reduction in liver FGF21 protein, or amelioration of FGF21 resistance. So AMPK phosphorylation correlated strongly with hepatic FGF21, suggesting that Exendin 4 treatment ameliorated the resistance. It was not mediated by differences in circulating adiponectin levels. There were no differences in adiponectin, no differences in weight. Future studies on FGF21 as a potential therapeutic target in the treatment of NAFL type 2 diabetes, you probably would want to examine the combined effect of exenatide and FGF21 on hepatic fat metabolism. And then we did some more studies, and this is unpublished data in, again, DIO mice, high-fat diets, chow mice, chow diet, and high-fat diet fed and fasting mice and their livers, and again showed similarly AMPK after Exendin 4 treatment. This was with the osmotic pump continuous. Clearly, AMPK in the liver is going up. So, AMPK, again, several factors determine AMPK activity, metabolic parameters, weight loss, and others. So we also looked at AMPK in cultured hepatocytes, mouse hepatocytes, and human hepatocytes. This is in vitro studies, again showing you that with Exendin 4, AMPK phosphorylation went up in these human hepatocytes and mouse hepatocytes. And then finally, we looked at the liver in terms of inflammation. So AMPK activation is also associated with the amelioration of inflammation. NF-kappa B activation comes down, TLR4 comes down, and SOX3 came down in these animal studies. And these are all important pathways in causing hepatic inflammation, which is a key component of NASH. So on one side, you see an increase in AMPK phosphorylation, and on the other hand, you see a reduction in the key inflammatory pathways in the liver, as shown here. And again, our effects were independent of the GLP-1 receptor. We do not think that there is a GLP-1 receptor on the liver. So I'll stop here. I want to thank the whole team in our that participated in these studies. Padma, Dr. Sampson, who's now at Florida, Dr. Jogi, Dr. Muthu who did our liver fat estimations, Dr. Lawrence Chan, and also the research support, American Diabetes Association, Amylin Pharmaceuticals that funded some of these studies, and the National Institute of Health, Diabetes Endocrinology Research Center at Baylor that supported this work. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to you. The bottom line is we are probably in the direction of treating NASH with GLP-1 receptor agonists. We've seen the effects of pioglitazone, but unfortunately, till today, there's not a single study looking at combined pioglitazone with GLP-1 receptor agonists in NASH. I think that's a study we very much need, because on our clinical front, we are treating patients with NASH with semaglutide and combining it with a low dose of pioglitazone, 15 milligrams, in patients with type 2 diabetes with NASH. So I think that study is very much needed, and that the effects of GLP-1 receptor agonists, while weight loss plays a key role, may also be due to direct effects of GLP-1 on the liver and the direct effects of GLP-1 in ameliorating liver inflammation and activating AMPK and mitochondrial function. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bajaj. Dr. Om is just logging in. Till then, Dr. Neeta, would you like to ask a question?
Yes, sure. Dr. Bajaj, I would like to know the status of any other new drugs in the offing for NASH, and what happened to obeticholic acid? Is it still in the running?
Yeah, though obeticholic acid is still being examined in the running, I personally think, that one must look at FGF21. That is, as our studies show, maybe another important drug in the treatment of NASH. There are some FGF21 studies going on in NASH. The data is still too early. And again, this is not a approved treatment. They're still at phase 2 to phase 3, but certainly, and then combining it with GLP-1s, as I showed you, I think, combining either FGF21, with exenatide, as we showed you, or semaglutide, which is what is used now, and combining a pioglitazone low dose with semaglutide is really, those studies need to be done. Of course, we are using a lot of low dose pioglitazone, 15 milligrams in NASH patients with semaglutide.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I think we can have rest of the questions at the end and a panel discussion. We have our next speaker has joined in. Dr. Baraska, would you like to introduce him?
Yeah, it's a great pleasure introducing Dr. Om Ganda. We always were told by my guru, Dr. Raheja, that this is one-point contact in Harvard Medical School. This is a one-point contact if you want to go and learn in Joslin Clinic. And Dr. Om Ganda was ever willing to give us some berth in Joslin, Boston, and Harvard Medical School. This man has got some record number of papers He is involved in multiple landmark trials, particularly DCCT, Idec, and multiple NIH trials. He's got more than 150 great publications in many journals. You'll see Om Ganda's name multiple places. He has written more than 35 chapters and books on diabetes, and I have a great pleasure introducing him. And I'm sure I'm equally eager to hear him today amongst all of you. Over to you, Dr. Om Ganda.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baraskar. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to share my screen. And here we go. And let me put on my slideshow. Thank you for that very kind and very generous introduction, Dr. Baraskar. You yourself are an accomplished diabetologist in India. And it's always a pleasure to meet you personally. Hopefully next time we can do that once this tragic period subsides. So I think you can all see my slides. I'm going to talk about, just very briefly, about the HMG-CoA inhibitors known as statins, and then go on to talk about PCSK inhibition, how far we have come, and where do we go next. So in this limited time, let me start off with my objectives first. And these are my disclosures. I don't think anything I'm talking today has to do with any of my disclosures listed here. So briefly speaking, let me actually, I think I may have gotten the wrong slide set here. So hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second here. I think I was just finalizing it last night, so I do want to show you my final slide set, which will take me 1 second to open. Forgive me for that. Now I go back to it. So, oops, this was the previous one. Okay, let me screen share again. Zoom share. I apologize for this delay. It only take a second. I think I'm trying to find the final slide set. It's asking me to register, which is not what I want to do. Resume share.
You'll have to stop screen share and then probably re-screen share.
Okay, let me stop it and then go back, share screen. One second. Okay, let me close the previous set first. And this is the final set. Okay, I'm screen sharing now, Sanjay, but I'm trying to find my slides here.
No worries. Take your time. It's perfectly all right. This is the brochure.
Just give me 1 second. I think I keep getting this screen.
No, that's the brochure. So you'll have to close that probably.
Yes, we have. Okay, there we go.
Sir, if I can suggest, you are such a great orator. You don't need any screen.
No, I do want to show some very interesting slide that I created just for this meeting, and I try to be as up to date as possible. So let me see if I can somehow get back on the screen share. Give me just 1 second. The screen share. Let me stop share again. And let
Open
me,
your presentation first,
Yes,
Home.
sir.
New screen share.
So please open your presentation first and then
First open
screen
a
share.
Yeah. Okay.
First open a presentation and then you can screen share it.
Yeah, there you go.
No, you're opening the scientific program.
Oh yeah, sorry.
You have to remove that scientific. I think your presentation below that. Yes.
Yeah, right there.
Right.
Yeah, I thought I just opened it, but somehow I didn't.
Yeah. I think, yeah, now you got the presentation.
I'll try to finish my talk 2 minutes.
No worries. You can, you're the last
You have the
speaker.
time, sir.
You have the
I don't
time.
want
No
to
worries.
eat up on the, I don't want to eat up on the time for the panel. Can you see it now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Sure.
Wonderful. So again, my apologies. And again, once again, thank you, Dr. Baraskar, for your wonderful remarks. These are my disclosures. So learning objectives. Let's start with the roadmap here. Okay, so I'll give you a brief recap of the HMG-CoA reductase inhibitors, otherwise known as statins, and the LDL receptor. We'll then talk a little bit about the historical rationale for the PCSK9 inhibition. Why is it important? Impact of PCSK9 inhibitors on the revised targets for LDL cholesterol. This has played a big role in our new revised, more intensive targets in appropriate patients, of course. And finally, we'll end up on emerging lipid treatment options beyond PCSK9, finally to actually come close to conquering atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. So that's the agenda. And I know you had a talk on the guidelines for lipids, so I think I'll probably not be going much into that at all, so there won't be much overlap. I wish I could hear that talk earlier. But anyway, everyone knows that HMG-CoA reductase is a rate-limiting step in cholesterol synthesis. There are 27 different steps before you finally get cholesterol in place. And let me just hide this button here, escape. So that's how cholesterol is formed. It's a very intricate process, very complicated process, but this is the rate-limiting step. And once the cholesterol is made, it is carried in the body. What happened here? I don't know what happened there. So it's carried in the body in this very beautiful molecule that is called LDL particle. Actually, it's a particle, not a molecule, but many cholesterol molecules are carried as esterified or free cholesterol, et cetera, you know all that we have LDL as the main carrier of cholesterol. And the statins obviously have indubitable evidence for the long-term efficacy and safety in reducing cardiovascular events. So there's no point for me to go into any of those trials, which are well known to you by now. So first of all, the question comes up, what is the optimal LDL cholesterol goal in patients with very high risk of cardiovascular events? And you heard about it in the guidelines, I'm sure, who's at very high risk. For example, people with the recent heart attack and multiple risk factors, people with recurrent heart attacks or strokes or peripheral arterial disease. So this is my summary of all these various guidelines for optimal LDL cholesterol. And right away, I just want to point out the fact that Endocrine Society just last year came up with their latest guideline in distinguishing from AHA, ACC, ADA guidelines, which say LDL should be less than 70, but you know, these guidelines are already 3 years old from the AHA, and they didn't have all the studies that we have now. And NLA said the same thing, Canadian guidelines said the same thing, although they just revised it in 2021. So Endocrine Society says less than 55 should be the goal in people who are very high risk. And even before that, the European Society last year or 2 years ago said, if you have a second event in less than 2 years, you should be shooting for less than 40, because we now have evidence that lower is better. And in fact, less than 40 is better than less than 55 or less than 50. So this is how far we have come. And of course, in India, you have so much cardiovascular disease and so many people that are untreated. So we have to start somewhere, get to 70 before you think about going to 40 or 50. Non-HDL correspondingly less than 70. And if you do ApoB, not necessary, but we do it at Jocelyn in people with high triglycerides. If you can get a reliable method, ApoB is even more accurate than non-HDL cholesterol. Okay, so what do you do next? If you have somebody on as intensive therapy as you can, but it's still inadequate, you have less than 50% reduction, or LDL remains above 70, then what do you do? The minimal goal is 70. Or you have somebody with statin intolerance, not complete intolerance, but they can only take low dose, and that's not enough. So what do you do next? Well, we have a lot of options. This is from a review I published a couple of years ago, where I just listed all of them basically and brought it up to date. And what I want to point out is there are only 2 classes of drugs that are approved for reducing cholesterol and reducing cardiovascular events after statin. So use statin as much as you can in any dose you can, and then go to ezetimibe first. And if that's not enough, then the only other option is PCSK9 inhibitors that I'm going to talk about. There are 2 of them on the market since 2015, avelumab and alirocumab. By now, you all know about it, at least may not have used it very much because of the cost issues we'll discuss, but these are the best drugs to lower LDL cholesterol. I'll then go on to talk about a few other options. Now, one word on the ezetimibe trials. The only trial that showed that ezetimibe lowers cardiovascular events beyond statins is this huge trial called the IMPROVE IT study, 18,000 people who presented with ACS, acute coronary syndrome. And they had LDL cholesterol at baseline. Actually, the goal was less than 70, but they were already below 70, as you will see in a second. They were randomized to simvastatin 40 or ezetimibe added to simvastatin, followed for a long time, almost 5 years. And the primary endpoint was the traditional endpoint. So look at this here. The baseline LDL cholesterol was already 70, 69.9. And then they brought it down to 54 or 53, about 20% reduction, as you might expect with ezetimibe. And that led to a significant, not huge, but 6%, but highly significant reduction in cardiovascular events. In fact, people with diabetes did better. In fact, most of the benefit in this trial was in people with diabetes. And if you take out the non-diabetics, just look at the 6,000 or 7,000 people who had diabetes, they had most of the impact with ezetimibe. We still don't know the exact mechanism, but that's what happened. So that's the first line of drug after statin. Then the PCSK9 inhibitor. Very quick summary. What is the mechanism of action and how did they come about and when to use them? Well, it's a very interesting story. You all know that, start from the bottom. This is a liver cell shown here. If you use statins, you decrease the free cholesterol in the liver cell, or that can be done with very low saturated fat diet. As soon as the cholesterol pool in the liver goes down, the liver cell makes this very beautiful receptor called the LDL receptor. And that kind of brings the blood cholesterol from blood to the liver cell or other cells in the body, and that's how the LDL receptor works. But for some reason, the Mother Nature decided, we still don't know why, what's the teleological significance, that part of this LDL receptor is actually destroyed by this enzyme called PCSK9. It's a protease enzyme that causes proteolysis of the LDL receptor. So you don't get as much out of the LDL receptor as you should or as you could. So that was the rationale of thinking about how we can block the PCSK9 so that there's more LDL receptor available. Okay, not in people with homozygous hypercholesterolemia who have no receptor, but even heterozygous hypercholesterolemic people have one receptor. And that's where the story began. And this was really a serendipitous discovery. Only about 25 years ago or so, first described by a French study, and then came this beautiful epidemiological study published in New England Journal 2006 by Dr. Cohen et al. From Dallas. And they were looking at basically variations in this PCSK9, natural sequence variations. And they ended up with 2 sequence variations that were accompanied with low LDL, very low LDL, much lower than the general population. And they showed that these people were protected against coronary artery disease because they naturally had no PCSK9 to speak of, and therefore the LDL cholesterol was low in these people. So that started the story. Let me show you one slide from that particular study. So here they looked at presence or absence of these 2 nonsense mutations shown here. 3,200 African-American subjects were included in this so-called Idec study. 85 had this mutation, not very common, but some people did have this mutation. And their LDL cholesterol was 100 versus those without mutation who had LDL cholesterol of 138. You might say, well, 100 is not that low, but remember, this was their LDL from birth, not from age 40 or 50 when you start using statin. So that was the difference. And so people with no mutation among these 3,200 people, you can see there was a normal distribution of cholesterol, okay? This is the cholesterol curve. And people who had the mutation, you can see the whole curve is shifted to the left. And so therefore, they had much lower cholesterol compared to these people who had no mutation. And not only that, but since they were following these people for a long time, they found there was a 90% reduction in coronary artery disease events. Huge reduction. Not normally feasible in our hands, because we start lowering cholesterol at age 40 or 50, as I said, but these are the cholesterol levels since birth. So anyway, this was the impetus to develop some methodology to block the PCSK9 and to see what happens to people who don't have these mutations, but we can block this PCSK9. So there are 2 strategies to do that. One is you can make a monoclonal antibody to this PCSK9 enzyme. And this is exactly what has been done in the 2 drugs that we have right now on the market. So once you block the PCSK9 by this antibody, you no longer have inhibition of the LDL receptor. So you have much more LDL receptor available. The another smart strategy that is now going to become available in the near future, already becoming available in some countries, is you basically stop the PCSK9 synthesis by this siRNA small molecule technology. And that's being done right now, and I'll show you an example. And that way, you don't even make the PCSK9, let alone blocking it later on. So these are the 2 methods to achieve our goal. Now, speaking of the monoclonal antibody, as I mentioned, we have that available, 2 drugs, and both of them have gone through this major cardiovascular trial. Look at the number of people in the 48 trial with avulacumab, 27,000 people, and another 19,000 in Odyssey trial with alirocumab. And you can see huge reductions. These people had very high cardiovascular disease to begin with. They were either with CV events or had very, very high risk, and most were on high or moderate intensive statin dose, whatever they could tolerate. And you can see the baseline LDL was close to 80, and within weeks, it brought down to 30. So this is how important this reduction is. 60% reduction on top of statin, 30. And same thing happened with alirocumab, starting a little bit higher, but again, 60% reduction going down to about 40 from about 118 or so. So these kinds of numbers were never seen before. First time that we could see lowering of LDL cholesterol to that level. With that approach, this is what happened. Both of these studies were published earlier, as you know, a few years ago. And the avulacumab trial showed over the course of about 2.5 years, about 15% reduction in major MACE events, and actually 20% reduction in the 3-point MACE event, not shown here. Exactly the same thing happened. It's amazing how exactly the same 0.85, 0.85, and same 20% reduction. Unfortunately, these trials were stopped early, which may have been a mistake, but they didn't want to take any chances. You can see the curves are still diverging. So the actual reduction could have been higher had these studies gone longer. But the point is that both showed a highly significant reduction in LDL cholesterol and reduction in the events. Okay, what about key adverse events with these drugs? One question right away that comes up is, can you lower LDL cholesterol to 30 and even lower and not get any side effects in your brain, any neurocognitive function, for example? This was looked at extensively in this, particularly the evolocumab trial. So here is, first of all, muscle-related events, which sometimes limit the use of statin. You can see there was no difference between the placebo group and evolocumab. So these drugs don't cause myalgia. Secondly, they don't cause diabetes, as far as we know. Just a slight increase here, but not significant, 8.1 versus 7.7. We still need to follow people to make this point very, very definitively, but so far doesn't appear to have any diabetogenic effect, unlike statins. And finally, a huge battery of tests was carried out in this evolocumab trial. You can see by all those tests, there was absolutely no difference in neurocognitive function. Again, I think this phenomena has to be studied over a longer period of time because these are relatively short term for that purpose, and mostly looking at various ages, not very old people. Okay, one side kind of view here, there was an earlier studies, in this case with evolocumab, again, showing that not only they reduce LDL cholesterol, but they actually reduce atheroma volume. So basically they cause regression of atherosclerotic plaque, seldom seen with other drugs. High intensity statin might do a little bit, but this is much more so. 64% versus 37% of the people achieve some degree of reduction in the atheroma volume. So very exciting data, very much in practice right now. We've been using it from the time these drugs became available. Of course, the main issue is getting the insurance companies to pay for it. And I know that in countries like India, still very expensive, but as time goes on, hopefully this advantage of these drugs in causing further reduction in events will be taken care of by lowering the cost. One sidelight, once again, I want to show you because we published this from a meta-analysis about 2 or 3 years ago, effect of these agents on Lp(a). We don't often talk about Lp(a), but it's an important genetic component. And you can see that in this 9 different randomized controlled trials with diabetes and pre-existing cardiovascular disease, almost 1,000 people, we saw a 30% reduction in Lp(a) level. Same thing happens with the other PCSK9 inhibitor, evolocumab. And of course, whether you look at just evolocumab 150 or 75 going to 150 without statins, these are totally statin intolerant, still 36%, same reduction. I should have mentioned that these drugs, since there are monoclonal antibodies, they're given every 2 weeks, sometimes every 4 weeks, but most of the time every 2 weeks by simple disposable pen, which we use. Okay, now the last approach in this PCSK9, very exciting again, is this novel siRNA approach that I mentioned, which actually blocks the synthesis of PCSK9. What is the advantage of that? The advantage is you're not making PCSK9 synthesis due to this, this small molecule technology. There are several studies that have been carried out. I'll show you only one of them. 1,500 people. This is an efficacy study. Mean age 66. LDL was 105 on maximal tolerated statin, and they gave them inclisiran. Now, the advantage of this drug is it's a very long-acting drug. You start it, use it in the beginning, 2 injections over 3 months, 0 and 90 minutes. Then you give it every 6 months. And this was done in this efficacy study. And you can see, just like the monoclonal antibody approach, this is one of the many studies that have shown the same result. This is Orion 10. You can see about 55% or so reduction on top of maximal statin dose. similar to what we saw with the monoclonal antibody. And actually, just to show you here, the percent change in the PCSK9 level. PCSK9 itself went down by 80% or so. Now, having said that, I should mention that the long-term cardiovascular trial with this agent still in progress. Okay, this will probably be completed sometime by the end of next year. But while we're waiting for that, just 2 days ago in England, this drug was approved. And big stories, I just couldn't help making a slide. Revolutionary jab to stop heart attacks, or miracle jab to stop heart attacks in these major newspapers in England. FDA is still looking at it. They have been looking at it for a while, and hopefully they will approve it. But National Health Scheme in UK already has, and they project how many people already are at risk after high-dose statin. So they're expecting a lot of people further as the cost goes down. Okay, so in the remaining time, I'm going to talk about beyond PCSK9. What are the novel and emerging options for further reducing LDL if, for example, you cannot use PCSK9? Is there a simpler approach like a pill rather than an injection every 2 weeks or even every 6 months? Some people just will shy away from any injection no matter what. Of course, the inclisiran injection actually is not a single injection, it's a 30-minute infusion. So the staff has to be trained to use that. So first drug I'm going to say a few words about. In fact, the only drug I can go into detail is bempedoic acid because it's now available on the market. It's an oral ATP citrate lyase inhibitor, currently approved only for people with pre-existing cardiovascular disease because their cardiovascular trial is also still in progress. So approved for secondary prevention or patients with FH who have very, very high LDL cholesterol, which we know cannot be controlled with statin alone. PCSK9 is an option, or bempedoic acid now is a second option. I'm still having problem getting it approved in people with severe statin intolerance. Hopefully that will change. Then there is this drug I'm not going to talk about, very exciting drug. It's an angiopoietin-like 3 inhibitor. Very interesting physiology, a topic for another time. And they just published several papers, one in New England Journal, one in Circulation. It's called evinacumab. It's available on the market, but only currently approved for people with refractory FH patients. So hopefully you will not see many of these patients, but it was just approved a few months ago. So we have one more option. And there are some thyromimetics. It's an old story that are still being developed. And the old thyromimetics were actually discontinued because they had a lot of thyroid-like, thyroxine-like effects as side effects because they were not selective against the THR receptors, thyroid hormone receptor. But this particular progress now is taking place with the thyroid hormone beta receptor, which is more specific for cholesterol reduction. And who knows, someday we might be talking about a CRISPR technology to totally extinguish not only the cholesterol issue, but the potential loci for atherogenesis. There are so many different steps through which, cytokines and various other loci that one can talk about that lead to atherosclerosis, a topic for another time. So bempedoic acid, how does it work? Let's go back to our cholesterol synthesis that I showed you in my first slide. Okay, so this is again cholesterol synthesis going all the way down from citrate, HMG-CoA reductase working here with statin. And all you have to know is that bempedoic acid actually works 2 steps proximal, okay, upstream from the HMG-CoA reductase site. So this blocks the synthesis of cholesterol right here before it becomes acetyl-CoA from citrate. For some strange reason, this does not actually result in some of the side effects that we see with statins. But it's a very interesting technology. In fact, there are mutants again, like the PCSK9 mutants that have been described in ACLY, which actually are associated with less cardiovascular disease. So very interesting indeed. So by lowering LDL, by lowering cholesterol, they also turn on LDL receptor synthesis and thereby leading to LDL cholesterol reduction. Now, again, there are many trials. These are all efficacy trials at this point, and I'll show you just 4 trials recently published together, again shown here. In 2 of these trials, people had persistent hypercholesterolemia despite maximally tolerated statin therapy, 1 pill a day, and you can see the LDL went down 16-17% beyond statin-induced reduction. Same thing with the second trial. Okay, and then there on the right, you can see there are 2 trials in people who are totally intolerant to statin. Hard to find these people who are totally intolerant, but they found 600 people in these multi-site studies. And you can see they did even actually a little bit better, maybe because the baseline LDL cholesterol was higher to begin with, 130 versus 104 here. So they went down by 24% in each case. So that's very interesting. So right away, you might ask the question, how about a simple pill like bempedoic acid? Why not combine it with ezetimibe, which works at a different site, right? That's a cholesterol absorption inhibitor. And that's exactly what was done. Few side effects, very few. We have to be vigilant of, particularly slight increase in uric acid, and their cardiovascular trial is likely to be finished next year also, 2022. So watch out for it. But again, even though the randomized control trial for cardiovascular risk reduction is still in progress, the FDA approved both this drug as well as combination with ezetimibe in the same pill. Nexletol, the first drug, and Nexlizet, commercially known as. So this is a study when they added bempedoic acid to ezetimibe versus placebo. Okay, so people either got ezetimibe on top of bempedoic acid or they got placebo. And very interesting, already these people were on bempedoic acid, and adding ezetimibe made another 24% reduction in LDL cholesterol, another 30% reduction in HRCRP. So the efficacy is great. It's really nice, but we need longer term data. We still use it in occasional patients when PCSK9 inhibitor is not affordable. And I have several patients now that are using the combination as well, in some cases just bempedoic acid. Okay, so this is now the last question you might ask. Well, what about adding bempedoic acid to PCSK9 inhibitor? Why not? There are not many patients showing the efficacy of PCSK9 that I talked about, but there'll be people with FH, a very high LDL cholesterol, who still cannot be in the target range with the PCSK9 inhibitor alone. So why not we look at this combination, which has actually been done. Phase 2 study so far, baseline LDL was 103 on top of avulokimab. And then they got this drug. You can see it just appeared online, and there was a 28% reduction. Amazing. 28% reduction on top of PCSK9 inhibitor, whereas those on placebo, of course, did not change. So overall, a 30% reduction. So, I mean, there's no debate over the fact that we can achieve very low LDL cholesterol, get it down to 50 if we have to, and get it down well below 70 in many cases. Very few side effects. PCSK9 inhibitors are amazingly well tolerated, just local site injections, and bempedoic acid, as I mentioned, we have slight increase in liver enzymes and some increase in uric acid as the main side effect. You have to watch out for that, particularly in people with gout or very high uric acid level. So I will end on this last summary slide that actually was also published now last year, where I guess talked about overall options for ASCVD risk reduction in statin-treated patients. What do you do on top of statin, people who are still at very high risk? So here they are. Once you get to that point, what can you add? I already mentioned these three: ezetimibe, PCSK9 inhibitors, antibodies, and inclisiran, as shown here. I did not talk about icosapent ethyl, which is a separate story. in people with hypertriglyceridemia, REDUCE-IT trial, which I was fortunate to be a co-investigator. And so if you have a patient, don't forget that on top of all this, you still can use icosapent ethyl if they have baseline triglyceride, as shown here, and they have diabetes and 2 other risk factors, or diabetes, age 55, and 1 other risk factor. That is the current approval by the FDA. And finally, bempedoic acid trial, just like the PCSK9 trial, is currently in progress. So by next year or year after that, when we can meet in person on site, hopefully you will invite me to bring you up to date on that particular update with both of these ongoing trials. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now the floor is open for discussion. I'm sure we have lots of questions.
May I ask one question?
Yes, please.
This is to Dr. Om Ganda. Do you see bempedoic acid replacing statins in the future?
Bempedoic acid?
Yeah.
I don't think that we can say that at this point, because all said and done, statins have the best record, right? They are now cheap. 6 out of the 7 statins are generic, so cost is not an issue. They have stood the test of time. And in fact, we have 20, 30-year follow-up data from some of the statin studies that have shown that they have a long-term safety. And I think obviously you cannot dismiss that. So I don't think that they will be replacing statins anytime soon. Moreover, the bempedoic acid currently is undergoing randomized clinical trial for cardiovascular events. So even if that is positive, I would still say combining bempedoic acid after statin with or without ezetimibe will be the next option. But of course, in selected cases, when the LDL is quite high, PCSK9 will still be overall a better approach in efficacy than bempedoic acid.
Thank you, sir. If I can ask you one very tricky question, which was bothering all of us, about reduction of LDL cholesterol to a level that, in fact, there was a couple of articles that if you chase cholesterol too badly, there are problems with cognitive functions. And in fact, there were, crimes against self, suicides, and crime against society, homicides. The actually incidence of these crimes increased as the cholesterol came down. In fact, that was a very high criticism. So I don't know what is your take on that, because we are really afraid because of cognitive functions are quite dependent on your cholesterol level.
Right. So your question is, something that has been going on for a very, very long time. You would recall that even before statins came out, when we used to use these bile acid exchange resins, and we used to use high-dose niacin, this question came up, and some of the epidemiological not well-controlled data, because very difficult to control for everything, this question was raised, and there was a marginal increase in some of the observational studies, but none of that panned out in the randomized control trials, starting with statins. Look at the heart protection study, which was a huge study with simvastatin in UK, which started changing the whole conception about the lower LDL cholesterol. So go after the risk, not the level. So I think that started the whole story. And none of these randomized control trials, we have found any evidence of that. And I mentioned that particularly the evolocumab study, the 4-year trial, 27,000 patients, they made a lot of effort. Actually, it's a separate study called Ebbinghaus study, also published in New England Journal soon at the same time after the trial came out, where they looked at major batteries of neurocognitive tests. But you can argue, and I have no answer for that actually those studies were 2-year-old. They lasted only 2.5 years. So do we need longer time? So that is actually currently being done. Some of these patients are being followed because we need long-term data. And of course, the mean age in these studies was in the 60s, which is actually, somewhat reassuring. But we need to do a separate study in older people because people are living longer, and neurocognitive defects are more likely to happen in older people. So I would like to see a study where people above the age of 65 to begin with are recruited and then followed for at least 5 years. Fairly large number is needed to make that point. So I think even though overall this point is still an open point in older people, but I think we're getting more and more evidence of the lack of toxicity from neurocognitive point of view. The other point I think your question brings up, how much cholesterol do we really need? Okay, I'm not saying that everybody should be going down to 30 or even 40. And I know that in India, people have tried to come up with their own guidelines recently. And they said we should go even below 50 or even below 40, which I think is probably a little bit unnecessary at this point. Think about people with familial hypocholesterolemia or familial hypobeta-lipoproteinemia. These are families where naturally they have LDL cholesterol under 30 all their life. They have no problem in hormone synthesis, bile acid, gonadal steroids, or any other corticosteroids, for example. So we don't need that much cholesterol around to do some of the essential function. And they don't have any neurocognitive problems that's been looked at. But again, those are a very small number of people who are born with very low LDL cholesterol. Okay, that's the only example where you can think about a rare syndrome of hypobeta-lipoproteinemia with LDL cholesterol below 30.
Thank you very much, sir.
Older people, better study of neurocognitive function is clearly needed and will be forthcoming.
Because even Alzheimer's disease is now considered as type 3 diabetes.
Yeah.
In fact,
right.
We have so much of data on Alzheimer's disease, although we don't have many cases of Alzheimer's disease.
You are absolutely right that the risk of Alzheimer's is increased in diabetes, and the risk of diabetes is increased in people with Alzheimer's. So it works both ways. And it's not just the APO3 that is associated with Alzheimer's.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Archana, there are some questions in the chat for Dr. Mandeep.
Yes. Right. Dr. Priyama has asked a question that weight loss with low calorie diet is effective in burning liver fat. Does TZTs and weight loss diet may be as effective as a combo of GLP-1 and TZT? To Mandeep, sir.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So, certainly very low caloric diets have been shown with weight loss to really dramatically reduce liver fat. And so then the question comes, can you combine TZDs with a weight loss diet and get the same result as a GLP-1 and plus a TZD? So, it takes me back to when TZDs came out, and so one of the hypotheses was that the way TZDs work is by enhancing adipocyte differentiation. So weight gain has to be a part and parcel of TZD therapy. And then a study came out where they showed that you can ameliorate the weight gain with TZDs by doing a very low caloric diet or a low caloric diet. The issue here is long-term. The management of NASH is long-term. And long-term, these low-caloric diets may not have a sustaining effect. It's hard to sustain them, right? And then the second issue here is, okay, GLP-1s plus TZDs, after all, are we just getting the effect of weight loss, appetite reduction, and a TZD? So my answer there is, you're probably getting more than that. I agree with Guillermo that this is a study that needs to be done, but certainly, as I showed you, the data with GLP-1s, you're probably also getting a direct effect on hepatic fat oxidation, independent of weight loss. and independent of reduction in appetite. And that may be the key here in terms of getting additional benefit or being more effective than TZD plus weight loss. But that's an important study to conduct, I think, Guillermo, to really answer the question, are the effects of GLP-1 beyond just weight reduction and appetite reduction? That could be a very good study to do. And the other question, impressive pilot data combining GLP-1 plus TZD. Are you aware of any long-term studies using this combination? As I said, I'm not aware of even a single study combining pioglitazone with GLP-1 right now. So the only data we have is from our so-called pilot study combining exenatide with pioglitazone.
That's good answer. Yeah.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
So this is to Dr. Ganda, sir. We have a very strong data on therapeutically targeting LDL in people more than 40 years of age. But I don't think the data is so strong for people younger than 40 years. And now we are dealing with a lot of people who are at risk with LDL. So is the recommendation or guidelines similar to people who are younger than 40 years? Not those who are with FH, but definitely I think we are better, we're more confident in them, but in otherwise people less than 40 years of age?
Yeah, very good question. This question is a very important one, because the only reason the indication for statins and other drugs is to start at age 40 is simply because the clinical trials included people above the age of 40. It doesn't make any sense, because atherosclerosis actually begins in childhood. And, so the biology of atherosclerosis is much more better understood, let's say, than the whole issue of the age at which to start statin. So we were lamenting about that, and we knew that that was not the right thing to do, to wait until age 40. Speaking of diabetes, actually, both type 1 and type 2, in fact, younger people, and there's a lot of good evidence now from Scandinavia, from other long-term observational studies, that younger people, even if you adjust for the age and duration of diabetes and other risk factors, they have a greater atherosclerotic burden. The younger you are, the greater the burden. And some of these may have to do with, adolescents and school children smoking and whatever, but you can never adjust for all those things. But thankfully now, starting in the 2019 AHA guidelines, and now also endorsed by the ADA and European guidelines, it has been clearly stated that people below the age of 40 can be started on statin if they have type 1 diabetes for 20 years or longer and other risk factors, or type 2 diabetes who have diabetes of 10 years or longer with multiple risk factors. So what does that tell you? If you develop type 1 diabetes at age 12 or 10, you have to be 30-year-old. That's not much better. And not everybody gets diabetes at age 10. Some get at age 20. So that again brings you to age 40. So again, I think it's a slow progress, because there's never been a good study in the younger age group, and that needs to be done. But even type 2 diabetes, people are getting type 2 diabetes at younger and younger age, as you know, in India, everywhere in the world. Look at our populations here. Mandeep, I'm sure, mentioned, and Dr. Guillermo may have mentioned that, we have so many Latinos and African Americans, and data is a lot of data from Mexican American studies where diabetes occurs at such a young age, type 2. So they are at risk. So I would say, if you have multiple risk factors, including, don't forget, early CKD, just albuminuria. You don't have to have drop in the GFR, because there's plenty of evidence that microalbuminuria is a risk marker for cardiovascular disease. And not everybody with microalbuminuria goes on to develop kidney disease. So I think those are the kind of criteria one should think about. The other side of the coin is also true that the guidelines say age 40 to 70, simply because those people above the age of 70 were not included. And I'm a very big fan of treating people who are older if there's a good reason to do that. Okay, so I'm not as young as I used to be. So you can imagine my interest in that field. So again, is there a clinical trial above the age of 70? None. There's no trial, but there are two large trials currently in progress. One is called the STARI study, which has been underway for 2 or 3 years. We should be getting the results soon. They are only including people above the age of 70, I believe, and following them for about 8 to 10 years. And the endpoint is not cardiovascular events necessarily. They are watching cardiovascular events. The main endpoint is cardiovascular or total mortality and cognitive function in these people. So going back to Dr. Baraska's question, the second study actually that is being done in the older people is actually started by the NIH just about a year ago. So it'll take several years to complete that. But we need both of those studies for older people. So right now the guidelines say secondary prevention, of course, there's no debate. In primary prevention, if you have somebody on statin and they reach the age of 70, 75, doesn't mean you need to stop it. But whether to start it is a different question. And that's the question that is being studied. Finally, since it's such an important question, they actually did 2 studies now, one in France and one recently published, I believe, in JAMA, where they took people above the age of 70 or 75, I don't remember, 75, let's say, and those who are on statin, they were randomized. One group continued the statin. The second group, they stopped it. So withdrawal of statin above the age of 75. And within 2 years, they had an answer. Those who were discontinued actually had more cardiovascular events than those who continued. But these are, again, not properly done RCTs. They're more of, combination of some observational element in that. So I think, they're prospective studies in that sense. I shouldn't say RCTs, they're prospective observational studies, but we're still waiting for the other 2 studies. So I think I think you got to look at the patient. What do you mean by older person? Now, that's the other question that comes up. Who is old? Okay, so again, like we use the guidelines for glycemic control. It's not the age that matters, it's the functional level. Okay, and you and I can, I'm sure, point out many people above the age of 80 who are quite healthy, who have no disability, and they certainly would look forward to living another 20 years. Yeah. And then there are some at age 65 or 70 who had a lot of disability and frailty. And actually there are guidelines now that if you project somebody's survival time less than 5 years, then maybe you can discontinue statin. Certainly if it is less than 3 years. But because, older people tend to have higher incidence of adverse events.
Sir, I have to say something.
Yeah.
A guru is always guru. And after I heard you today, I have realized that I had to catch up with a lot of reading. I still have to read a lot. And I think
there is a lot to read. There's a lot to read. Think about all the other trials that you'll hear about or heard about, all the GLP-1 trials and SGLT2 trials. I was counting actually yesterday because we had the AMPA Preserve trial just came out. So there are now 9 GLP-1 RCTs and there are 8 SGLT2 RCTs, not including the SGLT1 trials. So you are absolutely right. I mean, that's what keeps us going because you have to keep in touch, keep learning more about this, and our learning threshold really keeps on rising. So
thank you.
And I
thank you so much.
Do
we have some more time?
Yeah, we do. I had one question, if I may.
Sure.
Again to Dr. Ganda. We look at the risk by using the ASCVD risk score, for example. And we talk about a 10-year risk. But while initiating statin, our criteria are different. That is, for statin initiation, we use the LDL, and then we say we don't chase numbers. So when somebody is at an intermediate risk and you use a moderate intensity statin, unless you chase numbers, how are you going to re-stratify the risk?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think all of these risk calculators are only suggestive. None of them is really something to be taken too seriously. That's my opinion. We had the Framingham risk equator for risk equation for a very long time. Now we have the NIH, the risk calculator that is called the pooled risk equation, PRE. And look at that. What kind of things they ask you for? They ask you for age. They ask you for gender, they ask you for your cholesterol level, but they don't ask you how long have you had diabetes. So whether you diabetes for 2 years or 20 years makes no difference according to this calculator. You just don't just ask DM plus or minus. UK PDS try to do a little bit better. They have their UK PDS engine. As they call it, they do have diabetes as a factor, diabetes duration, but that's not been very popular. So in some cases, these risk calculators overestimate the risk. Sometimes they underestimate the risk. They probably underestimate the risk to some extent in Indians, for example. And it is suggested that whatever the risk equation calculator tells you, multiply that by 0.5, 1.5, so 50% higher, just because of studies like the study that was done in India by Yusuf and others, showing that MI occurs at a younger age. The other thing in that risk calculator, all of these risk calculator, particularly the NIH one, they ask you a question: are you white or are you black? So if you are not black, you are all white, according to this risk calculator. So I mean, that makes no sense. So we need to develop better risk equations and populations. The huge population in South Asia, the huge population in Mexican or Latin American people, for example. There are no such calculators. So I think these calculators are suggestive. And the final thing is that if you have a person, let's say a younger person, and you are kind of confused because the risk equation tells you that risk is, let's say, 7% or 10% in the next 10 years for primary prevention. And so you're stuck. The only recommendation then is, if you really want to be sure, do a coronary calcium score. Now, I don't know how frequently you guys are doing it. Even we are not doing it very often, particularly in people with diabetes. This is for primary prevention in non-diabetics. And how does it help you? If the calcium score is 0, then you can wait, do another score 2 or 3 years later. But if it's anything above 0, you got to start statin. Okay, so I think that's a useful, and there are studies that have been done that you can reassign the risk by adding the coronary calcium score. And I wish that this will become a commonplace. Right now it's not covered, so we don't do it routinely, particularly in people with diabetes. But even in people with diabetes, coronary calcium score does make a difference in the absolute risk, and you can reclassify based on that. I think there was another question I just saw come up on the chat box. Was it Guillermo or somebody else?
It was about pre-diabetes, I think.
Yes.
What's the question? Can you read it for me? I can't see it.
Pre-diabetes is not included in risk calculations. Why? Should we consider pre-diabetes as similar risk factor as a diagnosis of diabetes?
Yeah, another good question. It is not included. It depends on how you define pre-diabetes. And I'm sure that you can show me people who are labeled as pre-diabetes but actually have diabetes. That's a separate question. Because just looking at fasting blood sugar or A1C as the guidelines, even from ADA recommend, you can miss some people with diabetes. You don't do glucose tolerance test anymore. And in older people and in Asians, 2-hour postprandial may be already in diabetes range than other populations. So I take pre-diabetes seriously, and there's data now from pre-diabetes populations followed over a long period of time that the risk is not as high as people with type 2 diabetes, but certainly higher than people without pre-diabetes.
Even non-diabetic hypertensive people are included in pre-diabetic. A purely hypertensive patient with a normal blood sugar is also now considered as a pre-diabetic.
Yeah, I think particularly if their triglycerides are high, I would say. So I use the triglyceride as a marker of insulin resistance in such people.
I think
and I will watch them more frequently.
Yeah, Yeah, I think once you exceed a A1C of about 5.5, your cardiovascular risk just starts to take off, and it's a continuum. So, there's really very hard to put any number cut off here.
Yeah.
Nita,
Yes, sir.
can we say goodbye?
Yes, I'm very happy to tell you that even at this late hour, we have more than 2,000 people logged in. So it has been an interesting
Wonderful.
discussion.
That is because of some stalwarts are talking. That is the reason.
Right.
No.
Thank you so much. You're very kind. And it was really wonderful to join you and enjoyed the audience participation and your questions.
Thank
And
you.
hopefully we'll do it again.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye, Manjit.
Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank
And
you.
Thank
we,
you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much.
we end today's session on a very high note, and we hope we'll have you back again at 10 o'clock in the morning. So we look forward to welcome you tomorrow at 10 o'clock for the next day's sessions. So
We have our quiz lines open till 12 midnight. Do not forget to log in for some very exciting prizes. The quizzes will be different tomorrow and again different the day after. So till 12 midnight, the quiz lines are open.
thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.